Chapter 1, The Chosen One. The rules of this round of the Bazaar game have started globally. This round's game dungeon, Hospital 404. Dungeon difficulty, C grade. Dungeon introduction. On the outskirts of the city, there lies an abandoned 404 mental hospital, where hundreds of high-risk psychiatric patients were once held. It is rumored that the hospital once used these patients for inhumane biological experiments. The cold, eerie notification sound of the dungeon echoed clearly in Luo Yi's ears. He frowned as he looked at the light screen that popped up in front of him. I was selected? It's no wonder he was so confused. Logically, it was impossible for him to be chosen. Because he was a zombie. 90 years ago, by a twist of fate, Luo Yi came back to life from a coffin. At that time, the world was in chaos, with war and famine spreading everywhere. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses were everywhere. Luo Yi thus entered the path of the Azura and became a young, capable little zombie. Later, the law prohibiting the formation of spirits was enacted, and in the peaceful times, there was not enough energy for Luo Yi to cultivate and improve. To preserve his life, he chose to fall into a deep sleep. But 3 years ago, he inexplicably woke up from his sleep, and when he broke out of his coffin again, he saw the blood-red round moon in the sky. It was that day when the strange events began. The world was thrown into immense panic. In every country, someone would be chosen, then sent to the world of the Bazaar game. If they passed the dungeon, the country would gain vast resources and national fortune. If they failed, that terrifying Bazaar world would descend into the real world, into cities. At first, humanity believed they could resist it with technology. But as one city after another vanished in the terrifying game world, countries finally panicked. They began studying the rules, analyzing tactics, and training the chosen ones. Just when everyone thought they had it under control, no one expected. The dungeon's difficulty suddenly increased. One by one, the chosen ones died in the terrifying Bazaar world. Finally, after a small western country failed for the 7th time, the Bazaar world descended, and corpses covered the ground, the entire country fell. In just one night, images captured by communications satellites showed that small country had been completely wiped off the map. The entire nation seemed to have weathered for 100 years. A country that was full of humans yesterday, tonight, was empty. It was as if no one had ever existed. The threat of the Bazaar game exceeded even the fear brought by natural disasters. Every country worked hard to find a way to break the cycle, hoping to protect their own nations. To this day, Dragon Nation had already failed 5 times. This meant that there were only 2 more chances left before the nation faced catastrophic disaster. The horror would descend across the entire nation. Because of this, the morale of the entire Dragon Nation was low. Some people gritted their teeth and trained themselves. They hoped to fight for the country in the next round of the Bazaar game and defy the fate. But most people simply gave up. The rich fled abroad, spending enormous sums of money to obtain a foreign nationality. Those who couldn't afford to leave the country began hoarding supplies, hoping to survive a little longer when the strange events arrived. In an instant, prices skyrocketed across the nation, and chaos spread everywhere. On the internet, discussions about how long can Dragon Nation hold on flooded the forums. The situation looked grim. We've already lost 5 times, Dragon Nation is doomed. Buying large amounts of supplies, DM for negotiation. Damn. Actually, our chosen ones are quite capable, it's just bad luck. Are the experts just eating air? The strategies they devised are even worse. Ha! I've already immigrated to the US with my godfather. You bottom tier people stay in Dragon Nation and wait to die. To the idiot above, go away. By the way, selling a 2T treasured hard drive. Contains all kinds of seeds. Highest bidder wins. At the same time, a new round of the Bazaar game officially began. Luo Yi only felt a dizzying swirl of the world around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark, eerie room. The air was filled with the smell of rotting dampness. Dim moonlight shone through the window, faintly illuminating 4 rusty iron beds in the room. Except for Luo Yi, the other 3 beds were covered with a layer of white cloth. Looking around, a rusted iron door, locked tight, and sticky unknown liquid dripping continuously from the cracks in the ceiling. In the dim room, the old incandescent light flickered constantly due to years of disrepair. Everything seemed quiet and terrifying. Such a strange scene. Any normal person would be scared stiff, not daring to breathe. And the more timid ones, probably already huddled in a corner, trembling. After all, most people hope that it's someone else who gets chosen. Talking about fighting for the country, bringing glory to the nation sounds fine when typing on a keyboard. But once you are in the situation, you truly understand how terrifying this oppressive, eerie atmosphere can be. Even watching from behind a screen, some people turn pale with fear. Meanwhile, people from all countries were turning on their national channels. Everyone was eager to know what kind of person the selected candidate was. In the blink of an eye, the candidates' backgrounds were fully exposed by the authorities. Concerning the life and death of the nation, all privacy would be laid bare. After all, once the chosen one dies, their city would be the first to be invaded by the strange tales. Revealing their information was also for the safety of the city they came from. So, some were happy, some were worried. When they saw that their national candidate was an athlete who maintained high-intensity training all year round, their faces lit up with joy. Or when they saw that their national candidate was a field expert, possessing exceptional intellect and analytical skills, they secretly sighed in relief. As for Dragon Country, though there were cries of despair at first, when they saw that the difficulty of the instance was only ranked B-level, they still held a glimmer of hope deep inside. But when Luo Yi's appearance was revealed to everyone, all faces turned ugly in an instant. At this moment, Luo Yi was sitting on the iron bed, surveying his surroundings. On the screen, his cheeks were sunken, his skin unnaturally pale. His body and limbs were so thin, it seemed like only a skeleton remained, and his sickly form looked as if it could collapse with the slightest breeze. He looked like a ghostly figure, utterly sickly. All hope was shattered the moment people saw Luo Yi's appearance. The channel was filled with sighs, anger, and wails. Is heaven trying to destroy Dragon Country? Couldn't they pick a normal person? I'm really done for. Where did this sick dog come from? Didn't they say the Strange Tales instance wouldn't pick cancer patients? This kind of useless waste who clearly can't even get proper nutrition should just hide in a cabinet. Strange, do you see his expression? He looks like he's smiling? It's over, this guy must have gone insane from fear. Chapter 2, The White Cloth Moved. Luo Yi sat on the edge of the iron bed, the corners of his mouth curling up into a slight arc. Although he could guess the reactions people had after seeing him, he really felt helpless. After all, being a zombie, how could he be expected to look handsome and graceful, like Panon? And the reason he smiled was because he noticed a yellowed piece of paper hanging on the wall, clearly outlining the hospital's forbidden rules. Taking advantage of the faint light, Luo Yi read the blurred text line by line. 1. After midnight, all outdoor activities in the hospital are suspended. If patients leave their rooms without permission, they will bear the consequences. 2. Every 2 hours, the hospital will ring the bell. Patients who need to use the restroom must return to their rooms within 10 minutes. 3. After midnight, security guards will patrol and nurses will check rooms. Patients must lie on their beds and make no noise. 4. The on-duty nurses wear blue uniforms. Note, the hospital does not have red nurse uniforms. If you see a nurse in a red uniform, they hide in the patients, and the sound will alert them. At that time, the consequences are on you. At 2 a.m., the hospital will have nurses distribute late-night snacks. Note, the snacks do not include meat buns or marinated dishes. Do not eat them. The security guards are responsible for maintaining night safety. In case of danger, you can seek help from them. But remember, do not carry red items when asking for help. As the camera moved, the people in front of the screen began to see the words above. The strange rules above only added to everyone's unease. What the hell is this? Why are there so many weird rules? Yeah. And a lot of them contradict each other. Who can follow all this? The one upstairs clearly doesn't care much about the spooky copy. This is the disgusting part of the copy. You never know which rule is true and which one is fake. Looking at the strange words on the paper, Luo Yi didn't feel nervous at all. In fact, he felt a bit excited. Although the rules didn't specify what they are. But anyone with a little sense would know that they must be the terrifying ghost stories. Inside these ghost stories, there must be a lot of yin energy. And the reason Luo Yi was in his current weak and frail state was purely because of the lack of yin energy. If he were given enough yin energy, he could not only recover his strength but also improve to the next level. It might even be possible for him to advance to become a higher-tier corpse king. After realizing this, Luo Yi's heart couldn't help but burst into uncontrollable laughter. What others saw as terrifying and bizarre ghost stories were now all just bundles of yin energy that could enhance his power. The only requirement for clearing the rules of the ghost story was simple. That is, to survive. Paul, the chosen one from the gentleman country, clearly was picked to be a player without any preparation. So after seeing the strange rules, he chose what he thought was the most cautious approach. He got up and went to bed, covering himself with the blanket, and then locked himself inside, starting to pray by drawing crosses with his hands. As long as he did nothing, he wouldn't make any mistakes. Clearly, he was terrified. So he made up his mind to stay in bed and not go anywhere. As long as he survived until the end of the copy time, he could live. This cowardly behavior made the people of Gentleman Country instantly lose face. The expert group from Gentleman Country was even more enraged. My God! What is he doing? Does he plan to do nothing? Damn! Does he think this is a wooden man game? Doing nothing will only make him die faster. It's over, we're definitely going to lose this time. Don't be discouraged, we've only failed 3 times. There's still plenty of opportunities, much better than Dragon Country. Just now, the higher-ups have informed that all residents in Paul City are to evacuate, and viewers in District XX must finish evacuating before the terror strikes. Gentleman Country clearly had lost all hope. In contrast, the United States was different. Jack from the United States was a wild survival expert who had once gone viral online. After entering the copy, he tore the bedsheets into strips and wrapped them around his arms. Then, he found a loose steel pipe in the corner and gripped it tightly. He then stood in a corner where he could observe the entire room, his eyes tightly fixed on the surroundings, keeping a vigilant watch. A series of movements as smooth as flowing water made the people of the United States cheer loudly. Look! This is the kind of man our country should have. Calm and steady in the face of danger, preparing well first, with such a strong mindset, how could we lose? Ha ha! Looks like we're winning again this time. What ghost story rules, they are just tools to enhance our strength. Jack is awesome. Let those damn ghost stories see. Who's the real master of this world? The people of the United States cheered without end. Some even started popping open champagne to celebrate early. As for Dragon Country, they had completely lost hope in Luo Yi. The channel was filled with criticism of him. Look at this guy is still smiling, does he think this is just playing house? Exactly. He doesn't care if he dies, but in the end, he's going to drag down his whole city. Where's this guy's information? Why has no one dug it up yet? If anyone's in the same city as him, they better run. Not bad, at least he's not hiding like the candidates from the Gentleman Country, not doing anything at all. What the hell? Wait, what's he trying to do? Why is he going outside? In the scene, we can see Luo Yi actually slowly standing up from the bed. After briefly looking around, he directly walked towards the locked iron door, looking like he was preparing to leave the hospital room. Obey the rules honestly? How could he meet those strange existences then? If he doesn't meet the strange, how can he gather in energy? So Luo Yi naturally chose to take the initiative. After all, even if he didn't look closely, he still remembered the first taboo rule. 1. After midnight, all outdoor activities in the hospital are suspended. If a patient leaves the room on their own, the consequences are their responsibility. Standing in front of the iron door, Luo Yi looked outside through the bars. The hospital corridor, though lit with flickering lights, didn't bring much reassurance. Instead, it was often plunged into darkness, and the blurry images further away gave a chilling feeling. So, his gaze fell on the iron chain lock on the door, and he began trying to tear it off. This scene made people watching in front of the screen feel scared and startled, and they couldn't help but start cursing. Stop! You idiot, do you really want to die? Damn it! Don't you know the rules? I'm way better than him. I'm really fed up, why does our country always choose these idiots? It's over. The game just started, and we're already getting eliminated. What the hell? Look quickly. Did the white cloth behind him move? Chapter 3, Scarier Than the Strange. The hospital room had 4 iron beds, 3 of which were covered with white cloths. At this moment, Luo Yi was pulling on the rusty lock, trying to leave this direction. The sound of the lock and the buckle rubbing together was incredibly harsh in the silent hospital. Behind Luo Yi, one of the beds originally covered by white cloth seemed to have been disturbed by the noise, and something underneath it seemed to be waking up and trying to sit up. The violent struggle caused the entire iron bed to shake continuously. At the same time, the other 2 beds were almost simultaneously disturbed, and there was violent struggling under the white cloth. Luo Yi suddenly turned around, went forward, and tore off all the white cloths. A foul stench immediately assaulted his nose. On the 3 beds, there lay patients wearing hospital gowns. Though they were called patients, anyone who saw them would question whether they could even still be considered human. These people were all filthy, their faces completely unrecognizable. Their hospital gowns were covered in dirt, and it was impossible to tell when they last bathed. A faint, nauseating smell wafted from them. The source of the foul stench was the excrement all over the beds beneath them. The reason they couldn't sit up was because they were tightly bound by restraints. But, with a bang sound, one of the restraint bands was directly snapped by the patient's enormous strength. Rotting skin and flowing pus fell onto the bed as the patient struggled violently. Fortunately, Luo Yi, being a zombie, felt no discomfort upon seeing this scene. But the audience in front of the screen could only feel their scalps tingling. Everyone suddenly recalled the 5th rule. 5. They hide among the patients, and any noise will alert them. The consequences are at your own risk. Oh no! So that's what they meant by them. This scene really goes well with a meal. Let me puke for a moment. Damn, are they human or strange? What the hell? Is the quality of these restraints so bad? Clearly, they weren't made in Dragon Country. It's over, this guy's done for. Which city is he from? Why hasn't the country warned us yet? In the hospital room. Accompanied by the patient's screams and struggles, the restraints that originally didn't explain anything. Like a domino, everything broke apart. Then, suddenly, the patient sat up on the bed in a strange posture. In the dim light, that blurry face slowly turned towards Luo Yi, mechanically. Then, as if spotting prey, it excitedly shouted at Luo Yi's head. Watermelon, cut watermelon, eat watermelon. Such a terrifying scene instantly caused an uproar among the people in front of the screen. In the footage, the person laughed madly and lunged towards Luo Yi. And Luo Yi, blocked at the door, clearly had nowhere to run. Seeing this, the people of Dragon Country lost all hope. The timid ones even closed their eyes, unable to bear watching the ensuing bloody scene. But at this moment, Luo Yi in the footage suddenly swung a punch. Bang! A muffled sound. The approaching patient's head shattered like an exploded watermelon. His body also collapsed to the ground in an instant. Damn! You scared the life out of me. Luo Yi, still shocked, patted his chest, but then quickly realized. Wait a minute. I'm a zombie, what am I afraid of? But what he didn't know was that the people watching the screen had fallen into complete silence. What happened? Originally, those viewers who couldn't bear to look, opened their eyes and stared wide-eyed. Their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. Such a bizarre scene directly surpassed everyone's understanding. In an instant, the Dragon Country live stream room exploded. Damn! What's going on? This guy just punched and shattered that bizarre head? Wait, isn't this the kind of strength a normal person should have? Or is this weird thing just fragile? Sorry. I admit I was a bit loud just now. Suddenly, this little dog brother looks rather handsome. Good lord, I'm speechless. Bro, you're amazing. Meanwhile, Luo Yi, who had just knocked out the strange story, took a deep breath. At this moment, he still looked thin, but his complexion was no longer pale, and his energy was restored. All of this was thanks to the energy he had just absorbed. It really works. At once, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. If this goes on, it's not impossible for his strength to return to its peak. Tasting the sweetness, Luo Yi quickly turned his gaze towards the other two people on the bed. And those two seemed to notice Luo Yi's gaze and began to struggle even more violently. Although their faces were unclear, everyone could clearly feel that the two patients now looked at Luo Yi with fear in their eyes. In the dim room, Luo Yi's smile, barely visible, and the struggling patients on the bed. Good God, if you didn't know better, you'd think Luo Yi was the real strange story in this room. Why do I feel like this guy is even scarier than the strange story? I suggest a thorough investigation into his family background, he doesn't look like he's acting. What's going on? Why do I feel like those two weirdos are even more afraid? I've been watching this live stream for so long, and this is the first time I've seen a candidate that scares the weirdos, amazing. Wait, why does this seem different from what I've watched before? This is too easy, right? As for Luo Yi's actions, someone online quickly offered an explanation. I am an expert in studying strange stories, let me educate you all. Actually, strange stories also have power differences. Some lower-level strange stories can be completely dealt with by ordinary people. So, this candidate is actually not as powerful as everyone thinks. In the future, if you encounter such situations, there's no need to panic. Soon, a master followed up. That's right. This young man has great strength. That punch had a bit of foundation in charging up, but if it were me, Mawegwa, performing a lightning five-fold whip, I could even do better. Experts and masters spoke one after another. Finally, everyone understood what was going on and they were all enlightened. But even so, it didn't affect the overall excitement of Dragon Country. After all, it was the first time in 3 years that someone performed so well in a strange story. Luo Yi's appearance. In the dormitory, a group of boys hugged each other and shouted excitedly. The people, who had lost all hope and were preparing for their final celebration before death, quickly regained their sanity. Blessings flooded the channel, flying non-stop in the chat. At this moment, the people of Long Country regained their strong cohesion. Tears in my eyes. Family, we finally have a decent candidate. Who said our Long Country has no one? Black Hat, speak up. From today, our Long Country stands up. This candidate has something. Does anyone have information on this guy? Go for it, bro. You're awesome. Show those weird tales who the boss is. The Great Lord Lousy commands. The Great Dragon of Heaven, the Great Luo magic spell. Mommy, woo. Kill the weird tales. Chapter 4, The Hand in the Toilet. It was not only Luo Yi who discovered the strange patient in the room. For example, staff from the northern bear country, this tall and muscular man, standing at 1.9 meters, when facing the strange patient who broke free from its restraints, rolled up his sleeves and fearlessly chose to go head-to-head. And then. There was no one then. Staff was eliminated. The strange phenomenon immediately engulfed a city in northern bear country. Fortunately, northern bear country had prepared for evacuation in advance, keeping casualties to a minimum. But this still left them incredibly frustrated. As for Long Country, upon hearing the news, everyone was left scratching their heads. No way? Someone was actually taken down by this weak strange phenomenon? Did they die in vain? This shouldn't happen. And they're still called a fighting nation? Put. They're nothing. When the news reached northern bear country, their netizens immediately couldn't sit still. Weak? How can these guys from Long Country talk so big? Staff's one-arm strength is 30 kilograms, and even he failed. This strange phenomenon was clearly ridiculously strong. But then, they found out that the candidate from Long Country had actually faced the strange phenomenon head-on and solved it. In an instant, the entire northern bear country was in shock. Could it be that Long Country had selected a special forces soldier this time? When they rushed into Long Country's channel and saw Luo Yi, weak as a willow, pale and thin, they fell completely silent. What shocked them even more was the candidate from Long Country was preparing to leave the sick room. This made the already defeated people find psychological balance and start to mock and sneer. Are all your candidates in Long Country this brave? He wants to go out? Isn't he seeking death? Even though we lost, I think you're next. As far as I know, Long Country only has 2 chances left, right? TSK. After all these years as neighbors, we really won't feel right without you. Ha ha. Look at that guy, he actually plans to break the iron chain with his bare hands. Who does he think he is? Schwarzenegger? Don't let him end up breaking his own thin arm instead of the iron chain, this is so stupid it's funny. Just as northern bear country was gleefully mocking. Ding! A clear and crisp sound rang out from the screen. Luo Yi, as if nothing had happened, casually pulled off the broken chain, then calmly opened the iron door. In an instant, northern bear country seemed to have collectively disconnected, and for a full 10 minutes, no more bullet comments appeared. What did they just see? Did someone really break the steel chain with their bare hands? Is this something a human can do? Meanwhile, the people of Long Country went wild. Holy crap! That's awesome, really awesome. I never expected that he could actually break the iron chain. Can someone explain how he did that? Forget about that for now, he really seems to be heading out. What should we do now? Big brother. Please, I beg you, calm down and don't be reckless. Don't go out and die. Unfortunately, Luo Yi couldn't hear their pleas. He just glanced at the hallway outside and then stepped out toward the unknown fear without hesitation. And the moment his foot stepped out, the hearts of the people in Long Country collectively sank. But just then. Ding! 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 Short, deep bell sounds suddenly echoed through the quiet hospital. The hospital rings the bell every 2 hours. If you need to go to the bathroom, please return to the ward within 10 minutes. Oh my god! This bell rings at the perfect time. I was just about to give up, but luckily the bell rang at this moment. Could it be that it's not a coincidence, but because it's time, that he could easily unlock the iron chain? Right. How did I not think of that? Let's not worry about that for now. According to the rules, the next 10 minutes should be a safe time to move, right? Yeah, the rules say that. Go to the bathroom? Who the hell would dare go to the bathroom? In the hospital corridor, one iron door after another opened with a loud sound. Just now, more than half of the live broadcast channels worldwide had been closed, which meant that at least half of the people didn't even last 2 hours before being eliminated. And the participants who had just survived finally received a brief moment of respite. Leaving the ward? Not everyone had the courage to do so. Park Rihui from Pickled Cabbage Nation was one of them, because the strange patient in his ward hadn't broken free from the restraints. Therefore, he took advantage of the fact that the patient couldn't resist, and managed to solve 3 strange situations before making it this far. Park Rihui only glanced at the eerie corridor outside and quickly withdrew his head, locking the iron chain back into place, unwilling to step out of the ward even for a moment. But the long-term mental pressure and terrifying atmosphere had caused his adrenaline to spike, and his bladder was already on the verge of exploding. So, he made a bold decision in front of the entire nation's audience. Ah, that's better. Park Rihui stood in the corner, a stream of urine trickling down the wall, finally shivering and pulling up his pants, completely satisfied. Such a scene immediately shattered the morale of Pickled Cabbage Nation. What the hell? This guy is so shameless. He's ruined the face of Pickled Cabbage Nation. You guys don't get it, Appa is just being cautious, and look at how handsome his posture is while peeing. Now, other countries will definitely laugh at us. Not necessarily. Other countries are probably just as scared as we are. I don't believe anyone would dare go out at this point. The rules give 10 minutes of safe time. No idiot would really think it's meant for using the bathroom, right? Jack from the US sneered, then grabbed a steel pipe and quickly left the ward. Despite the dark, eerie corridor, Jack remained calm, his eyes scanning around as if looking for something. As expected, he quickly found a walkie-talkie in a medicine storage room, and from its design, it was exactly the type used by the hospital security. This meant that as long as he used this walkie-talkie, he could immediately contact the hospital security. Don't forget, rule number 7. The security guards are responsible for maintaining safety at night. If danger occurs, you can ask the security guards for help. But remember, do not carry any red items when asking for help, or the security guards will treat it as a threat and eliminate it. After getting the walkie-talkie, Jack wasted no time and quickly returned to his ward. Time, exactly 10 minutes. And the US channel erupted into cheers again. Ha ha. He even got a walkie-talkie. Now, no matter what danger comes, we won't be afraid, since we can always call for help from the security. Our American warriors will never disappoint us. Other countries are trash, only we are truly awesome. America, forever the greatest. On the Dragon Nation side, Luo Yi, who left the ward, also began searching seriously. Of course, only he knew exactly what he was looking for. But seeing him casually wandering around, this greatly frustrated the people of Dragon Nation, some even wishing they could jump into the screen and hurry him up. What is this? Luo Yi found a document in an abandoned office, with the words Food Safety Inspector written on it. This made him feel utterly disappointed. Although he didn't know what use it would have, Luo Yi still pinned it to his chest. Seeing this, the people from Longwo breathed a collective sigh of relief. At least the trip wasn't in vain, but I wonder what use this food safety inspection will have. 10 minutes haven't even passed, we can still go back. No, he's still looking for something? If he doesn't go back now, it'll be too late. The bathroom? No way, dude, are you really going to the bathroom now? After receiving the documents, Luo Yi did not choose to return to the ward but actually found a bathroom and went inside. The people from Longwo were collectively stunned. You're here to take a shit? Are you here to joke around? As a zombie, Luo Yi naturally didn't need to poop. He wasn't going back, he was stalling for 10 more minutes. For this, he even chose a relatively clean stall and leisurely squatted down. But this scene caused the people from Longwei to start cursing loudly. And just then, a spine-chilling scene suddenly appeared. In the image, Luo Yi was squatting contentedly, unaware that in the next stall, a strange hand suddenly reached out of the toilet. Chapter 5, Everyone's constitution is different. It's over. The people from Longwei thought in unison. The eerie hand that was gradually appearing still conveyed a sense of ominousness, even through the screen. In contrast, Luo Yi, who was squatting contentedly, seemed especially out of place at this moment. Meanwhile, the strange hand in the next stall kept wriggling slowly. Under everyone's gaze, a red-clad, eerie figure, drenched in water with long hair sticking to its body, gradually emerged from the toilet, showing its upper half. The greenish skin was covered with black spots, and its stiff movements were even more chilling. Even through the screen, the audience trembled in fear. They feared that this strange being might leap through the screen and stretch its claws toward them. Shit, it's almost out. Dude, move. Once it's all the way out. The barrage of messages urging and praying was endless. But Luo Yi still showed no response, and the barrage was on the verge of despair. Fellow countrymen, we can only hope the next one is a normal person, this is the last chance. I don't want to die. God, can you save us? Longwa has one last chance, so damn unlucky. I'm already running, see you in the US. Go away, Longwa doesn't need you. Stop cursing, think about how to survive, we're already calling for evacuation here. If my city falls, I'll become an eerie ghost and strangle that idiot in the stall. Better switch nationalities, maybe I can live longer. At this point, almost no one believed Luo Yi could survive. While the barrage, filled with pessimism or waiting for death, celebrated in despair, a sudden change occurred in the scene. Holy shit! Look, he moved. In the image, Luo Yi suddenly stood up. In fact, the movement in the next stall hadn't been small, Luo Yi had already sensed it. He leisurely stood up and strolled out of the stall as if he were just wandering. Just as everyone thought their prayers had worked, Luo Yi swaggered over and pushed open the stall door, where the eerie figure was emerging. At that moment, even those who were not from Longwo would nearly black out upon seeing this. He clearly could survive, but he was deliberately walking down the path to his own death. Anyone who saw this would get high blood pressure. Great, not only is this a little dog, but also a brainless one. Longwei is ruined because of people like him. What the hell? Wait, what is he going to do? The barrage of sighs and curses abruptly stopped as Luo Yi opened the door. The eerie red-clad figure, now halfway out of the toilet, also lifted its head. The two stared at each other. Compared to Luo Yi's calm and sharp gaze, the audience felt that the red-clad eerie figure, with its blank white face, seemed to be filled with a trace of confusion. It's over, I think I'm hallucinating. +1. It's impossible that it hasn't seen anyone daring enough to push the door, right? The bullet screen didn't know that. In fact, Luo Yi was extremely excited. He saw the overwhelming energy he had been longing for so much on this strange being. Far more than those before, much more. Brother, sorry. Luo Yi smiled. Before the bullet screen could react, he took a big step forward, raised his fist, and smashed it directly at the red-clad strange being's head. Bang! The huge noise made the audience feel pain for Luo Yi's hand. But just this one hit directly smashed the red-clad strange being's skull, and black liquid sprayed recklessly all over the cubicle. Looking at the red-clad strange being, whose head was almost gone, the audience collectively gasped. The bullet screen froze, and after a long pause, one comment appeared. Did I see that right? Before anyone else could reply, Luo Yi made a new move. Luo Yi raised his fist again and took the opportunity to strike a few more punches, each one landing with a dull thud. By the time the red-clad strange being was unrecognizable, he decisively pressed the flush button. The sound of the toilet flushing was particularly abrupt and absurd at this moment. But the red-clad strange being, or rather, the shattered remains of the red-clad strange being, being flushed away, was even more ridiculous. Even after doing all this, Luo Yi went back to the clean cubicle and sat down again. With a leisurely expression, just like before. After a long while, the audience in Dragon Country finally came back to their senses. After the silence, there was endless celebration. Awesome! So this is how you do it? I can't believe it. No way, this red-clad thing, still a strange being, with debuffs nearly maxed out, and he still punched it to death, punched it into pieces? Big brother, from today on, he's my big brother, no other reason, just because he's fierce. I shouldn't have called him a weakling, I'm sorry. Dragon Country finally has hope. Even though Luo Yi had struck fiercely before, they were full of shock. Even when they thought Dragon Country would still end in disaster. But looking at Luo Yi now, who was so relaxed, it was like he was just using the restroom. Not one of the Dragon Country viewers wasn't ecstatic. If before, Luo Yi's opponents were two harmless strange beings, then the counterkill wasn't surprising. But now, this red-clad strange being, from the naked eye, seemed like a tough opponent. But what did Luo Yi do? He still punched it to death with one blow. This was a grand beginning that they had never encountered before for those who had experienced so much failure. It was a dreamy way of attacking. It was the hope of winning this rule-based horror talk. Some were so excited, they couldn't help but run to the streets to tell everyone. Others took this opportunity to beg every deity and ancestor, even seeking help from all the gods, just to let Luo Yi pass through smoothly. Even the experts who had spoken before were now online, calling on other countries not to imitate. I am the expert who researched strange beings earlier, and regarding this country's player smashing the strange being with one punch, I think it's because our country's participants have special physical qualities. The ability to smash a strange being with one punch is purely due to individual physique differences. Other countries, please be cautious. If anything happens, our country will not take responsibility. This seemingly warning, but in fact boasting speech quickly spread widely. It even made its way abroad, fiercely brushing up on its presence. As for how elated the Dragon Country people felt at that moment, Luo Yi had no idea. He only knew, 10 minutes, it's almost up. In the video, Luo Yi checked the time, confirmed that 10 minutes had passed, and decisively opened the door to leave the restroom. At first glance, the outside was just the same as when he entered, with no noticeable difference. Luo Yi scanned with his eyes, and indeed, he couldn't see any abnormality. The audience, after calming down a little, also began to ask questions. What's going on? Didn't they say it couldn't exceed 10 minutes? It clearly has already passed, but the person is fine. Weird, very weird. My big brother won't get into trouble, right? The audience, while confused, couldn't help but feel a bit anxious for Luo Yi. In the scene. After confirming there was no difference to the naked eye, Luo Yi stepped forward and attempted to walk back to the dormitory in the same direction he came from. On the silent corridor, only the faint sound of footsteps echoed, making the viewers' hearts shiver. What made the viewers even more anxious was that although Luo Yi kept walking forward, just a short distance away, the bathroom he had just passed appeared again. Chapter 6, The Ghost Wall? Seeing this situation, the audience from Long Country were deeply worried for Luo Yi, but actually, they had full confidence in him. However, they couldn't stop the viewers from other countries, who came into the livestream and started pouring cold water on them. It's just luck, why are you so excited? It's just a chain, it breaks automatically. As for the weirdness, our players wouldn't be foolish enough to walk straight into it. How foolish. People from your country really have no brains. What's there to show off? Didn't you already lose 5 times? If this guy keeps playing like this, he'll die sooner or later. It's just a matter of when. Come on, let's vote and bet on when this long country player will meet God. God? Don't let dear God's eyes be polluted, he should meet Satan instead. Cold mockery and sarcasm flooded the comments. It was as if they couldn't be satisfied unless they talked down about long country today. But they didn't notice that aside from a few people angrily retaliating, no one else paid them any attention. Instead, everyone was fixated on waiting for Luo Yi's next move. They even completely ignored the provocative comments, focusing entirely on communicating through the barrage of comments. Is he really not going to make it back? The worried viewers asked. That's clearly the bathroom ahead. This is obviously the same bathroom the big brother just left. Why is he back here? Could it be a ghost wall? No way, a ghost wall is deadly. The Long Country audience's hearts tightened. There was once a player from Long Country who encountered a ghost wall. He chose to keep walking forward, and the outcome was tragic. They were afraid that today's hard-earned hope would turn into disappointment again. In the Camel Country livestream, Old Atif nervously rested his head on his hand. Looking at the bathroom door he had just left not far away, he didn't dare take another step forward. He was afraid that if he moved forward, something strange would suddenly pull him into the bathroom and turn him into minced meat. Old Atif remembered that he had clearly been heading east. There was no way he could end up back at the west bathroom. No way. He whispered cautiously. I have to go back the same way. Only if I return to the starting point can I find a way back. Without hesitation, Old Atif turned around and hurried back. But in just 3 seconds, to the expectation of the Camel Country citizens, the screen suddenly went black, and the weirdness came as expected. Anger erupted from the Camel Country's livestream. As long as you don't turn back, it's fine. Damn it. May he go to hell. Meanwhile, many countries were encountering the same situation. Except for those who had never left the hospital room, more than half of those who went to the bathroom had already fallen. The Long Country audience, upon hearing this, became even more anxious. What should we do? Should the big brother turn back or not? Just talking won't help, it's up to the big brother to decide. May the good woman eat vegetarian for life. I pray that the big brother comes back alive to the hospital room. Family, the big brother moved. In the image, Luo Yi looked back at the direction he came from, then looked ahead at the bathroom, which was too familiar to be true. He directly stepped forward, walking towards it. Even if he encountered something weird, that would be his food. What is there to be afraid of? But this action made the Long Country audience's hearts tighten. Some were so scared they covered their eyes, fearing to see a bloody scene. But the next second, the sound of him pushing open the door came. Inside were 3 empty beds. Luo Yi obviously noticed that there was a piece of paper on the bed in the center. But the Long Country audience didn't see it. They all froze for a moment, and then a flood of comments filled the screen. No, wasn't there a bathroom just ahead? How did it suddenly turn into the door of a ward? What the hell is this weird wall illusion? This is clearly an illusion. It's so frightening. So, that means we need to move forward, not turn around? Damn, who could have thought of that? It seems many countries have fallen for this. Damn. If the audience's curses could be used to condemn the strange, I'm afraid no matter how many strange things there are now, they'd all be drowned in saliva. As for other countries, any survivor who's still alive has all chosen, without exception, to move forward. And precisely because of this choice, they ultimately made it back alive to the ward. But even so, after this round, including all the people still alive in the ward, there were only 36 left. The B-level dungeon was already like this. The audience from various countries couldn't even imagine how brutal the difficulty would be higher up. Let alone, the environment is now a mental hospital, with a suffocating atmosphere. Even a normal person who stays inside for too long would probably need psychological treatment once they get out. Of course, the premise is that they can make it back alive. And when the last lucky person returned to the ward, the sound of a bell rang in the corridor. 2 rings, meaning it's 2 a.m. Immediately after, a squeaking sound of a cart was heard from the end of the corridor. Luo Yi, not interested in looking at the paper on the bed, turned around, trying to see what the nurse handing out food was wearing. As the camera turned towards the corridor, audiences from various survivor countries gasped in unison. 4. The duty nurse wears a blue uniform, attention. Hospitals do not have red nurse uniforms. If you encounter a nurse in a red uniform, please remain silent, do not respond. Do not respond. 6. At 2 a.m., the hospital will provide a late-night snack, distributed by the nurse. Attention! The late-night snack does not include meat buns or marinated dishes, please do not eat them. Nurse. In red. How do we defend against this? 2 rules. I don't even dare to eat. In the Dragon Kingdom live stream, the foreign audience who had been sarcastically mocking earlier had now gone silent. Everyone was staring intently at the nurse approaching the ward door in the corridor. The closer the nurse got, the clearer they could see the food on the cart. There were 5 dishes in total. 3 vegetarian dishes, lettuce salad, mashed potatoes, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. But in addition to that, there were 2 meat dishes, black pepper steak and stewed pig strauters. Even through the screen, these 2 meat dishes seemed to emit a delicious fragrance. It's over, both the marinated and meat dishes are here. Even a mix of Chinese and Western. How do we eat this? I don't even dare to take the dishes. But it's already 2 a.m., can we not eat? Audiences from the Dragon Kingdom quickly typed on the screen. Their hearts completely tightened. Eat? Or not eat? That's the question. In the American live stream, Jack silently stared at the nurse in the red uniform, only daring to make eye contact with her, but keeping his lips tightly sealed. He deeply remembered the rule that he couldn't answer any questions from the nurse in the red uniform. Here. The nurse in the red uniform raised her delicate face, took out a box of packed late-night snacks, and handed it to Jack. This is your late-night snack. Can you say thank you to me? The nurse in the red uniform smiled broadly, eagerly watching Jack. If someone had been enchanted by beauty, they probably would have agreed immediately. But Jack always kept that rule in mind. He pressed his lips together, his face tense, took the meal box, and quickly shut the door, rejecting the nurse in the red uniform outside. The speed was so fast that the audience didn't have time to react. For a long time, the screen was filled with a wave of praise. Awesome, his reaction was really quick. This strange thing looks pretty good, if it were me, I'd probably fall for it. America is awesome. We'll definitely win this battle again. Jack is really great. Countless praising comments flooded the American livestream. Almost all the viewers from all over the country could see how excited their people were. But the crisis was far from over. This patient has taken 3 boxes less. A warning voice rang out, immediately tightening the nerves of Jack, who had been a little relaxed. He nervously glanced at the iron door he had already closed. The nurse in the red uniform was also looking at him. Each patient room needs to receive 4 meal boxes. We can only leave when everything is eaten. Please do not waste food. As she spoke, the door that Jack had tightly wrapped with an iron chain actually opened by itself. The nurse in the red uniform even brought 3 more meal boxes and handed them to Jack. Jack instinctively wanted to refuse. But the moment the words almost came out, he suddenly shut his mouth tightly. Watching Jack's lips open and close abruptly, the audience couldn't help but feel nervous for him. He almost spoke. We almost suffered, but luckily, he reacted quickly. Hope God blesses us, so that he can stay quiet and let the nurse leave. The nurse said earlier, she will only leave when the food is finished. On the screen, Jack hesitated and took the 3 additional meal boxes. Immediately, the 3 patients on the beds behind him sprang up and rushed towards Jack. Thanks to Jack's agile movements and quick reflexes, he quickly placed the 3 meal boxes down, narrowly avoiding a disaster. Then, he quickly retreated back to the corner he had chosen at the beginning. Such a thrilling and exciting process made the audience exclaim in excitement. This is the level America should have. The great Jack truly does not disappoint us. Amazing. America will eventually stand at the top of the world. But some were happy, and some were worried. Some countries were deeply concerned because of the appearance of these nurses. They had to admit that this strange event was far more beautifully executed than before. Thus, their contestants didn't even notice the rules, and were quickly confused. When the words "thank you" slipped out, it was the moment when the mystery descended upon the country. The people, who had been cursing, flooded into America's live broadcast. They wanted to see what kind of person could survive in this bizarre rule game. As soon as they entered the live room, they saw the meal boxes. Those meal boxes that should have been blurred. Is that a human hand? The audience had already been scared to shivers. They tremblingly typed out their discoveries. It was clearly a pig's hoof earlier, how did it suddenly become a human hand? The braised food, it's made of human meat. Could the meat in the other dishes also be human flesh? What should the contestants do? How will Jack eat? The comments flew in one after another. On the screen, Jack's face grew more and more serious. He stared at the meal, unable to bring himself to eat, seemingly thinking about how to avoid the situation. Meanwhile, the 3 patients in the same room were devouring their meals with loud, satisfied sounds, eating with great enjoyment. Under everyone's gaze, Jack finally made a decision. He quickly pushed the meat dishes to the side lid, then, as the 3 patients were immersed in the joy of eating, he walked beside them, pushed forward, and quickly grabbed the vegetarian dishes to retreat back to his corner. The 3 patients, with fierce looks, devoured the meat without hesitation. After finishing all the food on their plates, they immediately fought over the meat that Jack had set down. Until Jack finished his vegetarian dish, the nurse in the red uniform left the room without a change in her expression. Seeing that they had avoided disaster, the anxious people in the comments immediately relaxed. Amazing! This method is incredible, Jack, you're truly my hero. May God bless Jack, so he can always think of a way out. Jack, the pride of America. The viewers in America's live room couldn't wait to spread the good news. However, as the saying goes, some are happy, and some are sad. Not every country can quickly find loopholes like Jack from America. For example, a small country contestant who unexpectedly solved 3 patients after the start. Akman Zhang. He had a sorrowful face, looking at the 4 lunchboxes handed over by the nurse in the red uniform. Please do not waste food. The nurse in the red uniform smiled gently. But behind Akman Zhang, on the 3 hospital beds, apart from the 3 empty sheets, there were no patients at all. This meant he had to eat 4 meals by himself. But the rules also said, no meat dishes could be eaten. Akman Zhang couldn't help but feel miserable, thinking that it would have been better if he hadn't solved those 3 patients in the first place. The viewers in the live stream also couldn't help but feel nervous for him. Damn it, I should have left those patients alone. Our warrior is facing a tough choice, what should he do? Either eating or not eating seems like a dead end. While everyone was worried, Akman Zhang seemed to have accepted his fate and decided to take a chance. He opened one of the lunchboxes decisively, and then began to wolf down both the meat and the vegetarian dishes. The speed was like a refugee who hadn't eaten for years. The audience was left dumbfounded. Is this really okay? Won't he be taken away? It seems fine, look, the nurse in the red uniform hasn't moved at all. Just when everyone thought this was a way to break the deadlock, suddenly, Akman Zhang's body started convulsing, and the lunchbox he was holding fell to the ground. Then he started foaming at the mouth, rolling on the floor, screaming with horrifying cries. The nurse in the red uniform standing there showed an even brighter smile, then dragged him out of the ward. The following black screen signified his tragic end. For a moment, wails filled the air. Another small country, with a small area, was declared destroyed after an inexplicable brutal attack. In Longwa's live stream, almost every viewer had a face full of worry. What should we do? We don't have anyone here who can eat. Chapter 8, What is poison to them, is honey to me. Every viewer in Longwa's live stream remembers. The first to solve the 3 mental patients was Luo Yi. However, no matter how excited they were at that time. At this moment, most of the comments in the bullet chat were filled with pessimism. But didn't that small country also solve 3 patients? Now they've been wiped out. Without those 3 patients, these 4 lunchboxes wouldn't solve the problem. It's over, eating is not possible, and not eating is also not possible. We can't learn Jack's way, there's no one here. Is there no other way besides Jack's method? Unfortunately, no. For a moment, the bullet chat in the live stream suddenly stopped. No one seemed interested in commenting anymore. Even Longwa's online platform was filled with sighs. If we eat it all, we'll end up like that small country, heading straight toward defeat. Another netizen sighed. But if we don't eat, we might end up like that other small country, dragged away by the nurse in the red uniform. There's almost no solution. Just as people were sinking into despair, suddenly a message caught everyone's eye. There is another way. In the live stream of Kimchi Country. Once this message was released, many people, even from all over the country, rushed into Kimchi Country's live stream. There, Kimchi Country's Park Li-hui was huddled in the corner, looking terrified as he watched the red-uniformed nurse approaching, holding a note in his hand. The note was as rare as holding a life-saving talisman. Even Kimchi Country's own audience was cursing. Ah, this is too cowardly. This guy is simply embarrassing us. Stupid thing, ridiculous thing. Why is our fate in the hands of this kind of person? Why don't you hurry up and throw that note? Go eat. However, the foreign audience noticed something strange. Sharp-eyed people, after careful comparison, discovered that this note seemed to appear on the bed in every contestant's room. Guys, this note seems to be in every ward, but it seems like no one has seen it. Didn't the guy from Pickled Cabbage Nation see it? What's written on it that made this guy so excited? As the camera zoomed in, the audience was also enlightened. Take this note, and wait for the arrival of the nurse in a blue uniform. It was then that everyone understood why Park Li-hui valued this note so much. It truly was a life-saving charm. Damn. This guy may be a bit of a coward, but his luck is really good. Here he comes, the blue uniformed nurse is coming. He really did. Damn, he slipped through. What an eye-opener. In the picture, Park Li-hui, already cornered by the red-uniformed nurse, almost fainted from fear. But the blue-uniformed nurse, who appeared at the door, swiftly shoved aside the red-uniformed nurse. Then, in front of Park Li-hui and all the audience, dragged the red-uniformed nurse out. The action was clean and decisive, making everyone watching scream with excitement. Then the door automatically closed again, the iron chains coiled themselves up, and the room returned to complete silence, with no more strange presences. Park Li-hui was finally able to relax. Half crying and half smiling, he looked at the food on the floor, then devoured all the vegetables hungrily. As for the note, he still tightly gripped it in his hand. This little bastard has such good luck. Damn it, how can anyone be so lucky? It's like they're cheating. This is real skill. The two audience members who witnessed everything couldn't help but sigh. If Luo Yi had this kind of luck, they wouldn't have to worry about whether he could continue to survive or not. But when the picture truly shifted back to Luo Yi, the hearts of Dragon Kingdom viewers tightened again. In the picture, the note that Park Li-hui treated as a life-saving charm was indeed on the bed. However, Luo Yi didn't even look at it. He calmly took 4 boxes of food, then, under the watchful eye of the red-uniformed nurse, opened them one by one. Luo Yi naturally saw that some of the dishes were obviously made of human flesh. But what shocked him more was that these dishes, just like the strange atmosphere, contained immense energy. As long as he ate them, it would be a huge boost for him. Luo Yi smiled so wide it was almost impossible to close his mouth. God really did favor him, knowing what he lacked and sending him exactly what he needed. Seeing Luo Yi reaching for the meat dishes with his chopsticks, the hearts of Dragon Kingdom viewers immediately jumped to their throats. They couldn't believe their eyes, terrified they were seeing things. No way, if he eats it, he'll die. How can he still eat? The nurse's smile is almost reaching the sky. I bet the moment he eats, she'll drag him away. It's over, the heavens want to destroy us. Jack next door almost vomited seeing these things, but he still endured and gave them to the patients. How dare he eat them? It's over, it's really over, he's eating. In the live broadcast room, apart from the concerns of their own people, there were also many voices of schadenfreude. As long as this person dies, Dragon Kingdom should only have one more left, right? The heavens want to destroy you, you have to accept your fate. Why not surrender early? Maybe you can be transferred to another country's territory and live a little longer. It's over, it's over. However, in the picture, Luo Yi was eating with such joy. He didn't care what kind of meat was in the dishes. Anyway, he was already a zombie. Eating human flesh isn't too much, is it? Moreover, he didn't kill anyone, he doesn't need to feel any moral guilt. The nurse in the red uniform saw Luo Yi devouring the meat, her smile growing wider, almost reaching her ears. As Luo Yi was about to finish the 4 boxes of food, he remained energetic and had an enormous appetite. The nurse's expression became even more puzzled. It was these subtle changes that suddenly led the audience to new speculations. Even the previous experts jumped in again. It's my strange research expert again. I watched the performances of contestants in live broadcasts worldwide, and I believe that there must be poison in this meat. Anyone who eats it will have adverse reactions. But it's well known that Luo Yi has a special constitution, and that he can have no reaction after eating it is normal. However, please do not try this lightly. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. This expert's message was much longer than the previous 2 times. Netizens were somewhat skeptical after reading it. Just saying his constitution is special, how special does it have to be to not fear poison? Wow! Everyone, look! Just as everyone was preparing to argue, they saw Luo Yi, having finished the 4th empty food box, looking at the red-suited nurse. It was as if he was asking her why she hadn't left yet. Chapter 9 The absence of poison is your lie. The nurse in the red uniform was obviously taken aback. Her delicate face was filled with confusion and disbelief. How come you're fine? Something's not right. Why does this guy have no reaction at all? This is unscientific. Is she not allowed to get angry now? The nurse was very puzzled, but since he had already finished 4 meals, she couldn't take any extra action at all. But did she not know whether the food was poisoned? Could it be that the poison expired? That's the only explanation she could come up with. Reluctantly, she pulled out a new meal box and placed a piece of meat in her mouth. Really no poison? The nurse looked suspiciously at the food. Luo Yi calmly said. Of course, no poison, am I not fine? But the next second, she suddenly fell to the ground, convulsing, foaming at the mouth and rolling her eyes. With immense regret, she glanced at Luo Yi and directly passed out. The absence of poison is your lie. This weirdness is a bit too straightforward, lacking sense. Luo Yi was a bit dazed as well. The audience was completely stunned. What's going on? Is this a solo kill of the weirdness? Dazed under the tree, you and I, is the weirdness lost in thought? Come on, dude, how can you say someone's lacking sense when you yourself ate 4 boxes? It can only be said that people's physiques can't be generalized. Perhaps this dude has a special physique. I think this dude is just lucky, his food just happened to be poison-free. On the side of Long Nation, everyone thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. They could only attribute it all to luck. Other foreign viewers watching the live broadcast from Long Nation were almost gnashing their teeth. No one expected that someone could still be full of energy after eating that meat. Even the weirdness could be killed. Why isn't Luo Yi dead? Some countries even wanted to quickly find out Luo Yi's identity. The crisis temporarily resolved, the audience in Long Nation was vastly more cheerful. Many comments still hoped that Luo Yi would quickly find the note on the bed. Dude, I know you have some strength, but don't let your guard down. That's a life-saving talisman, man, hold it for safety. Exactly, can you at least take a look first? Please. Perhaps the wishes in the comments had some effect. Luo Yi indeed moved, even turning to look at the bed in the middle. In the footage, Luo Yi got up. He had noticed the existence of that paper as soon as he returned to the room. But the nurse in the red uniform came too quickly, he didn't have time to check it. Now, with quite some time left before the bell rang, Luo Yi decided to take a look. And on that paper, a brand new set of rules was written clearly. 8. The cleaning ladies are good people, they just love to gossip, so please try to listen to them until they're done. 9. Some patients feel very lonely, so please be good friends with them, and they will reward you with friendship. 10. Meals, including late-night snacks, will be delivered regularly, just eat enough, no need to finish everything. 11. If you encounter danger while eating, please wait for the blue nurse to arrive. 12. Every day from 8 to 10 in the morning, and 2 to 4 in the afternoon is break time. Patients can walk around the facility, except those who need to be examined. 13. Stay away from all examinations. On a small piece of paper, a lot of information was mixed together. Luo Yi glanced at it and tossed the card aside. A moment of clarity dawned in his heart. There is a conflict inside. The 12th and 13th points were clearly contradictory. The audience, however, was somewhat panicked. Hey, brother, at least remember it. You just looked at it and tossed it aside, is that so casual? Luo Yi's next words nearly made them lose their minds. It's a bit boring, I'll go outside for some fresh air, maybe I'll meet some pretty girls. The audience from Dragon Country was stunned by him. Some were so anxious they nearly suffered a brain hemorrhage. Can't you just be quiet for a moment? You just finished dying and now you're going out to court death. Other contestants wished they could escape on the spot. They wanted to get away from the suffering as soon as possible. Yet Luo Yi was still thinking about pretty girls? Audiences from other countries could not help but mock him through the screen. What a show-off, this Dragon Country kid can brag more than a sack. Baka. This guy is all talk, he's at death's door but still blowing hot air. Don't be ridiculous, even we Americans are honest, you still want to do something fancy? My assessment of this Dragon Country kid is, history. Let's just say, if he dares to go out, I'll shout fan right here. All kinds of cold mockery came as expected. Outrageous as it was, Luo Yi was still from Dragon Country, and for the pride of Dragon Country, the audience had to retaliate fiercely against them. As for Luo Yi's almost absurd behavior, some people had different interpretations. From the country's peculiar special department. Shanya, how's his performance? An elderly man with graying hair asked Nya Yun out of curiosity. Nya Yun took off his glasses, and his clear eyes were filled with admiration. His performance is far more outstanding than anyone I've ever seen. He was from the country's strange special department, the Dragon Team. It's a group formed to specifically deal with the plans after the strangeness descended. Unfortunately, a man who has always aspired to serve the country could only sit in front of a screen and watch Luo Yi's performance along with billions of viewers in Dragon Country. Dr. Wu, to be honest, I can't quite see through him. Did you notice? His expression hasn't changed much from beginning to end. It feels like he's beyond all things, so calm it's suffocating. To have this kind of reaction, apart from being a fool, the other possibility is someone unimaginably strong. So, which one do you think he is? Dr. Wu pondered for a moment and didn't respond. Nya Yun looked at Luo Yi with deep curiosity in his eyes. It's hard to say right now, but I don't believe he's a fool. A fool could never just stumble along to survive this long. Just his calmness and indifference, in all the previous times the Rule Talk show has been held, he had never experienced it in anyone else. He even had to admit, not even he could do it. In this environment, only by thinking calmly can one find a way out. The rules are not just restrictions but guides for survival. Only by grasping every detail rightly can one hope to survive. In the past, many countries managed to pass through strange talks due to the outstanding personal qualities of the participants. Perhaps Luo Yi is also that kind of person. Of course, it's too early to say this since he hasn't survived yet, they might as well keep watching Luo Yi's performance. Meanwhile, other surviving contestants from different countries also discovered that piece of paper. After they finished reading it, everyone's nerves immediately tensed up. As for what comes next, just wait for the next bell to ring. 2 hours of bitter waiting. It is a tremendous mental torment for these candidates. In the world of creepy tales, danger can strike at any moment. The unknown danger is even more terrifying. Those 2 hours made the contestants suffer tremendously. Some people lost their composure, even hiding under their blankets and crying. Even worse, some were tortured so much that they contemplated suicide. However, Longguo's Luo Yi was clearly an exception. In the live streaming room, the audience saw Luo Yi sleeping soundly, and they couldn't help but be amazed. Dude, are you really here on vacation? You're actually sleeping. This guy has a huge heart. I would probably be scared to the point of wetting my pants in there. Feels like this guy is a bit off, like he's missing a few screws. Big brother is sleeping so well, he doesn't even seem to be in the creepy world, being rocked hard. Seeing Luo Yi sleep like a baby, the audience was unable to hold back. Other candidates were all tightly wound, ready to face danger at any moment. If nothing else, they were analyzing the rules, deepening their understanding of them. But this guy, he's got a huge heart. Those who had experienced the last round had already realized how precious these 10 minutes were. Every 2 hours, the hospital rings a bell. If you need to go to the bathroom, please return to your room within 10 minutes. Soon, a melodious bell rang out. Chapter 10, Bring on the Meat, Spoil the Child. 10 minutes, start. The bell made many people, who had relaxed a bit, tense up again. Even the audience held their breath, praying for their country's contestant. The Dragon Country audience asked for little, just that Luo Yi could smoothly pass the level. They originally thought this guy would be honest since he was asleep. Looking for pretty girls is really too scary of a plan. At the instant the bell rang, Luo Yi immediately jumped up from his hospital bed. He was the first contestant in the world to rush out. The audience was stunned. Seeing the lively Luo Yi, the Dragon Country audience fell silent. Big brother, weren't you just sleeping soundly? How come in the blink of an eye, you're as energetic as if you've been given a shot of adrenaline? Is this reasonable? Instead of risking your life, why not just go back to sleep peacefully? Meanwhile, contestants from other countries appeared much more cautious. They looked back every 3 steps. Only after confirming there were no problems did they start to move. Just as the audience from the Dragon Country worried about Luo Yi, a sudden change occurred. The screen showed Luo Yi taking a step outside, simply looking around the corridor, then turning around and retreating back into the room. With a bang, he actively closed the door, and then went back to sleep. The Dragon Country audience was dumbfounded. The foreign viewers were not too surprised. See, I said he was just pretending. I thought he really was going to do something, but it turns out he was just talking big. I've always said he only talks tough, but you guys wouldn't believe it. His acting could win him an Oscar, Hollywood can't do without him. I was fooled. Coward is a coward, pretending to be tough is pointless. Luo Yi's actions left people confused. No one could guess what he would do next. There was a feeling of split personality. Many contestants also went outside, looking for opportunities. And these people all quickly encountered the red-dressed nurse. Not just one. Hello, routine checkup, which ward are you from? Stay away from all inspections. Those who wanted to run were already too late, all were instantly swallowed by the bizarre moment. More than 30 of the remaining 100 contestants died in an instant. This left those who had mocked Luo Yi completely dumbfounded. What, does this guy have the ability to predict the future? Even the Dragon Country audience expressed confusion. It was quite abrupt. At first, looking at Luo Yi's stance, it seemed he was ready to go out and make a big move, but he suddenly turned back. Could it be that he really discovered something? On the screen, Luo Yi was sleeping soundly. The reason he did this was certainly for a purpose. As a zombie, he is extremely sensitive to the dark energy. As soon as he stepped out, he felt the dense dark energy in the corridor. A trap. It was obviously a trap. He figured that this trip would yield no rewards. It would be better to just sleep directly. American Jack avoided this disaster through analysis. By analyzing past rules and ghost stories, it is very likely that there are traps within the rules. The ringing sound may not always be an opportunity, it could also be the call of death. Since nothing unexpected has happened for so long, it's very likely that this break time will bring some surprises. To be safe, it's better to wait for another time to go out. After all, the instance has just begun, there's no need to rush. At night, Jack also conserved his energy. Using a unique sleeping technique from outdoor experts, he replenished his strength. This method allows him to rest for an hour, equivalent to 3 hours for others. American viewers couldn't help but be amazed at his performance. Oh my god, Jack is so smart, he actually avoided this inspection. Not only that, did you notice his sleeping method? It's a special technique that lets him recharge his energy anytime, anywhere. So powerful. Jack is truly a man from America, I love him. Other countries probably can't even touch Jack's shadow. On the other hand, Park Lee from Pickle Country. Because of extreme fear, he never left his sickbed, curling up under the covers. He didn't even notice the rules on the note in his hand in time. Such a foolish act made the viewers from Pickle Country explode with anger. Damn! When will this stupid fool wake up? You don't even know the rules, what the hell are you playing at? Why does such a foolish person represent our country? Come on, look at the note beside you, at least come out and take a look, there could be gold under the covers. Just hiding under the blankets like this? Even a pig is better than him. Such comments flooded in one after another. The barrage was filled with scorn from Pickle Country. It doesn't matter if he dies himself. But dragging others down would be a problem. Such a useless teammate is truly despairing. But soon, news of other country participants' deaths came one after another. The curse-filled barrage gradually quieted down. At this moment, others finally realized. It seems that lying under the covers isn't so bad after all. At least if you don't act recklessly, you won't die. Soon, 10 minutes ended. This round of rules seemed utterly unreasonable. But luck is also a kind of strength. For those like Luo Yi, who could crush everything with sheer strength, luck isn't necessary. Park Lee buried his head in the blanket. Hearing the sound of the food cart, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously poking his head out. It seemed that the nurse pushing the cart was in a blue uniform. He finally felt at ease. The duty nurse wears a blue uniform, beware. The hospital does not have red nurse uniforms. If you encounter a nurse in a red uniform, please remain silent, do not respond. Do not respond. Although most of the rules mention to be cautious of red nurse uniforms. The first sentence inadvertently revealed that the nurse in the blue uniform is on duty, a safe presence. Not to mention that it was the blue uniformed nurse who saved Park Lee last night. It's time for a meal. The blue uniformed nurse had a stern face as she pushed the breakfast cart. Though she didn't look friendly, she gave an extremely reassuring vibe. Thank you, really appreciate it. Park Lee gratefully accepted the meal box she handed over, nodding and bowing like a little dog, looking particularly excited, wishing he could kneel in front of her. This scene made people from Pickle Country call it embarrassing. Why do we have such cowards? As for the reason, only the people of Pickle Country know. Fortunately, the meals delivered by the blue uniformed nurse were all vegetarian. At 2 in the morning, the hospital provides late-night snacks, managed by nurses. Attention! Late-night snacks do not include meat buns and braised dishes, do not eat them. Vegetarian dishes mean safety and non-toxicity. Looking at the vegetarian dishes in front of him. Many contestants, who had been anxious all night, let out a sigh of relief and focused on their meals. The only one feeling sad was Luo Yi. Why is there only vegetarian food? Luo Yi coldly pushed around the food on his plate. After confirming for the third time that there was not a bit of meat in it, his expression grew icier. Originally, Luo Yi had hoped to use that bit of meat to replenish his qi and improve his health. But now, there was no meat at all. Where's my meat? Did you eat it? Luo Yi asked the nurse in the blue uniform, his tone filled with disbelief. The blue uniform nurse was startled by Luo Yi's intensity and quickly shook her head. No. Really not. We would never steal a patient's meal. With a confirmed answer, Luo Yi idly ate a few bites of the vegetarian dish. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom looked at Luo Yi, who was disgusted by the vegetarian food, and then at the contestants from other countries who were enjoying their meals in other livestream rooms, questioning life. I'm not saying it, our big brother's special constitution is one thing, but why is his habit so special? Does this even sound like human talk? He even actively asked for meat. What, has he never eaten before? If he can't handle it, let the kid eat some meat. I see he's really craving it. But that's human meat, and it's toxic. Big brother might have some strange preferences, it's hard to say. I suggest the officials investigate. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom speculated about the mysterious Luo Yi. Chapter 11, The Incongruous Luo Yi. Breakfast time was mostly peaceful thanks to the presence of the blue uniform nurse. Many participants just sat in their hospital rooms, analyzing the rules. There were also explorers like Jack among the contestants. But their exploration range was limited to the hospital room. After all, no one dared to act recklessly before rest time. As for Luo Yi, he had fallen into a baby-like sleep. This left many viewers scratching their heads. They originally thought Luo Yi predicted last night's unexpected event. But now it seemed he simply loved to sleep. Unlike last night's thrill, the calmness of the morning made many people quite uncomfortable. No way, is the B-level instance this relaxed? Nothing happened all morning, just sitting here? That shouldn't be, the previous C-level instances were scarier than this. What's going on with the B-level instance? Something feels off, it seems like something big is coming. Some felt restless while others tried to summarize patterns. But they couldn't tolerate the lack of useful information right now. Even researching had yielded no results at all. What shocked the viewers and contestants from various countries even more was that, even at noon, the one delivering the meal was still the blue uniform nurse. Still vegetarian food. Still the same nurse. Still that familiar, displeased expression from Luo Yi regarding vegetarian dishes. Seeing the morning scene replayed made the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom at a loss for words. After a long while, a few comments finally popped up. This is not an adventure, it's clearly a picnic. Playing a rules horror game? Eating food you don't like? Is this instance's biggest torment just to make our big brother go hungry? Though just a joke, it greatly relieved the stressed nerves of the viewers. Outside the live stream room, some were wandering around online, trying to find a way out in the rules. According to the existing 13 rules, most believed that the key to survival lay in the lookout time in the afternoon. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, the bells resonated throughout the hospital, followed by a hoarse voice from the loudspeaker. Patients, please orderly proceed to the activity area for a walk. Move orderly, do not shove or crowd, do not cause any inconvenience to other patients. When the time reaches 4 o'clock, we hope all patients will orderly return to their wards, do not run around, as nurses will come for rounds at that time. Please cooperate well. I wish you all a pleasant afternoon. After the voice ended, the contestants' nerves, which had relaxed all morning, tightened again. They knew the opportunity had come. On the screen. Unlike previous times, Luo Yi's performance this time was quite relaxed. He even walked slowly in the corridor like a patient who truly needed a stroll. However, there was an additional badge on his chest. It was found from the ward. Stained with ominous energy, Luo Yi judged that it must have some use. Young man, why aren't you going downstairs? On the screen, a middle-aged woman curiously leaned closer to Luo Yi. She looked him up and down, and finally her gaze landed on the badge that had somehow gotten stuck on Luo Yi's chest. So, you're a food safety inspector. Hello, comrade. Are you lost? Do you need me to show you the way? We're pretty close to the cafeteria. Luo Yi quickly assessed the middle-aged woman. From the tools in her hands, it was clear that she was a cleaner. A long mop handle and a mop head nearly 2 people wide. Plus, she showed up during the break time. She must have come specifically to clean the hospital while the patients were out resting and walking. 8. Cleaners are good people, they just like to gossip, so please try to let them finish speaking. Luo Yi was silent for a moment, and followed the cleaner's words to continue. Okay, thank you. The cafeteria asked me to test a batch of meals, but I forgot how to get there? After saying these 2 sentences, his timid appearance immediately lit up the cleaner's eyes. She suddenly clapped her thigh, very happily saying, Finally, you've come. They are short-handed over there to the point of madness, we've been waiting for you. Such a warm expression felt a bit strange. Luo Yi asked, Is it really that short-handed at the cafeteria? The cleaner nodded with a smile. Of course. That place is the most short-handed, they've changed several people already, none of them fit. I hope you can handle this job. Young man, come with me. I'll take you to the cafeteria right now. Luo Yi nodded and quickly followed. He felt something was a bit off. As the cleaner led the way, she started asking about Luo Yi's situation as if she had found a friend. She asked about his background all the way to his marital status. Luo Yi, with no change in expression, directly made up a reasonable backstory to respond. If he were still a normal person, revealing a bit would be fine. But now he was a zombie. Such personal secrets could not be casually revealed to a passerby. Not even to an NPC. But the cleaner didn't notice anything unusual, and the audience outside the screen, along with some people secretly watching Luo Yi, quickly took notes on the information he mentioned. They prepared to personally find Luo Yi for a chat after this instance was won. However, the leisurely state between the two seemed completely at odds with the eerie rules of this world. Strange, even stranger. A Dragon Country audience trembled as they typed in the comments. Watching live streams from other countries is nerve-wracking. But watching ours feels just like chatting about life. Don't even ask, it's no different from domestic rural dramas. Leisurely, it's just too leisurely. The Dragon Country audience roasted without holding back. But their heartfelt hope was that such leisure could last long. As long as the instance wasn't dangerous, then Dragon Country had a chance of victory. Right? Yet, some countries were still in thrilling and dangerous situations. Even when they reached the area where most patients gathered to stroll, there were still those who were restless. Like Paul from the Gentleman Country. Even the citizens of Gentleman Country were curious about how he had survived until now. But Paul felt blessed by God, and after arriving at the resting area, he became incredibly relaxed, even interested in hunting for romantic encounters. Wherever his gaze fell, he really found a woman who was quite beautiful. The woman was sitting there quietly. Even though she was wearing a patient gown, she still had a beauty that was clearly different from others. Her exposed skin was not much, but it was visibly fair and tender, suggesting she had lived a life of comfort. Paul had even imagined the tragic experience that led her to this point. Oh, my beauty, so pitiful. He sincerely expressed his pity. Chapter 12, A Serious Massage for the Strange? When the beautiful woman heard Paul's words, she had no reaction, merely furrowing her brow slightly. She looked as if she was troubled by something. This made Paul more sure that this was the person he was looking for. According to the rules. 9. Some patients are very lonely, please befriend them, and they will reward you with friendship. Perhaps, not only could he gain a reward, he could also experience a beautiful encounter in the world of rules. This was something others would never dare to imagine. The female patient did not respond, but her expression made one want to feel pity. Paul decided to continue his pursuit of the beauty. Hello, my name is Paul, from the Gentleman Nation. What is your name? The female patient continued to ignore Paul. Her slender fingers tightened slightly. Seeing that she still had no reaction, Paul felt no sense of defeat. Instead, he moved closer and sat down beside the patient. He revealed his signature gentlemanly smile. Don't be nervous, I swear to God, I am here to help you. You can tell me if you have any difficulties. Is it because of a quarrel at home, or problems in a relationship? I've been your age before and experienced all these. Talk to me, maybe I can answer your doubts. As Paul spoke, his eyes casually glanced down the gown, and he soon spotted a glimpse of white skin. Just a bit more. Just a bit more, and he could see the key part. A woman of such beauty was rare to see in reality. Usually, he could only see them on TV. Now Paul had this opportunity for deeper contact. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go, his heart was filled with excitement. The female patient, hearing Paul's words, still had no reaction, her body slightly tensing even more. The audience saw Paul's behavior and immediately showed disdain. Oh my, what on earth is Paul doing? Is this the place to flirt? Damn, he's truly embarrassing our Gentleman Nation, doing such lewd things with a young girl. Why are you all so anxious? Maybe this is the correct way to pursue, though the process isn't exactly proper. Sigh, is this the so-called Gentleman Nation? The gentlemen are just superficial, in reality, they are a bunch of cunning villains? I warn you, don't insult our Gentleman Nation, our canon won't reason with you. Many people looked down on Paul's actions, but still, quite a few agreed. Seeing the female patient still unresponsive, Paul grew bolder, his eyes gradually becoming reckless. His gaze not only did not recede, but it also became much more unrestrained. He peered eagerly down her neckline. He wished he could just dive in to see clearly. The corners of his mouth could barely be contained. Opportunities for such stimulation were not available all the time. Just as he was about to have a clear view, Paul unexpectedly pulled back his gaze. Everyone thought he had finally turned over a new leaf. The audience from the Gentleman Nation was just about to defend their country when Paul did something that surprised everyone. Forget it, beautiful lady. It seems like you are not in a good mood. How about this? I've recently learned a set of massage techniques to relieve stress. You can give it a try. Let's find a comfortable place, and I can massage you, okay? As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room was filled with question marks on the screen. Good heavens. You're not even pretending, you came straight out with it. The live stream instantly erupted. Shameless, utterly shameless, even bullying the mentally ill. You people from the Gentleman's Country really opened my eyes. As a person from the Gentleman's Country, I can't stand it anymore. Why did God choose such a bastard as the chosen one? Quick, someone stop him. If you go up, who knows what might happen, acting all holy. One must admit, turning the rules of this bizarre tale into an action movie, Paul was the very first. At this moment, the audience was both furious and expectant. Paul's eyes glinted with malevolence. Surprisingly, this time the female patient actually reacted. And she nodded her head. Good. This left Paul overjoyed, further convinced of his identity as God's favored. Under Paul's lead, the female patient quickly arrived at an empty hospital room. Paul was eager to begin. The live stream audience was also impatient. But soon after the two entered the room, A heart-wrenching scream from Paul echoed. Ah, help me, help me. The viewers, who expected thrilling visuals, suddenly felt a chill as they saw the live stream. Inside the room, blood and pieces of flesh were sprayed everywhere. Paul, lying on the ground, completely lost his ability to move, twitching incessantly. And the once beautiful female patient now no longer resembled her earlier serene self. On top of Paul, like a mad dog, she continuously bit down on him. Various organs were brutally ripped out. Amidst the screams, Paul quickly lost consciousness. The screen went completely black. The audience in front of the screen trembled instinctively, feeling cold shivers down their spines. The gentleman's country audience, regaining their senses, quickly began to curse. Fuck, I said it long ago, Paul is nothing but a pile of stinky dog poop, and now he's got his mind clouded. Who said this might actually work? Stand up and take your beating. It's over, this beach boy is going to get us all killed. Help! Soon, the rules descended upon a city in the gentleman's country. Fortunately, the officials had arranged for an evacuation in advance, so there were not many casualties. Paul's sudden demise made viewers from other countries sweat coldly. The B-grade side quest was indeed not that simple. His existence made other selected ones much more cautious. Most people quietly observed from the corners. The smart Jack quickly found a target. Jack approached an old man. The old man looked very shabby, with a patchy white beard, wearing a hospital gown that hung awkwardly on him. He quietly sat in the corner, his hands constantly gesturing. Soon, Jack attracted the attention of the American audience. What's this old man doing? I can't understand it all. Don't worry, Jack is the embodiment of wisdom and courage. With him here, we Americans will definitely win. That's right, we've definitely got this. Other countries should just watch and learn. Who says we're just lucky? If you can't take losing, then don't play. Can you handle the anomalies alone? I like your defiant attitude. I hope you can maintain it. Go for it, little brother, I believe you can do it. Chapter 13 Chef, you sure know how to handle people. People from the two countries quickly entered a stage of cold mockery, igniting a wave of disputes in the comments. And Jack himself quickly took action. He approached the old man, his sharp gaze instantly transforming into a gentle look. Old man, how about a game of rock paper scissors? I have loved rock paper scissors since I was young. Unlike Paul, the old man quickly reacted. The old man raised his head. The old man pushed aside his messy white hair and looked at Jack. Alright, young man, if you win, I have something to give you. The old man smiled kindly. Jack's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, these patients needed special words to trigger a response. He had just seen the old man playing rock paper scissors by himself. Clearly, he was missing a playmate. And just as Jack was eager to try, the old man's next words gave him a chill. But if you lose, you'll stay here and play with me forever, ha. As he turned, the old man revealed a chilling smile. That smile made the audience in front of the screen feel uneasy. What the hell, there's even a punishment, maybe we should forget about it, Jack. Oh my god, it looks dangerous, if not, try someone else. Jack will definitely figure out a way, Jack is always the god. This is all about luck, don't take the risk, Jack. Jack's heart was also racing. Backing out at the last moment was not his style. After a brief hesitation, he quickly gritted his teeth and made a decision. Alright, let's start, I will definitely win. The two quickly began the first round, Jack's palms sweating. 3 seconds later, they both revealed their hands. Jack chose scissors, the old man chose rock. The old man immediately showed a smile. Best of 3, young man, you've lost the first round, ha. Jack was drenched in sweat. Calm down, calm down. Jack's mind raced, quickly coming up with a plan. Second round. Jack chose rock, the old man chose scissors. Jack smiled slightly. As expected, I guessed it right, let's start the third round. Jack chose paper, the old man chose rock. Jack, now victorious, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I observed for a while and remembered the old man's sequence of choices. The American audience cheered as they saw Jack win. Oh my god, Jack is amazing, he actually remembered the old man's rock-paper-scissors sequence. Look at those Chinese clowns, this is what true power looks like, watch and learn. Jack is the real man. You Chinese cowards will never learn. The Chinese audience fell silent for a moment. This Jack was indeed a tough character, both brave and clever. They wanted to argue in defense of Luo Yi, but Jack's performance was too outstanding. The old man showed a disappointed expression, slowly took out a lighter from his pocket, and handed it to Jack. Young man, you should find this useful. Jack took the lighter, somewhat confused. After all that effort, he ended up with a lighter? But it's better than nothing. Others, seeing Jack succeed, were also eager to try. Except for the Korean player, Park Lee-wai. Park Lee-wai was hiding in a corner, and whenever a patient approached, he would avoid them as quickly as possible. The previous close calls made him form a solid belief. He would rather do nothing than make a mistake. Maybe, just maybe, he could survive until the end. The Korean audience was too exhausted to complain. Damn it, what a pure fool, is this guy even a man, so cowardly? How could our great Korean nation produce such a coward, is he even a real man? He's going to miss this opportunity again, it's so frustrating. Don't say that, maybe this guy is actually blessed by the goddess of luck, after all, he has the spirit of our Korean nation, he'll definitely live longer than that Chinese fool. That's right, and by the way, the Dragon Boat Festival belongs to Korea. The Chinese audience was speechless at Korea's shameless behavior. Go away, you little bastards, your so-called Taiji is outdated, and you still have the nerve to talk. I'm pissing yellow, wake up, you're right, the world belongs to Korea, but Korea belongs to China. Don't come near us, you Koreans are just as disgusting as Park Lee-wai. You guys should just immigrate already, such a tiny place, one strange incident and your country is wiped off the map. The Chinese audience, on the whole, remained dignified. We advocate for reciprocity. Can't stand these clowns constantly stirring up trouble. But words are just words, in the end, it all comes down to reality. As long as Luo Yi wins, he can vent everyone's anger. But if Luo Yi loses, the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom audience will completely shatter. All hope is pinned on him alone. At this moment, Luo Yi, guided by the cleaning lady, successfully arrived at the kitchen of the cafeteria. The cleaning lady greeted Luo Yi and then left the area. Luo Yi walked into the kitchen and his eyes lit up. The kitchen was filled with various fresh ingredients, a dazzling array. On the dining table, plates of completed dishes waited for inspection. These dishes were surrounded by a rich, gloomy aura, almost tangible. This instantly revitalized Luo Yi. He believed that after absorbing this dark aura, he would successfully enter the next stage. But the Dragon Kingdom audience, upon seeing these ingredients, nearly wet their pants, some even vomited directly at the screen. These delicious-looking ingredients were actually severed limbs and various organs. The organs were bloody, clearly just cut off. It's over, we're doomed. Didn't they say cleaners are good people? What kind of good people are these? Can we blame them? This kid somehow got a badge, and that's why they brought him here. Previously, they just thought he was a bit of a fool, messing around for no reason. Food inspectors, they can't be serious about tasting this stuff. I threw up my leftover meal yesterday, and they want me to take a bite? I'd rather commit suicide. This scene made the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom audience sink to rock bottom. Tasting these things was an utterly impossible task. Heaven wants to destroy our Dragon Kingdom. Soon, a chubby man wearing a chef's hat walked out of the kitchen. The chubby man dragged a bloody piece of intestine in his hand, making everyone extremely uncomfortable. Luo Yi's calm expression surprised him a bit. He placed the bloody intestine on the cutting board. Bang! 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 He chopped it into 3 pieces with a cleaver, various liquids splattering, hitting the man's face. The chubby man smiled instead and lifted a piece of intestine, walking towards Luo Yi. You're the new food inspector? Good quality, better than the previous ones. As he spoke, he pointed to a corner. In the corner, 3 to 5 human bones piled up, stained with blood and flesh. Next to the bones, there were several badges just like the one on Luo Yi's chest. Chapter 14, Intestine Sashimi. Do you really eat this, buddy? This sight made the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom audience a bit crumble. It's over, it looks like the previous inspectors have been made into dishes. Hold on, Chef Zhang, do you want to risk your life like this? The chef has it tough, only he can be so heartfelt to others now. Dude, are you still in the mood to joke right now? Up until now, we have no information on this kid. If he gets into trouble, we're all in it together. I'm not holding any hope anymore. This kid has skills, but the rules are just too tough, it would be pointless for anyone to try. After understanding the food inspector's rules, nearly all the people from the Dragon Kingdom had a pessimistic attitude. It's not that they looked down on Luo Yi, but the difficulty of the task was certain doom for anyone. Numerous audience members from other countries were also drawn in by Luo Yi's previous performance, and upon entering the live stream, they immediately started mocking. Bakayaro, aren't the Dragon Kingdom people tough talkers? Let's see how long you can keep it up. IP, Sakura Country. Hee, this is the result of your arrogance, dreaming of surpassing us in the US. You will face God's punishment. IP, US. You Dragon Kingdom people want to steal our Han culture? Our noble will cannot be tarnished by you. IP, Pickled Vegetable Country. The Dragon Kingdom people are so unlucky, this task is just too tough. Even the warriors from our northern bear nation can't accept it. Dragon Country people, go for it. Long life China-Pakistan friendship, I believe you will overcome difficulties and come up with solutions. Most of the comments in the bullet screen are filled with sarcasm. It is reassuring that our Pakistani brothers can stand up at this time. Truly the loyal allies of Dragon Country. Dragon Country viewers quickly countered in the bullet screen. But it always lacked strength. No one believes that Luo Yi can get through this. In the picture, the fat head chef grinned and stuffed a fresh, bloody sausage, still wriggling with muscles, into his mouth. He didn't even chew. With a gulp, he swallowed it whole. Then, licking his crimson lips, he bared his teeth and smiled at Luo Yi. Young man, it's your turn. These are the prepared dinners, a total of 20 plates. I have high standards for food, you must taste them one by one to ensure there are no problems. The fat man brandished the cleaver in his hand, with a dark face he said. Don't think you can fool me, I'm watching you closely. If anything happens, you know what will happen. As he spoke, he inadvertently glanced at a few skeletons nearby, glancing at Luo Yi as a warning. To his surprise, Luo Yi's expression remained largely unchanged. To be honest, this made him a bit unhappy. In the live room, Dragon Country viewers learned of the rules. One by one they hung their heads, their eyes filled with despair. What to do? Does anyone have a way to break the deadlock? What to do? Let's just force ourselves to eat. It's a complete dead end. Think about those who ate meat before, the grass on their graves is already 3 meters high. Now eating or not eating, it's all death. Are we really playing this? If we want to blame someone, we can only blame this guy for his terrible luck. I give up, it's simply absurd. Why did this guy bother with a name tag, just asking for death? What now? Give up, now we still have time to think about how to escape. In a strange special department of Dragon Country, Dr. Wu sighed and looked at Nya Yun, who had a serious expression. Young Nya, have we found out his identity information? Should we evacuate the crowd first? The situation doesn't look good. Nya Yun silently stared at the screen, his eyes dim. It was not easy to have such a promising candidate as Luo Yi, but he encountered such a task. Even a super special forces soldier who has undergone hellish training could not force himself to deal with this food. It was completely a challenge to human limits. Is it true that the proud Huaxia is destined to perish? His gaze fell on the file bag beside the table, his eyes hesitant. Even using national power, there is very little understanding of Luo Yi. All they know is he's from Magic City and his address. Luo Yi's existence is nothing less than a mystery. This originally made him very curious. In this age of such transparent information, there are actually people who can hide their identity so ridiculously. But now there is no time to entangle these matters. The urgent task is to evacuate the crowd. After a moment of silence, he prepared to make a decision. The word evacuate was about to leave his mouth when he suddenly swallowed it back. Wait a minute. He suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the screen, filled with disbelief. In the picture, Luo Yi moved. His movements were swift and decisive. He grabbed the first plate of food and started eating. The first dish, 9-turn large intestine, is fresh and flavorful. Just by looking at it, it makes one's scalp tingle. Called 9-turn large intestine, but it's basically a large intestine sashimi. It was covered in bloody mucus and various secretions. It looked completely uncooked. This can no longer be called dark cuisine, it is downright hellish cuisine. Even the devil would need to tattoo this head chef. And this terrifying and disgusting dish. What surprised everyone was that Luo Yi, after stuffing it into his mouth, didn't reveal a look of suffering. His expression still calm, instead. He even seemed a bit happy. What is going on? In his imagination, Luo Yi pinching his nose and frowning in a crazy expression didn't appear at all. Instead, he chewed slowly and savored the taste. This scene. It caused the audience's brains to short-circuit directly, especially the foreign viewers who mocked him at first. Oh, Holy Mary, my God, what am I seeing? I can hardly believe my eyes, is this guy crazy? He actually ate it. IP, United States. Baka, this guy should come to our cherry blossom country. Even a pervert like me thinks he's very perverted. No, I want a Yue, ugh. IP, cherry blossom country. Shiba, what's so great about it? Our kimchi country's warriors can do it too. Isn't it just eating raw intestines, Yue? IP, kimchi country. You heartless Halashao, don't be so full of crap. Your kimchi country's warriors are still huddled in a corner trembling. The men of Dragon Country are real men, unlike you, the blue little pills in Han River have been tested to be excessive, haha. IP, North Bear Country. Don't slander our Republic of Korea. Our firepower can strike your group of brutes ports at any time. IP, Kimchi Country. Come on, Wind and Rain, North Bear Country is waiting for you. What can you kimchi country people do besides talking big? Let you taste Su Air's righteous iron fist. IP, North Bear Country. The Russians from North Bear Country are usually quite straightforward, blasting the kimchi country group of gangsters. The Dragon Country audience suddenly felt refreshed. Luo Yi really vented their anger fiercely. Chapter 15, the protagonist doesn't look like he's acting, just check. Luo Yi swiftly finished the first dish. He didn't forget to give the head chef a thumbs up and couldn't help but praise him. Wonderful. I haven't tasted such delicious food for a long time. Head chef, your skill is too high, I admire you. It wasn't that Luo Yi was flattering him, food that is disgusting to ordinary people. In his eyes, it was indeed a rare delicacy. This intense aura made him feel so comfortable that he couldn't help but shiver. Each bite allowed him to feel his cultivation rapidly increasing. You have to know that as a zombie, he had been lurking in the human world for so long. His cultivation was only a few hundred years. And this bite was almost equivalent to 10 years of his cultivation. What else could this food be, if not an excellent delicacy? Upon hearing his praise, the head chef was momentarily stunned, not reacting right away. He had been the head chef here for so long. He remembered the last time he heard praise was a long time ago. Moreover, those guys were mostly telling lies just because of his silver prestige. But Luo Yi's previous reaction made him doubt. Words can deceive, but that reaction cannot lie. Luo Yi's look of enjoyment genuinely did not seem like he was lying. To be honest, he was starting to doubt himself a bit. Really? The head chef widened his eyes. Luo Yi sincerely exclaimed. There can't be a fake, it's truly excellent, it has a taste of mother's cooking. The head chef showed an expression of relief, and there was a hint of meaning in his look at Luo Yi. It was as if he had finally found his soulmate, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, little brother, you have taste, you understand cuisine. High-end ingredients often use the simplest cooking methods. The head chef patted his chest, boasting about himself. Luo Yi also followed suit in agreement. The two felt they had met too late and wanted to swear brotherhood on the spot. The livestream audience from Dragon Country saw the scene and became even more confused. Bro, are you serious? I can't even tell you're lying. What a wolf in sheep's clothing. This brother is riding a ghost fire on a little cow, incredible. For our Dragon Country, he could achieve this step, I'm impressed. This guy is really fierce. His lies are delivered without a trace, it's a pity he's not an actor. Do you think there's a chance this guy thinks it's genuinely delicious? The audience from Dragon Country began to analyze. Mainly because Luo Yi was too outrageous, he really didn't look like he was acting. Even some viewers began to at the official account. Check it out, see if this guy has a criminal record. The Strange Department of Longhua. Niayan excitedly patted the table, having a different perspective on Luo Yi's performance. What a talent! Dr. Wu, we must take this brother seriously, use resources, and see if we can find out more about him and secretly protect his parents and friends. For the sake of Longhua, enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens, to achieve this step, not only did he stiffen his neck and endure it, but he also tried to win over the NPCs. I, Niayan, admire him. If there's an opportunity, when he comes out, we must befriend such talent, we absolutely cannot neglect him. Niayan obviously did not believe Luo Yi's narrative. Any human with a normal sense of taste would never think that such a thing could be delicious. Moreover, normal people would only force themselves to eat for survival. After eating, being able to cover their mouths and not spit it out would be good enough. But Luo Yi. Not only did he eat it calmly, but he even had the mind to win over NPCs. This determination, this spirit. Terrifying to the extreme. Niayan even did not think there was a second person in Longhua who could do it. Such great willpower, a versatile talent, can shine anywhere. Not winning them over would be a great pity. Most importantly, Luo Yi choosing to win over NPCs showed that he was not just simply trying to survive. He wanted to win. He is paving the way for victory. It is very likely that he is doing it for Longhua. In the world of rules and strange tales, victory is much harder to achieve than mere survival. The rewards are also not on the same level. The countries that have won before have received rewards like an increase in lifespan of 5 years. That is lifespan. How many wealthy people would spend lavishly to obtain it? In the world of rules, it can be realized. Other winning countries have also received some attribute rewards, such as strength plus 5% and so on. Don't underestimate this 5%. It is enough to influence the fortune of a nation. That being said, why did Luo Yi choose to endure humiliation and win over NPCs? In Niayan's view, he wants to lead Longhua to victory this time. To bring an increase in national fortune to Longhua. Luo Yi's status in his eyes keeps rising. Such a talent, brave and resourceful, possesses astonishing willpower, and most importantly, his patriotism is truly remarkable. Beside them, Dr. Wu saw Nyayan's reaction and was secretly shocked. It was the first time seeing Nyayan give such high praise to someone else. Even curse words slipped out. It seems this guy named Luo Yi is definitely a tough character. In fact, Nyayan completely misunderstood Luo Yi. If Luo Yi himself knew about this analysis, he would probably be both amused and speechless. Luo Yi's thoughts were very simple. He just wanted to strengthen his own power, that was his purpose for coming to the world of rules and strange tales. In the scene, Luo Yi was chatting joyfully with the head chef. The chef, who originally had a grim expression, unexpectedly showed a kind smile, actively introducing the next dish to Luo Yi. "Brother, this dish is my specialty, kidney pies, a dish from Iron Tower Nation, a great tonic, you have to try it." The chef looked at Luo Yi with some anticipation, like a student waiting for praise after finishing homework. But at the same time, his gaze closely watched Luo Yi's expression. As long as Luo Yi showed any sign of discomfort, he would immediately attack and take Luo Yi apart, turning him into the next dish. This is the price for deceiving him. Luo Yi calmly sniffed. The gloomy black aura was almost materialized, making him instantly more alert. As the chef said, a great tonic. Especially for him. Luo Yi could not wait to indulge. However, just when everyone was focused on Luo Yi, his movements suddenly halted. Wait a minute. The chef's expression changed immediately, and the ferocious aura around him almost materialized, making Luo Yi unable to help but frown. This chef was not a simple character, he had felt it from the moment he entered. This is why he didn't deal with the head chef directly like he had with the previous strange ones. Now it seems that the head chef's power has at least reached a second-tier level. "Brother, why aren't you eating? Were those words you said before just to trick me?" The head chef slammed the bone-cutting knife hard onto the chopping board. With a loud bang, the chopping board instantly turned to wood chips, and even the metal table had a big dent. People from other countries were instantly excited to see Luo Yi struggle. Chapter 16, a 300-pound fatty, happy as a child. The audience from other countries immediately became thrilled. "Can't hold it in anymore, right? I said long ago that this kid must be pretending, he can't finish the second plate, isn't he going to be done for? Who says otherwise? Just look at the head chef, he's not simple. Once you anger him, you won't survive. He almost really fooled me. His acting is indeed convincing, even I was misled. If the brother from Dragon Country can finish this plate of kidneys, I'll stand on my head and suffer." Audience's gaze focused on Luo Yi, not knowing what he was planning to do. So far, the personalities and identities of other candidates have mostly been traceable. Only Luo Yi remains a mystery, and no one can grasp what he might do next. Even from a god's perspective. Because this guy had never played by the rules from the start. The murderous aura around the head chef enveloped the entire kitchen, dropping the surrounding temperature a few degrees. If others were here, they might have been scared to death. This murderous aura was formed from a long time of killings. Looking back at Luo Yi himself, he had no excess expressions on his face, and he was not too affected by the head chef's imposing presence. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The audience from Dragon Country was very worried that Luo Yi would say the wrong thing and would be done for in the next moment. Luo Yi was silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Chef, I didn't mean that, you think too much. It's just that this kidney dish is too high-end, and I want to enjoy it with the highest etiquette. Could you please fetch me some knives and forks? Also, such delicious food needs some red wine to pair with it." As soon as these words came out, in the live broadcast room, all the viewers couldn't quite believe their ears. They were stunned by Luo Yi's words. "No, big brother, just eat, do you really enjoy it?" I somewhat admire his mindset, at such a time, he can still make such a joke. "Stop pretending, I see he's just being stubborn when it's time to die, he definitely can't eat it and is just making excuses. Wait for death, this chef isn't so easy to fool, he must be trying to divert the head chef." The head chef was also a bit confused by Luo Yi's words and was stunned for a moment before reacting. His slimy hand patted Luo Yi's shoulder, and he burst into laughter. "You still have taste, enjoying things, huh? Just right, I have a bottle of juice I squeezed, kept for many years, I normally wouldn't let you drink this, but today you're lucky." Saying this, the chef pulled out a sealed jar from a box. In front of Luo Yi, he opened the jar. Instantly, a black-purple gas burst forth, hitting the ceiling. It corroded a large hole in the ceiling. The chef took out a metal cup. He poured the liquid from the jar into the cup. A strong, foul smell instantly filled the entire kitchen. The liquid was bubbling and steaming. There were things wriggling inside, looking horrific. In the live broadcast room, viewers could seem to smell the stench through the screen, and one by one, they couldn't hold back. Some even directly vomited. "This is deadly, I feel like I'm ascending just smelling it." This chef is really a freak, it looks like he's cooking poop. Don't insult poop, poop is much better than this. What's wrong with you upstairs, have you tried it? Stop joking around. Little brother, run quickly, or you'll be poisoned and die, it's dangerous. He can't really be going to drink it, why does he look completely unconcerned? In fact, Luo Yi did not run away. Instead, he became incredibly interested in the unknown liquid in the cup. To others, the liquid appeared utterly disgusting. But in his eyes, it was a pure mass of dark energy. Seeing Luo Yi's interest, the head chef began explaining the liquid in the cup. Little brother, this is my secret recipe, I formulated it myself after thinking for a long time. Not only does it have rich organ meat, but it's also mixed with various herbs and insects, in short, it's very nourishing. Luo Yi nodded. Since you're so hospitable, I won't be polite. We are close, bottoms up, cheers. Luo Yi looked at the metal cup, raised it, and drank it all in one go. Refreshing. He could feel an incredibly pure dark energy accumulating within his body. Luo Yi quickened his pace and began to savor the dishes. The fresh liver is tender and delicious, very chewy, retaining the original flavor of the ingredient, paired with the scent of herbs and the buttery aroma from the Iron Tower country, it's amazing. While tasting, he gave his evaluation. The head chef was beaming, full of passion, as if he had become 10 years younger. This was the first time he received such a high praise. And it was sincere. This feeling was like a galloping horse meeting its mentor. Finally, someone understood him. Brother, eat slowly, don't choke. I'll pour you a special juice. Why don't you take a break, don't rush. The head chef was incredibly excited, constantly pouring juice for Luo Yi. He was afraid something would happen if Luo Yi ate too quickly, and if that happened, there would be no one else in the world to understand him. At this moment, he no longer looked like the fierce person from the beginning. He seemed a bit foolish. If this went on, could it be that this guy is going to follow Luo Yi? The others in front of the screen were completely stunned by this scene. Fuck, I want to report this guy, could he really not have any sense of taste? IP, America. He must be cheating. Only a fool could eat that crap. IP, gentleman country. Who is being stubborn? Our dragon country warriors have such strong willpower, how could there be cheating? Who has the ability to cheat in the world of strange tales? IP, dragon country. Don't celebrate too early. Our Jack is God's favorite, if you have the ability, pass this test. It's only 2 dishes, just wait and see. IP, America. I'm not afraid of you, little brother, go for it, I hope to see you have a baby. IP, dragon country. Luo Yi was eating with great enthusiasm, but when he heard the head chef telling him to slow down, he grew a little unhappy. Brother, don't advise me, I've never eaten such delicious food in my life, just let me eat my fill. If you stop me again, don't blame me for getting angry. What Luo Yi said was the truth. It was hard to come by an opportunity like this to freely replenish his dark energy. Now, if anyone tried to stop him, he would get angry. Not even the head chef. Luo Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it rang like thunder in the head chef's ears. The head chef, a nearly 300-pound man, actually began to tremble, happy like a child. His eyes also became moist. Moved. So moved. He had never met anyone like Luo Yi. To be able to eat his cooking, he was actually willing to get angry with him. How much must he love his own cooking? Chapter 17, This Unreasonable Request, I've never heard of it in my life. Luo Yi didn't pay attention to the head chef's odd behavior, he just wanted to absorb as much dark energy as possible at this moment. If he missed this opportunity, there might not be another chance next time. So he gathered all his strength and started to eat fiercely. 3rd plate, 4th plate, 5th plate. Food that an ordinary person couldn't even swallow a bite, he actually continued to eat without stopping for a moment. Crazy show. And every plate was almost emptied, he was eating so cleanly. The audience's mouths were wide open. For a moment, no one knew what to say. As they watched Luo Yi's crazy show-off, they felt completely stunned. At first, some people suspected that Luo Yi was just stalling for time. But by now, there wasn't a single person in the comments who doubted him. Even those foreign audiences who mocked him were conquered. Their attitude shifted from scorn to a bit of admiration. Oh my god, this is truly an exhilarating food show. How can there be such a strong man in the world? I'm completely convinced. Does this guy really not care about his life? Eating like this. Do you think he can actually finish the task? I don't know, but it seems like he can eat a lot and isn't just pretending. Luo Yi opened his mouth wide and continued to show off. In the blink of an eye, he finished a row of dishes. Seeing that only 2 plates were left to complete the 10-plate task, the audience's hearts raced. Without any hesitation, Luo Yi swept away the 2 remaining plates in less than 2 minutes. Cheers broke out in the comments. The people of Longwo erupted in thunderous applause. Many foreigners were also moved by Luo Yi's spirit and joined in the applause. Some who mocked him at first could only leave in defeat. Just when everyone thought this mission was about to conclude, Luo Yi suddenly said something surprising. After finishing the 10 plates of food needed for the task, he looked unsatisfied. The head chef also did not expect Luo Yi's fighting power to be so strong. By the end, it was no longer about whether the food was disgusting or digestible. It was entirely about whether his stomach could hold so much food. Fortunately, Luo Yi managed to finish without any danger. The head chef seemed to notice Luo Yi's dissatisfaction and curiously asked, "Little brother, you've passed this food inspection test. Your face doesn't seem too good, is there something you're not satisfied with?" Luo Yi solemnly burped. I'm still a bit hungry. Can I continue eating?" As soon as these words came out, the comments fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's brains seemed to crash. No one could react at all. "No, that's enough. Are you really addicted to eating? Do you have some masochistic tendencies?" The audience completely did not understand Luo Yi's behavior at this moment. Especially those nasty foreign viewers, they were very displeased seeing Luo Yi complete the task but couldn't find a good reason to criticize him. Now seeing Luo Yi actively asking to continue eating, they were overjoyed. "Look, oh my god, what a stupid pig, only Longwei could produce such genius, huh? IP, United States. Is this guy really mentally ill? Or is he just a complete weirdo? I've never heard such an unreasonable request in my life. IP, pickled vegetable country. Longwa people are indeed all weird, much weirder than we are in cherry blossom country. IP, cherry blossom country. My brother in Longwa must have his reasons for doing this, I support him. IP, iron brother. I have to say, these foreigners change their attitudes really quickly. As long as there's an opportunity, they'll jump on the chance to ridicule. But this time, even the people of Longwood couldn't understand. Big brother, what are you doing? You've completed the task and still won't leave? Are you crazy? Does this guy have a screw loose? He can't really have fallen in love with this food, right? What do you guys know? This little brother is smart. Can't you see? The head chef is a powerful figure, he's trying to win over the head chef. Whoa, the detective upstairs cracked the case, it should be that the more he eats, the higher the head chef's favorability towards him. Then what are we waiting for? Keep showing off. In the strange department of Longwa, Nye Yun frowned at the barrage of comments on the screen. But soon he relaxed. There are still smart people among the crowd. That's right. He thought the same way. Luo Yi had no reason to not continue after completing the task. Choose to continue eating those dark dishes. The reason he did this. It must be to increase the NPC's favorability. This head chef is so powerful, if they became good friends, he might play a crucial role later on. Still the same phrase, Luo Yi wants to win. It must be like this. Thinking of this, Nye Yun's admiration for him grew stronger. In the scene, the head chef was also stunned by Luo Yi's words. Such an unreasonable request. He had never heard it a second time in his life. Do you still want to eat? The head chef confirmed. Luo Yi confidently said. Yes, eating such delicious food for the first time, it feels like I can never get full. It would be great if I could eat a few more bites. Hearing Luo Yi's words, the head chef shook all over, his voice a bit choked. He patted Luo Yi on the shoulder and said hoarsely. Little brother, don't say anything, just eat to your heart's content today. All the dishes here are yours, eat as much as you want. Whatever happens, big brother will take care of it. With this sentence, Luo Yi felt much more at ease. Focusing on the remaining dishes, he began to eat wildly again. His speed not only did not slow down but instead increased significantly. Watching Luo Yi eat nonstop, the head chef felt deeply moved. The audience in the live broadcast room felt their brains buzzing. Now they saw these disgusting foods and felt somewhat numb. What the heck, this guy really should join an eating challenge, he has eaten 20 plates of food. Is this a normal person's stomach? IP, America. This guy is really crazy, I feel like Jack is feeling a bit threatened. IP, America. Threatened? He's just a silly pig, the kind without a brain. Can he compare to our wise embodiment, Jack? IP, Jack. Get lost, don't you have your live room? Why do you have to find a sense of presence here with our contestant? IP, Dragon Country. Luo Yi's presence made the Americans, who were originally confident, feel a sense of crisis. The two countries had always been fierce rivals, this made it even more intense. According to the rules, completing a mission usually gets a reward. The audience from Dragon Country was looking forward to what kind of reward Luo Yi would get for exceeding the task this time. The head chef tucked away his emotions and opened a heavy metal box. Chapter 18, Don't forget to bring out new dishes. Brother, there shouldn't be anyone in this world more qualified than you as a food inspector. Your recognition has given me a deeper understanding of my cooking. As a reward, you can choose 3 items from inside, and here's this bell for you. The head chef handed an old bell to Luo Yi. As soon as Luo Yi took the bell, he sensed the attached dark energy. A magical treasure? Magical treasures are items containing great power. For example, a Taoist's peachwood sword, charms. This bell is also a magical treasure. The head chef explained. As long as you ring this bell, I will help you, but it's only a one-time chance. Also, it's a treasure. How to use it, I'm not sure either, you need to explore it yourself. Luo Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you. We're brothers, why say such things? The head chef patted Luo Yi's shoulder. Luo Yi's gaze fell into the wooden box. Inside were about a dozen items, all kinds of odds and ends, most related to the cooking profession. Without hesitation, he chose the 3 items with the heaviest dark energy. They were a kitchen knife, a rolling pin, and a ring. Luo Yi put these away, said goodbye to the head chef, and prepared to return to his room. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind the head chef. Hurry up and bring out those new dishes, I'm still not full. This sentence directly stunned the head chef, and he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Good heavens! You really don't consider yourself an outsider. Luo Yi was very satisfied with this task. It's just a pity that he was still far from breaking through the first level. Just a tiny bit more. Other rewards are secondary for him. The ominous energy is the top priority. On the other side, the comments section has exploded. They are all discussing Luo Yi's rewards. That bell looks so awesome, but I don't know how to use it. No wonder he is working so hard to earn goodwill, this reward is too rich. These items must not be that simple, and now they are all his trump cards. This guy is quite smart, he hasn't revealed a thing about the functions of these items. That's so cool. Now our Dragon Nation's chances of winning have increased a lot, who knows, we might actually win. High-level officials from other countries' mysterious departments also began analyzing the situation. Especially Luo Yi getting that bell. It looks very impressive. It must have a big role. It's a pity that Luo Yi is indeed very cunning and hasn't revealed a single hint about how to use the bell. Except for its ability to summon the chef. But even just summoning the chef is no small feat. Anyone with eyes can see the difference between the chef's combat power and other peculiarities. Gaining the chef's goodwill undoubtedly adds a lot of weight to Luo Yi's chances of winning. Dragon Nation's mysterious department. Niayan stared at the screen, his face revealing a long-lost smile. Dr. Wu, what do you think of this Luo Yi? Dr. Wu was taken aback and said seriously. From his physical strength, intelligence, perseverance, to his careful thinking, he is truly impeccable. To still have the mindset to hide his trump cards under everyone's scrutiny is truly extraordinary. But I think he has one flaw. Oh? Nia Yun was very curious. Dr. Wu continued. He seems to be not good at talking and not good at cooperating. In the world of the peculiar, it's very difficult to fight alone, most of the time you need cooperation to complete tasks and trigger clues. Although I really hope he wins, I think compared to Jack, his chances of winning are still very slim. In his eyes, Luo Yi has some strength, but he feels more like a weirdo. It might be luck or quirks that make him fit well into the world of strange tales. But based on his experience, such people generally don't live long. In fact, he didn't really understand why Nia Yun valued this Luo Yi so much. Nia Yun nodded in agreement. What you said is mostly right, but not entirely. Cooperation is just the icing on the cake. Without strength, others won't cooperate with you. Being not good at talking may be a flaw in a world of rules, but it can also be an advantage. Dr. Wu nodded thoughtfully. Luo Yi, as expected, was the first to return to the ward. Others gradually returned to the room one after another. Most of them came back empty-handed. It seems that making friends with patients is not that simple. Some people from other countries didn't even make it back. The once crowded room was becoming increasingly empty. The American Jack seemed to have gained quite a bit. His pockets were stuffed full, no one knew what was inside. Time passed quickly. Before they knew it, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 12, every day from 8 to 10 in the morning and 2 to 4 in the afternoon is rest time. Patients can walk around the hospital, except for those patients who need to be examined. Except for someone as fierce as Luo Yi, there shouldn't be any other candidates who would break the rules. This means that those remaining in the ward are the current surviving candidates. In just under 2 days, there are now less than 20 people left. It shows the difficulty of this B-level instance. In the ward. Suddenly, the sun disappeared. The sky was filled with dark clouds. A chilling atmosphere spread, making the candidate's mood even heavier. Suddenly, the lights in the room began to flicker, casting eerie shadows. The candidates looked puzzled. They didn't know what was happening. What's going on? Many candidates voiced similar confusion. What are you afraid of? This is a strange world, rarely seen and full of wonders. But they didn't think too much, they just wrapped the blankets a bit tighter. Some contestants were more relaxed and fell asleep directly. Jack, however, remained alert, carefully observing his surroundings, occasionally glancing towards Luo Yi. He seemed to sense that Luo Yi was a formidable opponent. Luo Yi, on the other hand, kept a blank expression, lost in his thoughts. In the live stream, this period of comfort made the audience feel somewhat bored. Is this B-grade instance really a bit overrated? What do you want? There are less than 20 people left, do you want them all to die in 1 second? Is that your idea of a B-grade instance? Dude, just accept it, it's fine like this, stop looking for trouble. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. Don't be such a jinx. While the audience was discussing, the atmosphere grew even stranger. The buzzing of medical equipment echoed in the room, adding a layer of unease. The curtains swayed gently in the breeze, as if some hidden force was creeping in. A flicker of tension passed through the eyes of the candidates, they began to look around cautiously, trying to find the source of this sudden change. At this moment, shadows raced down the corridor towards the ward. Chapter 19, True Feelings Revealed in Adversity, Pakistan is Awesome. Dense footsteps echoed in the corridor, by now, no one felt this was a normal occurrence. The floor shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. They could sense a huge object approaching. Clearly, all of this was a sign of something. But the rules didn't indicate anything would happen. Everyone was confused. Panic spread quietly, both inside and outside the screen, and everyone was extremely tense. What's going on? Something feels off. No kidding, even a fool can tell something's wrong, do you need to say it? Think of a way out, we can't just wait to die here. How about trying to escape? Escape? Are you kidding? How can we get out? With the iron doors protecting us, we can resist a bit if danger comes, going outside is just looking for death. A roar broke into the other discussions. Roar! A contestant from the Iron Tower Nation, Engulf, had somehow crept to the iron door, trembling as he shouted. It's over, this time it's really over. You all hurry and look, there are monsters everywhere. He was so scared that his face turned green. Before he finished speaking. Roar! A one-eyed monster with long hair suddenly appeared. It bared its teeth and screamed at everyone. Bang! 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 Fortunately, the iron door's protection hardly held it back. The contestant from the Iron Tower Nation was so scared that his legs went weak, he crawled back in panic. Very soon, more monsters charged out. Their roars shook the sky. These monsters, each bizarre and hideous, appeared extremely ferocious. They crashed against the iron door with all their might. The iron door quickly changed shape under their impacts. The comments exploded in the livestream. It's over, we're going to be wiped out. They've completely blocked the door, we can't escape. Why are there so many monsters? Could it be someone provoked them? Who else could it be? It must be that reckless guy from your dragon nation, always messing with mysterious things. Stop talking nonsense, do you have any evidence? Why are you blaming our dragon nation? Aside from that person from your dragon nation, everyone else is following the rules. Now so many monsters suddenly appear, need I say who caused it? With so many monsters appearing suddenly, everyone panicked. The contestant from Kimchi Nation was so scared he wet himself, hiding in a corner, trembling. The expressions of other contestants weren't good either. In ordinary rules, they could outsmart each other. But this felt like poking into the heart of the bizarre. Outside, at least dozens of strange creatures had appeared. And they all seemed to possess strong combat abilities. At this moment, Jack, a contestant from America, finally reacted, his expression eased slightly as he began to think of a way. F***CK. I don't know what exactly happened, but I think among us, someone must have done something they shouldn't have. As he spoke, his gaze unintentionally swept towards Luo Yi's direction. Although others didn't say anything, they all knew that Jack was hinting at something. Luo Yi shrugged his shoulders. Don't look at me, I didn't do anything. Jack continued to press. At this time, we should unite and resist these strange things together. If they break through the defense line, we all will die. Dragon Country Kid, it seems like you have a lot of items on you. Why not share them with everyone? Many of us don't even have one item. People from other countries joined in. That's right, why do you need so many weapons all by yourself, with knives and clubs? Agreed, besides, his own strength is already very strong. He could kill strangeness just by his power, it's better to give us the weapons so we can protect ourselves. Yeah, hurry up and hand them over, don't be so selfish. Come on, hurry it up. Unexpectedly, from the beginning until now, the coward Pu Lihue actually stood up at this moment. It was as if he found his organization, and he unhesitatingly sided with Jack. It really made one sigh with emotion. Others also quickly chose sides, after all, no one wanted to offend Jack. Firstly, Jack's strength was obvious, and he was the most likely to win. Secondly, Jack had the support of the powerful US behind him. In contrast, Luo Yi looked like a freak, doing things as if he had no logic. Although he hasn't made any mistakes up to now, and it seems he has gained quite a bit. But everyone thought it was mostly luck, or perhaps this guy had some adventure. Luo Yi looked at this group of people and shrugged. He hadn't thought of collaborating with them at all. What they were doing now was already a path to death. Just as he was about to take action, suddenly a person stood up to block him. Dragon country brother, don't be impulsive. Luo Yi looked over and was surprised to see the Pakistani player, but this player was also quite low-key. But unlike the South Korean Pu Lihue, he always followed the rules. Overall, he performed normally. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he stepped forward. Indeed, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. Luo Yi hadn't expected but to stand up at this time. He felt quite moved inside. But turned to the others and said with righteous indignation. Is what you're doing appropriate? As Jack said, we should unite at this time, not fight among ourselves. Although the Dragon Country brother has acquired many items, he got them through his strength. There is no reason to share with everyone. If anyone should share, Jack, you should share too, that would be fair. Luo Yi was a bit surprised, he didn't expect but to dare confront Jack publicly. Jack's face changed, he was left speechless by the rebuttal and stared at but deeply. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a short and sneaky player came forward. Want fairness? Our fists are fairness. It turned out to be the player from Sakura country, Tanaka Nika. As he spoke, he prepared to rush over. He held a baton in his hand, not knowing where he got it from. The Dragon Country audience felt an immense anger seeing Luo Yi in this situation. Damn, these people are like bandits, simply unreasonable, too much. They are just like 100 years ago, a bunch of robbers. How can you expect them to reason? Only Pakistan can be counted on, long live China-Pakistan friendship. I'm done, really shameless. When it's time to unite, they talk about unity, as soon as someone calls them out, they flip the table. Is this Western civilization? I really can't stand it, I feel like rushing out to beat them up. And just as the Banzigual player prepared to rush up, a loud crash suddenly came from the iron door. A huge stream. The contestants saw the situation, their expressions changed suddenly. Jack shouted urgently. Stop messing around, deal with the weirdness first, or we all die together. Let's take that fat one down first. Jack pulled out a blue dagger from behind and charged at the fat one. The others followed closely. Chapter 20, Humanity, Kicking One Down. Except for Luo Yi and Ba Tai, everyone else rushed in with various weapons. There's strength in numbers. Due to the fat one's size, it managed to block the iron door all by itself. It truly stopped them dead in their tracks. However, their weapons were quite useless, mostly lacking real lethality. All they could do was slow down the fat weirdness. Amidst the crowd of other weirdness, the iron door continued to deform rapidly. The contestants were at their wits' end. What should we do? We can't stop them like this. It's over, are we really going to be wiped out? Damn, we're dead for sure, these monsters aren't giving any chance. Look at those two still standing back there, like nothing's wrong. Those Dragon Country people are just filthy pigs, they're the same wherever they go. Watching the iron door deform further and further, Jack finally couldn't hold back anymore, and yelled. Everyone get back. A bottle shining with flames was thrown out. A perfect parabolic arc landed on the fat weirdness. The weirdness let out a series of miserable screams. Roar! The screams echoed throughout the entire hospital. Jack didn't hesitate and lit up 2 more incendiary bottles, turning the whole corridor into a sea of fire. Thank goodness I got the lighter and kerosene earlier. The sea of fire blocked the path of the weirdness, and Jack and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Jack's incredible action, the other contestants immediately felt compelled to pay their respects. Jack is really awesome, he can even hold off these weirdness, please accept my admiration. Who wouldn't say that? I really thought we were going to die, all thanks to Jack, Jack is so cool. Jack is both wise and brave, even I, a man, want to have a kid for him. Get lost, pervert from Cherry Blossom Country, don't tarnish our Jack. If anyone's having a kid, it should be me, huh? After surviving a disaster, everyone finally relaxed. At this moment, the others realized there were still two watching from behind. This made everyone erupt with rage, especially in the live stream. The Dragon Country stream was completely bombed. Damn it, you Dragon Country people are all cowards. Encountering danger you only know how to hide. All countries should unite to boycott these despicable Dragon Country people. It's terrible they hide behind to watch. Where's the United Nations? Dragon Country must be severely punished, whether in the real world or the weirdness world. They must face justice. They're hiding in the back, definitely trying to launch a sneak attack. Those Dragon Country people are too cunning. The Dragon Country audience felt something was wrong and immediately countered. Isn't this guy's behavior a bit too extreme? Yeah, it seems like we should be uniting right now. You upstairs must be out of your mind, helping others at this point. Are you stupid? What's wrong with this guy? They were the ones who morally kidnapped him, trying to steal his items, and then isolated him. These foreigners are really disgusting, always wanting to stand on the moral high ground to criticize others. Just as the comments were fiercely debating, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Buzz. A green-skinned weirdness, covered with buboes, surprisingly wasn't stopped by the sea of fire. Instead, it charged right through. The most outrageous part was that its right hand was actually a chainsaw. The chainsaw's chain spun rapidly, and it was about to touch the iron door. One can imagine the result if this already deformed iron door got sawed. Jack's eyelids twitched wildly, and he threw the incendiary bottle like it was a freebie. Bang, bang, bang. A loud explosion erupted in the corridor. However, the monster just paused for a moment before charging forward again. Damn, is this it? The flames had no effect on the monster whatsoever. Just when everyone thought this was really the end, a figure suddenly dashed out from behind. With a swoosh, the sound of metal cutting was heard. A bizarre arm with a chainsaw fell to the ground with a thud. The monster let out a piercing scream. Everyone was stunned. What was happening? Luo Yi had somehow appeared at the doorway, holding a sharp kitchen knife. The knife was still smeared with writhing slime. Who else could be the one to sever the monster's arm if not him? Unfortunately, I was a bit short. If I had reached the second stage, it would be dead by now. Luo Yi said casually. He could feel that his dark energy was on the verge of breaking through. Just a few more weird creatures and he should be good to go. Without a breakthrough, his strength was still lacking a bit. The others also came out of their shock. However, what was unexpected was that these people not only did not thank him, but instead mocked him. Who the hell is this? Only now he decides to act? Does he want to see us all die to be happy? Once we're all dead, he can easily claim victory. This Dragon Country kid is really sinister. Of course, the monster was mostly burned by Jack. He rode on Jack's coattails to drive away the weird one. He can't really think he's strong, right? Still putting on an act. Does he really think he can kill the weird one? What ridiculous things he's saying. Clearly, everyone did not think Luo Yi had driven away the weird creature by his own ability. The credit for this was mainly attributed to Jack. With this kind of atmosphere, the live chat was filled with people cursing Luo Yi for being despicable. They believed that he had only acted now to monopolize the rewards. Jack saw that the time was right and smiled as he spoke. Dragon Country kid, looks like your clever plot has been seen through. I won't make it hard for you too. With you here, we feel very unsafe. Why not step out to guard the home? Batter panicked immediately. No, you can't do this. This is not right. However, the others didn't give him a chance to refute. They raised their weapons, pressuring the two, and directly forced Luo Yi and his companion out. Luo Yi was indifferent, walking straight out. He was worried about not having enough dark energy and wanted to go out to hunt the weird ones. Now this was just right for him. Buter was in despair, leaning against the wall, muttering to himself. How can you do this? Weren't we supposed to deal with him together? How can you even backstab me? This is it, we're really doomed this time. It's all the fault of the Dragon Country kid. His voice was very low, only audible to himself. Luo Yi thought he was scared and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry, with me around, you won't die. Buter abruptly pulled Luo Yi's hand away. Don't touch me, you damn guy. Clearly, he had lost all hope and showed his true self. The fire quickly extinguished, and Luo Yi calmly walked forward. Chapter 21, I'm in love with this weirdness. The livestream audience from Dragon Country was dumbfounded as they watched Luo Yi walk forward alone. Has he gone mad? What the hell is this kid doing? Is he looking for death? There are at least a dozen weird ones ahead. Honestly, I feel like his brain is a bit messed up. His thought process is just bizarre, always doing things that are beyond comprehension. That's it, Dragon Country is completely finished, there's no hope left. Wait, did Liang Jingru give him this courage? This is outrageous. I can see it now, this kid is completely reckless, not afraid of dying. Clearly, the audience in front of the screen also thought Luo Yi was just courting death. Even though he had barely managed to kill a weird creature last time, that was merely the weakest of them. Compared to what is in front of us, this is nothing at all. Jack and the others looked at Luo Yi walking towards death, and instantly showed excited expressions. This kid from Dragon Country thinks he can fight me, he's just too green. It must be said that Jack's move was very insidious. Letting Luo Yi go to his death bought them time, this way, they had a chance to think of other methods. In addition, they solved such a powerful rival. It was truly killing two birds with one stone, an outstanding scheme indeed. Jack's treacherous maneuver made the others look at him with a bit more caution. They were even more grateful that they had chosen the right side. If they were on Luo Yi's side now, then it would be them going out to die. Park Lee-wai might not be good at anything else, but he excelled in flattering. He immediately respectfully approached. Big brother Jack, now that the bad guys have been cleared, what should we do next? Jack glanced at the others and sneered. Everyone, I know you all have been holding back your life-saving tools, but I don't want you to do that anymore. If anyone dares to be sneaky again, they'll end up just like that kid from Dragon Country. The others' expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. In this cruel world, almost everyone had their own hidden motives. Unifying everyone is very hard. Jack easily saw through their thoughts. Twisting the dagger in his hand, he demonstrated to the others. Now that the unstable factors have been removed, I don't want any new factors arising. Wait a moment, at least it's currently very safe. Moreover, as long as you all give your all, I believe this iron door can be held easily. Hearing Jack's words, the others had different expressions. Park Lee-wai was the first to express his stance. Big brother Jack, you can rest assured I will definitely give my all, holding nothing back. For you, I am willing to show myself. Long live Big brother Jack. Jack smiled without saying anything, patting Park Lee-wai's shoulder with satisfaction. You're quite the sensible one. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. What can you keep back? You've been a turtle from start to finish. You probably can't even take out a decent item. Even if you really want to hold back, what can you hold back? Everyone couldn't help but admire the thick skin of the Korean contestant Park Lee-wai. What kind of country has what kind of players? The audience from Korea watched Park Lee-wai's performance, feeling no shame at all but rather pride. See, I knew Park Lee-wai was capable, now it's proven that he's truly a dragon among men. Isn't that kid from Dragon Country strong? What's the use of being strong? In the world, it's all about connections and human emotions. You people who slandered Park Lee-wai at first must apologize to him. Ha, I knew our Dahan people were not cowards. The comments from Korea left the others speechless. This was the first time they saw a country's players with such thick skin. Luo Yi was dragged out to be a shield, and the others relaxed a lot, sitting down to watch the show. The contestant from Little Japan, Tanaka Inaka, appeared out of nowhere, bending down to ask Jack. Jack-san, I have a very special massage technique, should I give you a relax now? Upon hearing this, Park Lee-wai immediately sensed a crisis. Tanaka Inaka, what are you messing around with? Is this the time for a massage? What if you mess up, big brother? Can you take responsibility? Tanaka Inaka immediately panicked. Baka, little Park, what are you saying? Big brother just exerted so much effort, I also want him to recover faster, otherwise, he might not show his full strength in the battle later. Are you going to take responsibility? The others watched this scene, revealing strange expressions. Good lord, it's a case of dog bite dog. How could two bootlickers start arguing? Jack was also annoyed by the two. Shut up, go ahead and massage, it's safer now with that kid from Dragon Country around. The eerie creature should settle down for a while. We just need to wait for mealtime, and then the staff will come, and it won't be a big problem. Tian Zhongjing smiled proudly and began to massage. Park Lee-wai was fuming with anger. Just when everyone in the room thought things were calm. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the window. Boom! Everyone was startled and quickly turned to look at the window. Then came a desperate scream. Ah, save me! Boss Jack, save me! Before anyone could react, a contestant from a small country seemed to be drained of blood, rapidly shrinking. His flesh was grotesque, leaving only pale skin wrapped around bones. In the room, everyone screamed. They saw nothing at all and had no idea what had charged in. Jack quickly sprang to his feet, brandishing his dagger, ready to fight. His gaze, like everyone else's, failed to catch even a glimpse of the eerie thing. Damn it, this creature can become invisible. Hearing Jack's words, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. They were too frightened to make a sound. Who would have thought the room wouldn't be safe either? Jack's brain raced, thinking of a strategy. Everyone gather together, don't give this creature a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, another small country contestant by the window collapsed to the ground. Like the previous corpse, he seemed to have his essence drained, turning into a shriveled corpse. Seeing the scene, everyone else in the room hastily covered their heads and fled, fearing they would become the next dried corpse. In the live broadcast room, viewers from Longwa saw the situation inside and instantly got excited. Laughing to death, let you all be wicked, now you're in trouble, not a single one can escape. So it seems the younger brother has good luck, maybe he'll die a little later than them. This is really satisfying, quickly go kill that Jack. I love this creature, let me give you a thumbs up. By the way, what's happening with the younger brother? It's been a long time without any noise, he can't be dead already, right? Damn, you all look, the younger brother not only isn't dead, but actually. Chapter 22, Prey and Hunter, roles reversed. Originally, many Longwa viewers had given up hope on Luo Yi, just wanting to scold Jack a bit more in his livestream to vent their anger. But upon hearing that something incredible seemed to be happening on Luo Yi's side, they all rushed to his livestream screen. After just a glance, they were immediately stunned. Luo Yi walked through the sea of fire, holding a big kitchen knife. The eerie beings were puzzled by Luo Yi's actions. Wasn't this guy a delivery man? He was supposed to break through the iron door, and it would take some time. Yet he actively presented himself here. Isn't this looking for death? The eerie beings rushed toward Luo Yi one after the other. If they're slow, there will be nothing left to eat. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. A long-haired female eerie reached out with knife-like sharp nails, aiming to slice Luo Yi's neck. The next second, the kitchen knife struck first, slicing through her head. In the female eerie's vision, it felt like she was flying into the air. No, she seemed not to have the ability to fly. The next moment, she realized it was her head that had flown off. Her severed head flew up, mouth gaping, eyes wide, filled with disbelief. What was going on? No, I'm the eerie. Is this the kind of power a human should have? She couldn't grasp how Luo Yi, who had become her meal, managed to do this until her last breath. Before she could think too much, her head fell with a thud, completely losing consciousness. In the Longwa livestream room, all viewers couldn't help but gasp. They felt as if their brains had short-circuited. The unfolding events completely exceeded their imagination. Once they came back to their senses, the livestream room exploded with excitement. The entire screen was filled with 666, directly exploding the whole live streaming room. Wow, not brother, this is just too damn strong. Where does this big brother come from? One-shot kill, are you serious? I doubt my own eyes, it's terrifying, is this still a human? Mom asked me why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. After watching the stream, she also knelt. Could this guy really survive? Luo Yi's performance was indeed outstanding, amazing everyone. The foreign audience, who originally came to watch a show, wanted to take the opportunity to joke around. Unexpectedly, when Luo Yi made his move, they were stunned. However, once they reacted, they still mockingly questioned it. This Dragon Kingdom kid has some skills, but it's not much, he can actually solo kill a strange creature. What good is that? He's still a clown, that female strange creature is just too weak, there are so many strange creatures left, this little body isn't enough for them to share. It must be that knife that's powerful, he probably got some incredible item. The Dragon Kingdom kid has a tough life, let's see how long you can last. The knife is strong, but his mind is weak, how dare he challenge so many strange creatures by himself. People always believe in what they want to believe. Even when faced with unexpected events that are hard to understand, they will find reasons to refute the facts. Luo Yi's appearance clearly broke their understanding, and they were unwilling to accept it. Soon, the second strange creature approached. It was a patient in a green mental hospital gown. Mental disorders are also graded. The level of a mental disorder can be distinguished by the color of the hospital gown. Those with minor disorders, like illusions or delusions, wear plain white gowns. Those with slightly more severe conditions wear green. Among them, some suffer from rage disorders or schizophrenia. These are much more dangerous than ordinary mental patients. Above that, there are blue gowns and red gowns, which have not yet been encountered. The green gown strange creature is much stronger than ordinary strange creatures. This is an unspoken rule in this world of rules. The strange creature in the green gown was a strong man, but his eyes were completely red. He came charging in, running at a remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Luo Yi. Opening his mouth, he lunged at Luo Yi. Luo Yi also raised his knife, delivering a straightforward blow to him. Just as the knife was about to hit the strange creature, this red-eyed creature suddenly flashed and jumped high. It managed to stick its limbs to the wall, like a gecko. Its speed did not decrease, instead, it accelerated. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom felt a thud in their hearts, deeply worried about Luo Yi's situation. They wished they could jump into the screen and help him defeat this strange creature. Meanwhile, the foreign audience, seeing this sudden scene, erupted with laughter. Ah, the Dragon Kingdom kid is still hard to kill, now you're finished. No matter how strong the item is, this strange creature can't be dealt with even if Jack came, just give up. Staying alive this long is already good, but it's a pity the strange creature is too strong, not something one human can deal with. Hey, why not just give in to Jack earlier? Why do you have to act so tough? Using your Dragon Kingdom words, Dragon Kingdom people are the kind who never shed tears until they see the coffin. Look at that Dragon Kingdom kid, isn't he silly, still pretending to be calm at this point. Almost everyone thought Luo Yi was doomed. Yet, on Luo Yi's face, there was not a hint of surprise, which annoyed the foreign audience the most. When others enter the strange world, they are usually in a panic, even the determined Jack often shows a flustered expression. But Luo Yi, from start to finish, remained expressionless, as if strolling in his own backyard, making the foreign audience feel very unbalanced. Luo Yi stood quietly in place, his kitchen knife suddenly changed its trajectory, thrusting upward. The blade landed solidly on the strange creature crawling on the wall. The creature completely failed to react, and with a bang, it fell to the ground. The live broadcast room fell into a dead silence once again. Immediately after, the audience from Longgu burst into deafening cheers. Awesome, the brother is so cool, armed with a dragon-slaying knife, he can conquer the whole world. So cool, sisters, from today on, my husband has changed, I'm really sorry, Koen-gu. You foreign devils, why aren't you shouting anymore? Keep cheering, I still like your rebellious attitude from just now. What's showing off? Let your Jack come out and show off. They probably can only bow down. Going insane, the brother is a total slaughter. After losing to Luo Yi twice, the creatures looked at him with deep apprehension in their eyes. They didn't understand how Luo Yi managed to do this. If they knew that Luo Yi was so fierce, it could never be just because of that kitchen knife. In the past, the creature was unbeatable, completely fearless of death, because humans were just too weak. But the person in front of them shattered their understanding completely. At this moment, they already had the urge to retreat. How could Luo Yi give them a chance? Chapter 23. Can we not respect our strangeness? Butte, who had been squatting with his head in his hands, waiting to die, heard the movement from Luo Yi's side. He immediately cast a curious glance. What is that kid from Longgu doing? He's about to die, yet making such a big fuss. When he turned to look, he was completely stunned. There were actually two strange creatures lying on the ground. How did these strange creatures die? Could it be that the kid from Longgu did it? It shouldn't be possible. Humans rarely kill strange creatures. But now, not just one strange creature was dead, but actually two. Butte was somewhat puzzled. He had no idea what had happened. Could it be that the situation took a turn for the better? Though he didn't believe it in his heart, he still locked his gaze on Luo Yi. Luo Yi stood there in a daze, sensing the dark energy within him. Seeing that the situation was not right, the strange creatures prepared to flee. Their only thought now was, if they ran away together, Luo Yi might not be able to kill them all. The creatures, regardless of face, turned and ran, giving Luo Yi no chance at all. And when Luo Yi saw that his dark energy was about to break through, he naturally wouldn't let them go. He raised the kitchen knife and charged forward. The audience from Longgu was completely dumbfounded. Not really, brother, are you truly going mad? You still dare to chase? Dude, they are the strange ones, are you confused about your own identity? Calm down, little brother, you are our last hope in Longgu, don't mess around. I'm amazed, brother is too impulsive, why are you clashing with so many strange creatures alone? Come on, he's also a strange creature, can you respect them a little? Can't you tell who the real strangeness is? The audience from Longgu had no idea why Luo Yi dared to chase after them. Could it be that he was truly blinded by rage, thinking he was invincible? The foreign audience couldn't wait to see Luo Yi die, they were infuriated after seeing him escape danger twice. Mainly because their mockery had backfired, their faces were a little embarrassed. Seeing Luo Yi actively seeking death, they couldn't help but start mocking in the comments. This Longgu kid is still foolish, lucky to have taken down two strange creatures, now he's getting proud, daring to chase, really thinks too highly of himself. Oh my god, that damned kid from Longgu is so arrogant, I have to say, his courage is commendable, but he is truly too foolish. Even if he really has that kind of strength, can his stamina really support him to kill that many strange creatures? This fool didn't watch the live stream before? How powerful is the bazaar, really? Baka, just wait and see the show, I bet he won't last a minute, or else I'll go live and eat shit. Indeed. Anyone who has watched the previous bazaar game live streams knows just how strong the bazaar really is. Not only does it possess physical abilities far beyond normal people, but it often has special powers too. Even top-notch experts, well-trained and seasoned, stand only a slim chance of taking it down. If you kill it once, you can brag about it for life. Someone like Luo Yi, who actively seeks out the bazaar to kill, is practically unheard of. So they treated Luo Yi like a clueless rookie who had never seen a bazaar livestream. No one would think that Luo Yi was not an ordinary person at all, but a zombie. In some ways, he himself is a bazaar. Luo Yi's actions left the player hiding in the corner completely dumbfounded. What the hell, big brother, what are you doing? Seeing Luo Yi chasing the bazaar with a kitchen knife left him with a face full of question marks. He could hardly believe his eyes. The relationship between the two countries, Butcher had learned some Chinese. At this moment, he couldn't help but blurt out a what the hell. After recovering, he immediately wore a bitter smile. What luck he had. Originally wanting to be a double agent, lurking beside Luo Yi to eventually betray him. But he ended up getting sold out by Jack and the others instead. He had no hope before, but unexpectedly, things took a turn. Luo Yi seemed to have some way to deal with these bizarre creatures. But less than a minute later, this fool actually charged at the bazaar. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. Why was his fate so twisty, and why were all the allies he encountered so brainless? Everyone thought Luo Yi had gone mad. And the next scene made everyone question their lives. Luo Yi wielded the kitchen knife as if he were chopping vegetables. One cut for each. After chasing the bazaar, he wasted no time and struck at their vital points with a single blow. Those bazaar that were cut didn't even have time to scream, turning into lifeless bodies. Luo Yi was like a chopping king from the northwest, swinging the kitchen knife continuously, occasionally pulling out a club from his back to knock out two bazaar creatures. Then following up with a cut, he took care of them. These bazaar creatures were handled by him as if a 3-year-old child were facing an adult man, completely defenseless. As the Yin energy continued to be absorbed, Luo Yi's speed not only didn't slow down but even sped up a bit. He had a feeling that after killing these bazaar monsters, he would be able to break through. This was what he had been pursuing for hundreds of years, and now it was about to be realized. How could he not be excited? And the bazaar, upon seeing him, looked like they had met a terrifying demon from hell, their expressions filled with sheer horror. They panicked and fled in all directions, not even having the courage to look back. As bazaar creatures, when had they ever suffered such humiliation, being chased away by a human? But the guy in front of them, he simply couldn't be considered human. It was as if the mother of the bazaar had opened the door for them, welcoming them home. There were more than a dozen bazaar rushing into the corridor, and in less than 5 minutes, nearly half were exterminated. This was simply terrifying. All the viewers witnessing this scene fell into a prolonged state of stupor, unable to think or understand what they were seeing. They looked as if they were staring at an alien. Luo Yi's actions had completely surpassed their imagination. Stuck in a daze for a good 10 seconds, finally, a viewer trembled and excitedly pounded the keyboard to send a barrage of comments. My goodness, is this guy still human? This is too terrifying. That barrage drew other viewers back from their shock. In an instant, the comments exploded. Wow, 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 this is incredible, man, you're too fierce. Totally kneeling down, family, this guy is simply against the heavens. So terrifying, it's hard to tell who was the bazaar. Did you see those bazaar's panicked expressions? This wave is favored by heaven. Our China, the dragon country, is finally rising. The little brother is invincible. In the live broadcast room, foreign viewers were struck as if by thunder, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Fact, this guy is definitely cheating, he's hacking. Baka, is this kid related to some weird world? How is this even possible? Shiba, the people from the dragon country must be cheating, I want to report. Chapter 24, don't ask, just know it's the dragon country's chopping king. Luo Yi's actions shocked the entire dragon country. After waiting so long, the dragon country finally stood up. Luo Yi killed 5 weird creatures in a row. This achievement is enough to be recorded in history. Luo Yi chasing and killing the weird creatures with a kitchen knife quickly ignited media networks. Douyin, Little Green Book, Weibo, headlines are filled with posts about Luo Yi. The dragon country rises, the chopping king of the northwest cuts everything down. Weirder than the weird, the mysterious little brother's unbeatable actions shock the world. So cool, weird creatures are fierce? Sorry, I chop one down with one knife. Crazy, invincible, soaring high, the little brother from the dragon country wants to defy the heavens, I want to fight 10. In just a few seconds, Luo Yi's actions exploded the entire network. Many people from the dragon country who weren't watching the live broadcast learned about this incredible hero, Luo Yi. Everyone was searching for information about this nameless hero, hoping that he could use his abilities to save the dragon country. Luo Yi's existence soon drew the attention of high-level officials from other countries. They hurriedly searched for information about Luo Yi through various channels. Since the rules of the Weird Talk game appeared, everyone realized its importance. For weaker countries, they often think about how to protect themselves from the weird creatures descending upon their nation. But for powerful countries like the United States, they care more about how to gain rewards from the weird talk. Anyone can see that the rewards in the rules world are so rich that they could make a country go crazy. It can easily influence a country's fate. With the support of rewards, dominating the whole world is an easy task. Even the vast universe cannot be ruled out. Area 51, United States. General Mike ASE stared at the screen, shocked but also feeling a hint of regret. Damn it, that little guy from the Dragon Country. Luo Yi's strength is truly formidable. Even if it's thanks to the powerful kitchen knife, his own strength is undoubtedly impressive. In this field, he is a professional. Just by analyzing the video replay briefly, he had a rough idea. Luo Yi's running speed, reaction speed, and strength all far exceed ordinary levels. Such strength is definitely not just brought by a tool. Just the physical quality Luo Yi displayed is already at the level of a soldier king. This is what shocked him. And the regret comes from the fact that such talent was not chosen by them, the United States. His expression turned serious as he spoke to several subordinates, his tone grave. I want all his information within 2 hours, find it for me immediately. In the weird department of the Dragon Country. Nia Yun was also completely shocked by Luo Yi's performance. He regained his composure and exchanged a look with Dr. Wu, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Dr. Wu trembled with excitement. Strong, it's so strong, I really didn't expect that, little Nia, your vision is so sharp. This time our Dragon Country is indeed about to rise. Nia Yun couldn't help but give a bitter smile. He has given us a tough problem. If he had remained low-key like before, it would have been easier, but now he suddenly stands out. He will probably be targeted by other countries. Hearing this, Dr. Wu clenched his fists. Our Dragon Country isn't made to be slaughtered. Despite our heavy losses before, if things really get serious, we are not afraid. As long as he is still in the Dragon Country, we will definitely protect him. Nia Yun nodded. Alright, Dr. Wu, I will leave this matter to you. This Luo Yi now follows the highest standards of the state, taking confidential protection measures. You go handle it yourself. By the way, how is the investigation into his information going? Dr. Wu took out an old file bag and handed it to Nia Yun. Uncertain, don't say, this guy is quite mysterious. After so much effort, I've only found one severely damaged file, and I've had someone try to repair it. But there's a benefit. If we have to go through so much trouble, it should be much harder for others to investigate. You take a look first, I haven't seen it myself. Nia Yun took the file bag and pulled out the papers inside. Soon, Nia Yun's expression became strange. The contents recorded in the file were too unbelievable, leaving Nia Yun confused. Dr. Wu curiously asked. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Nia Yun didn't say anything and handed the document to Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu glanced at it and widened his eyes, quickly revealing a strange expression. Nia Yun came back to himself and spoke to Dr. Wu. This document may not be trustworthy. Even if it's real, we must keep it confidential. You need to confirm what we discussed earlier. Dr. Wu's expression was complex. He nodded solemnly and left the command room, leaving Nia Yun alone, staring at the screen, deep in thought. Zombies? He mumbled. Then he shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Zombies seem to exist only in movies. These two words completely challenge his understanding. He has at least undergone higher education. But Luo Yi's existence seems to prove something. Luo Yi's performance was indeed too strange. Worrying about this was useless. It was better just to see how he performed next. Information about Luo Yi's identity was quickly suppressed. Although the audience in Dragon Country was curious, they received no information about his identity. However, many nicknames appeared for him. Dragon Country's Knife King. Kitchen Knife Battle God. Bazaar Killer. For a time, Luo Yi's fame was unparalleled, attracting many fans from Dragon Country. In the live broadcast room, when foreign viewers questioned Luo Yi, the audience was instantly enraged. You bunch of little Westerners, little bastards, and Americans, if you can't win, you say others are cheating. Is this all you're capable of? If you have the guts, go cheat in the bizarre world. What, just because he was cheating, right? If he wasn't, it would be really boring. Ha ha ha. Isn't it better to roll back to your own country's live broadcast room? Did our kitchen knife battle god offend you? These countries are full of barbarians. They're people trying to isolate our contestants, and now they come to our live broadcast room to stir trouble. Brothers, let's scold them fiercely. I give up. No matter how you slander our Dragon Country Knife King, he will definitely chop your contestants to pieces. Luo Yi's performance instantly gave the audience from Dragon Country confidence. This time, facing provocation from foreigners, they no longer held back, and they directly launched into harsh curses. The foreign trolls lost some momentum, but inside, they still felt unconvinced. So anxious already, are the Dragon Country people this rushed? Saying such big words, even saying they will chop us down, come on, we're waiting for you. Is it just because of a kitchen knife? no strength or brains, they will still die in the end. In a rules-based world, brains are much more useful than brute force. Showing off, not afraid of biting your own tongue, the bizarre ones aren't done yet, I see the next bizarre one will make him die. Chapter 25, from now on, the Dragon Country Knife King has a name. At the same time, a pair of slender small hands suddenly appeared, grabbing his ankle, binding him. It was clear from the up and down movements. The trap had been set for a long time, waiting for Luo Yi to fall in. Luo Yi's expression remained calm as ever, he tried to break free, only to find that the up and down movements were like chains, tightly binding him. Moreover, the faceless person seemed to have been prepared, applying more force to his arm. Looks like the kitchen knife can't be used anymore. Interesting, the harder I try, the harder it is to break free. Finally, a serious expression appeared on his face. Foreign viewers saw the scene and immediately felt elated. Oh my god, this Dragon Country kid has finally been punished, this is so satisfying. Damn, you were acting so tough, why aren't you acting now? Did you really think the strange things are all for show? How careless. Now that the legendary kitchen knife can't be used, let's see what you're going to do. You were just lucky, thinking you're invincible, huh? The Dragon Country audience in front of the screen also began to worry for Luo Yi. This is bad, the kitchen knife god got too careless, didn't dodge, this is the end. I told you, bro, be more careful, how could you be so careless? Even though the kitchen knife god is strong, the strange things aren't easy to deal with, this time it really looks like it's more bad luck than good. Come on, kitchen knife god, you can't lose. Most people were frustrated, feeling that Luo Yi was too careless. He had already obtained the kitchen knife, a legendary weapon. If he had just played it a little more carefully, the chances of winning were still high. He had truly underestimated the power of the strange things. On the other side, Luo Yi's fans were shouting in front of the screen, all cheering him on. But the next scene made the fans' hearts sink to the bottom. With a bang, Luo Yi was pulled onto the roof, disappearing without a trace. Only the kitchen knife fell to the ground with a clatter. Then came the sound of a fight from the roof. Not long after, the fighting sounds ceased. The Dragon Country viewers in front of the screen immediately sensed that something was wrong. These two strange beings were so strong, and their coordination was flawless. Luo Yi even lost his kitchen knife. This outcome was probably unimaginable. This is bad, something really went wrong, is the kitchen knife god going to fall now? It shouldn't be, he's so strong, how could he die so easily? Whoa, she just confirmed her new husband, and now she's about to be a widow so soon, little brother, you can't die, what am I going to do if you die? The kitchen knife is gone, and you're still praying for a miracle? Stop being naive. The viewers stared at the ceiling, hoping for a miracle, and Luo Yi silently prayed. However, the scene they hoped for did not appear. After waiting for a long time, they still did not see Luo Yi's figure. The hearts of the Dragon Country viewers completely sank. At the Dragon Country's Strange Beings department. And the foreign viewers, who had longed for Luo Yi's defeat, were now delighted. Haha, he's finally dead, it was so hard to kill him. What kind of bullshit Dragon Country god of war, the real badass is the one who survives till the end. Still being arrogant? The people from Dragon Country can't even speak up now. I liked you better when you were defiant. Be humble, especially for you Dragon Country folks with no strength, just act Loki, what's with trying to stand out? There's a saying in your Dragon Country, don't act tough, or a lightning strike will hit you, and our Jack is the strongest. Badier Butte saw that Luo Yi had been taken away, and he didn't show any sadness. Instead, he was a bit happy. Looking at the kitchen knife on the ground, his eyes revealed greed. He had seen the power of this kitchen knife with his own eyes. Without this kitchen knife, how could Luo Yi have slaughtered so easily? Now this kitchen knife was his. With this kitchen knife, maybe he could win. At least he wouldn't be like the reckless Luo Yi, charging in to die at the hands of the strange beings. Instead, he would find a place to hide. Even if he was found, he could hand the kitchen knife over to Jack, so at least he could survive. Butte excitedly picked up the kitchen knife, ready to find a place to hide. The strange department of Dragon Country. Niayan clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the screen, seemingly waiting for a miracle to happen. Luo Yi. You shouldn't die so easily, right? For some reason. At this moment, he actually felt a bit of anticipation, hoping that what was said in the file was true. After waiting for 2 minutes, his expression slowly revealed disappointment. Zombie? He bitterly smiled and shook his head. How could I be so naive? No. Suddenly, he thought of something. According to the usual practice, if Luo Yi was already dead, the live stream screen should have turned black. But so far, the live stream's image was still facing the ceiling. Doesn't this mean? Niayan raised his head with hope, a vague guess in his heart. Sure enough, in the next second, a loud noise came from the ceiling. Bang! The screen was filled with swirling dust and smoke. Bang bang. At this moment, two strange beings standing in the corridor, also waiting for the result, instantly fell to the ground, emitting a piercing scream. Vaguely, a shadow fell from the sky. Also falling down were two corpses, one large and one small. Seeing this, everyone held their breath, waiting for the smoke to clear. The Dragon Country audience in front of the screen silently shouted in their hearts. Soon, a gust of wind blew through the corridor. The smoke and dust from the exploded ceiling quickly dispersed. Luo Yi stood there quietly, carrying a hammer on his shoulder. The wind blew through his hair, enveloping him in a mysterious aura. On the ground lay a total of 4 corpses. In addition to the 2 strange beings killed in an instant when falling from the sky. The other 2 were none other than the faceless man and the child who had bound Luo Yi. They were dead beyond any hope of revival. The live stream fell into a brief silence, followed by a deafening cheer. So cool, so handsome, kitchen knife god of war, I want to have your baby. Come on, you big guy upstairs, how disgusting. You're a big man. Who was just here making sarcastic comments? Come out and take a beating. The king of slicing from Dragon Country is invincible, I will chop all you trash mice to death. Nie Yun's mouth curled into a smirk. He was very satisfied with Luo Yi's performance. No, it could not be described as satisfied, it far exceeded his expectations. After hesitating for a moment, he typed a line of words in the comments. Brothers, I found out that the king of slicing from Dragon Country is named Luo Yi, more real than pearls. From then on, the king of slicing, the kitchen knife god of war, finally had a name. Chapter 26 Beautiful host, Su Xiaoyu. Luo Yi's name was made public, causing quite a stir online. Previously, due to his strength, a portion of the audience had already turned fans. Now, they directly formed a fan club. His little fans gave Luo Yi a cute title, Knife Brother. The reason was that Luo Yi, with a kitchen knife, hacked out a world in the strange realm. The exposure of Luo Yi's name also allowed many to find traces of information about him. After all, everyone was overly curious about him. What is a person like him really like in real life? The audience in Dragon Country relaxed and couldn't help but tease. Ah, Knife Brother is so handsome, 1,000 times more than the boy who scoops dung, he must be my husband. Luo Yi is such a nice name, I've even thought about it. When he returns, we'll get married, and our child will be named Luo Xiang. Little guy, you really know how to name. Crazy outlaw, right? But this name is quite like his father's. Ah, I really admire you all. I feel like I've encountered Luo Yi in Magic City before, he seems to live near my house, not going out even once in 10 days or half a month. Stop talking nonsense, Yi Gu doesn't look like someone with social anxiety. He's not like you guys who crawl out of the sewer. What the hell? Yi Gu is actually my ex-husband, he used to hold my feet and beg me not to leave him. Enough already, let's keep it down. Let you know, you guys will probably be chopped to death, ha ha. Soon, rumors about Luo Yi spread online. Some were true, and some were false. Everyone knows how the internet works, as long as you have a mouth, you can talk. There were many versions of the rumors about Luo Yi. Some said he was a fitness coach. Some said he was a college professor. Others claimed he sold pork in the market. There were even hundreds of ex-girlfriends saying he had once treated them badly. It was only Luo Yi himself who knew that, despite his usual low profile, he had become a celebrity, and he might regret joining this strange game. When someone becomes famous, there's a lot of gossip. Many aspiring individuals came to ride on Luo Yi's coattails to gain attention. In a short time, hundreds claimed to be Luo Yi's roommates, classmates, or relatives. And the initiator of all this, Nie Yun, was secretly grinning from ear to ear while holding his phone. Wow, in just less than half an hour, all kinds of friends and family of Luo Yi started to appear. Everything was going exactly as he expected. He had 2 purposes for doing this. First, to create confusion, making it a headache for foreign forces to sift through all this chaotic information. Second, he was quite curious about Luo Yi himself. So far, even their officials had very little information about him. He was doing this to filter out some accurate information. Compared to foreign forces, the famous Tianyan system of Longwo was an advantage other countries did not possess. It could quickly help them select the right information. Before long, a message popped up from Dr. Wu on his phone. Xiaonya, there's a message here that might be true, take a look. It was a post. The post was pretty popular. Hello everyone, I am Su Xiaoyu, Luo Yi's roommate. The content of the post was simple. It briefly described her experience living with Luo Yi. Luo Yi was usually a quiet person, rarely going out, but he had a good character. As a roommate, he often helped her fix the toilet, repair the computer, and so on. He had no real hobbies but seemed very interested in antiques. At the end of the post, she attached a few photos. They showed Luo Yi's back. She hoped it could attract the attention of relevant authorities. It was quite reasonable and appeared to be hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Looking ordinary, there were over 10,000 such posts online. Unlike other posts, the poster named Su Xiaoyu was a streamer with quite a few followers. She was previously a popular game streamer but switched to eerie storytelling after the strange tales began. Since the rules of the world descended upon Blue Star, many started streaming eerie tales, and Su Xiaoyu was among them. With her average performance and decent looks, along with her humorous streaming style, she quickly gained some popularity. However, her post attracted a lot of criticism. The comments under the post were filled with insults against her. Sigh, now these female streamers will do anything for attention, they'll just ride on someone else's fame. Making a joke is one thing, but why take it seriously? I'm fed up, can't you stop riding on Ye's popularity? You don't even know him well, at least find someone else to hype up, he's a breath of fresh air. In a rented room in Magic City. Su Xiaoyu looked at the replies on her phone, her fists clenched tightly, her brows furrowed. The reason for her post wasn't to gain attention. She just wanted to attract the attention of relevant authorities, she wanted to help Luo Yi. After all, even though she wasn't close to Luo Yi, he was still her roommate, and he had often helped her. Now, Luo Yifeng's life and death are unknown. As someone who knows her, I should naturally do my part. But she didn't expect the reaction from netizens to be so great. It directly unleashed online violence. Now even the fans she had just accumulated are ready to unfollow her. It seems she not only couldn't help Luo Yi, but ended up dragging herself down too. If only Luo Yi could come back, she could help clarify things for her. If she can't come back, she might bear the injustice for a lifetime. Her live streaming career might end because of online violence. Sigh, forget it, I guess I'm really not suited to be a streamer. Su Xiaoyu shook her head in disappointment. She clicked the mouse, ready to delete her posts and cancel her live streaming account. After hesitating for a moment, she finally made the decision. Having done all this, she stared blankly at the ceiling. Coming from a rural background, she grew up all alone. With looks that rivaled celebrities, she still did not yield to capital. To be honest, when she first started gaming live streaming, many people wanted to see her, but she rejected them all. Later on, with her eloquence, she managed to build some popularity. But she didn't expect it to come to an end so quickly. She really is unfortunate. Just when she was in despair and felt like giving up, a phone call came in. Strange, a number from the capital? She answered the call, and a strange man's voice came through. Hello Su Xiaoyu, I am Nie Yun from the Dragon Group's mysterious department, I want to verify something about Luo Yi, is it convenient? Su Xiaoyu held the phone, stunned for a solid 3 seconds, forcing herself to suppress her joy. Oh, I'm at Magic City, Fondo Garden 602. Chapter 27, Extreme Trash Talk, Pure Enjoyment. Luo Yi's toughness deeply shocked everyone. Not only shocked, but also caused fear. In the last wave, Luo Yi clearly didn't use a kitchen knife, yet still instant-killed 2 strange beings. What does this mean? Surely that stick isn't a divine weapon? Other than Luo Yi's own strength being formidable, they couldn't find any other reason. These foreign viewers found it impossible to admit Luo Yi's strength. On the contrary, the stronger Luo Yi became, the more unsettled they felt. They would think of all sorts of ways to slander Luo Yi. Even though doing this was pointless, at least it could make them feel better. Oh my god, this Luo Yi seems like a butcher, how cruel. Damn, he even kills children, even if that child is a strange one, you don't have to wipe them all out. Baka, this kind of person is simply a freak, really a murderer. If this guy could come out, he must be sent to an international prison. Completely agree, if he doesn't kill often, how could he kill so skillfully? I suggest sending him to America for trial. These extremely nonsensical comments made Dragon Country viewers furious. They directly exploded in anger. Cut it out, you've already said so much, why is a strange child still a child? Why not just go die? It's really stupid, your entire family are murderers, so Luo Yi should just stand there for the strange one to kill? He has to act, doesn't he? These foreigners are being unreasonable, no need to talk nonsense with them, our ego will teach you a lesson. The Dragon Country viewers were thoroughly enraged. Did they really think they were fools? And that any strange child is still a child? Killing strange beings equals being a murderer. Such bullshit theories could actually be stated, it's simply ridiculous. Unfortunately, the chat room of the rules world does not allow muting or kicking people. They could only watch helplessly as these flies screamed. Soon both sides started a new round of insults. The vast majority of Dragon Country people stood with Luo Yi. Of course, there was a small complicated portion who were actually siding with the foreigners. One American IP, named Yang Wei the Most Handsome, was stirring the pot in the comments. As a Dragon Country person, I feel they do have a point. Luo Yi was truly cruel, he could have let that child go, yet he wanted to eliminate all threats to himself. Why must we eradicate completely? Such people should face the just trial of the American people. Yang Wei was originally a wealthy businessman from the Dragon Country, watching as his country lost again and again, about to miss the opportunity. He sold all his properties directly and fled to America. But unexpectedly, as soon as he landed, he found that the Dragon Country had actually risen up again. This left him feeling extremely unbalanced. Many others like him felt the same. As soon as he spoke, the comments from the people of Dragon Country exploded. Get out of here. You are not one of us, we don't need fools like you in Dragon Country. When the country is in trouble, instead of helping, you are kicking us when we are down, you are worse than a dog. Just kneel and lick your American daddy, stay away from us, Dragon Country people. Go die, traitor, don't disgust us. I must say, the pure trash talk from netizens was an ultimate enjoyment. Yang Wei's face turned ashen in front of the screen, hastily pulling out blood pressure medicine and desperately swallowing it. After finally calming down, he gritted his teeth and sent out harsh words in the comments. Just wait, you will regret it, and then you will envy me in America. Right now, you don't see the gap, I bet I will definitely not walk out of this scenario. The comments from Dragon Country viewers flooded him instantly. From his relatives to his ancestors, everyone was cursed without exception. If he were in front of them, he would probably drown in their spit. Yang Wei was almost so enraged he would have a hemorrhagic stroke. Meanwhile, in the frame, Luo Yi had also finished his harvest, capturing the remaining strange beings in one sweep. What a shame, just a little bit more. Looking inward at himself, Luo Yi revealed a regretful expression. However, he could feel that he was just a step away, which gave him some comfort. Turning around, he found Buter still standing there in a daze, holding a kitchen knife, unsure of what to do. Luo Yi's earlier actions had completely stunned him. Not only had he not died, but he had also captured the remaining strange beings. What is this power? These corpses were all extremely menacing. Each one was like a dried-up branch, turned into a mummified body. Some had their intestines dangling on the ground, while others had a bloody hole where their hearts should be. It was a sight that sent chills down the spine. Of the dozen or so candidates inside, only half remained. And they looked exceptionally ragged. Many were missing arms and legs, their bodies covered in wounds. The leader, Jack, looked terrible as well, with disheveled hair and a face full of dust, making him seem 10 years older. Next to him was a corpse dressed in a red hospital gown. A blue dagger was stabbed into the heart of the corpse. When Jack saw Luo Yi and Bo Te return completely unscathed, he fell into a state of shock. Chapter 28, The Rules Descend Again. When he saw Luo Yi and Bo Te return without a scratch, everyone left in the room was stunned. They were not spectators, they didn't know what had happened to Luo Yi and the others. But the fact that they were still alive was utterly incomprehensible. After all, there could be dozens of terrifying creatures outside. And inside, nearly one strange entity almost caused their complete annihilation. It was really hard to understand why. As Butte observed the scene inside, his jaw dropped. It seemed that those left behind weren't faring much better. The chances of danger were likely even greater. So, speaking of which, he realized he was quite lucky. Oh my, this kid from Dragon Country actually didn't die, what incredible luck. Could it be that after they went out, the strange creatures ran away? Otherwise, how could they come back safely? Sigh, if I had known, I would have gone out with them, I didn't expect us to be so unlucky. Damn, I didn't think the life of this kid from Dragon Country would be so tough, he's pretty hard to kill. Standing in the corner, Park Lee-wai looked incredibly disheveled, with dozens of blood marks on his body, and his arm missing a patch of skin, bloody and raw. He watched Luo Yi return unscathed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he said. It's all their fault, they must have attracted the strange creatures, causing so many of us to die. They actually came back, we absolutely cannot let them off lightly. Tan Zhongjing echoed beside him. That's right, if it weren't for us scaring the strange ones away, how could they have escaped so easily? They must have done something bad for the strange creatures to focus on us. Jack frowned tightly. Forcing Luo Yi and the others out didn't just fail to eliminate them, it seemed to have caused their own heavy losses. You two must have colluded with the strange creatures against us. As traitors to humanity, there's nothing to be said. I will judge you on behalf of God. Luo Yi was unharmed, making Jack's mind extremely unbalanced. He was ready to strike at the first excuse he could find. But Luo Yi had a blank expression, while his eyes sparkled with cold light. Just when both sides were about to engage in a big fight, the alarm clock in the hospital room suddenly rang. The sound of nurses echoed in the corridor. Jack's brow furrowed even tighter. 10. Daily meals and late-night snacks will be delivered regularly, just eat until full, no need to finish everything. He had intended to take this opportunity to deal with Luo Yi. But it seemed now was not the right time. When it was time for meals, Jack provocatively looked at Luo Yi. Kid from Dragon Country, you're really lucky again, managing to escape a calamity. But luck always runs out, soon enough, it will be your turn to be unfortunate. Luo Yi was unimpressed, he thought the same. Butte silently watched everything from behind. He had previously thought that the numerous numbers of Jack were practically certain to win. But since witnessing Luo Yi in action, he no longer believed that. Now, it was truly hard to say. The candidates were quickly assigned to their respective areas. Up to now, including Luo Yi, there were only 10 candidates left, making the battle situation grim. The B-grade dungeon truly lived up to its reputation. Having witnessed the difficulty of the dungeon, aside from Luo Yi, all the candidates were treading on thin ice. Not daring to relax even a bit. The nurse pushed the food cart over. This time, it seemed much calmer. The cart was mostly filled with vegetarian dishes. The nurse in a red outfit did not appear. This relieved all the contestants, allowing them to feast joyfully. However, they still remembered the rules. Eating until full was enough, they didn't have to finish everything. The remaining contestants were no pushovers, including Park Lee-wai. On the surface, it seemed he had survived by luck. In reality, there was another ability crucial in this rule-based world. That was intuition. Those with sharp intuition often avoided danger. The nurse noticed that Park Lee-wai still had plenty of food left on his plate and showed an unhappy expression. Wasting food is not a good thing, the director will be displeased if he sees this. Once she said this, the two patients in the adjacent bed suddenly sped up. These two were clearly very nervous about the word director. For a rare moment, Park Lee-wai was smart and ignored what the nurse said. He covered himself with the blanket and played dead. Seeing this, the nurse showed an unhappy expression and didn't say anything further. The audience from Kimchi Country couldn't help but cheer for Park Lee-wai's cleverness. Park Lee-wai has been pretending to be foolish all along, you see, he's actually quite smart. Ha, I knew that our noble lineage from Kimchi Country would never produce fools. Maybe this kid can make a comeback. I'm a member of a Korean girl group, if he passes, I'll announce that I want to marry him. Park Lee-wai's reputation went from being a coward to gradually getting better. The people of Kimchi Country found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. However, a contestant named Lauren from a small Nordic country wasn't so lucky. After a bizarre battle, they were starving to death. A hospital room that could originally accommodate a person was now filled with 4. However, there was only one meal on the cart. Lauren asked the nurse with a puzzled face. Nurse, aren't there 4 of us here? Why is there only one meal? The nurse laughed awkwardly and said. It seems something strange happened in the kitchen today, not enough meals were prepared, and it seems one guy ate them all. Just manage with this, you'll have a late-night snack later. The audience from Dragon Country burst into laughter at this scene. Ha, that's why it's all vegetarian, looks like someone finished off all the meat, and who else could it be but Brother Yi? Now they're in trouble, and it's going to be Brother Ye's indirect revenge. You've asked for it, now it's your turn to be sorry. Upon hearing this, Lauren was in a tight spot. Damn it, how can 4 people share one meal? The 3 patients beside him suddenly looked excited. These were all genuine mental patients. They didn't care about anything. In an instant, the 3 of them lunged at the food like starving wolves. There wasn't much rice in a single food container. In less than 30 seconds, it was completely devoured. Lauren covered his stomach, looking frustrated. So damn unlucky, forget it, I won't eat. But he seemed to have forgotten a detail in the rules. Eating until full was enough, they didn't have to finish everything. After the other 3 patients finished eating, their eyes suddenly turned red. Especially when they saw Lauren. One of the patients lunged at him like a beast. Lauren's eyes were filled with terror. With a scream, he was torn apart. The bloody scene made the audience scream. Soon, the main screen went dark. A bizarre moment descended upon the small Nordic country. The country was small, and nearly half of the population was wiped out. People from other countries watched the scene with sighs. In another live broadcast room, similar events occurred. Chapter 29, Your Heart Has a Problem, Let Me Check. This time, the audience from the United States was tense. Because the same thing happened in Jack's hospital room. After the nurse rolled in the meal tray, the 3 patients nearby were all watching eagerly. Jack's mind raced, instantly understanding the key point. If these people snatched the food away, he might be in serious danger. A trap? Then don't blame me. Jack was quite decisive, his eyes flashing coldly. He grabbed the meal tray and immediately plunged a dagger into the hand of the patient to his right. Ah. The patient's expression twisted as his palm was brutally nailed to the table. The other 2 patients shrank back immediately. They were frightened by Jack's actions. Being mentally ill doesn't mean you're not afraid of death. American audiences idolized the strong, seeing Jack so decisively ruthless, they became excited. Nice. I knew Jack would think of a way, and it's even easier than I imagined. That's ruthless, but I like it. Jack, please stab me hard. Oh my god, miss upstairs, are you polite? This is a live broadcast area, not a no man's land. With him here, that kid from Dragon Country can't stir up any trouble. What a pity, that kid is just lucky. Otherwise, he'd be a corpse by now. In Luo Yi's area, the same situation arose. However, he didn't care much, he had been busy all afternoon and hadn't even seen a decent meat dish. Count on him to get any leftovers? That was completely impossible. Fortunately, there's only him in his ward, so no one was competing. The Dragon Country audience was filled with laughter, most people felt quite relaxed. After all, they had seen Luo Yi's strength, ordinary abnormalities should pose no threat to him. Of course, a small portion of people began to worry upon seeing Luo Yi completely ignore the rules. Damn, Brother Yi has started again. At least respect their rules, does the abnormality have no face? Brother Yi is stranger than the abnormality. What does he fear? Just do it. Don't be so careless. It's still hard to say right now, better to be cautious. After all, it's a B-level instance, it won't be that simple. If he continues like this, something bad will happen. Although nothing major happened last time, he still got caught on the ceiling, right? This means he's not invincible. While the audience worried, unexpectedly, an accident occurred. Seeing Luo Yi finish all the food in his meal tray, the nurse's expression suddenly became strange. Originally dressed in blue, the nurse next second took off her coat, revealing a red lining underneath. The audience was instantly stunned. There's this operation? Now they really began to worry about Luo Yi. The red nurse's limbs suddenly elongated, twisting like ropes, trying to bind Luo Yi. Just as Luo Yi finished eating and was about to lie down to rest, he saw the abnormality before him and felt extremely annoyed. Get lost. He pulled out a kitchen knife. However, the moment the abnormality saw the kitchen knife, its expression changed instantly, and its twisted limbs quickly withdrew. As if seeing something terrifying, it turned and ran, even forgetting to push the meal cart. The red-dressed abnormality ran out, breathing a sigh of relief. It's that human with the kitchen knife. Good thing I'm well informed, otherwise, I'd be stuck there. Indeed, Luo Yi's battle with the abnormality had spread not only in the real world. In the abnormality community, it was also being talked about fervently. This time a human came who was not to be trifled with. Seeing the just transformed abnormality flee in panic. This scene left Luo Yi puzzled. The audience from Dragon Country was even more amused and exasperated. Ha ha, what the hell? Is this abnormality here to be funny? I swear, I've never seen such a fast-running abnormality. So awesome. Brother Yi is so strong now, it's truly a case of ghosts fearing him. Unrivaled. My Dragon Country's chopping king is indeed unbeatable, I kneel. After one dinner, the number of participants was reduced by one more. Only 9 people remained. Just after finishing dinner, a sexy female doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared in the ward. The woman doctor had a stethoscope hanging around her neck, drooping on her tall chest. The tight-fitting dress outlined her graceful curves. The woman doctor held a folder, with a sweet smile, as she knocked on the ward's door. Hello, we need to check and test your body indicators, please cooperate. Tell me your name. Her appearance made nearly all the contestants instantly freak out. Not for any other reason. 13. Stay away from all checks. Most people fell into a state of alert. Except for the Cherry Blossom Country contestant, Tanaka Ekoshi. He was already exhausted and had just finished eating. As the saying goes, warmth brings desire. His nerves completely relaxed upon seeing that sweet smile. He completely threw the rules out of his mind. Moreover, after being immersed in Cherry Blossom Country's culture for a long time. At this moment, thoughts were racing through his mind. Many action movies are set in hospitals. The sexy woman doctor in front of him was indeed eye-catching. Tanaka Ekoshi stared at the woman doctor's long legs with a lewd smile. Hi, my name is Tanaka Ekoshi, doctor, I'm really scared to be here alone. Please come over and help me check. The audience from the little book country couldn't help but curse when they saw him lose his composure. Baka, is this Tanaka-san stupid? How can he still be thinking about this at a time like this? Oh no, he's really going to get killed by this pervert. He completely forgot the rules, unbelievable. I don't think so, this doctor is so beautiful, she shouldn't be a bad person, right? Maybe this is really Tanaka-san's chance. Are you as stupid as him? In a world of rules, where are the romantic encounters? Only man-eating monsters exist. The sexy woman doctor gave Tanaka Ekoshi a flirty wink, mesmerizing him completely. The stethoscope glided over his heart and lungs, instantly getting his attention. His face filled with anticipation for what was about to happen. However, in the next second, the sexy woman doctor's sweet smile suddenly turned eerie. Her smiling mouth stretched all the way to the back of her head in an instant. The hand that had been soothing Tanaka Ikoshi suddenly sprouted razor-sharp black nails. Tanaka Ikoshi had his eyes closed, enjoying the delicate sensation. "Doctor, how is it? I suddenly feel my heart beating so fast. Do I need a more detailed examination?" The woman doctor let out a piercing sound from her throat, like metal scraping. "It is indeed necessary, your heart has problems, let me check it for you." Tanaka Ikoshi suddenly felt something was wrong and just opened his eyes. He suddenly felt a chill in his chest. Then, a column of blood gushed out. He saw with his own eyes as the woman doctor took out his beating heart. And the woman doctor, who had originally worn a sweet smile, opened her mouth wide to the back of her ears and swallowed the heart in one bite. Chapter 30, Important Clue About the Dean. The island nation is not large, yet it creates myths. Many islanders were looking forward to the thrilling scene with the woman doctor. Many perverts like Tanaka had already prepared tissues. But the sudden change left them completely in despair. It left them with a lifelong shadow. The strange had arrived. Almost 1/8 of the island's population was annihilated. The power was comparable to that of an atomic bomb. For a moment, the cherry blossom country was filled with curses and screams. "Baka, damn you, Tanaka-san, I greet all the women in your family. Tanaka-san's family, come forward, to raise such a fool, you should be punished, I hope you commit seppuku. Oh my, I'm dead, my parents were killed by the strange arrival. People from the dragon country are all standing up, why can't our great island nation produce a single talent?" The woman's doctor's transformation sent chills down everyone's spine. People from other countries began to comment on the behavior of the cherry blossom country contestants. The people from the little book country really are the same, after all these years, they still can't resist when they see a beautiful woman. Deserved it. If you don't slander our brother Yi, you can only say he got what he deserved. Daring to mess around in a bizarre world, don't you know how the gentleman from the country died? Oh my, the people from Cherry Blossom Country are really too foolish, I've never seen such a stupid nation. After the Cherry Blossom Country contestant got eliminated, the audience felt restless and flooded into other streams. Some entered the American stream, ready to beg for validation. Others went to the Dragon Country stream, preparing to mock. Other contestants faced the checking doctor and dared not show a hint of leniency. Most chose the simplest method, which was to bury their heads in sleep as if they couldn't hear anything. No matter how the beautiful doctor tempted them, they remained completely still. The female doctor grew increasingly impatient, almost ready to throw back the covers. However, the rules of the world not only impose many restrictions on the contestants. There are also many limits on the bizarre entities. Only when a contestant triggers a certain rule can they take action. Otherwise, they have no other options. Fortunately, the bell rang. The hospital rings a bell every 2 hours. Those who need to use the restroom, please return to the ward within 10 minutes. The bell for the restroom rang. The female doctor spent a long time there, but since no other contestants fell for her tricks, she could only leave awkwardly. All contestants let out a sigh of relief. It's worth noting that in Luo Yi's ward, it was completely empty, the female doctor didn't even bother to go in. So Luo Yi fell into a deep sleep. He appeared quite at ease. What? Treating my brother Yi differently. The female doctor didn't even come to check on him? Does she look down on my brother Yi or what? Ha, the female bazaar is scared to come in and unable to leave. This is not a place where you can just come and go as you please. Only my brother Yi can have a baby-like sleep at this time. Right? They all came to adventure, and if they're not careful, they lose their lives, while my brother Yi looks like he's on vacation, it's ridiculous. I'm amazed by my dragon Aotion, only humans fear ghosts, and I've never seen ghosts fearing humans, it's really thrilling. Compared to other countries, the audience from Dragon Country felt exceptionally relaxed. Nothing else. The bizarre creatures don't even dare to come. Doesn't that indicate something? Luo Yi's deterrent power was at its peak, invincible. Of course, there were still a small number of cautious viewers who felt something was off. I think brother you should be careful, every time it's too easy, something big follows. That's right, these bazaars aren't as simple as they seem, better be cautious. Sai, you've been kneeling too long to stand up now, everyone was careful before because there wasn't a powerhouse like brother Yi. Exactly, brother Yi isn't afraid of the bazaar, what could actually trouble him? Luo Yi seemed to hear the call of his friends, hearing the bell, he finally woke up. He was also somewhat curious, it's quite strange that no new danger had appeared for such a long time. To be honest, it was a bit boring. Thinking of this, he walked directly outside. Most contestants were thinking of taking this time to explore the hospital a bit. So far, they knew nothing about the entire structure of the hospital. Except for the wards, restrooms, and activity areas. Everywhere else remained a mystery. Continuing like this would be very unfavorable for their survival. This hospital was like a fog that the selected participants had barely explored so far. Jack also took his dagger and stepped outside. The traces of flames in the corridor had already disappeared. Everything was brand new. This seemed impossible from the outside. The battle scars caused by Luo Yi had also been repaired. The bizarre bodies had long been cleared away cleanly. In the corridor, he seemed to vaguely hear footsteps. As he walked, suddenly a sound of laughter came from around the corner, sending chills down his spine. Jack gripped his dagger tightly. Then, a smiling little girl appeared and ran up to him. He handed over a note. Jack unfurled the note in confusion. The note had 2 lines written on it. The storage room might have the clues you need. The 4th floor has unimaginable dangers. If you're not prepared, don't go up. Receiving the note, he was just about to go up to ask the little girl. But the little girl had already vanished. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes were almost up. Jack was helpless and could only return to the hospital room. However, this trip was not in vain, at least he gained some new clues. The American audience couldn't help but cheer. Oh my gosh, Jack is so clever and courageous. He found clues so quickly, I'm amazed. Now we can outpace the other contestants. The kid from Dragon Country is about to get punished for his arrogance. So far ahead, Jack's bravery is truly admirable. After all, Jack is the pride of America. Can he be compared to anyone else? In fact, all of this was just the Americans' one-sided wishful thinking. Most contestants found the same clues just by going out. Of course, except for Park Li-hui, who was still shivering under the covers. However, this time, the people of Kimchi Country were more understanding. They no longer crazily insulted him. Instead, they felt he was the pride of the heavens, a child of fortune. Perhaps by doing nothing, he could still win. After all, if a contestant has achieved this much without doing anything, they wouldn't believe it was purely luck. Over at Luo Yi's side, he had gone the furthest, almost making it down the stairs. In reality, there was another hidden clue. That was all the contestants lived on the 3rd floor. Because the room numbers were all 302, 303, and so on. Luo Yi successfully encountered the little girl who delivered the note at the stairway. The little girl seemed fearful. After throwing the note to Luo Yi, she immediately fled in a panic. Unlike the other contestants, he certainly wouldn't let the little girl go easily. He firmly pressed down on the girl's shoulder. The little girl screamed in terror. I just want to complete my task, please don't kill me. I will tell you everything. It's all because of the director. Chapter 31, Nya Yun from the Dragon Team, am ashamed. When the little girl uttered the words director, she instantly regretted it and covered her mouth, her voice cracking. Please, don't force me. I just came to complete my task. Luo Yi was somewhat bewildered, he hadn't done anything, so why was the girl reacting so intensely? Overall, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Even though the little girl had some dark energy, it held no attraction for him. Is it really necessary? Do I look so terrifying? Luo Yi smiled at her, trying hard to appear less scary. But when he smiled, the little girl cried even harder. Ah, the chef uncle was right, you really are terrifying. This made Luo Yi's head ache. Weird things can be good or bad. Good weird things have no aggressive tendencies and can provide many clues. The audience from Dragon Country couldn't help but find joy in Luo Yi's predicament. Ah, Brother Yi also has times when he feels helpless. I thought he was all-powerful. I must say, Brother Yi looks quite adorable when dealing with kids. Oh my god, I love him even more. I want to have a baby with Brother Yi. To the one above, just dream on, there's everything in dreams. It seems Brother Yi's reputation really has spread. Basically, every weird thing is afraid of him. Let's just say, who besides Brother Yi could accomplish this? It's truly awesome. The audience's understanding of Luo Yi deepened significantly. To their surprise, the cold-blooded killer had a warm side too. This also brought him a new batch of fans. Seeing the girl cry even harder, Luo Yi cleared his throat and crouched down to gently pat the little girl's head. Little sister, don't worry, I won't hurt you. The little girl looked doubtful. Luo Yi suddenly remembered the chef the girl mentioned earlier. Could it be the head chef? He asked tentatively. Little sister, do you know the head chef? I am his friend. The little girl's big eyes blinked. Of course I know him, he often buys me lollipops, I really like him. He told us to stay away from you, you are a terrifying monster. Hearing this, Luo Yi was left speechless. Sure enough, you know how to deal with people, chef. Thinking about it, the chef must be looking out for him, so he could face less danger. But this is not what Luo Yi wanted. He just wanted to quickly break through to the next stage. The audience from Dragon Country finally understood why this group of weird creatures feared him so much. The reason must be more than just him killing so many weird creatures. After all, many of these creatures aren't afraid of death at all. And in the B-level dungeon, there definitely couldn't be just the chef as a second-tier weird creature. They had no reason to be so wary of Luo Yi. It turns out Chef has been silently helping Luo Yi from behind. Alright, the chef is someone to be dealt with. Whether in cooking or in dealing with people, he is sincere. The Dragon Country audience was deeply moved. Luo Yi understood the reason behind it as well. The little girl had to follow certain rules. If she triggered the rules, she would also be threatened with death. So, he needed to gain clues while ensuring the girl's safety. Luo Yi thought of a way. Do you recognize this kitchen knife? If I weren't a friend of your chef, how would he give me this knife? He took out the kitchen knife from behind and waved it in front of the little girl. The little girl was extremely nervous, afraid he would suddenly attack her. Upon close observation, the little girl widened her eyes and gasped. It's really true, there's the special pattern of my chef on it, it seems uncle, you're not lying. Seeing that he gained the little girl's trust, Luo Yi began to dig for clues. Uncle knows some things you can't speak of, so let uncle ask you. The director is a bad person, right? The little girl's big eyes narrowed for a moment, she shook her head and then nodded. What does this mean? The audience from Dragon Country was confused. Luo Yi was silent for a moment and continued to ask. Are these strange patients created by the director? The little girl looked troubled, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Is the director currently in this hospital? Is he on the 4th floor? The little girl was about to move, when suddenly her whole self dimmed and disappeared in place. It seems the last question touched the girl's forbidden zone. However, Luo Yi had already obtained what he wanted, he quickly turned back towards the ward. The Dragon Country live stream room instantly exploded with comments. Wait, what does this mean? Can someone big come out to translate? We are all very busy, don't bother us with everything. Don't ask, just know that we don't know. I think the director might be the final boss, this hospital could be a place for his human experiments, though I'm just guessing. Wow, there are indeed many smart people in the comments, they can guess this, impressive. Do you think Luo Yi figured it out? That's the key. Nia Yun looked at the screen in deep thought. Luo Yi truly surprises me time and time again, it seems you're much smarter than I imagined. Initially, everyone thought Luo Yi was a reckless fool. After all, when he cleared the levels before, he completely disregarded the rules, just hacking everyone down. To be honest, he was just hard-headed. Thus, he left the audience with an image of being a foolish brute. But now, it seems Luo Yi is truly a person with both wisdom and bravery. The reason he didn't use his brain is that he just didn't need to. Just like, would a normal person research how to deal with an ant? Now, when he was really preparing to break through, his terrifying side was revealed. Not only is his combat power incredibly strong, but his mind also works extremely quickly. Most importantly, no matter what Luo Yi faces, he can enter an extremely calm state. It just feels like he was born for the weird world. Luo Yi is perhaps more suitable than I am to be the chosen one for the rule of bizarre tales. This is the highest praise given by Nia Yun. Beside him, Dr. Wu could not help but be secretly shocked by Nia Yun's words. Xiaonia, you can't say that. You have qualities that he does not possess, so there's no need to belittle yourself. It was the first time Dr. Wu saw the proud Nia Yun so genuinely admiring someone. Nia Yun was also famous at a young age, once a king among Special Forces soldiers. Later, he joined the Longwa Special Operations Group, the Dragon Group. Everyone in the Dragon Group, whether in intelligence, physical fitness, or other aspects, is a rare talent among millions. Such people are born as the pride of heaven. But at this moment, Nia Yun actually felt that Luo Yi was more suitable as a candidate than he was. This shows just how shocking Luo Yi's presence was for him. You see, Longwa trained Nia Yun to be an expert in the weird and bizarre to face strange tales. If you asked who knows the weird world best in Longwa, Nia Yun could say second, and no one would dare say first. But such a Nia Yun still felt inferior. Chapter 32, The Red Eyes of 308. I hope I can be selected for the next round of weird tales. I'm really looking forward to being teammates with this guy. Nia Yun was eager to try. He was actually a seed candidate for the chosen ones. He just had not been selected yet. Before Luo Yi appeared, he was a bit worried about truly being chosen for the weird world. It was fear of the unknown. But now, he felt more anticipation. I'm going to train, I can't lose to this kid. Nia Yun left those words and turned to go to the gym. Luo Yi's existence gave him a sense of pressure. Dr. Wu smiled and shook his head. Young people are really great. He felt that Nia Yun seemed a bit different somehow. All remaining candidates returned to their respective rooms. Soon, night fell. Tonight was destined to be unsettled. Many candidates received clues and knew that tonight might be an important moment to clear the game. Except for the candidate from Kimchi Country, Park Lee-hui. He continued to hide in his room as usual. He had not received any clues. At 10 o'clock, the nurse pushed a late-night snack into the room. Last time, they barely got enough to eat. This time, the candidates wolfed down the snacks and quickly finished them. Nothing unusual happened. After dinner, the bell rang. It was time to use the bathroom again. This time, no one chose to leave their rooms. Even Luo Yi was unusually quiet. Everyone was getting ready for midnight. Soon, midnight approached. The whole hospital was silent, and strange sounds could still be heard in the area. After midnight, all outdoor activities are suspended. If a patient leaves the room without permission, they will assume all consequences. It was clear that going out at this time would bring unpredictable dangers. But the difficulty of the scenario would increase rapidly over time, with escalating danger. So far, the candidates had obtained pitifully few clues. If they continued to stay in place like Park Lee-hui, they might end up not knowing how they died. They must seize this opportunity. The candidate from Kangaroo Country, Aokuan, took a deep breath, silently praying for himself as he quietly got out of bed. He pulled out a red baseball bat from somewhere. It seemed to be an item he obtained earlier. He soon left the room. At this moment, the corridor was pitch black, and the distance looked like a black hole, as if it wanted to suck people in. The storage room mentioned in the clues should be in some corner, right? Generally, hospital storage rooms are next to the bathrooms or in some corner. He had been to the bathroom before, so if he walked straight down the corridor, he should be able to find it. However, it would be troublesome if there was no storage room on the third floor. He tiptoed carefully, fearing he would make any noise. The night ward was incredibly terrifying. Through the walls, various strange sounds could be heard. There were screams, murmurs, and even the sound of explosions. Electric sounds. No one knows how these sounds are made. To know that many weird things are hidden within these patients. One slip, and it might mean death. The spectators also broke out in a cold sweat for him. Walking down the corridor, he was surprised to find that some room doors were emitting a faint light. This succeeded in capturing his attention. Could there be clues inside? Room 308. Just passing by the door, he felt a bone-chilling cold, making him break out in a sweat. This room is actually not closed. Oken instantly tensed up. A pair of blood-red, eerie eyes were staring at him. As if they could see through his soul. Making him feel like he was trapped in an ice cellar. It was a patient. The patient's eyes were red. At this moment, he was smiling at him. Fortunately, the patient's limbs were bound with straps. Damn, that's really scary. Oken had no time to care about clues and hurriedly ran away without looking back. Though he ran far, that eerie pair of red eyes seemed to be engraved in his heart. Continuing down the corridor. Suddenly, he discovered the end of the corridor was shrouded in a layer of black mist. Oken instantly got goosebumps. He couldn't care less, wanting only to quickly find the storage room. He plunged into the black mist. Once he entered the mist, he froze, suddenly feeling as if a pair of red eyes had appeared behind him. He hurriedly quickened his pace and dashed forward. Finally breaking free from the mist. When he saw the room number, he was suddenly stunned. 303? I'm back again. The icy chill instantly enveloped him. The Australian audience could no longer sit still. Oh my god, it's over, he must be targeted by something weird. God, what's happening? Is he encountering a ghost wall? If I had known, I'd rather stay in the hospital room, now I can't even run. Oken panicked, bumping around wildly. Damn, what the hell is that thing? But no matter how he ran, he would always end up back at the starting point, room 303. On the brink of collapse, he could no longer hold back. With a roar, he kicked open the door to room 303. In room 303, a strange scene appeared. Lying on the bed was that red-eyed patient again. At this moment, the patient's eyes had turned into glowing red lanterns. Soon, the patient's face melted like a candle. Oken was utterly desperate, a final burst of courage rose within him. Ignoring everything, he grabbed a baseball bat and rushed towards the patient. It's all you, it's all you. The baseball bat struck the red-eyed patient again and again. And the patient showed no sign of anger or wailing. Instead, he revealed an eerie smile. Smile, I'll make you smile, damned weirdness. The baseball bat was soaked in blood. The red-eyed patient finally stopped moving. Oken panted, collapsing to the ground, exhausted. Is this the weirdness? Finally, I killed it. But at that moment, the red eyes reappeared before him. The next second, He found himself lying on the hospital bed, struggling to breathe. Opposite him was the red-eyed patient. The red-eyed patient was wearing his clothes, holding the baseball bat. The bat was still dripping with blood. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream. Oaken's screen went completely dark. The entire live audience was left in shock. Their brains buzzing, that pair of red eyes lingered in their minds. This was terrifying. This contender was tortured into a mental patient alive. On the other side, Jack was the first to throw off the covers, and afternoon had returned his energy. He brought all the weapons he could use with him. Additionally, he wrapped his arm in a layer of bandage to provide protection. Without disturbing the other patients, he tiptoed out. The American audience felt very tense. With the Australian contestants' experience as a warning, even a strong one like Jack. They were all very nervous. Among all the contestants, only Luo Yi could remain calm. Chapter 33, The Clever Rosanne. Jack was quite clever. He did not act immediately, but thought for a while. Hospitals usually have maps, and they are typically not hidden too well, usually found in the hallway. Jack decided to look for a map first. This would make things much easier. As the saying goes, sharpening the saw does not hinder the work of cutting wood. Walking down the hallway, he indeed found a map on the wall by room 306. Although the map was a flat design and showed only this floor, it was definitely better than having nothing. Orican had not noticed it before, probably because he was too nervous to pay attention to the details around. On the map, this room was marked with an exclamation point. It was indeed room 308. The place where those blood-red eyes were located. At the bottom of the map, there was a line of commentary. Room 308 houses a demon who can control minds. Do not look directly into his eyes or you will get lost in endless hell. Thank goodness I looked for the map in advance and didn't just rush forward. Jack was grateful for not acting impulsively. He studied the map again. The storage room was located at room 310, at the end of the hallway. Even though the contestant from Kangaroo Country guessed correctly, he would never have the chance to walk over. I must memorize the entire map to avoid any surprises. Jack was indeed meticulous. At this moment, he did not move forward. Instead, he spent some time completely memorizing the layout of the map. Only then did he finally start moving forward. 306. 307. When he reached 307, Jack suddenly closed his eyes and continued to move forward. Passing by 308, he felt something in the room staring at him. He could not help but want to open his eyes and look over. However, he ultimately held back. When he saw the number 309, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to continue moving forward, he suddenly felt his body stiffen and his steps halted. Wait, the number is flipped, this is 306. Jack instantly felt a chill down his back. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly found that the number 9 was not in the correct position, it was actually a 6 that had fallen. Thank goodness I had memorized the positions and layout beforehand, or I would have been caught. Originally, the hallway was oriented east-west, the wall side should be to the south. But now it had flipped around. He believed it would not be possible to turn around, it seemed he was influenced by this strange phenomenon. Jack tried again to walk forward with his eyes closed. This time the direction was correct, and he finally sighed in relief. That was close, I almost got caught. This strangeness is truly troublesome, even though I didn't look into his eyes, I was still affected. It's really scary. Feeling sweat on his back, he took a few deep breaths and walked towards the storage room. The American audience also felt their hearts racing, this strangeness was indeed hard to guard against. Oh my, Jack's cleverness is beyond my imagination, he managed to get past such danger. I admire him so much. Great job, Jack, truly the smartest man in America, I love it. A man's most attractive organ should be his brain, not like the guys from Dragon Country, who only have brute strength. Who can argue? In a strange world, having brains allows you to live longer. Seeing Jack succeed, the American audience could not help but cheer loudly and mock Luo Yi. Another contestant, Lahar from Asan Country, was not so lucky. Unlike the always mysteriously confident people from Asan Country, this contestant seemed to be much more low-key. He had not shown up much before, overall, he was rather mysterious. Like Jack, he also chose to look for the map first. Seeing that line of markings, his confidence soared. I think I was the first to think of this method. Indeed, our Asan Country truly has the greatest potential, what a useless America and Dragon Country. It must be said, the national confidence of the Asan people is ingrained in their DNA. In fact, they had nothing, but they were the type that nobody looked down upon. The people of Asan Country began to comment. We, Asan Country, are the strongest. You can show off first, but we will be the ones laughing in the end. Lahar will surely succeed. I will personally offer him a cup of Ganges water and present a plump lizard. Downing this cup of Ganges water, in this life and beyond, we are brothers. Wow, they even found such hidden clues. We are definitely winning this round. Lahar seemed to respond to the people's call, moving forward without hesitation. Here, his choice was different from Jack's. He chose to walk away from the room. As long as he didn't look at the room, everything would be fine. Thinking of this, he directly turned 90 degrees, walking sideways like a crab, wanting to head straight to the end of the corridor. I really am clever. He was impressed by his own clever solution. And in the next second, he faced a wall with a window. A red ghostly light reflected from it, shooting directly into Hassan's eyes. Hassan stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with confusion, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. Ah! So many lizards. Leaving behind that final sentence, the screen went completely black. There were many people in Hassan country. After the strange occurrence, some people died, but it seemed to have no effect on them at all. However, the live broadcast room was instantly filled with the curses from the people of Hassan country. What is this guy doing? He's a complete and utter fool. Why do we have such a stupid person in Hassan country? He must be pretending to be one of us. I declare he has been stripped of his nationality. This guy made us cry from stupidity. This damned fool doesn't deserve to have lizards. On Luo Yi's side, he remained as relaxed as ever. It was as if he was just shopping, with no pressure at all, even whistling. It had been a long time since he had seen a blind and strange occurrence, making his hands a bit itchy. The Dragon Country audience couldn't help but worry when they saw that 2 of the remaining contestants had suddenly died. Brother Yi has to be careful this time. Hassan country and Little Japan are already gone. This strange occurrence is not simple. Even reflections are dangerous. If he sees the strange creature's eyes, he's done for. Mustn't be careless, he needs to dodge. Brother Yi must take this seriously. He won't charge in recklessly again, will he? At least check the map. I can barely see it. Given Brother Yi's temperament, he'll probably just grab a kitchen knife and slash. Seemingly completely unaware of the approaching danger, he still maintained a very relaxed state. After some time observing, netizens understood Luo Yi better. He really didn't check the map. Instead, he strode forward confidently. 306. 307. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at 308. Luo Yi showed no signs of alertness. Instead, he was a bit curious as to why only room 308 had its door open. A ghostly red light shot out from the room. Chapter 34, Look at me, brat. Luo Yi stared blankly into the room. Blood-red eyes met his gaze. All the viewers instantly developed a bad feeling. The already defeated Sakura country and others rejoiced immediately. Baka, how dare you be so arrogant? If you aren't consumed by the strange creature, I'll eat Oreos upside down. Oh my god, the Dragon Country contestants are really that foolish. The Hassan Country contestant collapsed just from seeing a reflection. Do you really think you're invincible? How dare you face the strange creature directly? This is delightful. Clearly, the Dragon Country kid has started to get cocky, thinking the strange creature can't do anything to him. Strange creature, hurry up and come down. Once Dragon Country falls, that territory will belong to us in Sakura Country. Previously nearly losing his mind from the insults, Yang Wei surfaced when he saw Luo Yi fall into the trap. I've said it before, Dragon Country is already at the end of its rope. Do you really think this guy named Luo Yi can save you? This world is very realistic. Don't always hold on to a lucky mindset. America's freedom and power are beyond your imagination. The audience in Dragon Country was worried about Luo Yi, but when they saw the traitor jumping around again at this moment, they couldn't hold back. Damn traitor, you really show up in every situation. Just kneel and lick your American dad, and don't talk nonsense here. Exactly, this is all Dragon Country people. Who gave you the right to speak? You think it's free over there? Then go to your free livestream room, don't bother our eyes here. What are you barking about, trying to find a sense of existence? Even your mother and ancestors wouldn't want you. What can such a person achieve? Yang Wei thought that by making Luo Yi look bad, the audience in Dragon Country would feel a bit regretful, but soon he found himself regretting after sending out the bullet screen. The fighting spirit of the people in Dragon Country made his blood pressure soar, and he couldn't help but madly pop pills. Nia Yun saw Luo Yi's state and couldn't help but frown. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be this way. Luo Yi must have his reasons for doing this. Next to him, Dr. Wu shook his head. Although he knew Luo Yi was strong, he still felt Nia Yun was overestimating him. Being targeted by such a powerful and strange force likely meant disaster, yet Nia Yun still held on to hope at this moment. And in the next second, an unexpected scene occurred on the large screen in the command room. Luo Yi and the strange being locked eyes, and the strange corners of its mouth curled up in a red glow, thinking it was ready to unleash its bizarre skills and melt Luo Yi just like it did to others. But soon, its expression changed. Because it discovered that Luo Yi was not reacting at all. Strange. This was even stranger. The red glowing smile of the bazaar disappeared. It launched another attack, using its strange skills to assault Luo Yi. But Luo Yi still had no reaction. Now, it was the bazaar being's turn to be confused. Having been strange for many years, this was the first time it encountered such a situation. This is not scientific. The audience in Dragon Country seemed to realize something. Could it be that Luo Yi was immune to this strange attack? After 1 minute, seeing that Luo Yi still had no reaction, they could confirm this fact. Oh my, it's useless? Brother Yi is too awesome, he can directly immune bazaar mental attacks. I'm already kneeling. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the livestream. After seeing Brother Yi's move just now, she also knelt. Why aren't the foreign devils mocking anymore? Wasn't there just a little brat saying he would do a handstand while defecating? Are they still waiting? I can't wait any longer. And that traitor, why is he so honest now? I still prefer your reckless style from before. The audience in Dragon Country retaliated, using their words to strike back, feeling a great sense of relief. The foreign audience was also stunned. Impossible. This is a bazaar skill with a 100% success rate, how can it fail? It's very likely that this bazaar being has launched too many bazaar attacks, so when it targeted the kid from Dragon Country, it had no effect. Damn it, this kid from Dragon Country really is lucky, he can always encounter unexpected outcomes. I suspect it's not that the skill failed, this kid might just be cheating. It seems there's no way to escape now. Niayan stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. He quickly had deeper thoughts about Luo Yi's identity. However, he planned to help keep this secret safe. It's time to set off, Dr. Wu, help me arrange a trip to the Devil City. He intended to personally see where Luo Yi lived. In the scene. Red eyes, strange, filled with surprise. Such an outrageous thing, it was the first time he encountered it. And the next second, suddenly a stream of black energy shot out from Luo Yi's eyes. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees in an instant. The black energy instantly burrowed into the strange eyes. Ah, ah, ah. The strange creature let out a horrified scream. Hastily moved its eyes away, not daring to look directly at Luo Yi. But Luo Yi became excited, the dark energy within him was constantly growing. Look straight at me, you spawn. The red strange felt its power being absorbed, instantly stunned. Goodness. In the past, he was the one staring at others. How dare someone stare at him? The strange creature immediately felt like it was questioning life. It suddenly bounced up from the bed, wanting to escape. But Luo Yi gave it no chance. With a swift move, the hand fell. The strange creature fell to the ground. A stream of imperceptible black energy was absorbed into Luo Yi's body. All the viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. In their perspective, they had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, they saw the strange creature begin to flee, then got taken down by Luo Yi. So strong, Yi Ji's power is beyond our imagination. The strange creature simply couldn't stop him. It turned out he wasn't brainless, but confident. Is there anyone else? I feel like Yigu is a little bored, let's give him more of a challenge. Little blackies, speak up. Are you all mute? These foreign black creatures have swollen faces, how dare they speak every time we think Yigu is down, it's always their players who end up losing. Luo Yi's strength restored the confidence of the Dragon Country people. Chapter 35, Electrician's Log. The world is mainly divided into 3 camps. The North Bear Country, Pakistan, and several countries in the central region generally align with the Dragon Country. Then there's the alliance centered around the United States. There are also many neutral countries, swaying like reeds in the wind. In fact, even stable relationships can easily be broken. Of course, there is never a stable relationship, only stable interests. These neutral countries are not blind, their strange higher-ups noticed Luo Yi's strength and immediately planned to befriend the Dragon Country. They offered their country's strange data as a friendly exchange condition. Football Country, Argentina, Myanmar, and several other countries urgently messaged the Dragon Country's high-level officials. They hoped for friendly exchanges. Niayan quickly gathered the experts from the Strange Department to give a positive response. Cooperation with them is possible, but they must offer resources in exchange. No one would believe in an airdrop agreement. Only an interest relationship can make people trust. But as soon as it was mentioned that resources were needed in exchange, these countries immediately wilted. After all, Luo Yi had not yet won, and there was a huge element of luck involved. No country would take that risk. What if the United States wins in the end? After absorbing the dark energy, Luo Yi was completely full of it. Next, he just needed time to complete the advancement. The advancement process was nothing special, there was no need to close the door and find a place to seclude. As long as the time is sufficient, everything will fall into place. Now, only 7 competitors remained. Besides the traitor butler, the others were all from the United States camp. They were Park Hui from the pickled vegetable country, Jada Bao from the maple leaf country, Amani from the sausage country, Arthur from the windmill country, and Jack from the United States. Except for Park Hui, the coward, the others were quite formidable, each possessing many powerful items. All of them arrived at the storage room, wanting to find clues. The storage room may have clues you need. The fourth floor has unimaginable dangers, don't go up if you're unprepared. There are 3 rows of shelves in the storage room. It looks very chaotic inside, as if it hasn't been cleaned for a long time. The shelves are filled with various tools, dazzling to the eyes. Many contestants picked out 1 or 2 tools, ready to use them as weapons. Though they can't fight like Luo Yi against the weirdness. But they are still good for self-defense. Everyone started searching for clues. Luo Yi rummaged around, covering his eyes with a shadowy energy. He quickly found an object on the top shelf. This is a notebook? Luo Yi opened the notebook. It contained an electrical maintenance log. 1. Just arrived at this hospital, it is filled with an eerie atmosphere, especially the patients. I have been to other mental hospitals, but the patients here seem very special. 2. The director looks quite kind, but for some reason, it feels strange, especially how he treats the patients. 3. Today the power system failed again, this hospital is really oppressive, every time I come, it feels hard to breathe. 4. It's over, I, like the other patients, am forever trapped in this hospital. 5. Everyone in the hospital is a lunatic, if you have already entered, never go to the 4th floor. 6. There is a set of electrical protective clothing in my toolbox, wearing it can temporarily get you out of danger. 7. Remember, never try to prove you are a normal person. The Dragon Kingdom audience stared blankly at the clues. What is all this? So confusing. Are they speaking human language, or is it all riddles? I'm done for, I can't understand anything, I feel like my CPU is about to burn out. Do you think Ego can find the clues? My brain is overloaded, if it were me inside, I couldn't last a second, what kind of terrible clues are these? Is there anyone who understands this coming out to explain? It seems the electrician has discovered something. In any case, the hospital is a very dangerous place. Goodness, well said. Don't say anything more next time. At this moment, Nya Yun had already boarded the plane. The first class had Wi-Fi, he stared at his phone intently, his brain already had a basic analysis. I wonder what this guy will do. Luo Yi didn't think for long, casually tossed the notebook aside, seeming not to care at all. The audience was stunned at this scene. Goodness, this is an important clue. It is the key to victory or defeat. He actually didn't take it seriously at all. The most ridiculous part is that he didn't even wear the protective clothing mentioned in the note. Other contestants also found the notebook, but they didn't have Luo Yi's shadow energy ability and worked hard to find it. They each had different interpretations of this notebook. Jack from America carefully studied the notebook. From these clues, the director must have issues, not the boss but definitely an important character. The electrician must have encountered danger, this hospital definitely holds important secrets. Previously, he mentioned the power system frequently breaking down, and plus this protective clothing, danger is likely related to electricity. He made a rough analysis and finally made a decision. Looks like the 4th floor is a must-go. Then, he put on the heavy electrical protective clothing. American viewers, after Jack's analysis, suddenly admired him more, and the compliments began again. Oh my god, Jack is just too clever, it's really hard not to love a man like this. Just came back from the Dragon Kingdom, and that dragon kid didn't take the notebook seriously at all, glanced at it and threw it away, it made me laugh to death. Such a arrogant fool, how could he compare with our Jack, he's just a joke. People from the Dragon Kingdom can only show off and do nothing, even the protective clothing isn't worn, let's see how they die. Oh gosh, so excited, I can't wait anymore. Other contestants also put on the protective clothing. Soon except for Park Hui shivering under the blanket, the others donned protective clothing, preparing to go to the 4th floor. The 4th floor had always been a mysterious presence in the hospital. Twice the rules mentioned issues about the 4th floor. The first time was the strange little girl. The second time was the electrician's diary. It is enough to see the dangers on the 4th floor. A contestant from Maple Leaf Nation, Gadbao, arrived on the 4th floor. As soon as he reached the 4th floor, he felt a chill. He checked the map as usual. There were many special treatment rooms, conference rooms, and offices on the 4th floor. Among them was the director's office, located right in the center. At the bottom of the map was a line of red notes. The hospital at midnight has no doctors, when you encounter a doctor, please stay away. When you encounter a doctor, you must prove you are a patient, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. There is a nurse on duty on the 4th floor, do not let them find you. These 3 rules left people feeling puzzled. The first and second rules are contradictory. This indicates that one of them has a problem. In the world of rules, fake rules often appear, confusing the contestants. Sure enough, soon a contestant fell for it. Chapter 36, Treatment Room Number 3. Amon from Sausage Nation felt bewildered by these rules. What the hell, first it says to meet a doctor, then to stay away from them. So should I find a doctor or not? These two rules were indeed confusing. No one knew which one was true. This left many contestants with a headache. Sure enough, not long after, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Then, a doctor dressed in a white coat seemed to appear out of thin air. Amon found a patient room to hide his figure. His heart raced to his throat as he quietly waited for the doctor to pass. Fortunately, the doctor seemed to have not noticed him. After wandering around for a moment, he left. Just as Amon was about to go out, a faint voice suddenly came from behind. Patient, it's not good to run around in the middle of the night. Amon froze. Wait, I am a patient, you can't harm me. Turning around, he saw the doctor's face become twisted. Patients must not run around. In a scream, Amon was eerily consumed. Jack also saw the doctor. He thought about the two rules and ultimately decided to take the initiative. As the doctor approached, he suddenly clutched his stomach and rushed out. Doctor, my stomach hurts so much, can you treat me? The doctor showed a surprised expression. Sure, but I need to confirm that you are a patient here first. A hint of panic flashed across Jack's face. In the previous clues, when you encounter a doctor, you must prove you are a patient, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. I am a patient in room 302, Jack, suffering from severe schizophrenia, delusions. The doctor asked. Do you think your symptoms have improved? Jack, I feel like I have no problems whatsoever, from the beginning, it's all the doctor's misdiagnosis. The doctor's eyes glazed over. Okay, I confirm that you are our patient. Most mentally ill people don't believe they are sick. If someone admits they are ill voluntarily, they might be eerily consumed the next second. After answering the questions, the doctor vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving a note behind. Jack picked up the note. The key is in the safe of treatment room number 3. In the director's office. Jack looked puzzled. What is this key for? What is treatment room number 3 about? It's really frustrating when things are only half explained. In the live broadcast room of the US, seeing Jack successfully clear the level, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jack, I love you like a mouse loves rice. This victory is certain, let's see how the kid from Dragon Nation does. Wisdom is the priority, our Jack is the embodiment of wisdom, kid from Dragon Nation, die for me. It should be clearing soon, at this rate, Jack is definitely the winner. Despair now, Dragon Nation. Other contestants had good luck and did not encounter the doctor, but they also did not gain any clues. They needed to search for clues on their own. Luo Yi didn't even look at the map, completely unaware of any clues. Soon, he saw the doctor. The doctor looked at Luo Yi with a surprised expression. Are you a patient here? Luo Yi had no expression and did not speak. He treated the doctor like air. In an instant, the doctor erupted, transforming into a strange figure lunging at Luo Yi. Luo Yi was not at all nervous. He turned and struck with a blade. It's all about the 3 electrocuted patients. When Jack saw this clue, he put on a mask of pain. Damn, this is too disgusting. I need to know the password, I have to dig the key out of this pile of rotten flesh myself. Jack looked at the bloody, blistered patient and felt tears welling up. The American audience was also in shock. No way, how can the designer of this weird game be so sick, always doing these disgusting things? Just seeing them makes me want to vomit, I can't even imagine how gross it would be to dig the key out. No problem, Jack is a real man, I believe he can do it. Go for it, Jack, you are the role model for all American men. Jack had no choice but to grit his teeth and walk over. Fortunately, these 3 patients were already dead beyond repair. Otherwise, he would be truly hopeless. Without hesitation, he started right away. Jack swallowed his discomfort and reached his hand into the patient's clothes. The foul smell and strange texture made him feel lifeless. As a wilderness survival expert, he had tried the most disgusting food, but this time the disgust was beyond his imagination. The corpses were covered in blisters, with a wet, sticky feel. Jack gritted his teeth and finally pulled out 3 keys. Then he couldn't help but vomit violently. After resting for about 5 minutes to regain strength, he approached the safe. He decisively opened the safe. Inside the safe was also a key and a note. This is my last secret, even I can't hold on anymore. I hope a destined person can release me. This is a key to my office's secret room. When Jack saw the clue, a long-lost smile finally appeared on his face. From the tone of this note, it seemed to have been left by the dean. He was getting infinitely closer to the truth. As long as he successfully decrypted it, he should achieve victory. The American audience erupted in excitement. It's still Jack, he's awesome. He cracked the puzzle so quickly, incredible. Jack is after all the son of God, he's completely different from that lucky guy from Dragon Country. Haha, let's see if Dragon Country can still be arrogant this time. Only Jack can be the final victor. I just love slapping Dragon Country in the face, it feels so good. Seeing that Jack had obtained a major clue, while others were still lost, the American audience felt assured. Now, Yang Wei from the US finally smiled. He hurriedly opened the Dragon Country livestream, ready to stir up some hate. I have some bad news for you, Jack is about to finish the game. Let's take a look at Luo Yi, he doesn't even have a protective suit. How can he get through this level? Do you envy it? It's too late for you to run now. Before he finished speaking, he was left dumbfounded. Luo Yi entered treatment room number 3 expressionlessly. As soon as he entered, the door behind him locked automatically. Immediately, a storm of thunder and lightning started. Electric arcs enveloped the entire treatment room, as if it were the end of the world, closing in on Luo Yi. The Dragon Country audience held their breath in anxiety. This was not strange, it was real high-voltage electricity. No matter how strong you are, you can't ignore electric currents. On the plane, Nya Yun also showed a worried expression. By now, he still couldn't determine if Luo Yi was a zombie. Even if Luo Yi was a zombie, according to the feedback from the information in scenes from movies, zombies seem to fear electricity the most. This time, Luo Yi might have really bitten off more than he could chew. The terrifying current formed an electric net, tightening around Luo Yi's body. In front of the screen, the flashes of lightning made it impossible to see what was happening inside. 3 seconds later, the current disappeared. In the live stream, only the 3 patients who had been electrocuted and were now smoking were left. The Dragon Country audience panicked instantly. Where's Yi go? He didn't get vaporized by the electric shock, did he? Damn, now he really went too far with the act. It's over. No, brother, you completely disrespect the weird world. They asked you to wear protective gear, but you insisted on not wearing it, you're just a rebellious fool. Now look where we are, brothers in Magic City, run. The audience from Dragon Country had faces like death, quietly waiting for the arrival of the weirdness. The foreign audience was overjoyed. Baka, this Dragon Country kid finally died. Although we from Cherry Blossom Country sent him, having Dragon Country buried with him isn't bad. Why did you have to act so tough? Now look, you're comfortable, right? In the weird world, no one dares to say they're invincible, yet there are always stubborn fools who aren't afraid of death. With such brainless idiots, they think they can fight our Jack. We thought Jack had to step in personally, but it turns out they just delivered themselves. The live broadcast room was quiet for a long time. People in Magic City were in chaos. But the imagined weirdness did not descend. Slowly, the audience began to sense something was off. If Luo Yi really bit the dust, then his screen should have turned black by now. In fact, the live broadcast was still ongoing. The next second, the camera switched to an angle that left everyone dumbfounded. Luo Yi stood quietly at the door, completely unharmed. In front of him, the iron door had been blasted open, with a hole the size of a bowl. The audience gaped in astonishment. Everyone in the live broadcast room exclaimed, "What the heck?" And there were those poor foreigners who didn't even know what to say. I can't believe this, what is going on? I'm shocked. IP, Dragon Country. No way, don't tell me he broke that with his fists, that's a steel door. IP, Dragon Country. Bullshit, this guy must be hiding a rocket launcher, it's just ridiculous, he can't be killed. IP, America. Fuck, this Dragon Country kid must be cheating. IP, Gentleman's Country. Is this even human? He can penetrate steel plates. IP, Cherry Blossom Country. He must be hiding some amazing items on him. IP, Tower Country. Everyone was thinking, how would Luo Yi deal with lightning? No one ever thought he would smash through the iron door and run out. Even if the current is strong, it has its limits. But the key point is that when this iron door was designed, even its creator never imagined it would be broken. It's just absurd. In fact, Luo Yi was somewhat lucky this time. If it weren't for him breaking through a stage, he truly wouldn't have been able to break that iron door. And even if he broke the iron door, he would still suffer some damage. But the bell given by the chef saved him. That bell had protective properties. Otherwise, he would have at least sustained some injury. Luo Yi was just about to walk back in. A commotion of footsteps echoed down the hallway. Chapter 38, No, are you a VIP of the weird world, you brat? Sitting on the plane, Nya Yun saw Luo Yi smash through the steel plate. The expression on his face was quite spectacular. Not only him, but the high-ranking officials from other countries also had strange expressions. This is just too absurd. It's weirder than weirdness itself. It should be impossible for the weirdness to break through this steel plate. Even if we speculate that Luo Yi is a zombie, zombies shouldn't be this strong, right? It completely exceeds the boundaries of scientific understanding. The high-ranking officials in America suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Five-star General Mike Asher summoned all the high-ranking officials for an emergency meeting. The high-ranking weird officials of America gathered in the conference room. Mike Asher frowned. "Colonel Dick, how is the information you gathered about this Dragon Country kid?" The colonel handed him a thick envelope. Mike Asher took the envelope and started looking through it. After reading it, his expression changed immediately, and he slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone else. "Fuck, you beach bum, it took you so long to find this useless stuff." Mike Asher was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. "What on earth is this information about? Some say Luo Yi is a boxer, some say he is a kung fu master, and some absurdly claim he is an ability user." Inside the data analysis, there were over 100 suspicious relatives and friends of Luo Yi. It can be said that this data is completely useless. It seems that Nyayun's strategy has worked effectively. If he personally saw Mai Kueishi's expression, he would probably laugh out loud. Mai Kueishi wore a gloomy face as he said to the anxious colonel, "You've been fired, you don't need to come in tomorrow." The other high-up sighed, but due to his silver authority, no one dared to speak. Mai Kueishi sternly addressed everyone in the conference room. "Set the young man from Longwa as the highest threat and dispatch assassins disguised as Longwa agents to prepare. If this kid passes his level, be ready to act immediately." The other high-ranking officials looked surprised. These assassins and spies had spent over a decade training in Longwa. Their missions had not exceeded 3 in total. Thinking that this time they were completely excluded shows how much importance the United States placed on this matter. It was vital for the national fortune, every second counted, and Mai Kueishi had to clear all threats. This was also the way for the United States to survive. Originally arrogant Yang Wei, seeing that Luo Yi was not electrocuted, was completely dumbfounded. When he saw Luo Yi actually blast a huge hole in the steel plate, he was stunned. Is Luo Yi still human? He can even penetrate steel plates. He directly took out a heart-saving pill and popped it into his mouth. His body wasn't good to begin with, and he couldn't handle any stimulation at all. They thought Longwa was done for and fled to the United States. Unexpectedly, Longwa stood up again. Had he gone to the United States for nothing? The key was now that he couldn't go back even if he wanted to. Mocking his own country, he was probably already blacklisted by the government. Thinking about this, he felt some regret. Fortunately, what happened next comforted him a bit. If he continued to be stimulated, he might actually die of anger. A woman walked down the corridor. To be precise, it was a female nurse. The nurse's face was somewhat pale, without makeup, but it was easy to see her exquisite features and tall figure. Most importantly, this nurse wore a red uniform. Seeing that Luo Yi's script was different from others, the audience was immediately surprised. But they recalled the previous rules. 3. After midnight, there will be security patrols and nurses checking on patients. At that time, patients must lie in bed and not make any noise. 4. The on-duty nurse wears a blue uniform, beware. There are no red nurse uniforms in the hospital. If you encounter a nurse in a red uniform, please remain silent and do not answer. Do not answer. She must have come to cause trouble for Luo Yi. With 2 rules triggered in succession, even a divine being might find it hard to save him. The foreign haters who wished for Luo Yi to have an accident were becoming active again. Fuck. Although I don't know how you broke down the door, violating the rules will surely result in punishment. Face the consequences, Longwa kid. The nurse at first glance is not simple. Based on previous experiences, the prettier the woman in the rules world, the more terrifying she is. You triggered 2 rules in a row. I don't believe you can survive this. Let's see how arrogant you are. You're finished now. Luo Yi stared fixedly at the nurse, feeling a rich aura of darkness emanating from her. It seemed denser than that of the head chef. As he prepared to act, unexpectedly the nurse showed a kind smile. "Hello, my name is Alice, don't worry, I'm here to help you." A female nurse suddenly appeared, wearing a red uniform. To say she was here to help him, could he believe that? Of course not. Luo Yi's expression remained indifferent. "How do you plan to help me?" Alice smiled. "I can take you to the director's secret room. I can also tell you about the director." It must be said that this Alice indeed had some beauty. She somewhat resembled a character named Alice from a movie. But she looked much more gentle. This piqued Luo Yi's interest. It could save him a lot of time. Alice's long legs clicked in high heels, her red uniform clinging to her visibly sexy form. Luo Yi followed behind, his expression blank. If anything strange occurred, he would deal with her directly. Foreign audiences watched in shock as this nurse actually came to help Luo Yi, immediately feeling sour as if they had eaten a lemon. Damn it, isn't this guy the VIP here? Why is this happening? IP, Pickled Cabbage Country. Fuck, our Jack worked hard to dig the key out of the corpse, and this kid from Dragon Country doesn't even need to open the safe, he's definitely got connections, solid proof. IP, United States. Why are you all so funny? There are VIPs in the world of strange rules, don't make me laugh. Go ahead and try to open one. IP, Dragon Country. Don't get too happy, Dragon Country people, this is definitely a trap, just wait and see. IP, United States. People from Dragon Country just love to take shortcuts, they don't have any real skills. Being greedy will cost you. IP, United States. Oh yeah, you Americans are right about everything, and everything we do in Dragon Country is wrong, how are you so amazing? IP, Dragon Country. Soon, a new round of insults erupted between the two countries. On another side, other competitors had faced some difficulties. In the end, they found treatment room number 3. Since they were all wearing protective suits, they ultimately managed to find clues. However, like Jack, the rotting patients made them suffer tremendously. In comparison, Luo Yi's side was relatively easy mode. This made the audience from other countries feel even more unbalanced. One by one, they hoped for Luo Yi to run into trouble. Chapter 39, I connect with you heart to heart, and you think with your brain? Nie Yun soon got off the plane and successfully arrived in the Magic City. As a member of the Dragon Group, there was always a car waiting for him wherever he went. After a brief meeting with the Dragon Group members in the Magic City, he headed to the cafe to meet Su Xiaoyu. Before long, Nie Yun arrived at the Magic City Star Daddy Cafe. A plainly dressed but exquisitely beautiful woman was sitting in the cafe, looking a bit anxious. Did you wait long? Hello, I am Nie Yun, a member of the Dragon Group in charge of the Strange Department. Nie Yun smiled and extended his right hand. Su Xiaoyu looked a bit surprised. After their last phone call, she had checked on Nie Yun's information. Although there were strict confidentiality measures online, she still managed to find some clues. Nie Yun had won national shooting championships, kickboxing championships, swimming championships, and dozens of other honors. At a young age, he had served as a 3-star war general in the East China Theater. This brief information showed just how outstanding he was. As a member of the Dragon Group, he was even more of a mysterious representative. For someone like him to personally meet her made her feel it was surreal. And he was quite young and handsome. If it weren't for Luo Yi, she probably wouldn't have met someone of this caliber in her lifetime. Su Xiaoyu nervously reached out her right hand. Nie Yun ordered 2 cups of coffee and some desserts. They both sat down and began to talk. Miss Su, no need to be nervous, I'm just here as a friend, wanting to get to know you, and of course, Luo Yi. Su Xiaoyu was a bit confused. She didn't expect the officials to value Luo Yi so highly, sending Nie Yun himself with such a humble attitude. This also made Su Xiaoyu relax a bit. Nie Yun continued speaking. Regarding the misunderstandings about you online, don't worry, I'll help you resolve it. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but tremble. This statement hit home for her. During this time, she had suffered a lot of online bullying because of the last post. It made her feel very uncomfortable. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, I will definitely tell you the truth. Su Xiaoyu said with a grateful expression. The coffee was quickly served. Nie Yun stirred his coffee with a spoon. I want to know more about Luo Yi. Su Xiaoyu nodded, recalling. I have been roommates with Luo Yi for 2.5 years. He is a very nice person. He usually doesn't like to go out, doesn't talk much, and I haven't seen any relatives or friends of his. However, even though he's a bit strange, he always helps me enthusiastically whenever something happens. Nie Yun took a sip of coffee. With just a few short sentences, it can be judged that Luo Yi is probably a homebody, but his character is good. Is there anything strange about Luo Yi? Su Xiaoyu pouted her pink lips and hesitated before speaking. There are some strange things, it seems I've never seen him eat, and I've never seen him sleep. But he always keeps his door closed. I haven't interacted much with him, so I can't be sure. He also likes to collect antiques, and his clothes are very vintage, a bit like ancient times. By the way, he usually likes to draw the curtains and especially dislikes sunlight. Whenever I cook, I always keep my distance. Nie Yun nodded thoughtfully. Based on Su Xiaoyu's information, it can be roughly confirmed. The rumors about Nie Yun being a zombie are probably true. Afraid of light, doesn't need to eat or sleep, and likes to wear ancient clothes. Is it convenient to visit the place where you live? Su Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment. Of course. On Luo Yi's side, he was chatting casually with the beautiful nurse in the hallway. Alice turned back and smiled, saying, "So why did I choose you? Because I can feel that you and I are kindred spirits. So you don't need to be so wary of me." Hearing her words, Luo Yi was a bit surprised. He didn't understand why Alice said that. Could it be that this person has already seen that he is a zombie? "I don't understand what you mean. And you're overthinking, I'm not wary of you." Alice didn't say much more. "You probably guessed it, this hospital has conducted many secret human experiments under the director's orders. If you want to leave here, you must free these patients. Do you want to know why the director is doing this?" Luo Yi calmly replied, making Alice a bit unable to hold on. "Not interested." His purpose for coming here was just to advance to stage 2. Now that he has almost achieved his goal. As for the so-called mystery, he wasn't interested at all. Zombies are classified into purple, white, green, flying, and boneless. He has changed from a purple zombie at the beginning to a white zombie now. After reaching white zombie, the thin dark energy from most of the strange beings in the dungeon no longer affects him. Compared to the mystery, he is more interested in draining Alice right in front of him. This way, he can absorb her dark energy. The reason he hasn't acted directly is that he also wants to get out. If he levels up and is permanently left in this dungeon, it would be meaningless. If Alice knows his thoughts, she would probably directly suspect his intentions. Brothers are connected at heart, and brothers should use their brains together. "I just want to help you, but you want to drain me." Alice showed a look of sorrow. "Alright then, this is the first time I help a human, and I didn't expect to be rejected. You really surprised me." The audience from Long Kingdom saw Luo Yi's performance and felt a bit helpless. Wait, what is Yiga thinking? Such a beautiful girl came to him, yet he doesn't even pay attention. Is his sexual orientation problematic? Are you looking to die? Don't tarnish my husband, he is just keeping himself pure, wanting to come out and marry me. No, sister, can you stop dreaming? A bit unrealistic. Do you think Yigu is trying to figure out how to drain Alice? It's hard to say, his gaze seems to suggest that. Every time he intends to kill someone, it's always this expression. Damn, Alice looks quite tempting, it's a pity to kill her. Just enjoy her beauty. What kind of international joke is this? It's obviously strange. You don't even know how she's going to be killed, and you want to enjoy the view. At this moment, the audience from Long Kingdom was completely relaxed, and everyone started to chat again. Under Alice's lead, Luo Yi quickly arrived at the dean's office. The office was not decorated luxuriously. However, there were indeed sofas, coffee tables, and bookshelves that were all present. What was strange was that many various colored reagents were displayed on the desk, not knowing what they were used for. Alice walked straight to the bookshelf. A green light shot into her eyes. Iris verification completed. Immediately, the bookshelves eerily split to the left and right. Inside appeared a secret passage. Luo Yi felt a bit curious. Why would a nurse have access to the dean's secret room? Chapter 40, The Secret Room. After Luo Yi entered the secret room, other contestants also gradually finished exploring treatment room 3. They were all disgusted by the shocking electric patients, making them question their lives. Of course, except for Park Lee Wai, who was shivering under the covers. So far, only 6 contestants were left. It seemed everything started to become smooth. Everyone gathered in the dean's office. Different from Luo Yi, they encountered a little boy. The little boy looked very innocent and non-aggressive. Even if he spoke strangely, it was still good strangeness. Other players tried various methods to extract clues from him. Arthur from Windmill Country locked eyes with the little boy. Little friend, what are you doing here? Do you know where there is a secret room around here? The little boy remained silent, as if he didn't hear him. Arthur became a bit anxious, after all, the security and nurses were patrolling, and he could be discovered at any time. Do you need help? Uncle is a good person. Can you help me see where this key is used? Arthur took out the key from treatment room 3. The little boy finally reacted, shaking his head and pointing at his mouth, unable to speak. Arthur seemed to guess something. You can't speak, can you? The little boy nodded. This put him in a difficult spot. He was the only one in this office, the clues had to be on him. But this guy simply wouldn't cooperate. If this dragged on, it would increasingly disadvantage the corresponding contestants. Arthur had no choice but to ignore the little boy and started looking for other clues. Searching yielded no results, and at that moment, faint footsteps echoed in the corridor again. Arthur felt anxious. Anyway, this little boy won't speak, so it should be fine to take action. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He walked back to the little boy and changed his expression. Quickly tell me what secrets are here, or I will throw you off the 4th floor. The little boy still had no reaction. Arthur was speechless, and at that moment, he noticed a note on the table. The little boy is here to help you. Although he is shy and doesn't like to talk, if you guess the correct answer, he will tell you, but you only have one chance. Remember, do not threaten or harm the little boy. Upon seeing this hint, Arthur felt a chill run down his back. At this moment, he saw that the shadow of the little boy on the ground seemed to have grown longer and thicker. He glanced back, only to be eerily consumed. The audience of Windmill Country immediately erupted in anger. Damn it, how could this guy be so foolish? Is he an idiot? I'm done. He actually tried to threaten a little boy. Do you really have no brain? It's over, the eerie stuff is going to descend, the fate of Windmill Country is short-lived. Oh God, someone save us. Eerie things descended upon Windmill Country. The entire Windmill Country felt like a hell on earth, with corpses everywhere. Arthur's performance left the others speechless. At this point, only 5 contestants remained. As for Jack, he was indeed much more alert. After entering the office, he quickly discovered the unusualness of the bookshelf. Jack propped his chin and analyzed. Normally, bookshelves are symmetrical, but this one looks very strange. Moreover, it is much larger than normal bookshelves, making it seem slightly out of place in the room. Then, he turned to look at the little boy. If I guessed correctly, the secret room should be related to this bookshelf, right? The little boy actually spoke up. Yes, you guessed right. Immediately, the little boy came to the bookshelf and scanned his iris. Jack successfully entered. Seeing Jack succeed again, the American audience erupted in excitement. Cool, 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 Jack is simply the strongest brain, love it. Jack really should become a detective, I admire this brain too much, truly a survival expert. Humph, even if those damn Dragon Kingdom people cheat, so what? Our Jack crushes him purely with strength. Absolutely right, tricks won't help, they can only let you escape momentarily, but to win, the Dragon Kingdom people are dreaming. Every time the Americans succeeded, they would casually mention the Dragon Kingdom. In response, the Dragon Kingdom audience was left speechless. But they didn't need to say much, Luo Yi would speak for them. Luo Yi entered the secret room with the female nurse. Inside the secret room. As soon as they entered, all the viewers were shocked. The tiny office was unexpectedly spacious to an absurd degree. It was filled with all kinds of medical equipment, dazzling the eyes. Walking further inside, there were actually many large petri dishes. What was being cultivated inside was not bacteria, but humans. These humans were all deformed, looking incredibly bizarre. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms. Some had 5 eyes. And some were covered in tumors and cysts. This is disgusting, it must have been created by this director, how cruel. Surreptitiously conducting human experiments in here, even the devil would have this director tattooed on his back. These mentally ill patients are truly suffering. Is this really projected from the real world? I can't even imagine how terrifying it is. This director should be executed 20 times, it's not excessive, he's completely insane. Looks like the director is the biggest lunatic in the mental hospital. In one sleep chamber, lay an old man with white hair, with many tubes inserted in him. Alice's eyes suddenly softened a bit, gently stroking the director's forehead. He is our director, you might not believe it when I say it, but he's actually a good person. From Alice's attitude, it was clear that her relationship with the director was special. But as for whether this director was... Luo Yi didn't care about that. What do you want me here for? Just say it. Alice's eyes suddenly dimmed a little. I want you to set the other patients free from here. The director is already dead, they don't need to continue suffering. Luo Yi smiled. Actually, many of these patients are ordinary people, right? Alice trembled slightly and replied. That's right, at first we only used patients for experiments, but soon we found there weren't enough patients, so... Luo Yi's expression remained unchanged. If behavior like the director's can be called good, then there probably are no bad people in the world. Alice shook her head, saying nothing. The computer in the middle is the central control panel for the entire hospital, as long as you press the button, you can free all the patients. And you can leave this place along with the other patients. After saying that, Alice sighed and turned to leave, leaving one last sentence. I don't know how you will decide, but I believe we are the same kind of person. In fact, I've been watching you since you came in, you are the only one who can save this hospital. Watching Alice's departing figure, Luo Yi was left puzzled. Chapter 41 Trap? Charge. Luo Yi arrived at the central control panel. There was a research log on it, left by the director. It detailed how this hospital tortured patients, using various methods to test the limits of the human body. Electric shocks, high temperatures, extreme cold, hunger, darkness. and all sorts of experiments involving prefrontal lobotomies, organ removal, and transplantation. But it seemed the director had some purpose in mind. December 1st, the 488th experiment failed again. Damn it, it was so close. Christmas is getting nearer, and if I fail now, there will be no more time. December 5th, the 503rd experiment has failed, but I've learned a lot from it. God can no longer forgive me for being this demon. I just hope I can achieve my final goal. Even if I end up in hell, I will have no regrets. December 10th, the 650th experiment has failed again. Each time, I was just a little short of success. I feel my consciousness fading away more and more. December 25th, the 903rd experiment. Today is Christmas, the third Christmas without you by my side. January 3rd, it seems something has gone wrong with the direction of the experiment, but no matter what, I still completed it. I can finally see you again. January 5th, the experiment was successful, but unfortunately, I can never see you again. Forgive my sudden departure. Luo Yi frowned as he read the diary. The diary was confusing. One can tell that the dean must have had an important person. The reason for conducting the experiments was also for that person. Now, two choices lay before Luo Yi. The first is to, as Alice said, rescue all the patients. The second is to solve the mystery and clear the dungeon. Clearly, Luo Yi's situation is different from others. Others only have the second choice. But what Alice said might very well be a trap. Luo Yi hesitated for a moment. He decisively chose to go to the control center, ready to save all the patients. The reason was simply because he found it a hassle. The audience from Dragon Country saw Luo Yi act so rashly and instantly became uneasy. No, Yi brother, this is obviously a trap. If clearing the dungeon could be this easy, then so many people wouldn't have died in this strange world. I have a bad feeling. Yi brother, at least look for other clues before making such a hasty decision? Are you crazy? That Alice, though beautiful, looks clearly like a bad person. Don't believe her words. Big brother, at least respect the rules. You really just want to do whatever you want? Oh no, Yi brother is about to fall into the trap. In America, Yang Wei became excited again. Ha ha ha, how about that? Didn't I say so? With his brain, he still thinks he can clear the dungeon, thinking too much. Just wait to die, Dragon Country people. Nia Yun and Su Xiaoyu were sitting in a special car on their way to their place. The two were fixated on the screen in the back of the business car. When they saw Luo Yi's choice, they couldn't help but sweat for him. Does Luo Yi usually do this? Su Xiaoyu showed an awkward smile. He seems to be someone who was very afraid of trouble. On screen, Luo Yi wasted no words and pressed the button directly. In the next second, an alarm sound suddenly rang out. Warning, warning, an unknown intrusion has occurred in the hospital. Please, all patients, hide and do not be discovered. At the same time, the control center changed into a monitoring screen. All the hospital doors flew open. Patients poured into the hallway like they had been given energy boosts. Other contestants were still trying to clear the dungeon when they heard the alarm and instantly panicked. What the heck, what happened? Why is the whole building shaking? Quick, find somewhere to hide. Don't waste time. Are you crazy? Who did this? God, I feel like we're doomed. Look, isn't that Jack? Let's go join him. The time-space restrictions were lifted. The contestants gathered together again. An alliance centered around Jack was formed once more. Their idea was simple: find a place to hide. And the instigator of all this, Luo Yi, calmly walked outside and sat down on the dean's sofa. Adjusting to a comfortable position, he even lit a cigarette and began to smoke. He seemed to have anticipated all of this, with no surprise on his face at all. Before long, Jack and the others burst out from the secret room. Seeing Luo Yi sitting there, Jack and the others couldn't help but mock him. Isn't this the kid from Dragon Country? I'm surprised he's still alive. Is he an idiot? He's just standing there at a time like this. His brain has always been a bit off, can't he see what's going on? Since he's seeking his own death. So Jack didn't need to take action anymore. Seeing Luo Yi's calm expression, Jack felt quite annoyed. Lucky kid from Dragon Country, you don't have time for me to deal with you now. After saying that, they rushed out to find a place to hide. Only Butte stayed behind. Actually, he felt the secret room was safer. Having personally seen Luo Yi's fighting power, he naturally wanted to stay close to this great being. However, Luo Yi still hadn't moved, looking completely at ease. Butte still came out to say hello to Luo Yi. Brother from Dragon Country, I'm hiding in the secret room, just call out if you need help. Luo Yi nodded. Okay. The audience from Dragon Country was going crazy with anxiety. In the surveillance footage, hundreds of patients in the hospital poured out. These people were all insane, many of them were quite bizarre. Luo Yi didn't even plan to find a hiding place, which confused them. Dude, you can't be serious, hide for a bit. I'm about to freak out. He can't just sit there, can he? Is he crazy? I'm done, no matter how strong you are, you can't think you can fight off 100. I take back what I said before, he is no longer my husband, he's too stupid, I can't take it. Family, who understands? This guy is a madman. He's a bit mentally unstable. Nia Yun and Su Xiaoyu had already arrived at their place, but seeing the urgent situation, they didn't dare to get out of the car, afraid of missing the key moment. Seeing Luo Yi unmoving, the two were dumbfounded. Nia Yun, Xiaoyu, as his roommate, what do you think? Su Xiaoyu, just looking with my eyes. Su Xiaoyu coughed a couple of times to ease the awkwardness. Cough cough, what I mean is, although I don't know Luo Yi well, I always turn to him when I face difficulties. His methods are always strange, but looking back afterwards, I think they are the best solutions. Though this situation sounds absurd, I believe he must have his reasons for doing this. Nia Yun. Nia Yun actually couldn't figure out how strong Luo Yi really was. Because every time, Luo Yi exceeded his expectations. In the footage, patience surged out like a tide. Everyone's heart tightened. Chapter 42, Want to gamble? I can't afford it. In a panic, the candidates had no time to carefully search for hiding places. Jade Ba from Maple Leaf Country couldn't find a suitable place. He randomly found an inconspicuous office and hid in the closet. He could only silently pray to God that he would be safe. The contestants from small European countries were more cunning, hiding in the elevator shaft. Jack directly lifted the ceiling and hid up there. The ceiling was not easy to be discovered, and if danger approached, it offered space to maneuver. It was also easier to escape or anything like that. Luo Yi remained in the dean's office the whole time, showing no intention of hiding. Because he knew. Since the rules were set this way, hiding would definitely be useless. It was better to confront directly. He had just broken through to the second-tier white zombie stage. To be honest, he was a bit eager for a challenge. The most outrageous was Butte. He actually found a petri dish in the lab and crawled inside. It seemed he hadn't just relied on luck to survive until now. It's worth mentioning that Park Li-Hui, the contestant from the pickled cabbage country, was still huddled in the hospital room, surrounded by insane patients. Hearing the commotion around, he was so scared that he lost his voice. Even the blanket on the bed inexplicably had a wet spot. Logically, this was a great time to find a hiding place. But he was so scared that he didn't dare to show his face. However, although he was trembling in fear, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He was the true child of destiny. Previously, he had only relied on luck to last until now, maybe it was the same this time. His actions caused the audience from the pickled cabbage country to curse loudly. Damn, look at this guy. This Park Li-Hui is simply the stupidest fool in the world, actually scared to the point of wetting himself at a critical moment. I take back what I said before, this dog thing is nothing but a knee-bending servant to others. Why is he our pickled cabbage country's contestant? There's no hope, this guy is even worse than a dog. Loyalty. Well, it's hard to say, after all, he has inherited the bloodline of our great Han Republic, maybe he really can get through by luck. At this moment, the pickled cabbage country was still thinking foolishly. They actually tried to rely on luck. One can only say that the people of this country are simply too naive. However, in fact, Park Li-Hui's luck seemed to be incredibly good. The patients around quickly bypassed him and rushed out. The large ward became empty. Other crazy patients no longer moved closer to the ward. It seemed he really passed this trial. The speed at which the people of pickled cabbage country changed their expressions was also extremely fast, instantly overjoyed. Everyone thought that this kid might really be possessed by a lucky koi fish. Park Li-Hui heard the silence around him and seemed to be less afraid. Carefully lifting the yellowed quilt. I survived? Confirming that there were really no other patients around. Park Li-Hui was extremely excited. Surely I am the chosen one. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a bit itchy on his foot. Completely lifting the quilt to look. An old lady was grinning weirdly at him. Damn it! When did this happen? The strange moment swallowed him whole. The viewers from pickled cabbage country were still lost in joy and didn't react. A strange moment descended. 1/3 of the pickled cabbage country's people have perished. The remaining contestants were all hiding in concealed places, shivering. Only Luo Yi, as if nothing had happened, quietly sat on the sofa. Soon, patients rushed up. Luo Yi extinguished his cigarette but, standing up as if nothing had happened. In no time, dozens of patients gathered at the door, surrounding the office tightly. Among them, many patients turned directly into strange forms, pouncing at him. Viewers from Pickled Cabbage Country, the island country, and some Southeast Asian countries felt extreme imbalance upon seeing Luo Yi still alive. They had been coveting Long Country for a long time. Long Country in Southeast Asia is a big prize. The land is vast, and resources are rich. But their military power is indeed the best in the world, making them quite wary. Seeing Long Country poised to fail twice more, they would never miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this time, seeing Luo Yi in danger, they jumped around like monkeys. They were too lazy to pretend, their wolfish ambitions were exposed in an instant. Why isn't Long Country acting? Our mighty Pickled Cabbage Country has perished, and you still won't come to accompany us. IP, Pickled Cabbage Country. Haha, once Long Country falls, South Sand Island will be ours. IP, Philippines. Baka, this Long Country kid is so stupid, you deserve to fail. Our great days Tianhuan will return to your territory. IP, Cherry Blossom Country. When you're done, I will raise lizards on Long Country's land, filling the whole country with the smell of curry. IP, India. The arrival of the strange moment caused significant loss to a nation's strength. The country's productivity and military strength largely rely on population support. Imagine a large country suddenly losing one-third of its population. The cost would be devastating. The expert group from Long Country also did not understand Luo Yi's actions. After Nyayun left, Dr. Wu chaired the scene. All the experts began to discuss. Should we rush to evacuate the people of Magic City and its surroundings? With Luo Yi doing this, we have no hope. Evacuate. Isn't there already a plan made above? It's still not too late to execute it now. If we delay even 1 minute, we might lose more lives. We must make a decision swiftly. Magic City is an important commercial city for Long Country, conservatively estimating at least 50 million people in the surrounding area. This loss, we cannot afford. The expert team desperately applied pressure. Dr. Wu was not the main decision maker, and he quickly relayed the feedback to Nyayun's side. The pressure soon reached Nyayun's side. In the car, he frowned deeply. This decision was hard for him to make. He didn't dare to gamble. A loss would be fatal for the Dragon Kingdom. Losing an important city meant losing all its resources and talent. Those neighboring countries, eyeing the prize, would invade without hesitation. But similarly, a direct evacuation would also cause great losses for the Dragon Kingdom. How would these people be settled? Employment. Food. The pressure from all aspects combined was no smaller than the direct loss. But life is the most important. Nyayun looked at Luo Yi on the screen. Should we gamble? For some reason. Looking at the confident Luo Yi on the screen, Nyayun suddenly had a thought. This guy can win. In the end, Nyayun still did not make a decision. But he held up under the pressure and gave a reply. Let's wait and see. More and more patients gathered at the door, creating an overwhelming scene that felt suffocating. Although no one had high hopes for Luo Yi, the Dragon Kingdom's people still quietly cheered him on. Luo Yi pulled out a kitchen knife and charged out. Chapter 43, Is this the scent of freedom? Patients soon gathered at the door, giving one a prickling feeling on the scalp. Luo Yi remained calm, using tools like the ring and bell he obtained from the head chef. He had already figured out how to use these two treasures. As long as he injected in energy, he could use them. The ring could enhance his power by about 5%, while the bell could passively defend against 3 fatal blows. Although ordinary people could use them, the effect was nowhere near his level of enhancement. This was exactly why Luo Yi felt so confident. With a kitchen knife in his left hand and a hammer in his right, he unleashed his full power. Every attack hit the mark, almost killing with a single blow. In an instant, the mentally ill patients rushing in failed to gain the upper hand. These patients seemed to be under some kind of spell, their eyes bloodshot, terrifying like beasts. Seeing Luo Yi chop through these patients as if playing a fruit slicing game, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom felt a prickling sensation on their scalps. Damn, their scope is too small, no wonder he's so calm. If I had this skill, I'd probably be riding on something eerie. Wow, Brother Yi is too strong, this strength is simply boss level. Why do I feel like these weird creatures are like players farming a boss? I'm completely stunned, kneeling in awe. It turns out Brother Yi wasn't even using his full power before. Why aren't people from other countries speaking up? Aren't you here to have fun in our Dragon Kingdom? They probably have been scared out of their wits. I still prefer their previous defiant attitude. Just as the audience in the Dragon Kingdom guessed. Originally eagerly awaiting the chaos to steal from the Dragon Kingdom, the Southeast Asian country saw Luo Yi's ferocity and immediately wilted. Is this still human? Even scarier than a bizarre boss. How terrifying would such a person be in the real world? Without firearms, he could probably take down an army with his bare hands. Luo Yi treated the crazed patients like a fruit ninja chopping vegetables, truly making them dumbfounded. But shock aside, they couldn't lose face in the scene. Don't celebrate too early, dragon people, this is just the beginning. Let's wait and see. Just lucky, getting 3 top-tier items. I don't believe these items can be used endlessly. Luck has its limits, good fortune won't always favor your dragon kingdom. Don't rush, the real show has just begun. Killing a few ordinary patients makes you think you're capable? There are so many weird creatures waiting behind, even just to wear you down could wipe out your so-called dragon kingdom. Not all foreigners stood on the side of their country. Especially a small portion of Americans, their race is strong, worshipping the powerful. Luo Yi's presence made them feel as if they were seeing a superhero from a blockbuster movie. Fuck, how can this guy be so strong? He's simply a freak. Is this the legendary Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu? I thought I could only see it in movies. Mr. Luo Yi seems like that character from the Dragon Kingdom movie, what's his name, Ip Man? Damn, this is such a thrilling fight performance, I really want to see it live. Wait, which country are you idiots from? Why are you praising the Dragon Kingdom people? You stupid West Coast maggot, America only respects the strong, regardless of their nationality. In neutral countries, Luo Yi's punches hitting flesh, combined with his fearless charisma, quickly attracted a small group of fans. And America gradually began to have some admirers of Luo Yi. Luo Yi's existence was completely unique. Compared to other players who stuck to the rules and were timid. The visual effects were simply explosive. This attracted a large crowd. These admirers slowly began to counter some local haters. This was also very much to the delight of Dragon Kingdom viewers. Relatively speaking, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were much more united. Almost everyone stood on Luo Yi's side. The sense of belonging to the country was set aside, mainly because Luo Yi's life and death were closely related to them. The traitorous immigrant Yang Wei watched Luo Yi's performance, and the smile on his face instantly vanished. Impossible, how can there be such a freak in the Dragon Kingdom? He was so angry that he could hardly catch his breath, and suddenly had an asthma attack, hastily dialing 911. The ambulance took an hour to arrive, and when the black driver saw a patient with yellow skin and black hair, he immediately revealed a greedy smile. Hey, kid, if you want to go to the hospital, pay up first. Yang Wei argued in broken English. I am American, I can show you my passport. The black driver smirked. You can screw yourself, I only recognize skin color, not nationality, do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. Yang Wei's face turned green with anger, tremblingly pulling out $500 from his wallet. Fuck, only $500, what do you take me for? That's not even enough for my starting fee. Yang Wei was about to explode with rage, he had been relying on the spray, and if he didn't go to the hospital, he might really suffocate. He gave the driver another $200. The driver was still not satisfied. Yang Wei's face was pale, completely out of breath. Hurry, take me to the hospital, I can't breathe anymore, just take my wallet. The black driver took the wallet, finally satisfied. Inside was a full $2,000, how delightful. He slowly pulled him into the car. In the ambulance, Yang Wei started to doubt his life. This is the so-called breath of freedom? At this moment, he realized that he seemed to be wrong. The seed of regret quietly planted in his heart. He thought coming to America would allow him to enjoy a paradise-like life and escape disaster. But now it seemed, the Dragon Kingdom was the place where the dragon was hidden. His actions turned out to be a case of losing the chicken without gaining the rice. However, the boat has already sailed, the decisions he made had to be swallowed even if they were bitter. Many mischievous Dragon Kingdom viewers had already started to at Yang Wei. Yang Wei felt like he was about to have a brain hemorrhage from anger. On the screen, the defeat that a group of hostile viewers eagerly anticipated did not happen. Luo Yi instead grew braver and braver. The kitchen knife swung without pause. The ground had turned into a hellish scene. Limbs and severed arms lay everywhere. And various organs. Bodies piled up like mountains. But there wasn't even a drop of blood on Luo Yi. However, there seemed to be something strange outside the door. These bodies would soon disappear. Luo Yi could feel that a certain aura was growing outside. This weirdness can actually absorb the energy of patients for its own use. Realizing all of this made Luo Yi quite unhappy. It felt like he had become a laborer. But he was not anxious. Because this weirdness was actually working for him. The stronger the weirdness became, the more energy it accumulated. Gradually, some strange beings mixed in among the patients. These strange beings were much stronger compared to the ordinary ones. They too had eyes filled with eerie red light, as if under some kind of control. When approaching Luo Yi, it suddenly turned into a strange being and attacked him. If Luo Yi were still a first-level purple zombie, this situation might be a bit tricky. But as a second level, he was completely unafraid. These strange beings were merely delivering negative energy to him. The number of strange beings grew larger, and the watching audience was filled with fear and anxiety. Chapter 44, Second Level Strange Beings. Luo Yi's fierce maneuvers left the enemies from opposing countries stunned. Baka, has he gone crazy? Is he courting death? IP, Sakura country. Fuck, could this guy be an abilities user? Why isn't he tired at all? He's getting stronger with every hit. IP, America. Shiba, the dragon country must have some cheat code. They always love cheating, so this time must also be cheating. IP, Kimchi country. If dragon country is cheating, I'm definitely reporting them hard. IP, Philippines. That's too much. The knife technique he uses is from our kimchi country. Dragon country must have stolen our national essence. IP, Kimchi country. With such strength, he must have drunk our clean and hygienic He River water. IP, India. This group of haters threw insults mindlessly, amusing the dragon country audience. Luo Yi's fierce strength made these professional haters feel awkward. They could not find any valid points to criticize but still forced themselves to complain. In response, the dragon country audience had no mercy with their words. What a piece of shit. Have some self-respect, little Shiba. In your broken place, a stroll wouldn't even take half an hour. How can you have any knife techniques? It's just hilarious. Don't make me laugh. Strong is cheating? And you want to report? Go ahead, we're not stopping you. Just pure envy. Seriously, don't make me laugh. These foreign idiots are getting anxious and completely clueless. Do you know what dragon country kung fu is? You small country with a few hundred years of culture dare to come and pick a fight with our 5,000 years of top civilization. Damn it, if you keep slandering our brother Yi, I'll wipe you out. Nia Yun, I don't know how strong he can actually get. Nia Yun curiously asked Su Xiaoyu, who was beside him. When you were living with him, did you see he was this strong? Su Xiaoyu shook her head in astonishment. Even though he usually keeps a low profile, I really didn't see he was this strong. It's absurd. When I was a streamer before, I thought he would definitely be finished if he went up. Only to find out I actually knew too little about him. At an American hospital, Yang Wei lay on the bed, having just undergone emergency treatment, finally recovering a bit. Just as he lay down, a bill arrived. Over $10,000 in medical fees. He nearly blacked out. He was considered a small wealthy businessman back home, but because he had to leave in a rush, he hadn't been able to liquidate all his assets, and he didn't actually have much money on him. Spending over $10,000 after just a single visit almost made him faint. After recovering a bit, Curious Him opened his phone to watch the live broadcast, and he was instantly shocked. Luo Yi was like a god descending from the heavens, not only not dead, but fighting fiercer with completely no signs of defeat. In the comments section, there were many people enjoying the chaos, making sure to at him from time to time. Yang traitor, where are you? Get out and watch your brother Yi slaughter enemies. Aren't you calling now? Unable to call anymore? Brother Yang Wei. You dog. This made his condition, which had just improved, worsen, causing an asthma attack. The doctor was pleased and gave him another round of emergency treatment. Yang Wei looked at the new round of bills and felt like crying without tears. Luo Yi's speed of killing monsters kept increasing, the knife in his hand danced with phantom images, hardly stopping. Every monster fell with one blow. The negative energy from ordinary strange beings no longer had any effect on Luo Yi's cultivation. However, this negative energy could sustain his consumption. Meanwhile, that mysterious strange being outside was becoming incredibly powerful by continuously absorbing bodies. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yi had already killed nearly half of the patient strange beings. These were all strange beings. Ordinary people would have to think hard and outsmart their way just to have a chance to catch even one. Just saying it would be something to brag about for a lifetime. And these powerful strange beings. In Luo Yi's hands, it couldn't last even a second. In the live broadcast room, the Dragon Kingdom audience was getting hyped up, as if they were the ones killing the strange beings inside. So strong, too strong. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream, and after I showed her, now we are both kneeling. It's simply a god descending into the world. If heaven didn't create my brother Luo Yi, the path of the sword would remain in eternal darkness. Incredible. Impressive. But it seems like there are shadows of our Hanyuan Taiji Sex 5 Link series in his moves. Shut up. Don't make me curse you. Luo Yi is this strong, and it's clearly the result of 2.5 years of practice. The Dragon Kingdom audience had grown accustomed to Luo Yi's strength. Too many shocks had left them somewhat numb. Now, they were starting to have fun. The audiences from other countries were all on edge. With one careless mistake, their competitors could meet a tragic end. The other competitors, hearing the wild commotion, couldn't understand what had happened on the fourth floor. Could it be that these strange beings were killing each other? Why was it making such a huge noise? But the fool Luo Yi should have died by now, right? They guessed this. At this time, each of them was hiding in a corner, trembling in fear, completely afraid to come out. Meanwhile, Jack began to plot some things. I want to complete the challenge perfectly and become the world's first candidate to complete it flawlessly. According to this development, he should have no problem completing it. To put it simply, the condition for winning this instance should be to survive and stick around until leaving the hospital. But to achieve a perfect completion, he had to solve the puzzles. This guy was quite ambitious, but he knew nothing about Luo Yi's strength. Soon, over on Luo Yi's side, some second-tier strange beings began to appear. This made him slightly more serious. After all, this was the first time facing second-tier strange beings. This strange being had 3 heads and 6 arms, with 2 heads, both glowing red in their eyes. The strange being wielded knives, forks, swords, and staffs, various types of weapons. It looked incredibly imposing. The most terrifying part was that this strange being even attacked its own kind just to rush forward. Ordinary strange beings were instantly killed with a single strike. The trolls instantly perked up upon seeing this. Ah, the boss has arrived. Let's see how long you Dragon Kingdom kids can stay cocky. This is just the beginning. Haven't you noticed there are many more strange beings behind? He won't last long. The Dragon Kingdom is still doomed. No matter how hard you struggle, it's useless. Isn't it better to hide quietly? Why act so tough? Look what you've done now, try to be cool. Don't you know Dragon Kingdom people love to show off? A little strength and they think they can soar. Seeing the trolls getting active again, the Dragon Kingdom audience didn't hold back and immediately retorted. Seeing how frightening this monster was, the other Dragon Kingdom spectators couldn't help but worry. I can't believe this. Is this the boss? It looks so terrifying. Why do I feel a sense of danger? What do you think? Can Yigu make it this time? I don't think so. Didn't you see the strange being in front of him get killed instantly? It means its strength is about the same as Yigu, but the key is, it has other monsters behind it. And Yigu is alone. This is trouble. Chapter 45, the head chef reappears. The Dragon Kingdom audience's worries were right. This second-tier strange being was indeed much stronger than ordinary strange beings. In terms of speed, strength, and all aspects, it could crush ordinary strange beings. Yet Luo Yi's expression didn't change at all, instead, he seemed to want to laugh. Because this monster could help him refine his skills even further. The 3-headed strange being showed a strange expression. One head stretched out, opening its mouth wide like a serpent, trying to swallow Luo Yi. The second head extended a long tongue, whipping at Luo Yi like a whip. The third head used ranged attacks, spitting saliva frantically. Don't underestimate this spit, each drop left on the ground could corrode a deep pit. It's hard to imagine what would happen to an ordinary person if they got hit. This strange being was completely on a different level compared to the previous ones. The audience from Dragon Nation was filled with worry. Nya Yun, damn it, is this the B-level dungeon? The anomalies are surprisingly much stronger than before. They had previously encountered B-level dungeons, but everyone knew little about the anomalies. Usually, when seeing anomalies, they would mostly run away. The anomalies devoured ordinary people in just 1 second, and they couldn't even see their faces clearly. And Luo Yi's presence seemed to stir up the wrath of the anomalous world, causing all anomalies to attempt to eliminate Luo Yi. But Luo Yi was far stronger than anyone could imagine. Luo Yi wielded a kitchen knife, continually battling the monsters. At the same time, he occasionally swung the kitchen knife to take down other anomalies. The crazed patients had all been cleared by Luo Yi, and what remained were the anomalies. There were about 30 of them. Just as Luo Yi was engaged with a second-tier anomaly. Soon, a second-tier anomaly appeared. This anomaly was over 3 meters long, had no limbs, and its body was stitched together by its torso, with a tail growing at the end. The most terrifying part was that it slithered across the ground like a snake. Wriggling its body, it attempted to entangle Luo Yi. Luo Yi dodged various attacks with swift movements, occasionally delivering blows to these two monsters. He was managing well enough. At that moment, a third anomaly appeared. This anomaly was huge, towering to the ceiling, its body over 2 meters wide. As it walked on the ground, it caused the floor to tremble, resembling a mountain of flesh. It swung its fist and charged at Luo Yi. In front of the screen, the audience from Dragon Nation was dumbfounded. This is just ridiculous. How can 3 appear at once? How are we supposed to fight? I'm done. Did we poke the nest of anomalies? It's over, Luo Yi won't be able to handle this, 1 was already fierce enough, but 3 is hopeless. Why? Is the heavens against our dragon nation? These anomalies are unreasonable. If they have the ability, they should fight one-on-one. Luo Yi is still careless, he didn't dodge. If he had played it safe, he would have cleared it by now. Why do this? I don't understand this move. Oh great, now you come out to guide us, right? You were just saying you enjoyed watching the most. Luo Yi gradually started to fall behind. These three anomalies could be considered quite powerful among second-tier anomalies. The main issue was their abilities, which were extremely bizarre and hard to deal with. Seeing Luo Yi's declining momentum, the opposing nations began to celebrate early. Ha, now let's see how arrogant you can be. I told you, brains are the most important. Look at how our Jack operates. IP, USA. Victory belongs to us, the USA. If you want to win, you are thinking too much, Dragon Nation. IP, USA. Did you think having some strength meant you had everything figured out? How is it now? Realizing how absurdly wrong you were. IP, Pickled Vegetable Nation. Are anomalies not meant for you Dragon Nation people to play with? You can't even copy the homework of Big Brother USA. How dumb. IP, Cherry Blossom Nation. Almost everyone had little hope for Luo Yi. Sitting in the car, Nyayun was also sweating in his palms. The current situation was far beyond his imagination. It looked completely like a deadlock, and he had no idea how Luo Yi would resolve it. On the other side, Jack pulled out a walkie-talkie from somewhere. The time is about right, prepare to act. Don't forget the task I assigned to you, or else you know what will happen. Clearly, he was plotting something. In the footage, Luo Yi's expression remained unchanged. Three anomalies, along with other anomalies, indeed made things difficult for him. But he was far from running out of power. The main issue was his special identity. Some things were inconvenient to reveal. Luo Yi pulled out a prop bell. This bell served not only as a protective tool but also had another use. Luo Yi rang the bell. Quickly, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Then, a burly man appeared, holding a massive bone-slicing knife. It was none other than the head chef. The head chef himself was also a second tier. The other function of this bell was to summon him. Luo Yi indeed did not misjudge the head chef, his strength was truly formidable. The chef walked in swiftly, seizing the bone-cutting knife, and with a single stroke, he chopped off the heads of the three-headed strange creature. He didn't forget to smile at Luo Yi. Little brother, where have you been these past 2 days? I've missed you so much. I've been studying some new dishes, just waiting for you to taste them. Luo Yi smiled. Big brother, did I bring you some fresh ingredients? These ingredients are really good. The chef laughed heartily. Indeed, they are good. It looks like we have a lot of work this month. Little brother, you have to come and help me. Luo Yi nodded. Of course, definitely. With the pressure lifted, Luo Yi killed the long snake monster with 2 strokes. In no time, the two of them had dealt with the meat mountain. The chef took out a small knife and stabbed it into the strange creature's abdomen, pulling out its gallbladder. Tilting his head back, he gulped it down with a loud glug. The entire process was done in one go. This made Luo Yi's corner of the mouth twitch uncontrollably. The audience was dumbfounded at the sight of the chef, the great god. Wow, Brother Yi is too awesome, even the chef can be hired as a thug. Do you think Brother Yi is useless? Who said Brother Yi doesn't know how to play social games? He just looks down on making friends with the weak. This chef is too strong. Could he really be the true boss? What the hell, isn't he also strange? Eating his own kind? Truly the uncle of the strange world. Damn, how can he not handle Luo Yi? What are these strange creatures even doing? Has this kid gone cheat mode? Why is the chef helping him? Shut your dirty mouth. Brother Yi relies on his strength. He helped the chef a lot, why wouldn't the chef help him? The battle tipped back in favor of Luo Yi. Just when the Dragon Country audience was ready to breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden loud noise erupted from the secret room. The monsters in the petri dish suddenly broke through the glass and rushed out. These monsters were the Dean's masterpieces. They were far scarier than ordinary monsters. Their bodies were like sewn-together monsters, filled with organs everywhere. They might have arms on their heads. They might be stepping on 2 heads with their feet. About a dozen strange beings charged towards Luo Yi. Chapter 46, Strange Boss Arrives. The strange experts from Dragon Country. Seeing so many strange creatures, everyone's brows furrowed tightly. Since the existence of the strange world, there has never been such an exciting scene. Everyone was still waiting for Nyayun's orders. As long as the evacuation order was given, they would immediately arrange to evacuate Magic City and the surrounding population. But the order was delayed, making them anxious. This was entirely a gamble. The lives of 30 million people were at stake. Even Dr. Wu was puzzled. Why would Nyayun trust a stranger so much? Nyayun was also under great pressure. He quickly received a call from his superiors. What the hell are you doing? The shit is about to hit the fan, and you still haven't issued an order. Are you crazy? Can you bear the responsibility if something goes wrong? If you don't want to do it, then get the hell out. Nyayun replied, Zhang, don't get upset. I will make the right decision, don't worry. The other end of the call was filled with cursing. Make a decision? What can you decide? Trust a mindless lunatic? I tell you, if something goes wrong, we'll meet at the military tribunal. Nyayun's expression shifted unpredictably, and he hung up the phone. What he could do now was to buy Luo Yi more time. And also buy time for other people in Dragon Country. At this moment, he had reached Luo Yi's residence. Luo Yi's room revealed some truths. Luo Yi, his strength was far beyond this. This was also why Nyayun trusted him so much. In the secret room, the strange creatures burst out of the petri dish. This left Butler nearby utterly shocked. Fortunately, they didn't pay much attention to him. He rushed out directly. These strange creatures were obviously different from those outside. They were stitched together with various organs, completely unrecognizable as human. Moreover, the bizarre atmosphere around them was far more terrifying than those outside. Except for the dean lying in the middle, the secret room was completely empty. The pressure on Luo Yi and the head chef clearly increased. Strange creatures seemed to keep coming endlessly. There were more than 20 strange creatures entangled around them. The ceiling, the ground, from all directions. These strange creatures were everywhere. But surprisingly, such a number of strange creatures still couldn't completely crush the two. Instead, the number of strange creatures was continuously decreasing. From time to time, Luo Yi could stealthily kill a strange creature. He seemed like an endless abyss, always unable to see his true strength. Whenever the strength of the strange creatures increased, his strength would rise as well. The audience watched with their hearts racing. Wow, Yi Gu is so strong, with so many strange creatures, he is still not at a disadvantage. IP, Dragon Country. This is ridiculous, I've never seen such a scene in my life, I'm terrified. IP, Dragon Country. Damn, why is this kid from Dragon Country so fierce, is he a superhero? Why isn't his clothes torn off like everyone else's? IP, Gentleman's Nation. Oh my god, have you gone mad? His strength is so terrifying, is this a power humans should have? It's totally unscientific. IP, United States. Check it out, this kid from Dragon Country must be from Pickle Country, Park Rihui is definitely from Dragon Country. IP, Pickle Country. Wow, how did you become so amazing? Didn't you look down on our Yi Gu before? Now you know he's powerful, and suddenly he's from your country, and of course, he's a Pickle Country person. Here comes another boss. They can't imagine how Luo Yi will break the deadlock. The foreign trolls are getting excited again. Haha, do you really think you're invincible? Look what happened. The boss has come out, and the Dragon Country kid is doomed. The boss came at just the right time. I've long disliked that Dragon Country kid. Let's see who can compete with our Jack for the victory qualification now. Dragon Country, get ready to be invaded. We really dislike your previous attitude. Once the weirdness invades, you can just wait to enjoy it. This is the result of arrogance. Facing the unknown and still acting tough, the people of Dragon Country are really foolish. Nyayun is currently in Luo Yi's room. He is fiddling with his phone, preparing to send orders to Dr. Wu. Is it over? Just as he was about to send it, Luo Yi's figure suddenly vanished from the livestream. Everyone was stunned. The boy on the screen fell into a moment of daze. He couldn't sense Luo Yi's presence at all. Did he run away? How strange. Chapter 47, Not a Bro, Are You a Zombie? Seeing Luo Yi suddenly disappear, the Dragon Country viewers in the livestream also breathed a sigh of relief. They thought he had used some special item to escape. That was close. Luckily, Brother Yi is smart enough to run away. Almost got finished, that was thrilling. Every time it's gotta be so extreme. The key question now is, how do we clear the instance? The office has been invaded by monsters, and all other clues have been cut off. Could it be that no one will clear it this time? That would be ridiculous. However, just when everyone thought Luo Yi had escaped, a sudden flash of white light appeared on the screen. A monster covered in white fur, thin and shriveled, suddenly emerged. The monster's fangs were nearly a foot long, and its nails were as sharp as steel knives. As soon as the white-haired monster appeared, it swept through the room, effortlessly destroying everything in its path. In less than 10 minutes, there was only the little boy left in the room. The viewers were stunned by this sudden turn of events. What the heck is this thing? Why is it so strong? It looks like a white-haired zombie from a movie. It's scarier than the weirdness itself. I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Where did Brother Yi go? Wait, why is that monster wearing Brother Yi's clothes? Do you think that monster is actually Brother Yi? I've always felt something was off about him. No way. Brother Yi is a zombie? It can't be some kind of item. Are there really zombies in this world? Even if there are, can they be selected to participate in the rule weirdness? That's just too outrageous. Nia Yun, upon seeing the zombie, did not show much surprise. Instead, he appeared a bit pleased. It seems his previous assumptions were correct. Now Luo Yi is serious. The little boy looked at Luo Yi, slightly astonished. I admit you're strong. But this is where it ends. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy clenched his fingers, and the walls of the entire room began to press towards Luo Yi. Luo Yi transformed into a beam of white light. The two clashed together, the speed so incredible it was hard to believe. The shockwave shattered the floor. All objects under the boy's control turned into cannonballs, blasting towards Luo Yi. After fully transforming, Luo Yi did not dodge. Every object that came crashing was blasted apart with a single punch. The pressure around them continued to build. Walls, stone bricks, and various items condensed into a giant sphere. It's over. With a wave of his hand, the sphere was hurled towards Luo Yi. Their battle had the viewers in awe, as if witnessing special effects from a sci-fi film. It actually happened in the real world, let alone how shocking it was. What the heck, even a sci-fi director wouldn't dare shoot like this. These two are too fierce. To be precise, neither of them can be called human, one is weird, and the other is a zombie, completely unrelated to us. Enough talk, no matter what monster Luo Yi is. At this moment, he represents our entire dragon country. As long as he is a dragon country person, we must support him. You still have the mood to joke at this time. I feel like Brother Yi is about to collapse. This weirdness is simply too fierce. Luo Yi's strength makes people from other countries extremely fearful. But when he turns into a monster, these black-hearted people find a breakthrough. F***K, the people from Dragon Country are simply inhumane. To win, they actually use their own people for biochemical experiments. What kind of monster is this? It looks so disgusting. The Dragon Country people actually let a monster join the weird world. This is unfair. Baka, the Dragon Country people really are insidious. The Dragon Country people have been influenced by movies. At least they can recognize that Luo Yi has turned into a zombie. But foreigners have no idea what a Dragon Country zombie is. Regarding Luo Yi's identity, they have various speculations. Some guess he is a product of human experimentation. Some guess he is a biomodified person. Others directly believe Luo Yi is a demon. Nia Yun shows a worried expression. Still couldn't hide it, huh? He glances at Su Xiaoyu beside him. Her expression is even more complicated. They have actually lived with a zombie for so long. Psychologically, there are some shadows. The entire office is full of holes. The huge round ball takes up almost a quarter of the office space. It emits a booming sound in the air. Luo Yi's fist is covered in black evil energy. He transforms into a streak of light. He charges toward the round ball. Bang! The moment they collide, a deafening sound erupts. Under the astonished gaze of the little boy, Luo Yi punches and explodes the round ball. Without slowing down, he rushes towards him at an astonishing speed. With a muffled bang, the little boy stares in shock as his body turns into fragments. Luo Yi stands in place. A trace of black blood actually wells up at the corner of his mouth. However, he feels the surging evil energy within him. The small injury is nothing. This evil energy can at least save him 300 years of cultivation time. This trip to the weird world is certainly not in vain. As he disperses the evil energy on him, he quickly transforms into an ordinary person. The audience sees Luo Yi easily defeating the weird boss, and they are all stunned. Wow, Brother Yi is really so cool and awesome, he can win like this. Please take my knees. IP, Dragon Country. Brother Yi is so handsome. If it's Brother Yi, even zombies are okay. I've heard zombies are very tough, is it true? IP, Dragon Country. This isn't a kindergarten bus, miss, please have some self-respect. IP, Dragon Country. F***K, God, what did I just see? The Dragon Country monster is even stronger than the weird boss. Why isn't this monster our American candidate? IP, USA. Damn it, don't tell me they will really let the Dragon Country people win. IP, Gentleman Country. The cheers from Dragon Country are now deafening. It seems that whether Luo Yi is a zombie is no longer that important. What matters is that he saves the entire dragon country and leads it to victory. And just when everyone thought everything was over. In the picture, Butter walks out from the secret room. Seeing the smoke outside, he coughs violently. Cough, cough. The scene in the office astonishes him. There are holes and wreckage everywhere, as if it has been bombarded. What shocks him even more is Luo Yi is actually still alive. Seeing Luo Yi, his eyes widen, filled with disbelief. My god, Dragon Country brother, you're still not dead. His voice even stutters a bit. Luo Yi smiles. Lucky, these weird creatures fought amongst themselves and didn't really notice me. Butter obviously doesn't believe Luo Yi's words. Impossible, I was nearly scared to death inside, and you're fine outside. Luo Yi lights another cigarette. I don't know why, but these weird creatures didn't attack me. Seeing that Luo Yi has nothing more to say, Butter stops asking. Dragon Country brother, we avoided the impact of the weirdness, we should be able to pass the level, let's go. At this moment, a harsh voice echoes in the corridor. Haha, go ahead, where are you going? Chapter 48, Betrayal. Only eternal interests. In the US, in a hospital room. Yang Wei lay on the hospital bed. After 2 emergency rescues, his body was extremely weak and couldn't withstand any stimulation. So he didn't even dare to watch the live stream. He could only barely pick up his phone. After a quick glance, he found the screen full of private messages. When he opened it, his heart sank as he saw countless messages mocking him. Yang Wei was puzzled and grit his teeth as he clicked on the live stream replay, and instantly felt struck by lightning. On the screen, Luo Yi looked like a god of war, a celestial descending. He not only defeated all the strange creatures in an instant but even killed the bizarre boss in seconds. Impossible. Impossible. Seeing all this, Yang Wei was enraged, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had put in so much effort to come to the US, only to find that the real victor was indeed the Dragon Nation. After coming to the US, he thought he would live in paradise. Little did he know he would struggle to eat and dress warmly every day. He also faced discrimination. And now with Luo Yi showing such divine strength, it was clear the Dragon Nation would surely rise. This shattered his mentality completely. Furious, he had an asthma attack and soon entered emergency rescue for the 3rd time. On the screen, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Jack and his 2 companions appeared quickly. They were utterly shocked to see Luo Yi still here. Dragon Nation kid, you've got quite the luck? With so many strange creatures here, how are you still alive? Should I say you are lucky, or unlucky? Jack waved the electric baton in his hand, which he had just found in the security room amidst the chaos. Luo Yi had always been a thorn in his side, and now that he had the chance to eliminate him, he wouldn't let it slip away. In the US live stream room, the American viewers were almost going crazy. What on earth, did Jack's brain get filled with dog poop? Why provoke the Dragon Nation's killing god at this moment? It's over, that Dragon Nation kid is definitely going to kill him, the US is doomed this time. Oh my god, he's utterly ridiculous, he could have slipped by safely but instead chose to die. Don't worry, the Dragon Nation kid might not dare to kill Jack, after all, our US has quite the deterrent power, does he not fear retaliation in the real world? Originally, Jack could have made it through as long as he avoided the threat of Luo Yi. But at such a critical moment, he chose to provoke Luo Yi. Isn't that just handing himself over? On the screen, Luo Yi continued to sit on the sofa, smoking. Jack saw that he didn't seem to take him seriously, which infuriated him. Go die, Dragon Nation kid. Still threatening him at this point. Everyone thought Jack was doomed. Yet Jack revealed a sneaky smile. He had been performing remarkably, so how could he do something so foolish at this moment? He naturally knew that Luo Yi was strong. So he had long set up a trap. Attack! With a loud bang, a sharp explosion suddenly sounded behind Luo Yi. A bullet pierced through his chest. Blood gushed out. Luo Yi looked shocked, glancing behind him. The bell had already malfunctioned in the earlier battle. He hadn't set any defenses at all. The agonizing pain made Luo Yi's already pale face grow even whiter. Butte wore an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Dragon Nation brother, you're really a good person, but I'm actually an American spy planted in Pakistan. Didn't expect that, right? The Dragon Nation audience was stunned at this result. They never thought that the Americans were so insidious, that even Pakistan's chosen one was their spy. This was something nobody anticipated. The watching foreigners immediately burst into laughter. Ha, the Dragon Nation people are too naive, in this world where the weak are prey to the strong, they actually believe in allies, foolish. Let me tell you the truth, every country has many spies placed by our US, including your Dragon Nation. Following the Dragon Nation only means waiting to die. They only had 2 chances left, who would go to their death. That's right, the Dragon Country has never won, the spies have insight. Long live the American daddy. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country were instantly enraged when they saw this scene. The high-ranking officials of the Iron Pack Nation hurriedly explained and clarified wildly. This matter really has nothing to do with us, we are also victims. The high-ranking officials of the Iron Pack Nation were completely at a loss, wanting to cry but having no tears. We don't want to ruin the relationship with the Dragon Country. Although the Dragon Country has a great nation's demeanor, in this near-apocalyptic situation, it is hard to trust any allies. So the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country still adopted conservative measures. They cut off some cooperative projects as a punishment. After all, whether the Iron Pack Nation was intentional or unintentional this time, they caused great losses to the Dragon Country. Even if the Dragon Country believed that they were unintentional, they still needed to pay for their mistakes. It's not to say that friends can give unconditionally. In the hospital, after 3 rounds of rescue, Yang Wei reopened the livestream. Seeing the scene of Butte shooting Luo Yi, his complexion instantly became much rosier. My decision was indeed correct, America is the strongest. Brute force cannot solve problems, only a smart brain can win. Everyone has a kind of psychology where they lean towards the choices they have already made. Having made the choice, they must go through with it, even if it's hard. It's actually a psychological comfort. He struggled to tap the screen, and for the first time in a long while, he began to mock. I told you long ago, don't have unrealistic thoughts, the strength of America is beyond your imagination. Now it's good, first giving you hope and then letting you down, just to bring you to despair. Young people are just too young, not listening to the old will bring trouble right before their eyes. After typing these words, Yang Wei instantly felt his long dormant feelings were released. So good. So damn good. He truly is the most clever one. As he said, seeing Luo Yi's heart shot through, all the people of the Dragon Country lost hope. On the screen, Jack flashed a sinister smile. I told you long ago, victory belongs to me. You really thought you could do it? Let me tell you, I've planned everything from the very beginning. You Dragon Country people are so foolish, lacking brains, just like over 100 years ago, only to be invaded and properly taught a lesson. Jack's laughter echoed throughout the room. Luo Yi's blood gushed out like a fountain, and his eyes quickly dimmed. Nyo Yun and other Dragon Country people in front of the screen also silently closed their eyes. It's over. Now it was too late to retreat. The Americans were now extremely excited, waiting for the rewards to descend. Last time they won, they earned an extra 10 years of life. This made many cancer patients and dying individuals instantly bounce back to life. They did not know what this time would be. Yang Wei was even more overjoyed. Fortunately, he had wisely joined America, otherwise, he would have faced the weird descent without any rewards. But in the next second, Yang Wei's laughter abruptly stopped. The sky of the Luoshan chickens suddenly turned dim. Countless weirdness descended from above. Chapter 49, Counterattack, the victor is king. The people of the allied nations were eagerly anticipating the rewards. But in the next second, what awaited them was indeed the strange descent. In an instant, all sorts of bizarre things flooded many cities of these nations. The mighty America and Maple Leaf Country fared better. The small northern European country directly lost half of its population. The Dragon Country people were also baffled, completely unaware of what had just happened. And they quickly heard the notification sound. Congratulations to the Dragon Country candidates for clearing the World 404 hospital. Evaluation, perfect SSS level. Normal reward, mineral resources plus 5%. Evaluation reward, Dragon Country's physical attributes plus 5%. Evaluation reward, resistance to weirdness plus 5%. Additional reward, obtained 1 active participation slot plus 1. Hearing the notification sound, the Dragon Country was utterly confused. What on earth is going on? Hasn't Luo Yi already lost? What is this reward about? Could it be that the rules of the haunted world have a bug? That seems unlikely. People from other countries are also frustrated. Voices of doubt are flooding the live stream chat. Baka, what the hell, does Luo Yi have a mod that lets him turn into a monster? Even if he dies, he still gets a reward. Damn, this guy must be related to the designer. No, he should be the designer's own son, or else how could the designer take care of him like this? Fuck, this is totally unfair, I want to report this game. Heartless Haralaz, you people didn't even bother to watch the replay, and you started hating on the people from Dragon Country, isn't that unnecessary? Please, you haters, just take a look at the livestream replay, stop talking nonsense with your eyes wide open. Hearing the suggestions in the comments. Everyone rushed into the live stream, wanting to see what was going on. At the crucial last moment, most people thought the big orange cat had already won and began to celebrate early. They completely missed the changes happening in the live stream. It's ridiculous. Why does Luo Yi get to win? A dead person can win? They all saw Luo Yi's heart pierced with their own eyes. However, after watching the replay, the haters went silent, like Garen using his light, both speechless and breaking down. In the replay, Luo Yi lay quietly on the ground, life slowly fading from him. Jack and others were overjoyed, already looking forward to the rewards of their country upon returning to the real world. The winner of the strange world would undoubtedly be valued by their country. No matter what their identities were before, houses, cars, beauties would no longer be lacking in the future. And the hero halo of saving the country would allow them to gain a large number of fans without needing to do anything. Butte's earlier apology to Luo Yi was also wiped away, contentedly discussing how great it would be when they returned to their country. No one noticed that Luo Yi, lying on the ground, was quietly changing. The wound on his chest was visibly healing. The white hair quickly covered his whole body. At this moment, Jack and others were busy flattering each other. Without the competitive relationship, they could get along very harmoniously. Brother Jack, this victory is thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we'd be done for. We are neighbors, it's only right to take care of each other. This time, the Iron Brother Nation did well. Don't worry, the promised resources will be handed over to you, and will also give you a large personal reward. Damn dragon people, I've long found him unpleasant. Even without Brother Jack, I would have killed him. While they were happily discussing, a shadow suddenly flashed by. Ah! With a scream, the contestants from Maple Leaf Country and the Nordic Small Country fell to the ground. 2 bloody holes on their necks. Only the terrified Butte and Jack stood there, eyes wide with fear. Jack panicked, looking like he had seen a ghost. Fuck, you damn bug, why are you still alive? Quick, kill him. Butte trembled all over, kneeling down to beg for mercy. Brother Luo Yi, I swear I didn't mean it, let me explain. Luo Yi couldn't be bothered to waste words with them, suddenly shouting at the empty place. Have you seen enough? Come out. Jack and Butte were confused. At this moment, a beautiful woman walked out from the corner, clapping her ha. The two instantly turned eerie, but it could be seen that their expressions were still struggling. Alright, they will accompany me forever here, to be a conscious patient. The audience felt chills at this scene. Luo Yi was ruthless, actually sealing these 2 people permanently in a bizarre world, suffering endlessly. This was a million times more painful than killing them directly. After doing this, Alice looked at Luo Yi again, her eyes filled with appreciation. Your ability surprised me. She looked at Luo Yi's chest, which had not fully healed. Even if the bazaar was shot through the vital parts, it would die immediately. Yet Luo Yi was perfectly fine. Luo Yi remained silent. The zombie's vital part is not the heart. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Alice quietly approached the secret room, gently stroking the director's forehead. Actually, he is my husband, I believe you guessed it. And what he did was also to save me. Perhaps it is retribution or something, he saved me, but he left himself. Not only that, he also created many monsters. I released these bizarre patients also to let them enter reincarnation, this is to atone. Alice choked up a little. No matter what, thank you. This is for you, you need it more than I do. Alice held a round ball wrapped in black mist. This is, the Een Soul Ball. Luo Yi's eyelids twitched. The Een Soul Ball is a ball condensed from Een energy. This one looked so solid. It was estimated to be worth his 500 years of cultivation. After absorbing it, he should be able to reach the mid-level of the 2nd tier directly. It made him a bit excited. Thanks. Alice's reward really satisfied him. Alice smiled. Maybe we will meet again in the future. No more meetings. After a simple farewell, Luo Yi walked out of the hospital. Seeing the live broadcast replay, the entire dragon country was in an uproar. No one expected that Luo Yi could still win in such a situation. Not only one, but it was an SSS rating. Before, the United States had won by luck once. Their rating didn't even reach a level. They only got B grade. But that was enough for them to brag for a lifetime. Yet this time, Luo Yi actually got an SSS rating directly. It was simply incredible. Especially the generous rewards, which made people from other countries envious. After seeing the rewards, the dragon country erupted with joy, and everyone in front of the screen loudly shouted Luo Yi's name. In the live broadcast room, they frantically scrolled Luo Yi's name. Dragon country hero. Brother Yi, I'm tired of saying awesome, Brother Yi is the forever god. Damn, where are those critics? Step forward who said my great dragon country can't use people? Have you seen how strong we are? What about those who ran away? Keep licking your American daddy. No wonder you're already gone laughing to death. I'm at a friend's place, Luoshan Chicken, and Yang Wei seems to be there too. It said he really left. Haha, these guys deserve to die. Now they want to come back but are embarrassed. We don't accept it. Dragon Country isn't a place you can come and go as you please? My husband Luo Yi is out? Where is he now? I can't wait to keep him warm. The Dragon Country had failed 5 times before. They never imagined Luo Yi could achieve victory this time. The surprise he brought to everyone could not be understated. Most uplifting was still the reward. Mineral resources plus 5%. To know that Dragon Country already had abundant resources, this 5% figure seemed insignificant. But in reality, it was a very terrifying number. If these resources were converted into money, it would probably have to be calculated in trillions. Moreover, Dragon Country's physical attributes plus 5%. This reward is also quite perverse. The term physical attributes is quite general, actually including strength, reaction, body quality, and various aspects. It might seem unimportant, but it can break human limits and raise the ceiling higher. For example, in the Olympic sprint competition, the difference in time between the first and last place is less than a second. But with this attribute, even the last place can surpass the first. The same goes for other competitions, like shooting, swimming, skiing. Even virus resistance is stronger than that of people in other countries. As for the strange resistance plus 5%. Whether inside or outside, the chance of the strange devouring a person is not 100%. This 5% chance, when the strange descends, can save hundreds of thousands of lives. The last reward is even scarier. It can actually designate a contestant. All countries choose their candidates randomly. It's very possible to pick a dying cancer patient or to randomly select a super special soldier. Luck is sometimes very critical. With this qualification, it can undoubtedly greatly increase the chances of winning. Just like Nia Yun, the strange expert, if he were to participate in bizarre tales, his survival chances would be much higher than an ordinary person's. Otherwise, why would they say the rules of the world can change a nation's fortunes? Just one instance is enough for the Dragon Country to turn the tide. In no time, the name Luo Yi spread across the entire Dragon Country and even the world. Everyone was looking for him. Yet Luo Yi himself, since exiting the instance, had mysteriously vanished. Everyone thought the Dragon Country's officials had hidden him away. But in reality, there was no news about Luo Yi from the Dragon Country either. It was as if this person had completely disappeared from the world. Nia Yun was still at Luo Yi's apartment when he received a call from above. Little Nia, your decision this time was extremely well done. The strange department will be entirely under your management. The higher-ups will also award you with 2 medals, so perform well and keep striving. Nia Yun solemnly said. Rest assured, Li Lao, Nia Yun will never disappoint the trust of the country. By the way, is there any news from Luo Yi? The next instance is about to descend, we must find him quickly. We're searching for him through various channels, but there's still no news. We must work harder. Currently, there's no one more suitable than him to participate. Nia Yun hung up the phone and let out a sigh of relief. This time, thanks to Luo Yi, not only did he save the day and keep his position, he also saved the lives of tens of millions of people. If this decision had failed, he would have likely been sent to a military court. Now, not only did he retain his position, but he was also awarded, with a chance to go further. But the headache now was that Luo Yi could not be found. Nia Yun guessed that Luo Yi might be trying to avoid the spotlight due to his zombie identity. Nia Yun looked at Su Xiaoyu beside him and asked, Xiaoyu, your roommate Luo Yi has disappeared, do you have any clues? Su Xiaoyu had yet to regain her senses, her eyes filled with complex emotions. I'm not sure. He seemed to go off into Nyosho Mountain for a while, you could go check it out. Nia Yun nodded. If you hear anything about Luo Yi, notify me immediately. Don't worry, we won't harm him. He is a hero of the Dragon Country now. Su Xiaoyu bit her lip. Okay. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Nia Yun. Can I ask a question? Nia Yun seemed to see what was on her mind. Luo Yi is indeed a zombie. Su Xiaoyu trembled slightly upon hearing this result. Luo Yi's existence truly affected the fairness of the strange world greatly. In fact, their country had some extraordinary individuals to some extent. But only the Dragon Country was selected, which made them extremely unbalanced in their hearts. Especially those few countries that had a final chance to clear the levels. It was Luo Yi who shattered their beautiful dreams. Other countries were pressing hard to try to control Luo Yi. Hand over Luo Yi, this criminal. In the end, everyone could clearly coexist peacefully, but he killed everyone. He is a killing machine. Let this monster, Luo Yi, participate in the eerie world, it's completely cheating. Exactly, Luo Yi has destroyed the friendship between us and the Dragon Nation. If they don't want to face sanctions, they should quickly hand over Luo Yi and give us reasonable compensation. Hurry up, if you don't hand him over, our artillery will soon engulf the land of the Dragon Nation. The officials of the Dragon Nation were furious upon seeing the alliance's threats. What kind of nonsense reason is this? The last peace was clearly broken by Jack and the others first, and now they dare to turn the tables. They even used this ridiculous national friendship as a threat. If they don't hand over Luo Yi, they will start a war. Eerie Department. Dr. Wu was discussing with a group of experts, and their opinions were unanimous. Protect Luo Yi at all costs. If a national hero like Luo Yi is not treated well, what will the people think? Who would dare represent the Dragon Nation in the future? The Dragon Nation directly made a strong statement. Luo Yi is a hero of the Dragon Nation. We will never hand him over. If you want war, then let's have war. Anyone who offends our Huaxia, no matter how far, will be punished. Chapter 51, S-Class Copy Difficulty. The audience of the Dragon Nation saw the official response and were all fired up, giving them thumbs up. So cool. My Dragon Nation will not be a pushover. If you want war, then let's fight. Damn it, who is afraid of whom? At worst, we die. It's as if we're really scared of you. The dignity of the Dragon Nation must not be violated. I'm a 35-year-old retired soldier, my bones are old, but still tough. As long as the devils dare to come, I will be the first to charge. Brother, you're awesome. If they dare to come, I'll be the first to donate money to fight. Luo Yi saved us, we absolutely cannot let them succeed. The United States did not expect that the usually low-key Dragon Nation would take such a strong stance this time. They were actually willing to offend all the allied nations for a Luo Yi. Although they were angry, there was nothing they could do. After all, if war really breaks out, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Area 51. U.S. Eerie Department. Mike Ash's face turned green when he saw the response from the Dragon Nation. Any news about Luo Yi? Didn't I tell you to send assassins? How come you still haven't found a trace of him? The colonel answered meekly. It seems that Luo Yi is being protected by the Dragon Nation's officials. Our people have no chance. Mike Ash slapped the colonel's military cap. 3 hours, not a single clue. I have you here to waste time? You're fired. The colonel was startled and quickly crawled away. Soon, a new colonel came in. So far, he had already changed twice. Mike Ash instructed. No matter what method you use, you must eliminate this hidden danger, Luo Yi, before the next Eerie world opens, or you can resign. The colonel was startled and immediately saluted. Yes, sir. Obviously, other countries thought that the Dragon Nation officials were secretly protecting Luo Yi. But only the Dragon Nation itself knew that they also had no idea where this kid, Luo Yi, really was. Under Nianyan's guidance, besides the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation and a few others, no one else knew about Luo Yi's identity as a zombie. Even his other information was completely blocked. After careful consideration, the high officials also expressed different opinions. 10 hours after the Eerie copy ended, Nianyan returned to Kyoto. He was holding a meeting. Present were not only the high-ranking officials of the Eerie Department but also military and political leaders. At this moment, they were all sitting upright, engaged in intense discussions about how to handle Luo Yi. A middle-aged man in military uniform wore a serious expression. Military representative, Zhao Changchang, offered a suggestion. Luo Yi is not human, how can he represent our Dragon Nation? Although he won by luck this time, who knows what will happen next? He is just a zombie, perhaps he doesn't even have human emotions. He might truly be just like what the Americans said, he simply enjoys killing for fun. Let a zombie keep growing, and it will become the biggest uncontrollable factor in our country. My suggestion is to treat it as a monster and control it closely. You all saw his performance in the bizarre world. He could easily kill even the bizarre things. If he were to commit murder, who could stop him? Others listened to his words, pondering. These words are not without reason. Although Luo Yi's performance was indeed impressive, there were many points that were hard to accept in the bizarre world. For instance, eating human flesh raw, killing anyone he sees. It is difficult to define what kind of person Luo Yi actually is. To let such a person represent the Dragon Nation is like placing a time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Dr. Wu and Nianyan exchanged glances, representing the Bizarre Department and the Dragon Team in their statements. This approach is too extreme, too cold-blooded. I disagree. According to General Zhao, controlling Luo Yi is not advisable. How do we make the people of the Dragon Nation think about this? Luo Yi saved everyone, yet we still want to treat him as a monster. That's too inhumane. Furthermore, according to our department's investigation, Luo Yi has never killed innocents in reality, and he often helps others. Therefore, I believe we should not view Luo Yi with colored glasses. We should treat him as a hero. Dr. Wu's reasoning was solid, leaving Zhao Changcheng unable to refute. However, Zhao Changcheng's expression darkened. He came with a purpose this time, which is why he was so focused on Luo Yi. The qualification to enter the bizarre world is what the military wants. The Dragon Team has grown too powerful in recent years, and it's clear that Luo Yi will likely be recruited into the Dragon Team. In this case, the gap in power between the military and the high levels of the Dragon Team would only widen. To balance the Dragon Team, they must find opportunities within the bizarre world. And Nye Yun, representing the younger generation of the Dragon Team, naturally sensed his thoughts and would not give in. The military and the Dragon Team discussed fiercely for a while. Nye Yun knocked on the table, and everyone else fell silent. This time, Luo Yi performed well and should be promoted one level. Now, he holds a higher rank than Zhao Changcheng, so his words carry weight. Alright, that's enough. For now, we'll handle this according to what our bazaar department said. If Luo Yi shows any unusual behavior later, we'll consider other options. The urgent matter is to find Luo Yi as soon as possible, that's the key. As for the qualification issue, unless you can find someone stronger than Luo Yi. Zhao Changcheng snorted coldly and left. They had already witnessed Luo Yi's level of strength. The military is not without strong talents. But no matter how strong, he is still human. Comparing with a freak like Luo Yi is simply impossible. To find someone stronger than Luo Yi is just a joke. Moreover, everyone has emotional weaknesses. But Luo Yi seems to have no idea what fear means. 3 days later. In a different turn of events, this time the bizarre world actually gave a warning. This time, the rule of the bizarre tale will open in 1 day. Considering the high difficulty of this level, each country can designate 1 participant, and the remaining 4 will be chosen at random. In this bizarre world, each country will have 3 chances to intervene in the participants' decisions. Please cherish them. If a participant dies, the bizarre will randomly descend upon a city in that country. Any country that fails consecutively 8 times will have the bizarre descend upon the entire capital. Bizarre world difficulty, S level. Once the rules were announced, the whole world erupted. S level difficulty. This is the first time in history since the bizarre world has descended. The B level instance was the highest level ever cleared until now. It was also due to Luo Yi's overwhelming strength during clearing. In fact, there was a previous B-level instance where all countries were completely wiped out. This time, the difficulty has shot straight up to S level. It's simply insane. Chapter 52, A Difficult Choice. The chat group of the World Channel exploded completely. Fuck, are you serious? S-level difficulty, how is this any different from seeking death? IP, gentleman country. Baka. Just let the weirdness come directly, don't waste time. We got wiped out almost 3 times in the B-level dungeon, I can't even imagine an S-level dungeon. IP, Cherry Blossom Country. It must be that monster from Dragon Country's fault. Western 8, he killed so many weirdness last time, that's why the difficulty suddenly shot up. IP, Kimchi Country. Seriously, you guys can push any shit onto our Dragon Country. Are we all your fathers? Do we need to take responsibility for you? IP, Dragon Country. Exactly, don't pull out the tricky monster, if you guys don't have the ability, just shut up. Why do you keep pouring your garbage onto us? IP, Dragon Country. The S-level dungeon difficulty. It plunged everyone in every country around the world into despair. Especially those countries that had already lost 5 or 6 times. If they lose a few more times, the weirdness will descend nationwide, and everyone will be doomed. Everyone will die. Among them is Dragon Country. After learning the rules, everyone who was immersed in the joy of victory was suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water. S-level dungeon difficulty. No one dared to hope to clear it. It was practically certain defeat. But Dragon Country cannot afford to lose. If they lose this time, it will basically be the end of the road. The high-level officials of Dragon Country entered a tense meeting mode, discussing various strategies. They did not seek victory but aimed to minimize losses. This meeting was personally chaired by the leader of the Beijing district, Li Lao. Li Lao sat in the middle of the meeting room, his expression heavy. I believe everyone is already aware of the upcoming rules. Dragon Country is about to face an unprecedented challenge. I hope everyone can unite and help us through this difficult time. Li Lao picked up his ceramic teacup and took a sip of tea. Does anyone have any thoughts on this rule about weird stories? Sure, Yamin, wearing a straight suit and sporting a Mediterranean beer belly, stood up as the political area representative. With a serious face, he spoke up. The S-level dungeon difficulty is indeed tricky. Since we can actively choose a candidate, we must choose wisely. This concerns the fate of Dragon Country. Additionally, because of last time's rewards, we have one extra designated spot, which should give us an advantage over other countries. Compared to other countries, Dragon Country could actively choose 2 candidates. But who to choose became a dilemma. An S-level difficulty dungeon is practically a death sentence. The meeting room fell silent immediately. Nia Yun decisively spoke up. I am willing to represent Dragon Country in battle. Upon seeing Nia Yun step forward, everyone else immediately erupted. Nia Yun, as a high-ranking member of the Dragon Group, actually wanted to participate in the weirdness, which surprised everyone. Nia Yun spoke resolutely. Regarding the weird stories, I believe no one here understands it better than I do, plus I've undergone specialized training in this field and am fully prepared. In this weird world, no one is more suitable than me. Li Lao glanced at Nia Yun and shook his head. No, if it were a regular dungeon, that would be fine, but this time the dungeon is of great importance. As a leader in the weirdness department, you must be responsible for discussing with others and making the right decisions. Have you forgotten? In this rules world, we have 3 opportunities to intervene with the candidates. It's better for you to stay outside when it comes to understanding the rules world. Nia Yun sat down, looking disappointed. At this moment, Zhao Changcheng, dressed in military uniform, with various medals on his chest, slowly stood up and glanced at Nia Yun. Our military is willing to send one person, Leng Feng. He is the captain of the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces, has participated in hundreds of battles, and has rescued and protected dozens of high-ranking officials. Since he joined the army, he has never failed a mission. He is more than capable of leading this Dragon Country team. In the meeting room, various leaders and high-ranking officials began discussing once more. Is that the Soldier King Leng Feng? With him, it should be no problem. Even if we can't win, it won't be too disastrous. That's great. I believe he can do it, and with him as the captain, passing the level is not impossible. I agree, having someone from the military gives us confidence. Perhaps this is also our Dragon Nation's chance to surpass other countries in one go. I remember the name Cold Peak, even Li Lao has an impression of him. He can be said to be a standout of the younger generation in the military. He is not weaker than Nia Yun at all. Whether in physical ability, decision-making, or tactics, he plays a key role in the Strange Tales phase. With him, the losses for the Dragon Nation should be minimized. Li Lao nodded. Alright, the first spot is confirmed. Cold Peak will be the captain of this Dragon Nation team, and other candidates from Dragon Nation must unconditionally follow his orders. What about the other spot? Does anyone have any thoughts? The political representative, Shi Yemin, hesitated for a moment and then spoke up. There is a suitable candidate in the Dragon Nation think tank. This person is meticulous, considers the bigger picture, and has participated in the formulation of many national policies. Having him participate can assist Cold Peak in making the right choices and developing professional plans. Li Lao nodded. Does anyone have other recommendations? If not, then let's choose him. Nia Yun stood up. I have another suitable candidate, our winner this time, Luo Yi. His strength shouldn't need me to elaborate. Nia Yun's words sparked more discussion among others. Yes, Luo Yi is good, but he seems a bit unreliable. His strength is undeniable, but the problem is we can't control him at all. If he does something strange, it might affect others. Exactly, he's strong, but too unstable. I propose we play it safe. Shi Yemin glanced at Nia Yun. Let's skip someone like this, he doesn't even qualify as human. If he participates, can you guarantee he won't act in a way that leaves everyone bewildered, like last time? And besides, I doubt we can even find him now. Nia Yun argued. This time the game is too difficult. If we stick to the rules, miracles will simply not happen. We have to take a gamble, at least last time we won the gamble. Although this guy can't be considered human, investigations show he has never done anything illegal, indicating he has some moral boundaries. And you all saw how he dealt with the Iron Brothers last time. Although he often acts out of line, you have to admit he made the most correct choices every time, even more so than we did. I think no one is more suitable than him to participate in the Strange Tales game. Nia Yun's words plunged everyone into deep thought. Li Lao took a couple of sips of tea and finally made a decision. If you can find Luo Yi before tomorrow, then let him participate. Chapter 53, Hello, Mr. Zombie. Luo Yi, where on earth are you? Nia Yun's eyes showed helplessness. In these 2 days, the search team had turned the magic city upside down. Even the Nyosho mountain mentioned by Su Xiaoyu had been searched thoroughly. But there was not a single piece of news about Luo Yi. Nia Yun hoped he would participate, actually wanting to help him. Even if Luo Yi had done something good, he was ultimately an anomaly, which would make the higher-ups uneasy. He must show his value, or even his utility value, to gain recognition. If Luo Yi kept evading, he could become the scapegoat in the end, with everyone pouring their anger on him. So Nya Yun was very anxious now. Under Dragon Nation's Sky Eye system, finding someone is usually very simple. But Luo Yi was an exception. As long as he didn't want to be found, no one could find him. On a cliff at Nyosho Mountain, there was a cave. A handsome young man was sitting cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, black gas constantly being inhaled and exhaled through his mouth and nose. His aura was mysterious and powerful. Yes, this man was Luo Yi. Compared to his previously emaciated figure, now his body looked much fuller, even a bit handsome. All of this is the effect of the Yin Chi Ball. These past 2 days, he has been hiding to absorb the Yin Chi Ball. Firstly, he didn't want to be disturbed. After all, he is now an internet celebrity. When he goes back, endless harassment and interviews will await him. Secondly, he is certain that he has exposed his identity as a zombie. He is not sure if the higher-ups will accept him. Humans have a subconscious mindset that those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. He didn't dare to take risks. Zombies have a long lifespan. Anyway, he is hidden for a long time before, so continuing to hide is nothing wrong. The bizarre world has little impact on him. Even if the bazaar descends upon the entire country, he can still live richly. Luo Yi opened his phone, and as the black energy clung to it, it blurred the phone's positioning system. The missed calls had actually reached 99 plus. Most of them were unfamiliar numbers. Of course, there were a few familiar ones, like his roommate, Su Xiaoyu. He still had some good feelings for Su Xiaoyu. She is one of his few friends. Just and kind and strong. Of course, her figure and looks are beyond reproach. Luo Yi did not return the call but opened the social media app. As soon as he opened it, Luo Yi was shocked and a little excited. S-rank difficulty? The timeline was flooded with news about S-rank dungeon difficulties. This was a nightmare for others, but for Luo Yi, it was good news. Just one B-rank dungeon pushed him from stage 1 to mid-stage 2. If he trained outside, it would take nearly 800 years and still might not succeed. S-rank dungeons, though terrifying and dangerous, could bring him tremendous benefits. Besides, zombies are inherently resilient, and the bizarre world was not that dangerous for him. Maybe he could jump straight into stage 3, who knows? Stage 3 is a hurdle. Once achieved, one can soar through the skies, living nearly 10,000 years without decay. But most zombies, even with thousands of years of lifespan, don't have the opportunity to enter stage 3. Thinking about this, Luo Yi couldn't help feeling a bit excited. He got up and leaped down the mountain like an antelope. In an old, run-down rental in the Magic City. Su Xiaoyu stared at the screen replay of the livestream. In it, Luo Yi was killing everywhere. Her feelings were very complicated. Though she usually was carefree, she was still a girl. Having been roommates with a zombie for so long, the shadow in her heart couldn't even be calculated by a math professor. But living with Luo Yi for so long, in this strange city, he always reached out to help her. To tell the truth, she had some good feelings for such a quiet and clean big guy. Wait a minute, big guy. That doesn't quite sound right. Luo Yi might have already lived for thousands of years. The more Su Xiaoyu thought about it, the more troubled she became. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the balcony. A mouse? Su Xiaoyu looked a bit nervous. She went to the balcony to check. A huge black shadow flashed by. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but scream. Ah! Such a big mouse. And soon, someone covered her mouth. It's me, don't make a sound. Su Xiaoyu heard a familiar yet strange voice beside her ear. Luo Yi? Is that you? Su Xiaoyu was a bit excited and turned her head. Sure enough, she saw that familiar figure. Luo Yi made a shushing gesture and threw Su Xiaoyu a lotus leaf-wrapped chicken. Here, your favorite lotus leaf chicken. Su Xiaoyu looked at Luo Yi with somewhat resentful eyes. Dragon Country's great hero, you still know how to come back? Luo Yi scratched his head a bit embarrassed. Haha, you know? Su Xiaoyu pouted. Of course, Mr. Zombie, I just bought some yellow talismans and peachwood swords the other day. How about we test them on you? Luo Yi smiled awkwardly. There's nothing I can do, one can't control oneself in the world. I'm just trying to protect myself. Su Xiaoyu suddenly thought of something and changed the subject, her watery eyes curiously staring at Luo Yi. By the way, Mr. Zombie, how old are you this year? Which dynasty were you from? Can I interview you? Su Xiaoyu raised her fist, pretending it was a microphone. Luo Yi smiled bitterly. I should be a few hundred years old, but it's been too long, and I've forgotten. A lot of my memories from life have faded away, and I can't remember clearly. Back then, everyone still had braids. Su Xiaoyu, like a curious baby, rested her chin in her hand, looking at Luo Yi as if she had discovered a new continent. Unknowingly, the two of them seemed to have moved a bit closer. After this advancement, Luo Yi's looks and figure clearly improved several levels. He was already 1.85 meters tall and not bad looking. Before, he looked very withered because his flesh had dried out for too long. The large amount of yin energy made his flesh much fuller. Now he looked even more handsome than an average internet celebrity. Su Xiaoyu wasn't obsessed with looks. But seeing Luo Yi's face up close still made her heart race. Suddenly, she realized she seemed to be too close to Luo Yi. Her face instantly turned red. She immediately bounced back. The atmosphere became a bit ambiguous and awkward. Luo Yi was somewhat at a loss. I came this time not wanting to hide anymore. Actually, I want to actively participate in the strange tale. There are things I need there. Su Xiaoyu said with some concern. Are you sure? This time the side quest has an unprecedented S-level difficulty. Even if you are a zombie, the risks are still great. Luo Yi joked. Anyway, I've lived this long, and there's nothing worth missing in this world. Death isn't so scary for me. What I dislike more is boredom. Su Xiaoyu murmured, her expression somewhat lonely. Is there really nothing worth missing? Chapter 54. Don't, brother, I can satisfy you. The two had a delightful meal of lotus leaf chicken, and Su Xiaoyu asked many questions about Luo Yi. Until the evening, Luo Yi said goodbye to Su Xiaoyu. He knew that many people had their eyes on him. He didn't want to impact Su Xiaoyu. If others saw Luo Yi in front of Su Xiaoyu, their jaws would probably drop. No one expected that the cold-faced zombie king actually had a soft side. Su Xiaoyu watched Luo Yi's departing figure, and an unwilling expression unexpectedly appeared. But she quickly shook her little head. What am I even thinking? Luo Yi is a zombie, maybe he doesn't even have human emotions. In the 2 days since Luo Yi went missing, the entire country was going crazy. Everyone was looking for this hero, but Luo Yi seemed to have evaporated from the world, leaving netizens unable to find any information about him. Soon, some people's attitudes toward this so-called hero changed, and the online gossip ran rampant. What a load of crap, Dragon Country's war god, disappearing at a critical moment. They say he's so strong online, but when danger really came, he ran away faster than anyone. Can't we find a second person in our Grand Dragon Country to replace him? After all, it's an S-level difficulty, it's not his fault. Anyone would be scared, but his brainless fans keep bragging, it's really annoying. Yeah, he just got lucky passing a B-level quest. The official said it was because Luo Yi obtained a special item, probably those potions on the table, that caused the mutation. He's just a coward, don't expect anything from him. This part of people seem to take Luo Yi's participation in the strange tale for granted. Since Luo Yi passed the last strange tale, he had accumulated a lot of fans. These fans were originally defending Luo Yi. But as the next strange tale was about to begin, Luo Yi's shadow had not been seen. For a moment, they were all very disappointed. The online rumors were getting more and more numerous. Some said Luo Yi was hiding away. Some said he was hidden by the officials. Others said he was controlled by foreign forces. Some say that Luo Yi is in her bed. Others directly say he has slipped away to the United States. Gossip relies entirely on a mouth. Su Xiaoyu looked at the empty living room and felt a bit uncomfortable, so she opened Weibo to browse. As soon as she opened it, there were many messages slandering Luo Yi, and many media outlets started to ride the wave for clicks. Dragon Country's war god? Just a coward without any sense of responsibility. Luo Yi's disappearance, is it a moral decay or the darkness of human nature? SSS level evaluation, luck or coincidence? Seeing these clickbait titles, Su Xiaoyu immediately got furious. Nonsense, Luo Yi is not what you think he is. Cursing and swearing, she grabbed the keyboard and started typing furiously to respond to those haters. All countries were nervously preparing for this bizarre situation. The Dragon Country was no exception. Since the strange forecast came out, Nyayun had not slept for 2 days, holding a thick stack of documents for research. Even now, he was still in a meeting with experts from the strange department. Dr. Wu, compile all the previous strange materials and send them to the military. This time, many neutral countries have exchanged information with us, their information needs to be filtered first, no rush. By the way, is there any news from Luo Yi? Dr. Wu shook his head. We turned the magic city upside down in the past 2 days and still haven't found where Luo Yi is? It seems the enemy is also searching but they haven't found him either. Nyayun felt a bit of a headache. Damn, where has this guy gone? Midnight was approaching. By then, even if Luo Yi showed up, it would be useless, the political side would surely seize this opportunity. Just then, Nyayun's phone suddenly rang. A strange number. Nyayun answered the call. This is Nyayun, who are you? There was silence on the other end for a moment before a response came. Luo Yi, you should know me, right? Nyayun gasped, dropping the documents in his hand. Wait, who do you say you are? Nyayun quickly switched to speakerphone. Luo Yi, this name shouldn't be common in the dragon country, right? There was a strange silence in the conference room. Nye Yun and Dr. Wu exchanged shocked glances, mixed with excitement. Nye Yun took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. Comrade Luo Yi, great. We have been looking for you these 2 days. Are you able to come to Kyoto? Ah no, I'll personally go find you. Wait, I will arrange for someone to pick you up right away. You must be careful, many foreign forces have been keeping an eye on you these days. The experts present were astonished to see Nye Yun so anxious. It was the first time they had seen Nye Yun value someone so much. His attitude seemed a bit humble. What was going on? You should know that Nye Yun himself was a genius, usually a bit proud when dealing with others. But from his conversation with Luo Yi, there was no trace of arrogance. Instead, he actively lowered his stance. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought they heard wrong. Luo Yi's tone was very calm. No need, I will go to Kyoto to find you. I called you because I want to participate in the next bizarre world. Luo Yi didn't beat around the bush. Hearing this, Nye Yun couldn't help but smile broadly. He thought persuading him to join the bizarre world would take some time. He never expected this guy would agree so easily. Happy as he was, he couldn't show it too obviously. Nye Yun forced himself to appear calm and said in a steady tone. Comrade Luo Yi, I welcome you to participate. Actually, we have other candidates, but considering your strength, we decided to add you to the candidate list, pending confirmation. Nye Yun's negotiation skills were quickly put into play. Even though they all needed Luo Yi very much, they couldn't show it. Otherwise, if Luo Yi raised his demand, what would they do if they couldn't meet it? No one expected that Luo Yi's next words would be shocking. Is that so? Then fine, I won't participate. Having lived for hundreds of years, such little tricks hold no value before him. Nye Yun and a group of experts were taken aback. Nye Yun was directly anxious. Don't. Brother, what about meeting first, and having a detailed chat? Whatever conditions you have, we will try our best to meet them. Luo Yi chuckled. Alright, let's meet and talk. Hearing Luo Yi say this, Nye Yun and the experts also breathed a sigh of relief. After coming back to his senses, Nye Yun seemed to feel something was off. Something's wrong. It seems I have been pulled into Luo Yi's game. This guy is really interesting. Nye Yun shook his head helplessly. His mind had been too tense these past 2 days, which made him a bit dazed. He almost fell for Luo Yi's scheme just now. It seemed he also needed to take a break to prepare for the upcoming challenge. Luo Yi hung up the phone. Suddenly, a strong sense of urgency hit him. Bang! The sound of a sniper rifle echoed. Chapter 55 Nightingale Team. In the Dragon Group Department of Magic City. Nearby team members were getting ready to welcome Luo Yi. Then they heard a gunshot, followed by several figures quickly moving in the street. Oh no! There's something happening over at Luo Yi. He quickly contacted headquarters. Group leader Nye, something has happened to Luo Yi. From the sound of the gun, it should be an AWP sniper rifle. There are 5 armed enemies, we are unsure which country sent them. We need to request reinforcements. Nye Yun's heart sank. Immediately transfer reinforcements from the Magic City Public Security Bomb Disposal Department. Do everything possible to protect Luo Yi's safety? Nye Yun's eyes were filled with anger. Damn it! How dare they act in Dragon Country, they don't even see us as a threat. Dr. Wu also received the intel. Not good, it should be the Nightingale team, Luo Yi might be in danger. The experts present couldn't help but shrink their necks upon hearing this name. This team is notorious around the world. All members are top-notch professional killers. They have assassinated many leaders. No one expected there were infiltrators from them in Dragon Country as well. Oh no, is it that killer organization that claims a 0 failure rate? Have the Americans gone crazy? In the past, they always acted alone, but this time they directly sent 5 people. They really spared no effort to kill Luo Yi. Dragon Country is so tightly controlled, they must have been lurking for a long time. These damn Americans, they are simply lawless. Although Luo Yi was strong, he was no match against firearms. It was not easy to locate Luo Yi. Who knew the Americans would find an opportunity? The hearts of the experts instantly tightened. Luo Yi was walking on the street. He always felt something was watching him. That's also why he didn't stay in the rental house. And this feeling grew stronger. Sniper Wilson stood on the rooftop, staring at the target while complaining incessantly. Captain, why send so many people this time, is it necessary? He is just an ordinary person from Dragon Country. A rough voice came from the walkie-talkie. Shut the hell up, this time it's a direct order from the general, there can't be any mistakes. Wilson took a deep drag on his cigarette. Don't worry, to me, he is already a dead man. I really don't know what the general is thinking. Now we are all going to be exposed, all our decades of work down the drain. Wilson is the ace sniper of the Nightingale team. His hit rate is 100%, he has never missed. Every time he carries out a mission, he only brings one bullet. Because he doesn't need a second shot at all. That's his confidence. The voice on the walkie-talkie was cursing angrily. Fuck, why are you talking so much? Hurry up and complete the mission, we need to leave this damn place before the dragon people find out. Lock in on the target, you shoot first, we will surround him from other directions to ensure there are no mistakes. The leader of the Nightingale team is an elite soldier from the American Army. An elite among elites. He also didn't understand why General Mike went to such great lengths this time. The intel showed that Luo Yi might possess supernatural abilities. But no matter how strong supernatural abilities are, can they be stronger than a gun? He considered himself to have taken Luo Yi seriously enough, but still couldn't shake off his carelessness. The voice of Wilson quickly came through the walkie-talkie. Lock on the target, ready to act at any time. The captain's gaze also found Luo Yi. Go for it. Wilson was full of confidence, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. In the camera, Luo Yi showed no awareness of the approaching danger. He just stood there, dumbfounded. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, flames erupted from the gun's muzzle. In the next second, Wilson was stunned. Damn it, it's empty? Impossible. In the high-powered lens, Luo Yi remained standing, completely unharmed. What shocked him even more was that Luo Yi's eagle had disappeared from the viewfinder. He quickly raised the high-powered scope to search the area. Not even a shadow of Luo Yi was found. Captain, the target has disappeared. The captain, hidden in the nearby bushes, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. What's happening? Disappeared? He was even more shocked than Wilson, because Luo Yi vanished right before his eyes. In his years of executing missions, this was the first time such a thing had happened. The Nightingale team was made up of the best of the best. Losing sight of a target was simply impossible. The captain panicked. Suddenly, a shadow flashed before him. Quick, so fast. Luo Yi casually reached out. A scream pierced the air. One team member dropped dead. The captain's eyelids twitched violently, fear flooding his veins. What kind of monster is this? As Luo Yi prepared to act again, the captain stopped him. Stop. Luo Yi looked at him with curiosity. The captain stared at Luo Yi in terror. Your skills are indeed impressive. We are here to negotiate. If you are willing to come with us to America, feel free to ask. Power, cars, houses. In America, we value freedom and admire the strong. We won't discriminate against you like the people of Long Country. Luo Yi thought he might let something slip. These things have no appeal to a zombie. With a wave of his hand, another Nightingale member dropped dead. The captain was nearing madness. Sir, aren't you afraid of revenge from America? Spare us, let us go. If we split up, you may not be able to kill us all. Just as Luo Yi was about to act again, the captain's expression changed suddenly. Damn it, seeking death. Suddenly, the sniper rifle on the rooftop erupted with gunfire again. A layer of black energy suddenly covered Luo Yi's body. His figure flashed, avoiding the fatal spot, the bullet hitting the black energy causing a puff of smoke, then dissipating. The captain was completely stunned. What the hell? This is some kind of monster. Even sniper bullets can't penetrate its defense. Veins bulging, the captain squeezed the trigger furiously. The automatic rifle spat fire. Luo Yi, like a ghost, again vanished from sight. In the next second, the captain collapsed instantly. Other team members were dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. What the hell, this isn't even a fight. Immediately, the remaining two, known as Eagle Eye and Deadly Assassin, fled in a panic. They were strong, but only when compared to humans. In front of this monster called Luo Yi, they were nothing. But it was too late to run now. Luo Yi jumped out in an instant, a claw piercing the assassin's back. Utilizing the unique ability of a zombie, he jumped from his spot, flying upwards. 3rd floor. 6th floor. 9th floor. What the hell, what kind of monster is this? On the rooftop, Wilson hadn't even managed to load the next bullet before collapsing to the ground. In less than 5 minutes, all 5 members of the Nightingale team had died violently. When Li Hu from the Dragon team arrived here, he was completely dumbfounded. He saw Luo Yi quietly standing still. Beside him lay 5 dead bodies, lifeless and unable to come back. Chapter 56, Brother Yi, mind giving an autograph? Wow, Brother Yi is just too powerful. Not only Li Hu, but the other members of the Dragon team had buzzing brains too. The strength of the Nightingale team was no weaker than theirs. And they all possessed firearms. Such a team could handle any armed force that came. And how long has it been since the first shot was fired? In less than 5 minutes, all of them were dead. What kind of power does Luo Yi have? It's simply defying the heavens. Looking at their corpses, they were all filled with shock before they died. They probably never expected that Luo Yi would be this ridiculously strong. Li Hu was stunned for more than 10 seconds before recovering. Luo Yi, did you kill all the Nightingale team members? Luo Yi shrugged his shoulders. Killing them shouldn't be illegal, right? Li Hu awkwardly smiled. Not only is it not illegal, but it's a great accomplishment. These people have been infiltrating Dragon Country for over a decade, and only today were they exposed. All of this is thanks to you. Luo Yi smiled in a way that couldn't be denied. If it weren't for his recent improvement in cultivation, killing these people would have probably been quite a challenge. They could only blame their bad luck for coming at the wrong time. Li Hu looked at Luo Yi, his eyes filled with awe. Brother Luo Yi, cough, I apologize for earlier. In the jurisdiction of Magic City, we let the enemy take advantage of us. It's our failure. The special plane has already been arranged. If there's nothing else, we can depart. Luo Yi nodded. It's fine. In the strange department. Nia Yun quickly relayed the news back to Li Hu. Luo Yi is fine, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Hu is a chatterbox, and since he's not familiar with Luo Yi, he didn't dare to ask. But on Nia Yun's side, his authority was directly flooded with messages. Damn, is this guy a monster? In less than 5 minutes, all 5 Nightingales were killed, and our reinforcements didn't even make it in time. You have no idea how miserable their deaths were. This kid can't be a freak, right? Hurry, tell me, who exactly is this guy? Nia Yun got annoyed and directly blocked him. The fact that Luo Yi is a zombie was only known by a few high-ranking officials. So it was normal for Li Hu to be curious. Area 51 in the United States. A group of strange experts were holding a meeting. In addition to discussing strategies for the S-level instance dungeon, there was also one extremely important matter. That was the assassination of Luo Yi. This time, the Nightingale team will definitely succeed. Who's saying they won't? 5 people are overestimating him. Wilson alone is more than enough. That guy has some strength, but so what? Can he beat bullets? I think he'd have a hard time even competing with an assassin in terms of skill. The US experts were all confident about the assassination mission. Mikasha was the same, and at this moment, he had already poured himself a glass of whiskey and was tasting it. He looked completely relaxed. As long as Dragon Country failed again this time, they would basically have no chance left. At that point, he could lead the fleet and conquer Dragon Country in one go. Soon, he received the message sent back from the Nightingale team. The Nightingale team is efficient, finishing so quickly. Before he could finish speaking, his face suddenly changed. From red to green, then to black. Finally, it turned into a liver-colored hue. It was like the plea of something about to explode. The colonel beside him saw his expression and thought they had secured the victory, ready to praise him a few words. General, you really lead well, resolving this threat so quickly. The people of Dragon Country are probably going crazy, ha. Other experts also chimed in with compliments. But soon, everyone realized something seemed wrong. Mikasha sat there, not speaking for a long time, his fists clenched, his eyes bloodshot. This doesn't look like a happy expression. In the next second, Mikasha erupted like a volcano, releasing his emotions. Fuck. 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 Great leadership. Threat resolved. Nightingale team. Mikasha went mad. With every word he spoke, he slapped the colonel hard. Until the colonel turned into a pig's head and fainted, he finally stopped. He still felt unsatisfied, pulling out a submachine gun and crazily spraying bullets at the bulletproof glass. This finally gave him some satisfaction. Fuck, a bunch of useless trash. I told them to be careful, 5 people couldn't even kill one. In less than 5 minutes, they were all taken care of. This is a disgrace to our country. The others trembled in fear, not daring to speak. Mikasha kicked the fainted colonel. Throw him out, shoot him. The conference room fell silent. Luo Yi soon arrived in the capital. This is not his first time here, but it still feels somewhat unfamiliar. The last time he came was over 60 years ago. Under Li Hu's arrangement, Luo Yi quickly arrived at a hidden military fortress in the suburbs. He soon met Nia Yun inside. As soon as Nia Yun stepped out of the command room, he fixed his gaze firmly on Luo Yi. It was as if he had seen a treasure. Luo Yi felt a bit uneasy inside from the intense stare. Li Hu also sensed the awkward atmosphere and introduced Luo Yi. Luo Yi, this is Nye Yun, the deputy commander of the Dragon Team. He is also the commander of the Strange Affairs Department. You two should be collaborating often in the future. Nye Yun finally realized that his expression was a bit inappropriate. Ahem, welcome, welcome. Brother Luo Yi, I have admired you for a long time. Seeing your performance in the Strange Tales has greatly impressed me. Let me give you a brief introduction to our base. Nye Yun casually draped his arm over Luo Yi's shoulder. Luo Yi felt a little unnatural, recalling how this guy first looked at him. Could he have some special hobby? He quickly pushed Nye Yun's arm away. Nye Yun didn't feel embarrassed at all. All the way, Nye Yun introduced the base to Luo Yi. The base was large, with over 100 people, all responsible for strange affairs. Research laboratories, weapon storage, and specialized super AI used for analyzing and developing strategies. But right now, information about the rule world is still too scarce. It is currently under development. Luo Yi quickly familiarized himself with the base. Li Hu completed his task and prepared to head back home. However, the other team members were stunned. What's wrong? Why aren't you leaving? Are you planning to stay here for the new year? The youngest team member, Zhang Kuan, shyly scratched his head. Actually, I am a fan of Brother Yi. Can I take a picture and get an autograph? Another bespectacled guy shyly chimed in. I want one too. It's not easy to meet Brother Yi once, and after this time, I may not come back. Li Hu immediately coughed a couple of times. The bespectacled guy exclaimed, Did I say something wrong? The other team members also gathered around Luo Yi. Li Hu was a bit surprised. These guys usually act high and mighty, but unexpectedly, they became starstruck in front of Luo Yi. It was the first time he saw these kids so infatuated with someone. It was as if a frenzy of fans had met their idol. Li Hu interjected. Brother Luo Yi has only managed to come back this time with great difficulty. How can there be time for you to mess around? What signature? Get lost. If anyone gets a signature or photo, it's me first, heh. Seeing Li Hu looking mischievous, the other team members couldn't help but roll their eyes. Luo Yi also felt a bit flustered. Having not seen people for too long, he felt socially awkward and at a loss. Mainly, these people were too enthusiastic. Nye Yun saw Luo Yi's reaction and couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect the Dragon Country War God to be shy too. Chapter 57 The Dungeon Descends, Mysterious Virus. Li Hu and their group appeared very pure compared to the political side. They took pride in serving the country. Similarly, they admired the strong, especially heroes like Luo Yi. Luo Yi had a good impression of them too. After bidding farewell to Li Hu, only Nye Yun remained. Nye Yun took Luo Yi to the lounge. The two finally had a chance to talk. Luo Yi, tomorrow is the day to enter the dungeon. How are your preparations going? Nye Yun handed Luo Yi a cigarette and lit it for him. Not much preparation, just going with the flow. Nye Yun also poured Luo Yi a drink. Can you drink? This is a special supply, quite strong. Luo Yi said nothing and downed the drink in one go. Nye Yun chuckled and poured Luo Yi another glass. Good drinking capacity. Brother, I actually envy you a lot. Luo Yi exhaled a puff of smoke. Envy? Do you envy me being a zombie? Nye Yun smiled lightly. That's one aspect, mainly because you can bring glory to the country. Luo Yi, I never thought about it that way. Nye Yun clinked his glass with Luo Yi and downed it in one go. Let's not get sidetracked, don't worry, your zombie matter. Very few people know. The upper management will help you keep it down. By the way, is there anything else you're worried about? As long as it's within the rules, I'll do my best to meet your needs. Luo Yi thought for a moment. You know my roommate Su Xiaoyu, right? Please help me take care of her. Nye Yun revealed a gossipy smile. You don't even need to say this, I will take care of it. It seems you and she have quite a relationship. Luo Yi couldn't be bothered to explain. Just friends. She's nice, and she's the only friend I have in this world. Nye Yun was silent for a moment and raised his glass. Come on, brother, let's drink to this. Luo Yi quickly arrived at the room he was assigned to. Before leaving, Nye Yun gave him a collection of all the intelligence gathered over the years about the rules and strange tales. And about Luo Yi's partner for tomorrow, Lang Feng. Luo Yi naturally couldn't be bothered to read the data. What made him very unhappy was that the officials insisted he must not disobey Lang Feng's orders. The next morning, Lang Feng came to the base to meet Nye Yun. Nye Yun entered Luo Yi's room to introduce Lang Feng to him. Luo Yi, this is your team leader for the rules world this time, Lang Feng. I hope you can cooperate happily. Before Luo Yi could speak, Lang Feng coldly said. So you're Luo Yi, right? I don't care if you won by luck last time or whatever. This time, you must pay full attention and strictly follow my orders. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. You can ignore the rules of the strange tales, but you must obey my rules. Lang Feng wore a proud expression. Luo Yi smoked a cigarette as if he hadn't heard Lang Feng's words. Nie Yan sensed that the atmosphere was off and immediately smoothed things over. Cough cough. Luo Yi, don't mind him. The military is like this, in their eyes, the command of superiors is most important. This task has a high difficulty coefficient, so I hope you can adapt to team cooperation as best as you can. Alright, it's almost time, let's prepare for the transmission. Realizing that today was the day the strange world would open. Almost everyone in the world was glued to their screens, waiting for the live broadcast. Hey, have you all heard? This time the dungeon difficulty is S level. It feels like it's a death sentence. IP, Pickled Kimchi Country. Ha! No matter the dungeon difficulty, our Northern Bear Country will crush them with an iron fist. IP, Northern Bear Country. Trash, you guys died the fastest last time, charging in more aggressively than anyone, only to die faster than anyone else. IP, Tower Country. Oh no, it feels like we're doomed. This time when the strange things return, we might not hold on. IP, Sakura Country. Don't worry, if anyone will break first, it'll be Dragon Country, they only have 2 chances left. IP, Phi Country. Tremble, you losers. The US will show you what real cruelty is. An S-level dungeon is nothing before us. IP, US. Ah, right, each of you talks like stones. What are you pretending for? Have you ever received an SSS level rating? Do you know the value of that? IP, Dragon Country. These countries love to flaunt and tease Dragon Country at every turn. But this time, Dragon Country had some confidence, with an unprecedented SSS level rating that could slap everyone in the face. S-level dungeon difficulty made everyone anxious. They were also curious about what kind of dungeon could be deemed S-level. Soon, several beams of light appeared in the live broadcast. This round of Rule Strange Tales has officially launched worldwide. This round of Game Dungeon, City C. Dungeon difficulty, S-level. Dungeon introduction, a special virus has erupted globally, turning humans into zombie monsters who devour each other. The introduction was very simple. But every selected candidate felt a knot in their hearts. This time, the range of the Strange World dungeon was actually a city. This had never happened before. Moreover, although the introduction was brief, the words zombie alone were enough to prove its difficulty. Candidates had to not only avoid the strange but also fight against zombies. After hearing this result, all the chosen candidates from various countries felt uneasy. When Luo Yi opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange room. The room looked extremely old, with only a bed inside. However, soon there came a loud knocking and roaring at the door. Roar! 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 Zombies? Luo Yi smirked, sensing a familiar aura. That's right, it was a chilling presence. It seems this trip was not in vain. People from Dragon Country were quickly split into groups, 5 live streaming rooms, each corresponding to 1 Dragon Country contestant. Oh no, it seems the positions for the contestants were randomly assigned, this difficulty is simply unbearable. Damn, is that my brother Yi? It's him again. Didn't someone spread rumors that he ran away? Who was it? Get them out and shoot them for 5 minutes. Even Luo Yi is in trouble this time. This is a zombie, harder to deal with than monsters, one slip up, and he might be infected with the zombie virus. These 5 people seem quite normal, at least except for Luo Yi. Normal my ass, the first contestant is going to die. The camera shifts. It focuses on a beautiful and innocent girl, dressed in a floral dress. Her face was filled with terror. Clearly, she had been randomly summoned. Entering this bizarre world, she was completely unprepared. She let out a piercing scream of terror. Immediately following, the zombies heard the noise and burst through the door. In less than a minute, the girl's beautiful face turned to eerie white bones. 5 minutes later, her body made popping sounds and, curiously, stood up eerily. Viewers in front of the screen were left frozen in shock at this sight. Chapter 58, What? Don't you watch the rules of Strange Tales? Dragon Country's audience was left dumbfounded by the girl's transformation. What the hell, this zombie is way too strong, way stronger than in movies. What is happening? Isn't it obvious why this is an S-class dungeon difficulty? If it were easy, anyone could just enter. They've just entered for a few minutes, and one is already gone, not even a chance to fight back. Who can argue with that? If I were in there, I'd probably just kill myself, otherwise, I'd be tortured by zombies. The Dragon Country girl was not an exception. In less than 10 minutes, more contestants died one after another. They didn't even have the chance to understand the rules before being bitten by zombies. It shows just how terrifying S-class difficulty really is. In this dungeon, there were 3 chances for hints. And many countries, before they even started, had already used up one. The purpose was to prevent their contestants from shouting randomly. On the side of Cherry Blossom Country, many viewers gathered in one live stream. This person was short but had sharp eyes. The moment he entered the bizarre world, he remained unusually calm. Soon, he found a book titled Survival Manual for the Apocalypse in a drawer. Rule 1, in the apocalypse, do not trust anyone, including your teammates. Rule 2, try not to go outside. Although resources are scarce in the building, zombies are fewer, especially at night. The dangers outside are much scarier than during the day. Rule 3, as a survivor, your most important task is to stay alive, stockpile supplies as much as possible, unimaginable dangers await. Rule 4, if you encounter animals, keep your distance, their danger levels exceed your imagination. Rule 5, if you find yourself in danger or short of food, the apartment manager may help you. Rule 6, dogs are humanity's most loyal companions, treat them kindly, and they will help you. Rule 7, if you find someone around you afraid of water, get away from them immediately. This truly reflects the S-class dungeon's difficulty. The level of freedom is much higher. But the danger is simply unimaginable. These rules, compared to before, seemed more like suggestions. However, clearly, there are many contradictory points to pay attention to. Island contestant Okamoto number 3 memorized these rules in his mind upon seeing them. Just as the other contestants were confused about how to escape. He suddenly leaped nimbly out of the window like an agile monkey. Viewers from Cherry Blossom Country watched his move, astonished. I was instantly shocked. Wow, look at those skills. Is he a ninja? This is incredible, our Sakura country will finally stand up. This is solid. Our great Sakura country is indeed strong. Even the legendary ninjas are on our side now, we will definitely lead far ahead of other countries. We're already way ahead. I checked, only Okamoto number 3 has this kind of strength. Let's see if the Dragon Nation can still act tough now. What country doesn't have some special abilities? Okamoto number 3 flipped onto the beam to observe the surroundings and then decided on his next move. He swung his hand and moved between the beams like a monkey. The zombies below screamed desperately, but they couldn't even touch him. The high-ranking officials of the island country saw his performance and immediately showed relieved smiles. It seems we really didn't choose the wrong person this time. We can crush the Dragon Nation now, right? Curiosity led many Sakura country viewers to come to the Dragon Nation's livestream. When they saw Luo Yi, they were all stunned. No way. How is it this kid again? In a world of 2 billion people, Luo Yi is probably the only one with 2 competition experiences. One reason is that the odds are low. The second is that no one wants to court death. And when they saw Luo Yi's actions, they burst into laughter. Luo Yi didn't search for the rules like the others. Instead, he picked up a fruit knife and walked out. Not only the members of Sakura country, but even people from the Dragon Nation were dumbfounded. Dude, didn't you forget to check the rules? IP, Dragon Nation. Damn, is he up to something again? Can't you brother just be honest for once? IP, Dragon Nation. So funny, the Dragon Nation kid is still so reckless. Is he not looking at the rules? He really is a little clever boy. IP, Sakura country. Oh my god, this guy can always bring a shock. Looks like his last victory was indeed due to luck. I bet he will die within 5 minutes. IP, America. Don't worry, it won't take 5 minutes. As soon as he opens the door, he'll be dead. IP, Gentleman's Country. Crazy, this guy is really a madman. He should be made to receive a baptism from the Akagawa River to cure that stupid brain of his. IP, 3 Nations. A group of experts outside the screen were stunned. Even Nya Yun couldn't help but frown. Goodness, I had specially told this guy earlier. He must develop cautiously and listen to commands. Damn, coming up and playing with danger, huh? The representative from the political side sneered. This is the one you Dragon Group picked? You really opened my eyes. The expert group quickly came up with a suggestion. How about giving Luo Yi a hint? Military Zhao Changchun rejected it quickly. No way, there are only 3 chances. This guy isn't reliable at all. He isn't worth wasting a precious opportunity on. Nya Yun could only muster the courage to say a few good words for Luo Yi. Don't rush, this guy should have some sense and won't act recklessly. Political figure Shi Yamin, with his big belly, started laughing. Have some sense? Not looking at the rules in the rules world? Going to an exam without a pen and to battle without a gun, right? Is that what you call having sense? You're wasting a candidate spot. If the higher-ups find out, Director Nya, you will probably have a rough time. Politics, military, and the Dragon Group represent three powerful factions. They usually are not on good terms. The Dragon Group is generally responsible for special operations and important decisions. In some respects, their power is greater than the other two. Moreover, over the past 2 years, many talents have emerged and even infiltrated many resources from the other two sides. This is also the reason Shi Yamin targets Nya Yun so much. Zhao Changchang also targets Nya Yun. But at least he's sensible enough not to affect the bigger picture. Nya Yun didn't bother arguing with him. Although what Luo Yi did was ridiculous. Their time together wasn't long. But Luo Yi is definitely not a foolish person. Meanwhile, a pleasant female voice appeared in the live stream. Hello everyone, I am Su Xiaoyu, the special live host from the Dragon Nation, and I will be explaining the live broadcast from the Dragon Nation. Now let's turn the camera to player Luo Yi. Player Luo Yi seems to have some special thoughts. I don't know what he plans to do. Under Nya Yun's arrangement, Su Xiaoyu not only cleared up the previous misunderstandings, but also became the official commentator. Su Xiaoyu was quite happy about this, as she had finally returned to her beloved career. In the footage, Luo Yi almost made her roommate unable to breathe. Chapter 59, is Luo Yi really this innocent? The audience from Dragon Country saw such a beautiful female streamer and were all delighted. But in just the first scene, Su Xiaoyu found it hard to hold back. What the heck? The rules of the weird talk do not watch the rules. What in the world is Luo Yi thinking? And in the next second, Luo Yi's action stunned everyone. He directly opened the door, and the fruit knife in his hand was as fast as lightning. Puff, puff, puff. These zombies were instantly killed with headshots, lying on the ground. In the blink of an eye, more zombies rushed in. Luo Yi didn't even move his feet, and one knife per zombie, he quickly took down 8 zombies. Is this a zombie? Seems weaker than the weird. The strength of zombies is generally a bit weaker than first-level weird entities. But they are numerous and fearless of death. However, in front of Luo Yi, who was at the mid-stage of second level, they could only be killed instantly. The negative energy of these zombies is different from that of weird entities. For Luo Yi, it still offers improvements. In the live room, seeing Luo Yi standing firmly outputting and taking down every zombie, the audience was dumbfounded. Wait, what do you mean zombies are weaker than weird? Is this something a human would say? Doesn't he know how many people have already died? Is he really planning to ignore all the rules to clear this level? This is an S-rank dungeon, can it really be played like this? Show some respect for the difficulty, okay? Doing this makes it hard for other participants. So cool, Brother Yi is invincible. Luo Yi's performance was even more absurd than in the previous dungeon, leaving the audience in awe. Su Xiaoyu was stunned for a while before remembering to commentate. Ahem. We see that player Luo Yi is truly shocking, actually killing all the zombies barehanded, it's just astonishing. She suddenly realized that helping Luo Yi commentate seemed to be not a simple task. Nya Yun, seeing Luo Yi's performance, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Our Dragon Group players should be fine, right? You seem to have a big opinion on him? Beside him, Shi Yamin hadn't spoken for a long time. Just wait and see, I don't believe he can survive without the rules for long. Most of the participants were careful and cautious. Cold Peak from Dragon Country quickly found a hint. Looks like I need to quickly join up with others. Cold Peak was lucky to find a military knife in the room. He didn't act recklessly like Luo Yi but used the knife to stab the door hard. The not-so-sturdy wooden door quickly made a hole. The zombie's big mouth pounced at the opening. Cold Peak stepped forward with a knife, and a zombie fell to the ground. Clean and neat, without any hesitation. His kill speed wasn't the fastest, but it was stable. 20 minutes later, the zombies at the door were also cleared away. Seeing his performance, the audience from Dragon Country praised him endlessly. This guy is so steady, strong yet calm, he is both brave and wise, with him, we still have hope in Dragon Country. Much more composed than Luo Yi, just watching Luo Yi makes me worry about a heart attack. So strong, clearly a skilled fighter, and very clever. Just checked, this guy is a Special Forces king, no wonder he's so fierce. Seems there's still a chance. Zhao Changcheng stared at the screen, and seeing Cold Peak's impressive performance, his face instantly lit up with joy. How about it, our military people's strength is not bad, right? Shi Yamin said sarcastically. Definitely much stronger than that Luo Yi. Except for the girl who died at the beginning. The other 2 random participants seemed to be ordinary people. They had already been scared out of their wits by the zombies. In the room, they didn't dare to go outside. In fact, most participants shared the same thoughts as them. Prepare to hide in the room forever. Every country has a designated quota, so there are quite a few talents in this strange world. For example, the candidate from the pyramid country is wearing an entire golden outfit. She looks just like the glamorous queen of the pyramids in a movie. Corona is the saintess of the pyramid country. Strangely, she actually took the initiative to open the door. To everyone's surprise, the zombies didn't rush at her directly. Instead, there was a spark in their eyes. In the end, they actually turned around and began to bite their own kind. Wow, this beauty can actually control zombies, amazing. Seeing her performance, the viewers were all stunned. This time, the candidate from North Bear Country is a muscular man over 2 meters tall. The strong man didn't care at all when he saw the zombies. He simply punched through the door. Before a crowd of zombies could rush in, they were all smashed by his punch. His fighting power is truly terrifying. Those who could come out have already come out, and the rest are ready to hide till the end. Roy ran the fastest, mainly because he didn't study any rules at all. Coming out is just to do. Of course, his reckless approach is the least favored one. Soon, Roy found a map in the corridor. The map marked that this is an old apartment. His current location is the 3rd floor. After figuring out the terrain, he prepared to go downstairs. Just halfway down, he suddenly heard a weak cry for help. An old lady was leaning at the door, calling out. "Young man, can you help me? My grandson is sick, he needs life-saving medicine. If you can help me, you can take any food and water in my house." Roy heard the voice and responded. "How can I help you?" The old lady called out softly. "My door is stuck, it would be great if you could help me open it." Roy picked up a small knife, preparing to chop at the wooden door. Rule 1, in the apocalypse, please do not trust anyone, including your teammates. Su Xiaoyu felt a headache, not knowing how to explain this. Roy is really kind-hearted, he is ready to rescue the old lady. This spirit of respecting the elderly and caring for the young is something we should learn. Others couldn't hold back upon hearing Su Xiaoyu's words. What the hell, respecting the elderly and caring for the young? This guy has no idea about the rules, just blindly messing around, surely something weird is inside. I'm really amazed, he is ready to step on every landmine, a pro at triggering traps, right? There's no hope relying on him. Let's look to Lung Feng. Soldier, go for it, you are the best. Roy is so naive at such an age, actually trusting strangers in the apocalypse. Brother Yi, please take care of us fans, we really can't explain it if you keep this up. After the door opened, the old lady revealed a kind yet anxious face. Young man, thank you, all that food is yours. Roy saw that the table was indeed piled high with food. It looked enough to last a few days. The old lady gave Roy a pleading look. Please, save my grandson, he is burning up and needs life-saving medicine. As long as you are willing to help me, I will do anything you want. Roy raised his eyebrows. Without saying a word, a fruit knife plunged into the old lady's brow. Chapter 60, A Gathering of Heroes. Roy's sudden outburst was something no one expected. The viewers in the live streaming room instantly became furious. Wow, how can Roy be so cruel? That old lady is so helpless and without any fighting power, yet he wants to kill her. This guy is completely inhumane, really cold-blooded. She even offered him food, and he still treated her like this. This dude's mental state seems a bit off. Having someone like this represent us from Dragon Country is really frightening. Yeah, who knows, maybe the old lady is some important NPC. Killing her so casually is just too outrageous. Sure, Yemin frowned upon seeing Roy's actions. I've said it before. Let such a monster participate in the competition, it will inevitably become a ticking time bomb. He always kills innocents indiscriminately, maybe he treats his teammates the same way. Nya Yun chuckled lightly. It's easy to say, in this environment, it's better to mistakenly kill than to let someone go. Can you tell if this old lady is a human or a ghost? If you go up, you might be even more brutal than him. Sure, Yamin was rendered speechless by the retort. On the other side, the gentlemanly contestant Walker from the United States also arrived at the door, hearing the shouting voice. His eyes immediately lit up upon hearing the word food. Okay, wait a moment, old lady, I will rescue you right away. Soon, the door was pried open by him. Walker happily prepared to go get the food. And the next second, the originally kind old lady suddenly turned strange and devoured him. The live stream room fell silent at once. Wow, this old lady is quite sinister, setting such a trap. Nya Yun saw this situation and glanced at Shur Yamin. Next time you throw dirty water, remember to use your brain. Shur Yamin's face turned as dark as a pan bottom. Most contestants chose to ignore the old lady's cries for help. The most absurd was the American contestants. This time, all 5 American contestants wore the same uniform. And they quickly gathered together in an orderly manner. It was simply incredible. Oh my god, what's going on in America? Did they crack the bizarre world? Why are these people wearing the same clothes, as if they rehearsed in advance? What on earth did the Americans do? This is too powerful. This time, let's see how the damned Dragon Nation competes with us. They are doomed. The leader of the Americans was a woman with red hair. The woman had an attractive figure and delicate features. After the five gathered together, Line knew they came to the old lady's door. The red-haired woman suddenly closed her eyes, seeming to think about something. The old lady inside is bizarre. Our strength should be able to kill her. We really need food right now, let's do it. The few of them directly broke through the door. Without saying a word, they swiftly stabbed the old lady to death. Seeing their actions, Mike Asha let out a long-lost smile in front of the screen. Well done this time, you deserve praise. Mike Asha praised the colonel. The colonel felt as if he had been pardoned. In his position, 2 people had been dismissed, and 1 had been directly executed. This was a dangerous job. Thanks to the general, we were able to invite the peculiar beings of the Lowell family this time. Miss Lowell is truly formidable. She possesses the ability of precognition. She foresaw the candidates that would be randomly summoned, and we directly gave them special training. I believe this time, we will surely crush other countries. Other experts showed expressions of surprise upon hearing about the Lowell family. The United States has some powerful families that possess special abilities. These people with abilities are called peculiars. Area 51 is specifically dedicated to studying them. Unexpectedly, the contestant participating this time actually possessed the ability of precognition. It was truly extraordinary. The experts felt that this might be secured. Soon, the Dragon Nation obtained intelligence on the contestants from other countries. Seeing the dense list, Nyeyun's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. This group of candidates could truly be called a gathering of heroes. In contrast, the 2 spots from Dragon Nation seemed insignificant. Just in mysterious special persons, there were over 20. It seemed that other countries, in order to avoid failure, were pulling out all stops. The scene returned to Luo Yi. Luo Yi knew that the old lady was bizarre because he sensed the negative energy around her as soon as he entered the door. So his judgment could hardly go wrong. Inside the room, next to the window was a child about 7 or 8 years old. The child had sharp fangs, resembling a beast. His arms were shackled to the railing, visible to the naked eye. The railing has begun to deform. This child must be her kid. Luo Yi looked at the zombie-like child and decisively chose to exorcise him. A knife plunged into his head. Brain matter splattered everywhere. Then, Luo Yi glanced at the food on the table and surprisingly turned to leave. He is a zombie, he doesn't need food at all. Yin energy is the best food for him. Other onlookers were confused by Luo Yi's actions. Wait, this guy went through all this trouble to come in and doesn't even take food? Is he crazy? He doesn't care about his life while others are going mad for food, he just ignores it. I'm at a loss, I just can't understand Luo Yi's moves anymore. Do you think he just wants to come in and kill these 2 monsters? Oh god, what do I see? Stupid, extremely stupid, he actually doesn't collect food, just wait, he will starve to death sooner or later. One comment actually guessed correctly. Luo Yi came in purely to kill the monsters inside. Yin energy is more crucial to him than food. Others can't understand, but Nyeyun knows why Luo Yi does this. Because he is a zombie. In this survival game, he has a natural advantage. The contestant from Cherry Blossom Country, Okamoto No. 3, moved swiftly across the rooftops. He quickly found his first teammate. The audience from Cherry Blossom Country immediately cheered. As expected of Okamoto-chan, he found his teammate so quickly. Who's next? Baka, our Cherry Blossom Country is finally rising. Awesome Karasu, victory belongs to our Cherry Blossom Country. Okamoto No. 3 is amazing. Ninjas are incredible, they directly ignore these zombies. Island teammates saw Okamoto enter, tears of excitement almost flowed. Oni-chan, I'm here. But the next second, a cold gleam flashed. Teammate's head was severed. The audience from Cherry Blossom Country was dumbfounded. And Okamoto said calmly, Cherry Blossom Country doesn't need cowards, if you can't even leave the room, following behind will only slow us down. Also, it's not that I want to kill him, but the rule says you can't trust even your teammates. The audience from Cherry Blossom Country had their worldview shattered in an instant. No. Regardless of whether he is your teammate, at least confirm a few things. Chapter 61, The Harbinger, Luo Wei Air. Rule 1, in the apocalypse, please don't trust anyone, including your teammates. After killing his teammate, Okamoto casually left. Although the audience from Cherry Blossom Country couldn't understand, they were more concerned about Okamoto's strength. Although Okamoto is a bit unreasonable, strong people are always like this, unusual and unique. Now our Cherry Blossom Country is completely rising, clearly a wolf destroyer. I think what he did makes sense. At this time, to avoid accidents, it's better to kill wrong than to let go. Even if this teammate is a good person, as he says, he will only slow us down. What's the use of keeping this kind of teammate? Are we waiting for the new year? Okamoto returned to the rooftop. Here, zombies had no way to deal with him. As a ninja, the most important thing is to hide your figure, so I must master various stealth techniques. Rather than act with teammates, it's better for me to act alone. This way, I'm less likely to be discovered. Unlike people from other countries, Cherry Blossom Country contestants clearly have their own ideas. For some reason, the contestants from Kimchi Country are often quite outrageous. This time, the participants they sent were a bit strange. They were actually wearing prison uniforms. He quickly gathered with his fellow teammates. And his actions were also despicable. He directly used his teammates as bait. From the elderly, women, to children in order. He even named it beautifully. In the apocalypse, everyone should unite, so lure the zombies in order. Soon, his 5 teammates were almost taken out by him. The Kimchi Country live broadcast room exploded instantly. This guy can't really be a prisoner, right? He wore prisoner clothes, which was just ridiculous. Shameless, simply shameless to the extreme. How could such a person be selected? What the heck, how does the government choose people like this selfish little man to lead our Kimchi Country? This guy is completely a demon, actually using his teammates as a meat cushion. I feel that's okay, though he acts a bit outrageous. At least he can ensure his own survival. Okay, my foot, the number of survivors from our Kimchi Country is the lowest right now. If he keeps doing this, soon there will be just him left. The prisoner's actions made people feel shameful, but in a way, what he did might be right. Dead friends don't save poor monks. Often, such people can survive better. Nya looked at the list in his hand and frowned. Park Dewandiao, wanted by the United Nations, a 5-star prisoner, arms dealer from the Africa-Middle East War, severely antisocial personality. For the sake of passing the level, our Kimchi Country even chose such a person. They really have no bottom line. Miss Lowell from America is called the Harbinger and has the ability to predict the future. Along the way, it was almost a smooth crushing. She could even predict where danger would come from, where zombies would appear. It was an utterly perverse ability. Soon, the American 5-person team arrived at a room. This room was different from others, filled with various cages. Inside the cages were some small animals. Rabbits, parrots, teddy dogs, British short cats, lizards. There are 2 rules related to animals. Rule 4, please try to stay away from animals, their danger level exceeds your imagination. Rule 6, dogs are humanity's most loyal partners, please treat them well when you encounter them, they will help you. These 2 rules have a clear contradiction. Dogs are also considered animals, yet Rule 4 tells us to stay away from animals. Many rules are hard to distinguish true from false, requiring participants to use their deductive skills. Miss Lowell soon closed her eyes again. God, please give me guidance. Her hand slid past the animal cages one by one, finally choosing the parrot. It seems the dogs are a trap. This teddy dog should be strange. This parrot looks silly and does not seem useful. The Harbinger looked at the parrot in front of her. The parrot had colorful feathers, and the next second, it actually spoke human words. Fuck, how do you talk to the bird master? Quickly go get me something to eat. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. As it spoke, the parrot's eyes suddenly turned bright red. Miss Lowell showed a hint of fear on her face. In her prophecy, if she disobeyed this bird, the consequences would be unimaginable. She hurriedly said politely, Okay, bird master, I will get you something to eat right away. What do you like to eat? The colorful parrot disdainfully replied. Don't waste time, hurry up, if you waste more time, I'll eat you. Miss Lowell did not ask any more questions. She sensed that this parrot liked to eat meat. Before long, she got a piece of raw steak and respectfully handed it to Birdmaster. The colorful parrot raised its head, placing the steak into its beak, munching delightfully. Not bad, this steak is a bit tough, but I can barely swallow it. Go, keep getting me food, I'm still not full, there's a weapon in the safe on the second floor, the code is 30,310. The parrot spoke quickly, an average person might not even catch the code it said. But as a harbinger, Miss Lowell's memory was naturally far beyond normal people. Hearing the Birdmaster's words, a surprised smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Birdmaster, I will get you food right away. Birdmaster seemed very familiar with the apartment, even knowing the code to the safe. Due to her foresight, she quickly avoided all dangers and found the safe. Sure enough, she discovered a revolver and more than 20 bullets inside. The harbinger revealed a satisfied smile. American viewers saw Miss Lowell being so amazing. Suddenly, confidence surged. Oh my goodness, the ability of the seer is too strong, right? He can predict the future. Is this even human? It's simply terrifying. I just want to know, is there anyone competing with us for victory qualification this time? It seems like only our 5 teammates are still alive. Victory is in our grasp, family. The Dragon Nation folks should take a step back, we are definitely winning this championship. Starting with a handgun, now we are all set, those Dragon Nation kids should just wait and tremble. Except for a coward still stuck in the house, most had already come out. Zombies are strong, but when a few people team up using tactics, they can still quickly deal with them. Many also discovered this strange room. The candidate from the Philippines saw the teddy dog and instantly thought of the rule prompt. Rule 6, dogs are the most loyal companions of humans, treat them well, and they will help you. So, they prepared to release the teddy from the dog cage. But the next second, the teddy's body rapidly grew larger, and its eyes turned bright red. In an instant, it transformed into something strange and devoured him. Chapter 62, Big Brother, if you tell me to go east, I won't go west. This scene scared the high-ranking officials of other countries. They quickly used the hint function to warn their candidates to avoid it. Don't choose the dog, choose the parrot. Parrots like to eat meat. Most countries interfered with their candidates using the hint function. At this moment, Nya Yun was also hesitating. Should he use the hint function just this once? Firstly, the candidates from the Dragon Nation still hadn't gathered. Especially the two key figures, Luo Yi and Lang Feng. Secondly, the parrot seems truly critical, choosing wrong might lead to instant death. Other experts were all anxious too. Although hint opportunities are important, they must be used when needed. Seeing many candidates from other countries discover the parrot's usefulness, the experts from the Dragon Nation couldn't hold back. But Nya Yun didn't decide immediately. No rush, let's observe the situation first. Because he noticed. Luo Yi in the footage had also arrived at that room. He wanted to see what choice Luo Yi would make. Mainly because this kid hasn't even grasped the rules yet. He probably doesn't know what to choose at all. Su Xiaoyu was a bit overwhelmed upon seeing Luo Yi, but for the sake of commentary, she racked her brains to cover for him. Alright, next we can see the Dragon Nation's candidate Luo Yi arrive at the animal room, we don't know what he will choose. Luo Yi saw several cages and couldn't help but complain. Why are there so many animals? Is this a zoo? Animals need freedom too. In the next second, Luo Yi did something that left everyone dumbfounded. He actually released all the animals. These animals that left their cages instantly began to mutate. In the live broadcast room, the audience was stunned. What the hell, most people only release one, yet Brother Yi actually released all these monsters. Now it's going to be interesting, he's likely to be instantly devoured by those strange beings. Damn, what kind of operation is this? I really don't understand. At least show some respect for the strange world, this is not your backyard. I see now, this Luo Yi is simply not wired right, doing outrageous things. I can't count on him, Lang Feng will lead us to victory. This is the first time I've seen such an unruly candidate, it's too impressive. And just as these strange beings were about to transform, Luo Yi made a move, suddenly shoving the other animals back into their cages. He forcibly interrupted the mutation. These animals were dumbfounded. No, am I not supposed to save face? You let me out, and I come out, you want me in, and I go back? But this cage seemed to have some sort of restriction for these animals, able to seal their powers. The only one left was that parrot. The parrot, seeing Luo Yi, still had that arrogant demeanor. Hey, kid, I'm hungry, go find me something to eat, or else you'll see what's coming. Luo Yi was a bit surprised. Stupid bird, are you talking to me? The parrot instantly fluffed up its feathers. What did you call me? Dare to call me bird lord like that, are you tired of living? The parrot flapped its wings, its eyes suddenly turning red without warning. Its body visibly inflated. Are you scared? Do you know how powerful your bird lord is now? Luo Yi had no idea where this strange bird got its courage. A big slap flew across the bird lord's face. The weirdness was directly slapped back. The parrot was about to explode with anger. You dare hit me. It flapped its wings, ready to transform again. And Luo Yi slapped again with another big move. The parrot was completely dazed. Damn human, I'm going to kill you. Slap, slap, slap. Luo Yi kept slapping the weird bird's face. His face was swollen from the hits. I called you stupid bird, and you still have a temper? The audience from Long Nation instantly questioned life upon seeing this scene. I mean, everyone else treats this bird lord well, trying to get him to drop gear, but you just beat him into a stupid bird. Brother Yi is too brutal, this bird might be beaten to death by him. Why can he always play by his own rules? It's ridiculous. Comparing people is infuriating. If the American apocalyptics saw how Luo Yi treated this stupid bird, they'd probably die from anger. I'm totally convinced now, can it be played like this? The parrot was dizzy from the slaps, questioning its bird life. Ever since it became strange, it had never suffered such humiliation. Facing a ruthless character like Luo Yi, what more could it do? It couldn't fight back, and transforming only got it slapped back. Simply against the heavens. In the end, the parrot finally gave in, lowering its noble head. Big brother, let's talk things out. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat? Luo Yi shook his hand. I don't need food. What treasures are in this building, hand them all over. Don't think about hiding from me. If I find out, I'll start pulling out your feathers. The parrot showed a look of fear. Don't, big brother, I'll tell you everything. Room 103 on the first floor has a shotgun, room 206 on the second floor has a pistol, room 303 on the third floor has a revolver, and room 307 has a baton and a compound bow. Luo Yi's mouth curved into a smile. He fiercely yanked a handful of the parrot's feathers. The parrot let out a miserable cry. Big brother, what exactly do you want? I've told you everything, what more do you want? Luo Yi said coldly. Is that all? The parrot said with a dark face. There are more, but after I tell you, could you please let me go? I'm just a poor bird, my parents. Luo Yi interrupted directly. This bird really had no limits, it even learned the skill of selling pathetic stories. It's about the apartment. The dormitory manager seems to have been infected a long time ago, but still has awareness. Every 3 days, there will be a zombie wave, and then the apartment will also be attacked, all hiding places will be nowhere to escape. Big brother, I only know this much, please spare me. Luo Yi obtained useful information and finally showed a satisfied expression. But clearly, he did not intend to let this parrot go. This parrot seemed to know a lot. If he just let it go, wouldn't it be a waste of such a good resource? You will follow me from now on. No, big brother, I'm just a little bird, I want to fly but can't fly high, I'm not worthy. Without a second thought, Luo Yi directly plucked a feather. The parrot instantly wanted to cry without tears. Okay, big brother, from now on you tell me what to do, I'll do it, you tell me to go east, I won't go west. The parrot had a submissive feeling, its expression more human-like than a human's. It quickly perched on Luo Yi's shoulder, and they walked out of the room together. Luo Yi was ready to collect some weapons. Having guns is better than not having them. Before reaching stage 3, he had no long-range attack means at all. So guns were very important. Chapter 63, He's Just Fooling You. Luo Yi's ability to tame the parrot left the audience in disbelief. Mainly, this parrot had been so proud in front of the other contestants. Yet in front of Luo Yi, it appeared so humble. The difference couldn't be greater. Others regarded the parrot as an important source of information. But Luo Yi, on the other hand, didn't even want to pluck its feathers. He directly took away the parrot itself. It was utterly outrageous. What's more, others couldn't even imitate him. Many initially thought Luo Yi was just lucky. But after several countries tried to imitate him, they realized how naive they had been. Those contestants who planned to intimidate the parrot found their hands bitten by its sharp beak before they could act. Oh my god, how does Luo Yi have such good luck? Wasn't that parrot so arrogant before? Why did it wilt in front of him? This is unfair. IP, United States. Who can argue with that? It was one thing when the last copy started, but this one too? The parrot usually acts like a big shot, so why is it so docile with him? IP, Cherry Blossom Country. Right. Speaking of the United States, our Dragon Nation has to point out that you Cherry Blossom folks really are the good grandsons of the United States. Look at how they all coordinated their outfits this time, it's so obvious, isn't it? IP, Dragon Nation. Do you even understand? If you don't, just stay quiet. Clearly, Brother Yi is just too strong. That silly bird was simply suppressed, okay? IP, Dragon Nation. If that parrot dares to act arrogant, I have no doubt Brother Yi would stew it into bird soup. IP, Dragon Nation. Nia Yun also didn't expect Luo Yi to have such sharp skills. Could it be he really plans to clear it without rules? Beside him, Shi Yamin raised an eyebrow. It's just good luck. He locked away those strange creatures ahead of time. If he let them out, he might have been done for. Good thing he didn't waste a hint on someone like that, it really wasn't worth it. The heavyweight fighter from North Bear Nation was also smashing through everything effortlessly. Ordinary zombies didn't seem to threaten him at all. This guy had terrifying strength and defense. One punch could kill a zombie. Moreover, zombies couldn't even bite through his skin. He looked completely invincible. The audience from North Bear Nation cheered up immediately. Hara Shao, just do it. I love this feeling of instant kills. This is great. If I could have a glass of vodka, I guarantee this heavyweight's power would increase by 50%. Boom, boom, boom. Our North Bear Nation is truly the birthplace of macho men, this is just too strong. I feel like this guy could smash a tiger with one punch. His size and muscles are really terrifying. However, the excitement didn't last long as the heavyweight also entered the room filled with animals. He received the same prompt from North Bear Nation. Choose the parrot, don't choose the dog. Without hesitation, he released the parrot. Fatty, hurry up and get me something to eat, or I'll peck your bald head off. The parrot was still as cheeky as ever. Particularly after being humiliated by Luo Yi in the parallel space. It had to vent its frustrations on others. After all, it couldn't afford to offend Luo Yi again. The heavyweight fighter's face turned as red as a lantern in an instant. Harashao, who are you calling a fatso, you damned bald bird? This time it wasn't Luo Yi that he faced. The parrot instantly morphed, appearing even more intimidating than the 2-meter-tall muscular man in front of it. The bird flapped its wings and frantically fanned the heavyweight's face. It definitely had personal feelings behind it. The heavyweight was completely flabbergasted. He raised his arms trying to block the bird, but he soon found that the bird was far stronger than he was. He couldn't stop it at all. Before long, the heavyweight was covered in scratches. Gone. Now, the people of North Bear Nation were completely in despair. The remaining contestants were practically just there to fill the space. The main contestants were specifically chosen by the officials. Now the first one to die was this heavyweight. One could only say this heavyweight was indeed a bit brawn over brain. Most things are done step by step. Following the parrot's instructions, using the method of exchanging benefits. Obtaining some useful information. And Luo Yi was clearly an exception. He quickly swept all the weapons in the apartment building. Put them all into his backpack. Along the way, he walked and killed. The dark energy became thicker. Luo Yi's efficiency was extremely high, and his speed was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the apartment entrance. At the apartment entrance, in a small room, an old man with a hunched back looked at Luo Yi. Young man, do you need any help? I still have some food here. Luo Yi glanced at the parrot on his shoulder. From the old man's expression, it seemed he did not recognize the parrot. But how did the parrot know that he had been infected long ago? Moreover, the place was swarming with zombies. Yet the old man sat at the door as if nothing had happened. Isn't that strange? And from him, Luo Yi sensed a very rich dark energy. Luo Yi asked. Old man, it's very dangerous outside these days, why don't you hide? The old man showed an anxious expression. My old partner is missing, I have been waiting for him, what will happen if I leave? I have lived with my old partner for over 50 years, I can't live without her. The parrot showed a sly expression. Don't believe him, he is lying to you, this is a trap. Luo Yi, shut up. The parrot immediately stopped talking. Luo Yi looked at the old man and continued. You want to find your old partner, right? I also live in this apartment, maybe I can help you. The old man hurriedly expressed his thanks, nearly shedding tears. Thank you, young man. Luo Yi, old man, I really want to help you, but I don't know what your partner looks like. Do you have a photo of her? The old man quickly nodded. Yes, just a moment. The old man rummaged through his wallet and pulled out an old photo. This photo clearly had a sense of age. At that time, the old man was still relatively young and looked a bit handsome. His partner was also a delicate flower. A match made in heaven. However, this photo was of no use for finding someone. Old man, do you have a recent photo? I know you were handsome back then, but I still don't know what your partner looks like now. Or tell me about the last time you saw her dressing style, and physical features, so I can look for her. The old man recalled for a moment. You see in that photo, my partner always liked to wear a small daisy on her head, it was beautiful. Luo Yi muttered to himself. A small daisy. Good. I'll help you look for her. The parrot suddenly started going crazy again for some reason. Don't listen to his words, he is lying to you. You will be killed by him. Luo Yi was confused. Then tell me, what is the truth? The parrot fell silent. I can't say. Chapter 64, always wanted to experience the power of the strange. This parrot and the old man are both very strange. Neither looks like a good person. Now the main force has entered the animal's room. With hints, no one would choose other animals. They all chose the parrot. The parrot was as arrogant as ever. Some even provoked, calling themselves bird lords parrots. However, in the end, they all paid the price. If others knew that the bird lord they feared was just a pet on Luo Yi's side, I wonder what they would think. They might even wish for death. The bird lord in the parallel space, after suffering torture, often vented his anger on others. At any moment, he would strike someone on the head. Soon, someone was not convinced. The representative from Iron Tower country turned out to be a black Ethiopian, said to be the champion of MMA. Entrusted with important responsibilities by the authorities. He really did not disappoint. He had performed well so far. Not knowing where he found a pair of gloves, ordinary zombies in front of him were like paper. One punch for each small kid. He also quickly rescued other teammates. But this guy was very bad. Every time he encountered danger, just let the white people go first. Among the nameless teammates, only 2 are white. Originally, there were few white people, and now they've been made targets, sent to be killed by zombies. The viewers from Iron Tower country were so angry they were jumping up and down, while people from other countries saw it as entertainment. F***K, this guy is racist, he discriminates against white people, I'm going to report him, this is too much. IP, Iron Tower country. Good one, turning the tables, so black people discriminate against white people, huh? And it's you Iron Tower country, your version is advanced, huh? IP, Dragon country. You guys even have a black president, and now you're complaining that others discriminate against you? Soon, Iron Tower country will be ruled by black people, who can you blame for that? IP, US. As expected, our black people are strong, old buddy, keep going, let's conquer all the countries, let's see if they still dare to mess with us. IP, Western Fiend country. Go back and pick cotton, you gorillas, stop embarrassing yourselves here. IP, US. The bullet comments here were rather strange. People had already risen from a national level to a racial level. In an instant, it became a battlefield for the 2 major races of Western countries. After Ethel entered the room, he immediately released the parrot. Oh, you look like a pile of black crap, I can't stand it, go find some food, then get out, don't mess with my appetite. Ethel was instantly enraged, veins popping on his forehead. No matter what, he was a champion competitor who had dominated outside. And here, he was being discriminated against by a bird, it was simply absurd. The parrot, as always, had a sharp tongue. Hey, I'm talking to you, black charcoal? Didn't you hear me? Go find food for me. Before Ethel entered, he had always boasted that he could easily defeat the strange creatures. This parrot must be one of the strange creatures. Let's test his skills on this one. Ethel's fighting spirit surged. The experts from Iron Tower country were dumbfounded. What's he trying to do? Is he looking for death? It was as if they were seeing something incomprehensible. Even if you're challenging a strange creature, at least pick a weak one. Why would you specifically pick the strongest one? This bird, except when it was subdued by Luo Yi, was a king in everyone else's eyes. The parrot became annoyed when it saw that Ethel was still not moving. You piece of black crap, still standing here looking for death. Ethel's eyes suddenly became sharp, his body swayed left and right, and his steps changed continuously. He weaved and shifted. A series of combination punches flowed like a river. Strange creature, huh? Let me see how strong you are. But before he could even make a stance, the parrot instantly grew larger, slapping him so hard that he was pinned to the wall. Dead beyond saving. Idiot. The other 3 teammates were stunned, and they all knelt down to beg for mercy. Bird Lord, this has nothing to do with us, it's all his fault, whatever you want, we'll give it to you. The Bird Lord took off right in front of them, and dropped a huge load of olive on the 3 of their heads. Then, it slapped them all to death. Too late, seeing you pests, I've lost my appetite. The rule world instantly sent a prompt. Iron Tower country's team has been wiped out, strange creatures are about to descend. Iron Tower country was wailing in despair, while other countries couldn't help but sweat nervously. F***K, it's all these little black guys' fault, they're really stupid, provoking strange creatures, it's like they want to die. It's over, our country is doomed. IP, Iron Tower country. As expected, our chosen one is amazing, she knew the parrot's power long ago and prevented all this from happening, US is invincible. IP, US. Wait, US people can brag about this? Our brother Yi directly subdued the parrot, we didn't even brag about it, how come you guys are still boasting? IP, Dragon country. Just wait and see, you Dragon country people are just lucky, if he keeps taking risks, I don't believe he can survive more than 3 days, people who don't understand the rules can't survive in this world, no exceptions. IP, US. Exactly, Dragon country people are always so naive, only those like the chosen one can. Only by perfectly obeying the rules can one pass the test. IP, United States. Luo Yi has indeed exceeded everyone's expectations so far. He has completely ignored the rules of the strange world. Instead, he has repeatedly broken the rules. The key is that others cannot imitate him. No wonder other countries are jealous. Ninja Okamoto explored the entire apartment. His movements are so ghostly that these zombies can't even touch him. He quickly drew a topographic map. This building has a total of 6 floors, with 8 rooms on each floor. Most rooms are unknown. The basement is locked, and I don't know it yet. There are probably over 100 zombies inside. There are about 10 survivors, and it's hard to tell if they are strange. Okamoto number 3 carefully analyzed the situation in the apartment. Upon close observation, he was completely different from when he first arrived. He changed into a tight-fitting outfit, wore a hat, and had a knife strapped to his back. It's unclear where he scavenged these items from. Notably, he had actively killed most of his teammates. The only one left is a married woman in her 30s. As for why he didn't kill her, you understand. Soga, it's almost time to act. Surprisingly, the ninja detached from his hanging state and dashed down. Zombies roared and charged at him, yet he didn't dodge like before. Shuriken. 3 small knives flew from his hands. Immediately after, he transformed into a shadow and dashed out. The knife behind him suddenly switched to his hand as he weaved between zombies. Puff, 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 puff. Soon, zombies sprayed black blood and collapsed to the ground. The audience in Sakura Country was shockingly stunned. Chapter 65, Steady and Steady Cold Peak. Although Okamoto number 3 has a peculiar way of thinking, considering the performance of the Sakura Country citizens, it's actually quite normal. And there's a reason for his showy behavior. In the next room, a woman looked on in horror, but as she watched Okamoto instantly kill a bunch of monsters, her favorability for him skyrocketed. The woman was of average looks, but Okamoto number 3 didn't mind. Miss, come with me, I will protect you. The woman shrank back a little. I have a husband. Okamoto not only didn't restrain himself, but became even more excited. We 3 can live together. A hint of shyness appeared on the woman's face. What you said, Okamoto-kun, seems to make some sense. There is danger everywhere. I believe my husband would forgive me. Then, an explosive scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The 2 candidates actually live-streamed some indescribable scenes. 1 minute later, Okamoto exited the room. The woman eagerly awaited. Okamoto-kun, you must come back. Throughout the process, the audience in Sakura Country could still accept it, as they have seen a lot and it wasn't shocking for them. But the others in the live room exploded. Goodness, what kind of scene is this? No wonder this is the country of doujinshi, it directly reshaped my understanding. I'm scared. IP, Dragon Country. Fuck, God. I, a pervert, think it's very perverted. Sakura Country truly is a damned nation. IP, Gentleman's Country. Is there a problem? Baka, don't you think the scene is thrilling? I'm his husband, I didn't say anything, why are you all complaining? IP, Sakura Country. Upstairs is a true warrior, I admire you, being able to endure such things, you are a real man. IP, Kimchi Country. I think what Okamoto-kun did is very right, teammates without utility should be sent to hell, no problem. IP, Sakura Country. Seeing the comments from the people of Sakura Country, one can understand why their contestants would engage in such outrageous behavior. It doesn't seem so strange anymore. Over on Luo Yi's side, he was looking for the old man's companion. That old man exuded a heavy aura, likely not an ordinary character. Luo Yi took a couple of steps forward, suddenly stopping, looking curiously at the parrot. The parrot had a bad premonition. Big brother, what do you want to do? Luo Yi curled his lips. You just said that old man is a liar. Don't let me believe him, why? The parrot shivered. Big brother, I really don't know, please don't look at me like that, I'm scared. Luo Yi asked tentatively. Really don't know? The parrot quickly nodded. I really don't know, even if you pluck all my feathers, I wouldn't know. Luo Yi nodded. Then let me rephrase my question, do you know where his partner is? Luo Yi released an ominous aura, and the parrot trembled. No. I don't know. Without saying another word, Luo Yi began to pluck feathers. As long as you don't say, I'll keep plucking. The plucking speed grew faster and faster. The parrot's screams were heart-wrenching. Alright, stop plucking, I'll tell you. Believe me, you wouldn't want to know, his partner is in the basement, where there is a terrifying presence. Luo Yi prepared to head to the basement. The audience from Long Country panicked when they saw Luo Yi ignoring the advice. What's going on? How can this guy be so stubborn, suffering losses yet refusing to change? What the parrot says now hasn't missed, yet this guy insists on being defiant. I'm really fed up, can't he just be honest for a moment, or if he wants to go out recklessly, at least don't involve others. Would it kill him to learn a bit from Cold Peak? Sigh, looks like we can only rely on Cold Peak now. At this point, many viewers couldn't help but want to switch the scene to Cold Peak. We truly couldn't bear Luo Yi's foolish actions. At this moment, Cold Peak had found two other teammates, one was a college student and the other a programmer. Overall, the luck was not bad, and the overall quality was quite high. After all, this time there were 4 randomly selected people, and some countries even ended up with homeless, the old, weak, and sick. Entering the dungeon was purely sending people to their deaths. Of course, some countries also randomly got stronger characters. It all comes down to luck. Cold Peak, with rich combat experience, found a fire axe in the storage room, and then searched the room for helmets, gloves, and thick leather jackets. He also reinforced himself with various fibers. These defenses should be fine against being surrounded by a dozen zombies. His pace wasn't as fast as other mutants, but it was not slow either. The main thing is that he could advance steadily, inch by inch. He maximized the use of everything usable in each room. Kerosene lamps and sugar, common supplies in the apartment, turned into Molotov cocktails and homemade explosives in his hands. No wonder he is a king of soldiers, his overall strength is indeed remarkable. The audience saw his performance and couldn't stop praising him. Truly, without comparison, there's no harm. Cold Peak is so much stronger than him, otherwise how could he be the captain of our lone country team? So impressive, everything in his hands can turn to treasure, such talents are fit to survive in a strange world. With him around, I immediately feel much safer, our long country still has hope. Exactly, the more I watch Luo Yi for a second, the more I feel like I'll lose a year of my life, I'm on the brink of a heart attack. Exactly, always messing around with nonsense can scare someone to death. Cold Peak advanced steadily, searched for supplies, stockpiled resources, and looked for weapons. He armed every member of the team. The remaining 2, though seemingly useless, could still play some role. In this world, there are no useless people, only those who don't know how to use them. Cold Peak held the same view. Like those inconspicuous items, as long as they are used properly, they could be explosives, they could be weapons. The other 2 teammates looked at their gear improving little by little and felt a sense of satisfaction. But suddenly, they all thought of one person. The college student couldn't help but speak up. Captain Cold, don't we from Long Country still have another candidate, Luo Yi? You should know him, his strength is very strong, he was the winner of the last dungeon, why haven't I seen him? The middle-aged programmer was also curious. I remember Brother Yi is very strong. The captain poured alcohol into the glass bottle, frowning as he spoke. Luo Yi? That's right, he came in with me. Who knows, he might be dead by now. By the way, are you 2 just idle? Talking so much. Collect and categorize those bandages and medicines. Seeing the captain's wrong expression, the 2 said no more. The experts from Longwei were also in a headache. They didn't know whether to let Luo Yi meet up with them or not. Chapter 66, Suppression from DNA. Should we let Luo Yi meet up with them? They had a fierce discussion about this question. On one hand, everyone felt that Luo Yi indeed had the ability. Moreover, the national candidates were in one space, and Luo Yi had taken away the parrot, plus many weapons were in his hands. Others could only use some inferior weapons. If Luo Yi were to die at this moment, others would be starting from hell. Not even a single gun. On the other hand, many experts thought Luo Yi could easily lose control, this guy might not follow orders at all. If Luo Yi were to do something that left everyone dumbfounded, it could be catastrophic for others. Nyayan analyzed for a while and gave a decision. Don't be in a hurry, even if Luo Yi really has an accident, we can give hints for others to go and get weapons. Though spoken this way, it was still a huge risk. After all, if Luo Yi appeared in front of some strange boss, others wouldn't dare risk going to loot the body. While the experts were discussing, Luo Yi indeed made a new move. The door to the basement was locked with a copper lock. He tried pulling on it a couple of times but couldn't break the lock. Luo Yi gave the parrot on his shoulder a headbutt. Do you have the key to this place? The parrot replied weakly. No, really don't have. Luo Yi was about to grab its feathers, and the parrot suddenly exploded with fur. Hey, what are you doing? I said I don't have the key, that doesn't mean it can't be opened. The parrot jumped down and poked its beak into the keyhole a couple of times, and surprisingly, the lock opened. Luo Yi patted the bird's head. You've got some skills. The parrot was puffed up with pride. Of course, I've been practicing for 2.5 years. The basement was incredibly dim. As soon as they entered, a foul stench hit them. The live broadcast room instantly turned dark, leaving the audience in confusion. But hearing the strange grinding and roaring sounds, they could still feel a terrifying presence. Luo Yi attached the negative energy to his eyes. Zombies naturally had strong night vision, even with just a bit of moonlight, he could see everything around him. Not to mention he was a second tier. The parrot seemed to shrink its head and neck, as if afraid of something. Can I go out? It smells too bad in here, I can't stand it. Luo Yi's cold voice replied. What do you think? Stay put. Before they had walked long, a dog bark was heard. Then came a heartbreaking howl. The audience from Longwei gasped, their hearts in their throats. What's going on? Did Luo Yi really die? Why is there no sound now? I don't know, listening to that howling sounds horrible. He can't really be dead, right? Brother, you should not die so easily. Don't forget his strength is very strong. What does strength matter? He doesn't even know the rules, he just knows to charge in blindly, and in this darkness, how can he win? Let's be honest, this move is truly asking for death. He clearly doesn't understand anything. Shi Yemin saw that there was a situation on Luo Yi's side and suddenly became happy again. See, I said this kind of person will eventually have problems. What do we do now? If the weapons are lost in there, who will go to fetch them? If we lose the weapons, Longwo will fall behind others. This guy has scavenged all the weapons. Nya Yun felt a bit irritated. Shut up, right now, I am the decision maker of the weird department. Everything is up to me, and I will take responsibility. The smiling face of Shi Yemin, who has gained a small victory. Responsibility? Can you afford it? Nya Yun said coldly. If you keep talking, I'll have to ask you to leave. You're too chatty and disrupting our serious discussion. Shi Yemin's face turned crimson. You wait. When he reports to Luo Yi later, he will seek to take away Long Group's power in the strange department. Then, he would slowly torment Nya Yun. He had already made up his mind. As for whether Luo Yi can survive, that option was never in his thoughts. Mortal beings cannot break the rules. However, the next moment, the silent scene was filled with sound again. How about it? Bird King still has some skill, right? You have 2, I have 3. Before the words were finished, a shriek erupted. Enough! If you pull more, I will go bald. Following that was another scream. Ah, alright, big brother, I concede. Luo Yi said with a smile. Aren't you tough? Then why don't you handle that one in front too? The parrot shivered twice. That one I can't handle, she counters me. In Luo Yi's view, a monster with a human body and a snake tail was chained to the wall. There was a broken vial of potion beneath the monster. And on its head, there was a small daisy. This is the old man's wife? Luo Yi asked. The parrot nodded. Who else could it be, besides her? No wonder the parrot feared her so much. Who would have thought that the old man's wife was actually a mutated snake demon? And she had early second-tier strength. She was quite equal to the parrot. But birds generally fear snakes, they are natural enemies. The suppression from DNA cannot be avoided, even if both have mutated. The audience was now extremely curious. The screen was all black, and no one knew what was happening. What could cause this powerful parrot to be so fearful? Nya Yun heard the noise and glanced at Shi Yemin. Not talking anymore? Out of words? Shi Yemin was unwilling to back down. Wait, there is a stronger monster. Didn't you hear before? The parrot saved him, and now even the parrot can't defeat it. What can he do? As soon as the words fell, another round of terrifying howls and screams echoed from the screen. The viewers in the livestream held their breath. Damn, what's going on? I can't see a thing. I'm going crazy, my curiosity is through the roof, family. If Luo Yi is going to die, can it be quick? Always keeping us on edge is messing with our heads. This time it's probably real trouble, haven't heard that even the parrot can't handle it, probably the big boss. The key is that Luo Yi's screen hasn't gone dark. Su Xiaoyu also waited anxiously, her heart full of unease. Contestant Luo Yi is currently facing an unprecedented dilemma. I hope he can bring the hope of our Dragon Kingdom out of this predicament. After a while, Luo Yi's voice finally rang out. Since this monster is the old man's partner, how do we go back and report it to him? How about you go? Luo Yi said to the parrot. The parrot immediately trembled, just waking up from the shock of Luo Yi instantly killing the snake demon. Be big brother, you go, the old man is too strong, I dare not. Luo Yi smiled lightly. Aren't you calling yourself Bird King? Why are you so afraid? This old man was definitely a minor boss, if he returned empty-handed, he would surely be in trouble. Chapter 67, Guifun, I am Iron Bull. Now the problem is, if the old man finds out Luo Yi killed his partner, he will probably explode in rage. But since the old man sent Luo Yi here to find his partner, it shows that the old man doesn't know his partner is here. Or maybe the old man has a bad memory. If we bring back her personal belongings, it should be enough to report back. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yi made a decision. He put away the small daisy and prepared to leave. He didn't notice that there were 3 new vials of potions on the nearby table. After stepping out, Luo Yi's figure reappeared on the screen. He was completely unharmed, but the parrot on his shoulder was noticeably bolder. Su Xiaoyu and the viewers in the live broadcast were surprised to learn that Luo Yi was still alive. A thought sprang up in their minds. Could it be that Luo Yi really planned to push through the game? Sure, Yamin was so furious to see that Luo Yi was alive that he nearly suffered a stroke. On the other hand, Niayan felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon seeing his face. Oh, brother Yamin, you don't look so well. I have some fine chrysanthemum tea. Would you like me to brew you some? Sure, Yamin was so enraged by this that he felt like tearing Niayan apart on the spot. Soon, there were already betting lines online about this strange game. This time the difficulty was too high, winning and losing conditions were not even about completing the game. It was about who could survive the longest. Luo Yi was not favored at all. The odds were very high against him, mainly because no one believed that a chosen one who hadn't even looked at the rules could last long. The five-man team from America had the highest support. Their ability to predict the future was truly shocking. Though the player from Kimchi country, Park Duan Diao, had methods that were quite despicable, unexpectedly, his support was still quite high. Additionally, there was another exceptional player with surprisingly high support, the Saintess from Pyramid country, Corona. Corona also possessed a magical ability. From the very beginning, she controlled zombies to fight against other zombies. So far, her army of zombies had grown to 5. Moreover, the zombies she controlled were clearly much stronger than typical zombies. With these zombies at her command, she faced almost no difficulties and collected resources all the way. Great! These supplies should be enough to survive for a long time. She looked at the resources hanging from the zombies and felt very satisfied. Soon, she found the animal room. Upon receiving the prompt, she surprisingly did not immediately choose the parrot. Instead, she looked at the rabbit. She stared at the rabbit for a while, then shook her head and looked at the next animal. Until she saw the teddy. A person and a dog stared at each other for a moment, and suddenly a glint of wisdom flashed in Teddy's eyes. Corona excitedly opened the cage. The audience was startled, and the expected bizarre swallowing scene did not occur. Sit down, stand up, go in a circle. To everyone's surprise, Teddy followed her commands. Yes, it actually worked. The Saintess displayed a joyful smile. The audience was stunned to see the scene. Wow, this girl's superpower is quite impressive, she can even control the strange things. I think I'll back her. So cool. But being her man would be kind of scary, who knows, I might get controlled someday. I don't believe it unless she comes to Kimchi country and controls me a bit, otherwise, I don't really recognize her ability. Come on, I can hear your intentions all the way in Dragon Country. That girl is beautiful and has powers, getting controlled by her could actually be exciting. Stop it now, this isn't a bus to kindergarten. You guys are really messed up. In some countries, the comments were relatively harmonious. Mainly, everyone shared similar values. The focus was on appreciating beautiful women. It was just like some benefit bloggers' comment sections, where everyone felt like family across the strait. Park Duan Diao's actions as a war criminal completely shocked everyone's worldview. He not only used his teammates to lure the zombies. When his teammates got infected, he even dismembered them severely. Before they turned into zombies, he smashed their heads with sharp tools and then dismembered their bodies. He used these body parts as bait to attract the zombies. After collecting a certain amount of supplies, he was even more outrageous than Lang Feng. He even directly dismantled the room's circuit board to make a bomb. The viewers were left with goosebumps watching this. Comments about him in the chat were equally polarized. This Park Duan Diao is completely insane, I really don't know what our country's officials are thinking. What kind of country makes such a decision? I think this guy is quite interesting. Aren't geniuses usually a bit mad? Maybe he can create a miracle? Come on, at most he will just blow himself up. What miracle do you expect from him? I see this madman is so bad, he's probably originally from Dragon Country. The audience from Dragon Country exploded upon seeing this comment. Are you guys out of your minds? You actually think you made the right point? So good things are from your country, and bad kinds are from ours? How did you even come up with that? It's absurd. The officials from Pickled Vegetable Country were also quite troubled. They chose Pa because they had no other choice. It's a tiny place. The population is limited, and usually, holding a sports event or something requires cheating by the referees to get any achievements. Finally, a talent appeared, and he's a freaking prisoner. Meanwhile, Luo Yi held the daisy and approached the apartment manager. Many people were waiting to see Luo Yi's joke. Anyone with eyes could see. This old man could survive the apocalypse with such calmness, he must not be a simple character. Stone Yamin squinted his eyes even more. But this time he didn't speak. To be honest, he was already scared of Luo Yi. This guy plays by his own rules, and like a cockroach, he just wouldn't die. Luo Yi approached with the daisy in hand. The manager saw the daisy and immediately trembled, then his eyes moistened. Guifan, is that you? I'm Tiniu. I miss you so much. As he spoke, he reached out to give Luo Yi a hug. Luo Yi. Audience? Goodness, it turned out to be even more complicated than Luo Yi initially thought. He thought the old man just had memory loss or dementia or something. Did he forget where his partner is? It seems now that he had some mental issues. Can't tell his partner, at least he should recognize the gender. Turns out he only recognizes this little daisy. It's absurd. Before Luo Yi could react, the apartment manager began to pour out his feelings. Guifan, these years, I've looked for you so painfully. This world is so chaotic, I almost thought I would never see you again. Luo Yi's expression was somewhat stiff, not knowing how to react. If he could beat this old man, he would have given him 2 big punches by now. Stone Yamin saw the change and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The audience was laughing out loud. Chapter 68, Pulling Up Pants Without Recognizing People. The audience was in stitches. It was the first time they saw Luo Yi looking so awkward. Luo Yi, why don't you just give in to this old man? Maybe he can hold on for a few more years. The old man might be pretending to be senile, he might just like Luo Yi. No kidding, haven't you noticed that Luo Yi looks even more handsome? This old man clearly isn't simple, he's even more impressive than the last head chef. After getting him, he might be a great help. The comments section is full of talented people, you all really know how to have fun. The old man's actions left Luo Yi dumbfounded. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Had he known he should have given the daisy to that parrot, maybe then the old man wouldn't cling to him. The old man held on to Luo Yi and chatted for a while before finally calming down a bit. He suddenly looked at Luo Yi seriously and said, Shufan, I've stayed here too long, my roots are here, I can't leave this place. But you must leave here safely. Keep this badge and document, it can help you prove your identity. You will definitely be able to use it in the future. The old man handed Luo Yi a golden badge and a black card. Luo Yi accepted them without hesitation. Right now, he just wanted to leave this place quickly. The old man paused and continued. Take this package as well, the food inside should be enough for you to reach a safe place. Luo Yi took the heavy package and felt the old man's full love inside it. Afterwards, the old man gave Luo Yi one last hug. He turned and went back inside the house. Luo Yi checked the card and was slightly astonished. It showed that this old man used to be the commander of City C, and his rank was not low. Do you know what this thing is? Luo Yi asked the parrot while holding the badge, and the parrot quickly shook its head. Keep it, it might be useful later. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Many candidates hadn't even stepped out of their rooms at the beginning. At this moment, they were already feeling extremely hungry. But hearing the roars of zombies outside, the impulse to go out instantly disappeared. Suddenly, a broadcast echoed in the apartment. Please arrive at the top of the apartment building by 9 o'clock, or you will be attacked by zombies. Be careful, if you miss it, you will lose your chance to escape. All the contestants were stunned when they heard the announcement, then a wave of excitement washed over them. Compared to the fear of the unknown, having such a goal made everything much better. And also attracted by the sound were other zombies and survivors in the apartment. The ninja, Okamoto, who was still in a warm and cozy place, heard the announcement and without saying a word, pulled up his pants and prepared to leave. The woman beside him was dumbfounded. Okamoto-san, you promised to protect me. The woman grabbed Okamoto's pant leg, wanting to keep him there. Okamoto kicked her away. Baka, what kind of joke is this? When did I ever say that? Serving me is your honor, don't be shameless. After Okamoto left, the crying woman was instantly devoured by zombies. Many people looked down upon his actions, but the people of Sakura Nation still held their ground. Yoshi, our Sakura Nation kanji is just awesome, a real man. IP, Sakura Nation. You call that a real man? He pulls up his pants and doesn't recognize anyone. Don't come to us to pick a fight, he's not even as good as a dog. IP, Dragon Nation. Fuck, this is too twisted. Even I, as a foreigner, can't stand it. There's no morality at all. IP, Iron Tower Nation. Isn't this the fine tradition of Sakura Nation? They are used to it, which is actually normal. IP, Kimchi Nation. You filthy bugs, don't insult our Tianhuang people, or we'll wipe you out. IP, Sakura Nation. You can't do anything right, yet you brag. With your cowardly appearance, who can you wipe out? IP, Dragon Nation. Aside from Okamoto from Sakura Nation, candidates from other countries also set off towards the rooftop. Among these people, a 5-member team from the United States, led by Luo Yi, was fully armed. Each person had at least one firearm. All of these were acquired from the parrot. The sacred maiden from Pyramid Nation was quite bizarre. She formed her own team, followed by 7 or 8 zombies and a dog. Other zombies would only flee upon seeing her. As for Lang Feng's side, they were advancing steadily. The 3-member team had reached quite a bit. Ordinary zombies no longer posed a threat to them. In close combat, they had knives; for ranged combat, they had bows and arrows. Although they didn't have firearms. But they were doing quite well. If they encountered a horde of zombies, they would directly throw Molotov cocktails. Their performance made Zhao Qingchang and the Chinese audience very satisfied. It's still my brother Lang Feng, coming from the army is different, huh? I love soldier brothers, the key is he looks handsome. I declare, from now on, he is my husband. Sisters, I'll be turning 60 next year, I'll be going through menopause soon. Let me go first. A bunch of shrimp-headed women, can you be normal and consider the man instead of just brother Lang Feng? Only Lang Feng makes me feel that our dragon nation still has a fighting chance. If we rely on Luo Yi, we would probably be done for. Aside from the candidates trapped in their rooms, most capable individuals had already arrived at the rooftop. In the hall on the rooftop, some people had already gathered. These people all looked frightened and confused. They were survivors from the original apartment, about a dozen of them. Lang Feng discovered new rules on a concealed sign at the door. Rule 8, pay attention to the messages from the radio, some messages may help you escape danger. Survivors need to unite and avoid conflicts, or it will lead to unnecessary trouble. In a crowd, there will always be some misfits, they look a lot like you, but they are not you. Stay away from them. Don't play the savior, there are always bad people in the crowd, don't try to organize them. Do not expose food and survival resources, the greed of humanity is unimaginable. In your camp, try to keep the number of humans, this will help you. Sleep is important, but sleeping in the apocalypse is dangerous, try not to let others find out. With these clues, Lang Feng carefully analyzed these rules. At first glance, it doesn't seem like much, but one thing is certain, having more survivors should be a great help for survival. Lang Feng examined these apartment survivors and silently recorded the facial features of these people. Inside, it was like the complexity of society. There were children, the elderly, women, and even infants. This group of people was terrified, each shrinking in a corner, wary of others. Lang Feng sat down with 2 people beside the radio station. Keep the radio station open, switch to the general frequency, that should work. Chapter 69, Not following the rules is useless for survival. Lang Feng assigned tasks. Xiao Huang, you guard the area behind, notify me immediately if there are any movements. Xiao Tian, you take care of the sides, you're in charge of food and supplies. I'll handle the front, keeping an eye on these people. These survivors should be the ones with the highest danger factor. So he personally came to handle it. The key is to be steady. His professional skills and strategic tactics earned him a lot of praise from the audience. Look, this is what professionalism looks like, this is real professionalism, the soldier is so handsome, he has settled everything. It feels like there are many strange people in the crowd on the roof, could there be trouble? No matter how big the trouble is, it's nothing in front of my brother Lang Feng, he is a true soldier king, do you think it's a game? Compared to this, that Luo Yi is nothing, he just causes chaos, I'm almost convinced. Lang Feng's presence made everyone completely abandon the reckless Luo Yi. Other candidates gradually arrived at the top floor. They looked at these rules, and their responses varied. The American chosen one walked back and forth among the survivors after seeing the rules. She first looked at the family of 3 on the sofa. The woman seemed very cold, constantly shivering. Her daughter kindly handed her a warm water bottle. Mom, drink some hot water, it will warm you up a bit. But when the woman saw the warm water bottle, she immediately recoiled, trembling even more. No, no need. You drink it first. Luo Yi frowned upon seeing this. If you find someone around you who is afraid of water, please stay away from them. She still found it strange that the last rule hadn't been used much. Unexpectedly, it was needed here. S-level difficulty really cannot be guessed with normal thinking. Luo Yi patiently spoke to the family. Your mother seems to be feeling unwell. I have some medicine here, would you like to try it? As Luo Yi approached the woman, her body began to twitch violently, and the little girl jumped in fright. Shoot! A man from the American team pulled the trigger. The woman let out a terrible scream, turning into a white corpse. The corpse was very small, probably only 1 meter tall. The facial features were gathered together, looking nothing like a human. Luo Yi looked at the little girl and said, She is not your mother, she is a monster disguised among the crowd. In a crowd, there will always be some misfits, they look a lot like you, but they are not you. Stay away from them. The little girl and her husband were a little doubtful, but mostly it was fear. The main reason was they did not dare to resist the armed Americans. Luo Yi had the ability to foresee, and distinguishing the misfits was very simple. The American audience is extremely excited. Strong, it's really too strong. Could it be that we, the Americans, might pass this S-rank instance without any injuries? I think it's possible. Oh my god, the apocalyptic being is so powerful that it's unimaginable, no one else can compare, we've already won. The apocalyptic being is just the apocalyptic being, it's the child of the rules, how can the people from Dragon Country compare with us, it's a joke. The people from Dragon Country are still fighting among themselves, I'm about to laugh to death, the two chosen ones still haven't met. Many American viewers also noticed that the two main players from Dragon Country still hadn't met up. Nia Yun is also feeling quite troubled about this. Luo Yi currently has too many useful resources, but still hasn't met with Lang Feng. He wants to use one of the hint opportunities. But the problem is, Luo Yi may not listen. And with the pressure being so high, others might not give him the chance to use it. Sure, Yamin, seeing Nia Yun's expression, started to grow more arrogant. As long as Luo Yi keeps holding them back, he still has a chance. The soccer country's contestant, Lucio, is also one of the officially chosen participants. His specialty is running fast. The reason the officials chose him is because he runs incredibly fast. As long as he runs fast enough, the monsters can't catch him. At first, it really worked, those zombies couldn't outrun him. But when they got here, it was simply overwhelming. Looking at these rules, his eyes turned black. He immediately felt like his CPU was about to burn out. He had no idea which rule was useful, so he simply squatted down and started eating bread. He completely forgot about this rule. Rule 12, do not expose food and survival resources, human greed is unimaginable. In the crowd, many people were already swallowing their saliva. After finishing eating, this guy, with a carefree attitude, saw a family of 3 with water. He actively walked over. I'm dying of thirst, give me a drink. Thud, thud, thud. While drinking happily, suddenly, a woman nearby had her hair grow long, wrapping around him and tearing him into pieces. The people in the corner of the crowd rushed out and snatched up the pieces of meat. Seeing this, the audience couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Ninja Okamoto came alone to the top floor. Surprisingly, after familiarizing himself with the rules, he left. The viewers from Sakura Country were almost unable to hold back, ready to curse. But unexpectedly, this kid turned his head and came back. And the place he came back to wasn't the ground, but the ceiling. He didn't know where he got a rope from, but he hung upside down on the eaves like a spider. Ninjas, the most important thing is to hide yourself, you can't let the enemy easily find you. Hanging upside down on the eaves, as soon as the crowd below made any move, his shuriken would fly out. The audience from Sakura Country, seeing his performance, changed their anger into joy. A genius, this guy is a genius, he's so smart, he's truly a child of our great core nation. Is this the ninja? It really is a terrifying profession, just watching it is scary, I can't imagine how terrifying it would be in real life. Now let's see how Dragon Country compares with us, your land will be ours sooner or later, ha! Awesome, all thanks to Okamoto-kun, with him, 3 people are not impossible. Many countries' chosen contestants are very strong, and their citizens are full of confidence. The bullet comments for Luo Yi were already going crazy. He was completely different from everyone else, he had no idea what he was doing. It wasn't until he had cleared all the zombies in the apartment that he was ready to go to the top floor. Zombies, to Luo Yi, are all in energy, and naturally, he couldn't waste them. Oh right, I think I still have teammates. Luo Yi froze for a moment, as if he remembered something. The audience couldn't help but feel speechless. Good heavens, this guy is totally out of it. He even forgot that he had teammates. But his actions were indeed hard to understand. He was completely just messing around. But somehow, he just didn't die from it. Damn, you still remember you have teammates. Nia Yun saw Luo Yi finally get back on track. So excited I can't stand it. Lang Feng and the others waited in place for half a day. Programmer Xiao Huang brought up Luo Yi again. That girl has already been confirmed dead, but where is Luo Yi? Why have we never seen him? Lang Feng said, such a person who does not follow the rules is useless, even if alive. Chapter 70, Buddy, did you steal the armory? Lang Feng clearly had a big opinion about Luo Yi. At first, it was especially instructed that Luo Yi had to behave himself. But what was the outcome? Not even a shadow could be seen. Such a person in the army probably won't make it to the next day. In the army, discipline is everything. Useless. Lang Feng sneered, he has probably been dead for a long time, people who don't follow rules can't survive. Even if he is here, he would get us killed. The other two saw Lang Feng's bad attitude towards Luo Yi and echoed him. The captain makes sense, that guy just survived the last chapter by luck. What's so great about him? Always acting like an exception, thinking he is invincible? He must have been bitten to death by zombies or eaten by something strange. He is far inferior to our captain. The captain's leadership and planning skills are not something that reckless man can compare to. The two were applauding each other, no one could stand against it. Cold Foam also found it quite useful. Just when the two were in high spirits, the next second, they were stunned. Lang Feng saw the two freeze and became curious. What's wrong with you two? Luo Yi. Lang Feng followed their gaze and his expression was just as surprised as theirs. And Luo Yi casually glanced around and sat down next to Lang Feng. Long time no see. Lang Feng quickly hid his surprise and looked at Luo Yi aggressively. Where have you been all this time? Don't tell me you were just wandering around? Or were you hiding somewhere? Luo Yi honestly replied, I just went down for a stroll, gathered some equipment, and brought back a bird. Lang Feng and the others noticed the parrot on Luo Yi's shoulder at this moment. He said with a cold face, gathering equipment? Where is your equipment? He had already thought that if Luo Yi couldn't pull out something decent, he would punish him. To establish authority, since a rebellious person like Luo Yi needed to be made to yield first. Unexpectedly, Luo Yi directly took out one piece of equipment after another from his backpack. He took out an AK right away, shocking the three of them. Isn't it unreasonable to put an AK in just one backpack? Lang Feng's eyelids jumped, but he still forced himself to stay calm, as he hadn't found a single weapon himself. Not bad, but you only found one gun after all this time? Next came an MP5. And it wasn't over yet. Luo Yi pulled out a shotgun. Finally, he got lazy and just turned his backpack upside down to pour everything out. With a loud clatter, it all fell to the ground. Looking at the little mountain of weapons, the three felt a bit lost in life. Did Luo Yi just steal an armory? In fact, all these weapons were taken from the parrot, including the backpack with spatial attributes. He didn't even know why this parrot was hiding so many things. And the parrot, seeing the three with their naive expressions, proudly puffed up its chest. Look at you, so inexperienced. Do you know how powerful Bird Master is now? Luo Yi gave the parrot a knock on the head. Shut up. Did I tell you to talk? The parrot quickly went silent with a dark face. The three looked at the firearms on the ground and suddenly felt their scalps go numb. As a soldier king, Lang Feng naturally knew that these arms were enough to equip a squad, and a super top-notch one at that. When the programmer saw the parrot, he immediately showed an expression of surprise. Damn, this parrot can actually talk. The top student seemed to recall something, staring wide-eyed, and said, could this possibly be the parrot that the government warned us to treat with caution? The top student took out the warning given by Long Nation to confirm once again. Seekers must pay attention to a talking parrot. The parrot, covered in colorful feathers, calls itself the Bird Master, a truly powerful and strange creature that must be pleased. Yes. I didn't mistake the bird. Didn't they say this parrot is extremely powerful and should not be offended? Why does it look so humble, like a pet of Luo Yi? Luo Yi saw that the top student was curious, and a large object was waving in front of the parrot's face. The parrot let out a terrible scream. You're saying it's just a silly bird that poops everywhere, nothing strange about it? The top student swallowed and instantly analyzed the pros and cons. Since it was a warning from the country, it couldn't be false. Over in Long Country, they even used words like please and powerful. This shows how much Long Country valued this parrot. But such a parrot is so humble next to Luo Yi. Like a small pet, it didn't dare to retaliate when waved at. I really can't imagine how Luo Yi managed to do this. It's simply against the heavens. The audience from Long Country was stunned when Luo Yi pulled out so much equipment. Most of them were shocked because Luo Yi had not cared much for this equipment when he collected it, grabbing it like garbage and casually stuffing it into his backpack. And his hands were so quick that they couldn't even see his movements clearly. So, the audience didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just food or resources. Now, they realized it was all weapons and military supplies. Wow, who said my brother Yi can't do it? He directly raided an armory, who else is there to question? Oh my gosh, so many weapons, isn't this like having unlimited firepower? How can other countries even compete? Did Brother Yi activate something again? This is ridiculous. I suspect this apartment is a weapons dealer's base. Family, who understands, it's still my brother Yi, who said he couldn't do anything. Come out and take a beating. Previously, everyone saw Luo Yi continually stuffing things into his backpack. No one thought much of it. Now, seeing this small mountain-like armory, Nia Yun's shocked expression was no less than anyone else's. Are there still people talking now? Luo Yi's abilities cannot be questioned by anyone. The conference room fell silent, no one dared to refute Nia Yun this time. Everyone knew Luo Yi was the big hero this time. With this equipment, the survival chances for Long Country could improve a lot. They were shocked, but Cold Peak's face darkened. Luo Yi's actions embarrassed him greatly. As the captain, maintaining dignity is the most important. All the authority he had built up was completely gone after Luo Yi pulled out a big pile of equipment. Now, the two team members looked at Luo Yi with starry eyes, their faces filled with admiration, like fans. In such a dangerous environment, humans worship the strong even more. Cold Peak adjusted his tone and stepped forward to say, "Not bad, but next time pay attention, don't act alone and stray from the group. That parrot could be another one, nothing special. Alright, return to the team, I give you a heads up, don't think that just because you have some strength you can act recklessly." Seeing the tension in the air, the other two dared not speak again. Luo Yi was too lazy to pay him any mind. Chapter 71, Collect some protection money. For Luo Yi, it didn't matter whether Long Country won or lost. He is a zombie, not a human. But no matter what, he had lived on this land for hundreds of years. He had feelings for it. If this land were to be occupied by people from other countries or monsters, that was not what he wanted to see. Everyone takes what they need for their own interests. His goal was to gain energy. Soon, among the survivors in the apartment, there began to be some movements. A young man with a tattoo on his arm looked greasy. He sat still for a while before he could no longer stay. His gaze wandered for a moment before locking onto a target. Next to him sat an old lady who looked to be about 70 years old. She held half a bag of cookies in her hand and was slowly chewing. The young man stood up, walked in front of the old lady, and spoke a little arrogantly. "Old woman, you can't finish all this, can you? Share some with me." The old lady immediately shook her head in refusal and stuffed the cookies into her bosom. "This is mine, why should I give it to you?" The young man put his hands on his hips, a bit impatient. "You're so old, why eat so much? In the end, it's still up to us young people to protect you. What's wrong with me taking a bit of protection money? Hurry up and hand it over, or don't force me to take action." Lang Feng glanced over at the situation and prepared to watch coldly. After all, the rules clearly stated. Rule 11, do not be a saint, there are always bad people in the crowd, do not try to stop them. Theoretically, as long as this group doesn't target their own, they don't need to act. Most of the selected participants followed this rule. Of course, there were always some more straightforward contestants. The contestant from Ice Country, Anna, was a church believer, and upon seeing the spirited young man being so unreasonable, couldn't help but intervene. "Stop. At this time, we should help each other, how can you act like a robber?" The spirited young man saw that Anna had a weapon and grinned as he shrank back. The audience thought Anna would be punished for violating the rules. But no one became strange. Just when everyone thought it would be peaceful, they found Anna had suddenly disappeared on the spot. Not long after, even the screen went dark. The bizarre scene shocked everyone. Anna's strange death caught the attention of many high-ranking officials from various countries. Dragon Country was one of them. How strange, we didn't even see the bizarre thing and she just disappeared. Could it be that it was some kind of invisibility? That's a bit outrageous. Should we use a hint opportunity? Nia Yun shook his head. No need, our contestant shouldn't do that. But before he finished speaking, something left everyone dumbfounded in the live broadcast. Luo Yi suddenly jumped up, rushed over, and gave the spirited young man a big slap. "So rude, I can't stand people like you." Everyone present was stunned. Luo Yi's teammates were dumbfounded. Lang Feng didn't notice at all, after all, the speed was too fast. He just saw the palm go up, and the person instantly teleported to the spirited young man. Lang Feng became anxious instantly. "Damn, what are you doing? Come back. You've violated the rules." Unfortunately, Luo Yi had no idea about any rules. He leaned down to comfort the confused old lady. "Grandma, are you okay?" The old lady was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "Young man, you're very strong, you have a lot of power. Thank you for helping me, here's this for you." Today she took out a small golden badge. Luo Yi looked familiar with it. Didn't the administrator have one before? He didn't know what it was used for. Luo Yi had his reasons, this old lady had negative energy. He picked up the badge and walked back casually. Lang Feng was about to explode with anger, Luo Yi actually ignored him. "Do you know you just violated the rules here? We could all be killed because of you." The audience from Dragon Country felt that Luo Yi was a bit excessive. With Ice Country's Anna as a warning, Dragon Country's team might be punished next. What the hell, something's going to happen now. I've said this guy is unreliable all along, but you didn't believe it, now look. He's basically a ticking time bomb, you never know when it will explode, so selfish and lacking team spirit, completely disregarding the lives of others. It's too late to say anything now, just wait for that bizarre thing to appear. Damn, I wasted my feelings believing in him. Nya Yun also showed a worried expression. What he had been worried about happened. Luo Yi was indeed out of control. Next, they had to worry about the bizarre thing that would appear at any moment. Everyone in the dragon country felt their hearts rise, waiting for the strange arrival. Luo Yi seemed to take it lightly. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed in the hall. Wet footprints appeared on the ground, coming closer step by step to Luo Yi and the others. Everyone in the team was a bit drenched in sweat. Yet Luo Yi still showed no signs of panic. Cold Peak grabbed a shotgun. He fired 2 shots in the direction of the footsteps. Boom! Boom! The footsteps seemed to pause. Cold Peak smiled, about to boast a bit. But the footsteps suddenly quickened. Slap! Slap! We're doomed! What the hell is that? The programmer and the top student were scared stiff. Seeing Dragon Country in danger, viewers from other countries were looking forward to it. But the imagined danger did not happen. The parrot on Luo Yi's shoulder suddenly turned strange. The parrot's head rapidly inflated, and it pecked at the air, causing a grayish-white figure to fall to the ground. A little white person had water on its feet. It was clear that the footprints were made by it. Seeing the parrot casually defeat the mysterious threat with 1 strike, the programmer and the top student were stunned. Didn't the captain say this parrot was just an ordinary parrot? How can it be so strong? They remembered what Cold Peak said when he mocked Luo Yi earlier. At that time, they truly believed it. Now it seemed, how could this parrot be fake? The parrot flew around in the sky for 2 laps, landing proudly on Luo Yi's shoulder. Oomph, now you know how powerful I am, huh? Just this parrot is so strong. How strong can Luo Yi's power really be? It's hard to imagine. When they watched the live broadcast before, they were just looking at a screen. To be honest, they couldn't really feel how strong the weirdness was, let alone how strong Luo Yi was. It gave them the illusion that anyone could do it. Including Cold Peak, everyone tends to overestimate themselves and underestimate the weirdness. Until they truly faced the real weirdness just now. Only then did they realize the helplessness ordinary people feel against the weirdness. And this guy, Luo Yi, is simply abnormal. Stranger than the strange. Even the parrot that can instantly kill a weird-level boss can be tamed. Chapter 72, has Luo Yi done something reckless again? So far, less than 1/3 of all candidates remained. Among them, many did not follow the rules to advance at all. They were just hiding in the room. The world of weirdness would definitely not let them continue to stay safe like this. The zombie riot was just the first wave of danger. And the copy was clearly still at its early stage. This is the difficulty of an S-rank copy. The top floor also revealed strangeness everywhere. The Saint of the Pyramid Country came up with a method to judge the composition of these people. She ordered the zombies to pour a glass of water for all the survivors on the top floor. According to the rules. Rule 7, if you notice someone around you fears water, please immediately distance yourself from them. If these survivors showed strange reactions, she would directly order the zombies to eliminate them. Her operation was indeed useful, eliminating some of the weirdness. The most direct solution was still the Doomsday Prophet from the United States. Through prophecy, she could accurately judge who had problems. Then, she used the firearms given by the parrot to deal with those people. The American viewers couldn't help but boast at her sharp actions. Oh my God, if there is anyone in the world more powerful than the Doomsday Prophet, it must be God. If this can't lead us Americans to victory, then this world should face destruction. Absolutely, this wave of ours is definitely secured. Dragon Country, wait for your demise, ha. Dragon Country is just struggling, we are really using rules, invincible. I just can't stand how arrogant those kids from Dragon Country are. Do they still dare to be arrogant now? How ridiculous. Weakness is just weakness, they will never understand how strong the strong can be. Miss Rowell, charge. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were somewhat speechless in the face of America's mockery. America completely treated the Dragon Kingdom as its imaginary enemy. Mainly because the last blow they suffered was simply too severe. The chosen ones were trying their best to eliminate the anomalies among the survivors. Time passed quickly. Midnight arrived swiftly. The chosen ones had been busy all day and were now both hungry and tired. But there were 2 deadly rules. Rule 12, do not reveal food and survival resources, human greed is beyond your imagination. Rule 14, sleep is important, but sleeping in the apocalypse is dangerous, try not to be discovered by others. The contestant from the Philippines had been fleeing all day and was now extremely exhausted. Carelessly, he dozed off for a moment. By the time his teammates noticed, it was already too late. They tried to wake him, but found they couldn't wake him no matter what. Soon after, the sleeping contestant's eyes started to ooze two streams of blood tears. The audience felt a chill run down their spines watching this. Damn, how are we supposed to play this? We can't eat, we can't sleep. Are they trying to starve us to death? Even if it's S-level difficulty, this is just too inhumane. What's the difference from torture? If it were me, I'd rather be consumed by the strange beings, at least that way it would be quick. This is just the first day, and it feels like we're going to be wiped out. How are we supposed to continue? Even those with superpowers can't go without food and sleep. There must be some way to break through, otherwise, how can we clear the levels? We can't even pass the first level. On the Dragon Kingdom's side, the programmer's eyes were almost unable to stay open. Captain, how can we sleep without being discovered by others? Lang Feng thought for a moment. First, you can't make any noise while sleeping, like snoring or grinding your teeth. Also, try not to lie down while sleeping, that's too obvious. The sleep duration shouldn't be too long, otherwise, your muscles will relax and easily be noticed. The programmer was confused. That seems impossible. Lang Feng calmly replied. Besides sleeping, there's actually another way to rest, it's closing your eyes to meditate. We often encounter various extreme environments in the wild. But to stay energized, we may need to rest anywhere, and this method of meditation can help us. The programmer was somewhat enlightened and began to meditate according to Lang Feng's guidance. Captain, it really works. Just then, there was suddenly a loud snoring sound near his ear. The programmer jumped in fright. Opening his eyes, he saw Luo Yi drooling from the corner of his mouth. Zombies essentially do not need sleep. But Luo Yi absorbed too much energy and needed to buffer it with sleep. Oh no, Captain, this guy broke the rules again. Lang Feng's chest was heaving, about to explode with anger. Quick, see if you can wake him up. The programmer tried, but Luo Yi had no response. Instead, his snoring grew louder. The audience in the livestream quickly sensed something was wrong. What's going on? Is he trying to work his magic again? My heart can't take it, this Luo Yi is killing me. It's over, he's really going to die now. Many contestants before him never woke up after falling asleep. I give up, why does this guy always cause trouble? He is useless in everything, yet he is the top troublemaker. If this continues, others will eventually be killed by him. If only he had half of Captain Lang Feng's abilities, our chances of clearing the game would at least increase by 30%, if not 50%. This was a total mistake in choosing him, why let him represent the Dragon Kingdom? It's simply nonsense. Anyone else could at least do better than this. This guy is completely insane, he treats entering this place like a vacation and actually fell asleep. I'm in disbelief. Sure Yemin saw the comments in the livestream criticizing Luo Yi, and it made him very happy. It seems many people, like him, have recognized that choosing Luo Yi was a complete mistake. As long as these voices continue to grow, Nya Yun's position will soon become unstable. By then, their political side would be able to rise up accordingly. Team leader Nya. Did you see the public opinion? This isn't what I'm saying, let's see what you have to say now. Luo Yi not only pulled others back, but also repeatedly violated the rules and challenged them. You recommended him, think about the consequences yourself. After saying this, Sure Yemin instantly felt a wave of relief. Earlier, watching Luo Yi's livestream almost gave him a brain hemorrhage. No matter how he tried to die, he just wouldn't. Now, something has finally happened, he waited for this opportunity, of course he couldn't help but vent his frustration. Nya Yun also felt a headache coming on. He vaguely thought that letting Luo Yi go might have been a mistake. It's not that he doubted his ability. It's just that this guy always does some incomprehensible things. Even he couldn't understand them. On top of that, he had to deal with pressure from others. This made him truly feel very troubled. Now that Luo Yi had woken up, it was okay. If he hadn't woken up, he probably wouldn't have been the commander anymore. In the livestream, Su Xiaoyu saw Luo Yi's condition and felt worried. Her opinion was different from others. She knew that Luo Yi's every action actually had its reason. She understood Luo Yi better than anyone else. Luo Yi the contestant actually ignored the rules again, I hope he can create a miracle this time. Chapter 73, The Illusion. Seeing Luo Yi sleeping soundly, everyone else was dumbfounded, filled with both envy and anger. In this situation, he could still sleep so peacefully. This guy had previously violated the rules, causing headaches for everyone. Among all the selected candidates, besides Luo Yi, not a single person woke up again after sleeping. They didn't consider Luo Yi to be an exception. The programmers didn't know yet, but they were desperately trying to rescue Luo Yi. Trying to wake him up. He won't stay asleep forever, will he? The programmers were a bit anxious. Lang Feng had a cold expression. For someone like this, what good is waking up? He had wanted to criticize Luo Yi, but unexpectedly, this guy had just fallen asleep directly. This left Lung Feng with nowhere to vent his anger. At this time, audiences from other countries couldn't help but come to watch the excitement. This kid from Longwa finally died, what a relief, let's see how you guys can still hold up. With the main force of Longwa gone, it all depends on us from Inghua country. As soon as their country is empty, we'll just move in. You guys have nice thoughts, but even if you move, it won't be your turn, it should be our Dahan nationality first. What are you arguing about? It's definitely us from Asan country who will come first. How can the world be without our curry? We advocate cleanliness and hygiene. Various countries in Southeast Asia saw that Luo Yi seemed to be in trouble. Suddenly, they jumped out. Zhao Changcheng looked at these comments with an unhappy face. What is this? Our main force is clearly Lang Feng, these guys don't understand and keep talking nonsense. Sure, Yemin supported from the side. Right, Lang Feng is much stronger than him, this group of foreigners knows nothing. Lang Feng is the core. This guy only knows how to cause trouble, dying would be even better. Nie Yin stared at the screen, he didn't believe Luo Yi could just die so easily. While other countries were gloating, the parrot was still perched on Luo Yi's shoulder, watching the joke unfold. These people were simply too foolish. Did they really think Luo Yi could die so easily? This guy could even defeat a snake demon, what strange thing could kill him? How naive. Sure enough. Luo Yi suddenly stretched and sat up. The programmers beside him immediately exclaimed. Wow, Captain, Luo Yi is not dead. Long Fang's eyes widened as well. What kind of physique does this guy have? Why does he repeatedly violate the rules with no punishment at all? Could it be that this rule is fake? If it weren't for the live broadcast, many viewers might have shared Lang Feng's thoughts. In fact, it was proven that besides Luo Yi, everyone else who had entered a dream state had perished. The comments in the bullet screen were shocked. Why should he? Could it be that Luo Yi has a cheat again? Everyone else has died, but he hasn't. He couldn't have been pretending to sleep just now, right? I feel very likely, he must be pretending to sleep. It's probably true, otherwise, there's no reason for him to still be alive, unless he really has used a cheat again. Why do I feel like what you're saying is unreliable? If it's someone else, it's impossible, but don't forget this is Luo Yi. What is impossible for him? What a surprise. I think it's normal, he's the one who got an SSS rating on the last quest. If he died so easily, that would be strange. No matter what, Brother Yi represents Dragon Country. Is it appropriate for you all to wish for him to die every day? Lang Feng looked at Luo Yi, feeling very unhappy, but he didn't have the confidence to defeat Luo Yi. Luo Yi, I'm not targeting you. Anyone in the team who violates the rules again, I will kick him out. I hope you can understand, I'm doing this for everyone's good. Before he finished speaking, Luo Yi's snoring echoed again. Lang Feng was about to explode with anger. Suddenly, a strange music rang out in the hall, drawing the attention of all the selected candidates. The chosen one from America suddenly had a bad premonition. Up until now, they were the team with the most people surviving. Thanks to their miraculous foresight, none of the five-man team had died. But this music made her lose her temper. When the music started playing, she felt her brain was in chaos, a wave of indescribable drowsiness washed over her. Damn it, what the hell is this? This music is problematic, cover your ears. A look of panic appeared on Mi Weier's beautiful face. It was too late. When she opened her eyes again, she suddenly found herself in a maze, surrounded by mist and dark woods. When she closed her eyes, what she sensed was a blank space. Is this an illusion or a dream? Did I fall asleep? Mi Weier forced herself to remain calm, but inside, she was in complete panic. This was her first failed prophecy. The prophetic ability was strong, but it also had a downside, which was becoming overly dependent on it. The American audience watching the live broadcast were all in a daze. What's going on? Why is everyone not moving? Could they all be asleep? Was it the music from before? Damn it, this music has hypnotic effects. The candidates have all been forced to sleep. Isn't this a disaster? Our chosen ones are all affected. Not to mention the others. Oh no, are they not going to wake up? What are we supposed to do then? There should be no problem, Miss Mi Weier is so strong, she can break this level. Not good, the survivors on the top floor have started to move. After the candidates fell asleep, the apartment survivors began to eye them greedily, coveting their food and resources. Some bold ones had already begun to approach them. And the sleeping candidates showed no reaction at all. In a short while, they would probably be ripped apart by these apartment people. Soon, a split screen appeared in the live broadcast, showing their scenes in the illusion. Most of the selected candidates panicked after entering the illusion, completely unaware of what was happening. Ninja Okamoto, however, remained calm. Illusion? As long as I find the way to break it, it will be fine. Being able to identify this as an illusion right away was already not easy. Moreover, his position in the top-level hall was originally very safe. On the ceiling. The survivors had not discovered him yet. He had enough time to break this maze. Okamoto leaped to the treetop and quickly saw a bright spot from the tree. But he didn't rush towards the bright spot, instead analyzing the surrounding environment. Surrounding him were some withered trees, clawing and dancing like monsters. The light was extremely dim. It seems that the directions of these branches are all different. But it can be seen that most of the branches are pointing to the right side. The direction there should be sunny. Okamoto moved his feet and quickly dashed to the right. Soon, he saw the first fork in the road. Suddenly, Okamoto began forming hand seals, and a talisman appeared out of thin air, guiding him forward. Chapter 74, Breaking the Illusion. So that's it, this illusion is not that sophisticated. Following the talisman, Okamoto moved quickly, and soon the light started to grow bigger. He should be able to escape the maze very soon. The viewers from Sakura country were stunned. Baka, I didn't misjudge Okamoto-chan, he's so strong. Is this what a ninja is? Even ninjutsu really exists. This time, no one can stop the rise of our Sakura country, tremble, dragon country people. To be honest, I used to be worried, but now I'm looking forward to Okamoto's performance. He can even use ninjutsu, it's really terrifying. You haven't seen it, tiny dragon country people. Today, we'll show you the power of our Sakura country's ninjutsu. Is it already over? Their players are still asleep, there's no comparison, we're aiming for the championship. The childish remarks from Sakura country made the people of Dragon country speechless. They always compare everything to us. The warmonger from Kimchi country, Park Dandy, was always controversial. He's a tough guy, not only ruthless to others but also to himself. As soon as he entered, he realized this was an illusion. While the Kimchi country audience was helplessly concerned, he did something unimaginable. He actually started to ram his head into a tree. Bang, bang, bang. Since it's an illusion, even if I get hurt here, it should be fine. Park Dandy's face darkened with a fierce expression, and he crazily slammed his head into the tree. Soon, his head was bleeding, and his whole body was covered in blood. But surprisingly, this method actually worked. The illusion began to fluctuate. Park Dandy accelerated the force. His skull was shattered. In the final blow, he used all his strength to ram the tree, his brain splattering out. The audience winced and grimaced. Then, as if breaking a mirror, it shattered. He returned to the real world. The surrounding apartment survivors all gathered around him. He randomly pulled out a little boy and began smashing his fist into the boy's head. It was as if he was venting all the pain he had just experienced onto this little boy. Soon, the little boy's brain splattered out from the repeated hits. The apartment survivors, upon seeing this, quickly shrank back. Listen, hand over all your weapons and food, if not, get out and find it yourself. Otherwise, every 10 minutes, I'll randomly kill one of you. Ha ha ha. Park Dandy showed a twisted, excited smile. The Kimchi country audience was also shocked when they saw this scene. A madman, this guy is completely insane. How can the authorities let a criminal represent our Korean people? Look at his method, I don't even know how many people he's killed in real life. The expression he has when killing is not fear, but excitement. How could such a person not be imprisoned? It's ridiculous. Stop talking nonsense. If you think he can't do it, then you do it. Look at the other countries, they're all superhumans. We have to choose tough people to clear the level. I think Dandy Appa is quite handsome. This is what a man looks like. Compared to him, you guys are cowards, not qualified to talk. I have to say, I just checked online, his ancestral home is actually from Dragon country, that's why he's so crazy. Other people had also considered this method to get through. After all, it's an illusion. Getting hurt inside wouldn't matter. But few actually tried. Even if they tried, they wouldn't go all the way. At most, they'd pinch themselves a little and stop. Someone like him, who directly rammed to death, is definitely the first. Although it's an illusion, the pain inside still feels real. Normal people just can't stand it. As for later when the survivors were directly made into laborers on the spot, that was even more ridiculous. I have to say. This guy, though ruthless in his actions, is indeed outstanding among ordinary people. Perhaps, ordinary people can only pass the level by completely abandoning their emotions. Of course, he cannot be compared to a freak like Luo Yi. The audience in Longwei is still worried. In the picture, Cold Peak and the three of them have all fallen into the maze. Cold Peak is relatively better. His survival experience is rich. He can easily find the direction by carving tree branches and observing the direction of tree rings. Although his speed is a bit slow, he is steady and will eventually clear the level. However, in the real world, the survivors are already closing in step by step. The military arms piled on the ground will become weapons that will kill them. Rule 12, do not expose food and survival resources. The greed of human nature is unimaginable. Clearly, everyone only remembers to hide food, but forgets to hide weapons. The social youth who was previously slapped by Luo Yi has long harbored resentment. If Luo Yi and the others do not wake up soon, the degree of danger is unimaginable. In addition, the programmers and top students are in trouble. When they entered, they saw only themselves and were scared to death. They ran around like headless flies. Not only did they not walk into the right path, but they exhausted themselves. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be forever trapped in this maze. Until killed by the survivors in the real world. What's strange is, on Luo Yi's side, the split screen never showed the maze. The audience thought his screen was broken. After all, Luo Yi was also sleeping. And he was sleeping the soundest. Snoring and drooling away. But why didn't he enter the maze? The audience couldn't figure it out. They thought there was something wrong with the screen. And some absurd comments, claiming that Luo Yi might have long ago fallen asleep. However, Nya Yun knew. Luo Yi might not have entered the illusion at all. Zombies seem to not dream at all. Nor are they affected by illusions. This is equivalent to a kind of talent. But why is Luo Yi still in deep sleep? He couldn't know. Like everyone else, he also knew little about zombies. Sure, Yamin could no longer sit still. At this time he splashed all sorts of dirty water on Luo Yi. I said long ago, this guy is an outlier, you can't trust him at all. Look at you all, it must be that he started sleeping first, violating the rules, which caused the teammates to also be affected. This guy is definitely a troublemaker. Nya Yun was speechless. Can't you see that the competitors from other countries have also entered the maze? Can that still be blamed on Luo Yi? If you're going to splash dirty water, at least find a better reason. Sure, Yamin's face was dark. If it's not his fault, then whose fault is it? If our people were there, we would have cleared it long ago. Luo Yi, this brainless one, can do nothing but cause trouble. Nya Yun retorted, then let your so-called think tank decide what to do now. Sure, Yamin was speechless after holding it in for a long time. Humph. In this situation, no one would be of any use. Even if the little guy from the Zhuge family came, he wouldn't be able to figure it out. Chapter 75, when it gets fierce, even teammates get slapped. Watching the energetic group closing in step by step, soon they will reach the arms pile. One can imagine how they will treat the people of Longhua after they get the arms. The energetic guy was initially cautious, but soon realized that no matter what he did, Luo Yi and the others did not react. He immediately became arrogant. He ran straight towards that AK. Just as everyone thought it was the end, the parrot suddenly moved, slapping the energetic guy away. Looking for death? Seeing the bird boss being so fierce, the others shrank back as well. And the audience in Longhua breathed a sigh of relief. But a bird boss didn't expect to be saved by a bird at a crucial moment. So incredible. Lord Bird is so majestic. Who was it that just slandered Brother Yi? If he hadn't tamed Lord Bird, Dragon Country would probably have been wiped out by now. Who said it was Luo Yi who tamed Lord Bird? Wasn't it Lord Bird who chose to follow Luo Yi? Can that even be counted as Luo Yi's achievement? Are you looking for trouble? Is it so hard to admit that Brother Yi is strong? Can't you see? I admit Luo Yi is indeed powerful, but his style is really unappealing and can easily endanger others. Speaking of Luo Yi, he appeared. In the next moment, Luo Yi woke up. Well done. He patted the parrot's head. The parrot enjoyed it, curling its head in delight. Of course. Look who I am. Lord Bird. Luo Yi had been in deep sleep until now. His sleep was different from others. He was absorbing negative energy. If anything unexpected happened, he could wake up in time. As for illusions, they were completely useless to him. Zombies are different from humans. They have almost no desires or fears. So illusions and tricks are of no use to him at all. Luo Yi glanced at the other three people and frowned slightly. Except for Cold Peak, the others were in bad shape. Surrounded by negative energy. He had promised Nya Yun some things, he wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Luo Yi put his arms on the shoulders of the two men. Soon, his screen lit up. He had also entered the maze. The Dragon Country audience suddenly found it hard to understand. Damn, what is this fool doing? Everyone else wants to get out, but Luo Yi actually chose to go in. Is he crazy? Is he not afraid of death? If one person can escape, it's worth it. What if those survivors cause trouble again? At least someone needs to keep watch from the outside. Now, it's a complete disaster. I really can't understand this guy's thought process. If I went in, I would definitely give him a couple of slaps. Come on, you'd probably die in the first round. A single hair from Luo Yi could be fatal to you, and here you are bragging. Wait, look. It seems he entered someone else's illusion. The audience looked closely for a while and indeed found something different. Luo Yi actually encountered a programmer and a top student in the maze. As soon as the two saw him, they were overjoyed. Brother Yi, over here. I'm here. I thought I was done for, but I didn't expect to see you. This is really great. Luo Yi looked at the two of them calmly. This is an illusion, similar to your dreams. But for you, getting through this level isn't easy, your willpower is too weak. Now I have a method. Both of them perked up their ears. What method? Luo Yi suddenly showed a strange expression. This method is a bit painful, I hope you can endure it. The two chuckled. As long as we can get through, what's a little pain? We are chosen people of Dragon Country, at least we cannot bring shame to our country. Before they finished speaking. Smack! He did a 720-degree flip in the air, face down. Brother Yi, you. Luo Yi slapped them in the face. Smack! Both of them were stunned by the slap. Bro, stop hitting. Let's talk this out, no need for violence. Luo Yi showed no hesitation. The slaps continued to land on their faces. They were soon beaten into a state like pig heads. Not only did they fail to understand, but the Dragon Country audience was also dumbfounded. What is this guy doing? Did he enter their illusion just to slap them? This is too absurd. Family, who understands? This guy is definitely crazy. Not only does he like to screw over his teammates, but he also enjoys hitting them. Matching with him is just a disaster. What the hell is going on? These two won't really get slapped to death, will they? This way of dying is too unbelievable. Can't anyone take care of him? Even the King of Hell would have to carve his name on the back. Is it possible that Luo Yi is trying to help them break free from the illusion? I remember that the guy from Pickled Vegetable Country broke free by self-harm. What a joke, if a few slaps could solve this, then why are so many people stuck here? If this actually works, I'll stand on my head and poop my pants. Outside the screen, Nyayan frowned in dismay. He understood that Luo Yi was trying to save these two people. But this operation. Honestly, it was hard to accept. Watching Luo Yi's livestream required a strong heart. 1 second you might be scared to death, or in another, shocked by his actions. Su Xiaoyu stared with her mouth agape at Luo Yi's performance. To handle Luo Yi, she had already prepared many lines in her mind. But she never expected this guy would directly slap his teammate. How could she explain this? Now she felt a bit regretful for agreeing to be the official commentator. This was definitely a tough job. After thinking hard for a long time, Su Xiaoyu finally squeezed out a sentence. Luo Yi might be trying to help the other two players overcome their fear. Anger is the best way to get rid of fear. Look at the effort he puts in to help his teammates, it's truly admirable. The audience listened in silence. What nonsense to rid oneself of fear. They felt sorry for Su Xiaoyu, it was really hard to make sense of Luo Yi's actions. Luo Yi's performance was so bizarre that it quickly attracted an audience from other countries. Haha, the Dragon Kingdom people are indeed amazing, can't beat the weirdness, is this starting an infight? What rules, what strange tales, it's pure embarrassment, I think they'd be better off just admitting defeat, it's so humiliating. I can't believe the Dragon Kingdom chose a guy like this, does he really love tormenting his teammates? The vibe from the Dragon Kingdom is a delight, while others are in a horror script, they are all comedy. I feel uncomfortable if I don't watch Luo Yi's livestream for a day, if I don't watch, I start coughing. Seeing the mockery from other countries, the Dragon Kingdom's audience felt quite humiliated. Meanwhile, Luo Yi's actions still hadn't stopped. The two people had been slapped into a terrible state, blood everywhere. An ordinary slap really wouldn't have this kind of power. But Luo Yi's slap was filled with a dark energy. Chapter 76, even copying homework can lead to failing. Luo Yi increasingly used strength, about to slap his two teammates to death. The strength of a second-tier zombie wasn't something to joke around with. If he really used all his power, a single slap could kill a cow. Not to mention being infused with dark energy. Its power was even more terrifying. If it weren't for the environment, the two would barely be able to withstand a single slap. After slapping for a full 10 minutes, the two were completely disoriented from the slapping. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom felt a tingle in their scalps. Luo Yi was even scarier than a terrorist, Pu Duan Diao. Pudwan Dia might just kill his teammates and treat them as live targets, not seeing them as human beings. Luo Yi kept tormenting his teammates, better off killing them outright for a faster end. This guy is too terrifying, better to just kill them directly. He's just keep slapping them, even the king of hell would have to carve his name. Is he trying to slap them to death? This is too ridiculous, just kill them directly, why waste time? I'm really fed up, why does the Dragon Kingdom have such a teammate? It's utterly ridiculous. Who can watch this without being stunned? No need for weird zombies, Luo Yi alone can take them out. I really couldn't watch anymore, can't the officials do something? Some experts from the Dragon Kingdom also couldn't bear it anymore. Should we send a hint to remind him, if this goes on, the Dragon Kingdom players might all die? Nia Yun shook his head. Let's not rush. I believe Luo Yi has his reasons for doing this. Beside him, Shuri Yemin scoffed. What reason could there be? This guy is a zombie, lacking humanity. Trusting him is worse than trusting a dog. At least dogs are humane, zombies are pure cold-blooded animals. Nia Yun was a bit annoyed and raised his voice a few tones. Stop arguing, trust me, I won't make a mistake. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Shuri Yemin curled his lips. Right now, Luo Yi is causing a very serious negative impact on our dragon country. There are many foreign viewers coming to watch the joke. How are you going to take responsibility for this bad international influence? Nia Yun slammed the table. What the hell are you babbling about? Either you take over the command, or shut up. Shuri Yemin was startled. It was the first time he had seen Nia Yun get this angry. He quickly shut up, waiting to watch the joke unfold. In the live broadcast room, Luo Yi slapped for a full 20 minutes. The two of them were completely unconscious. Even Cold Peak's side was about to break through. Only then did Luo Yi feel it was enough. He saw his palm's black sinister energy almost solidify, then with full force, he slapped again. Slap. 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 Just as everyone thought Luo Yi was going to slap the two of them to death. The illusion suddenly experienced a strange fluctuation. Then, like a mirror, it shattered. The two who were unsure whether they were alive or dead suddenly withdrew from the illusion. The two who came out looked at the ceiling hall, somewhat dazed. Who am I? Where did I come from? Am I still alive? They saw Luo Yi in front of them, smiling at them, their bodies uncontrollably trembling. It seems like Luo Yi saved us. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers were dumbfounded. Including the foreigners who came to watch the joke. Fuck, what the hell is this? Slapping your teammates continuously and still clearing the level? Damn, is there anything about the rules? Could it be that Luo Yi's big fanny pack has some magical function? I'm done for, this is the most outrageous clearing method I've ever seen, I'm on my knees. What about the brother who said he was going to do a handstand in diarrhea? Hope you're real, stop always pretending for free food. What the hell, this works. I'm telling others about this method of clearing. The audience was completely dumbfounded. They had seen outrageous things, but never anything this outrageous. Slapping your teammate awake with a big fanny pack? This is a first in history. It's simply defying the heavens. Some countries seem to have realized something. Countries saw their players were about to die. They quickly issued a tip. Sausage Country was one of them. Their teammate had finally reunited in the illusion. But received this tip. Your situation is very dangerous. If you want a breakthrough, use all your strength to slap your teammates. Don't hold back, slap them to death. The four big blonde, blue-eyed, bearded men from Sausage Country were dumbfounded. Slapping to clear the level? This can't be a joke. But they couldn't leave, they had been wandering in this bizarre maze for almost half an hour. The survivors in reality had long since been moving. If they didn't break through soon, it seemed like everyone was going to die. No choice, they had to take a gamble. The four gritted their teeth. The captain led the way. I'll go first, Steve, get ready. The captain didn't hold back, he slapped the 1.9-meter tall man directly. He himself was an athlete, his strength was not small at all. The teammate was also slapped into real fire. Soon, a ridiculous scene appeared. Several big men started slapping each other like this, one after another. Slapping so hard their faces turned red, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. This wasn't happening just in Sausage Country. Many other countries also began to imitate. Slapping became the key to survival. But what they didn't know was, Luo Yi slapped because he had sinister energy. As for the others, they slapped for another 30 minutes. The illusion showed no sign of breaking. Not long after, survivors in reality took up weapons. They snatched all their food and resources. Then, without hesitation, they killed them. Strange things soon befell these countries. At once, Dragon Country's barrage was filled with curses. Fuck, that Dragon Country kid is a scammer, didn't he say slapping works? What the hell, our candidates are about to slap each other to death. There are no barriers to overcome, the people of Long Country are all liars. Just wait to face sanctions, Long Country. How outrageous. You have deceived so many countries, don't you feel any guilt? Let's collectively boycott Long Country, they deliberately trapped us. These remarks left the viewers from Long Country speechless. They still couldn't figure out what was going on. Why did Luo Yi's large pouch work, while everyone else's approach failed? Could it be that Luo Yi's slap had some strange power? They remembered that the parrot had also been tamed by his large pouch. It couldn't be wrong. Luo Yi's large pouch had strange powers. Netizens believed it wholeheartedly. They quickly fired back at the comments online. Are you kidding? Did we ask you to slap us? Can your skills compare to Brother Yi's slap? If you can't wake up yourself, don't blame others. Exactly. We didn't tell you to do anything, yet you complained that you can't even copy homework properly, it's ridiculous. I mean, who can be blamed for copying perfect homework and getting failing grades? You can only blame your own stupidity. Seriously, are you foreigners this unreasonable? How can you blame us for this? Chapter 77, Luo Yi's departure. These countries, having imitated Luo Yi's actions, ultimately paid a painful price. But they couldn't say their experts were foolish. So, naturally, they pushed the blame onto Luo Yi. But the viewers from Long Country weren't pushovers either, they seized the opportunity to retaliate fiercely. At this moment, the Long Country expert team noticed a change, the tide was turning. One by one, they began to boast about Nya. People are always like this, they seek benefits and avoid harm. Nobody wants to take the blame when it's their responsibility. Now seeing that Luo Yi had saved others, they immediately praised Nya. Team leader Nya is indeed brilliant, he even foresaw that Luo Yi could save people. Impressive. No wonder he is the elite of Long Team, we've truly witnessed it today. Team leader Nya's role as the commander of our odd department is absolutely unquestionable, no one is more suitable than him. It's all thanks to team leader Nya, otherwise, we would have made the wrong decision again. Nya felt happy seeing Luo Yi pass through with two incompetent teammates. At least the troublesome Sure Yemin would behave for a while. This guy was like a flea, he would jump out the moment there was even the slightest problem on Luo Yi's side. So annoying. In the live room, Lung Feng relied on his strong survival skills and quick thinking. He was among the fastest to break through the levels. He arrived at the end of the maze, feeling a little smug. Since Luo Yi appeared, he had always felt suppressed. As a rare genius, he couldn't compare to Luo Yi in any way. This made him extremely uncomfortable. He should have been the first to break through. His survival skills and thinking ability were his forte. How could Luo Yi's reckless behavior even compare? Perhaps the other country's contestants could only look up to him. Thinking this way, Lung Feng quickly walked to the finish line. But when he came out and looked around, his mouth dropped open. You guys are already out? Or did you not even go in at all? You definitely didn't go in, otherwise, you couldn't have come out so quickly. He couldn't believe that he had spent so much time and energy solving a level, only to find these two came out even faster. The programmers and high achievers also snapped back to reality. It seemed Luo Yi had saved them. However, the rescue process was quite embarrassing, and they didn't know how to express it for a moment. They could only awkwardly look at Luo Yi. Captain, you don't know, we owe it all to Brother Yi this time. He entered the illusion and forcefully pulled us two out. The two excitedly said. Brother Yi is so amazing, he cracked the rules almost in an instant. And then he took us out together. Cold Peak's face turned slightly awkward. He had originally planned to blame Luo Yi as soon as they came out. After all, Luo Yi had completely disregarded orders before. Finding a reason to drive him away seemed reasonable. But now, Luo Yi had achieved something remarkable. If he said anything now, it would only make him seem petty. Moreover, Luo Yi had broken through faster than he did. And he even brought along two others. This was something he never expected. He glared at Luo Yi. This time, I'll let it go. If you violate the rules again and disobey orders, this team won't welcome you. If you think you're capable enough, then do it alone. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yi suddenly made a decision that surprised everyone. Alright, then I'm leaving. Saying this, he turned and walked away without looking back. The audience was dumbfounded, and the most confused was Cold Peak. Wait, you really left just because I told you to? The programmers and top students also realized that Cold Peak and Luo Yi were at odds. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Having both of them in the team made conflicts easily arise. But they could pretend not to notice, they couldn't be truly ignorant. They had personally experienced Luo Yi's strength. This guy never played by the rules. And it seemed he didn't care about his teammates at all. Yet, at critical moments, he always saved everyone. Losing such a powerful ally was something they all dreaded. Captain, don't. Our Dragon Nation needs unity, we can't do this. Right, Brother Yi is still part of our Dragon Nation team, you should try to keep him. Cold Peak feigned indifference. Deep down, he couldn't wait for Luo Yi to leave. He was just worried about not having a reason. Now that Luo Yi wanted to leave, how could he try to keep him? Let such a disobedient person leave, let him fend for himself. Sure, Yamin couldn't help but sneer at Luo Yi's actions. Look at the good person you found, at such a time, instead of uniting, he's causing a rift. Nya Yun frowned as well. He knew Luo Yi was outrageous, but he didn't expect him to prepare to leave like this. This was too ridiculous. But thinking carefully, it seemed that Luo Yi developing alone might be better. The experts began to discuss. Why not use a hint to bring him back quickly? Continuing like this is disadvantageous for us, other countries might be watching the jokes. But Nya Yun shook his head. There's no need to waste a chance, let it be, we'll hint them to regroup later. Last time when Luo Yi acted alone, you all disagreed, but look what happened, he brought back a truckload of weapons. A lone wolf can easily blend in with the crowd. It might be better to let Luo Yi take a risk and fight it out. The audience's reaction was beyond what they imagined. I give up, this guy is starting to stir things up again, can't he stay quiet for a minute? What is he even doing? Does he really think he can survive alone? He was just lucky before, does he really think that's his strength? Someone should teach him a lesson so he knows why the flowers are so red. The Dragon Nation team is suffering because of him, wasting a spot without any effect. I could have done better, at least I can take orders and do something. Now we're counting everything on Cold Peak, I hope he won't let us down. The Dragon Nation emphasizes unity. Naturally, a unique person like Luo Yi wouldn't be welcomed. But there was a reason for Luo Yi's actions. On one hand, he didn't like being restrained. On the other hand, being here wasn't beneficial for his growth. Instead, hunting zombies outside would help him grow faster. He might also get a chance to break through to the third tier. He knew that an S-level difficulty dungeon would never be so simple. Only by breaking through to the third tier could he hope to win. Luo Yi directly left the apartment and charged into the horde of zombies. That was his ocean of stars. Lung Feng saw Luo Yi leave, but he didn't take the equipment, and he was already overjoyed. But he didn't show it. Stupid, do you really think he can survive without those weapons? Does he really think he's Superman? Chapter 78, An Incomprehensible Move. Luo Yi's actions were soon noticed by other countries. They all rejoiced. At this moment, most contestants couldn't wait to stay at the back of the team, at least there would be some protection. But someone like Luo Yi, who ventured out alone, could not possibly make an appearance. Ha ha, the people of the Dragon Country are indeed crazy. This kid actually left alone, and it's night now, with zombies everywhere. He's simply a lunatic. Well, this is good. The Dragon Country is bound to fail again, and there's only one chance left. The land of the Dragon Country will be ours. What do you mean yours? Baka. We are closest to the Dragon Country, so the land of the Dragon Country naturally belongs to our Tianhuang people. Only we are worthy of that land. Shiba, stop talking nonsense. We are the ones closest to the Dragon Country. Besides, the Dragon Country belonged to our pickled vegetable country in ancient times, so it's only natural for it to return to us. Wow, everything is yours, pickled vegetable country. Who knows whose it really is? It still depends on the fists. Who can compete with our North Bear Country? The Dragon Country audience watched these comments, feeling speechless. Haven't we lost yet? Why are these people already discussing land distribution? It's simply inhumane. However, according to the rules, the apartment should be a place like a safe house. Here, at least basic shelter can be obtained. Moreover, according to the rules. Rule 2, try not to go outside. Although there are fewer resources in the building, there are also fewer zombies, especially at night. The dangers outside are much scarier than during the day. At night in City C, there are likely unexpected dangers. Su Xiaoyu was also very worried. She did not expect Luo Yi to make such a decision. Contestant Luo Yi has decided to explore the dangerous world outside alone. He may not know what he will face. For someone like Luo Yi, who has a habit of breaking rules, nobody held high hopes for him. Meanwhile, most contestants were clearing the illusion. After this illusion, almost all countries suffered heavy losses. Even the United States, which had never suffered losses before, lost one contestant at this time. More than 1,000 people entered the dungeon. Now, less than 300 remain. This shows just how dangerous an S-level dungeon is. At this moment, the crackling radio suddenly had sound. All contestants were startled. Survivors in City C, a rescue helicopter will arrive at 3 in the morning. Please hold on. To ensure the rescue helicopter lands successfully, please survivors in City C try to wait on an obvious safe rooftop. Hearing the rules, all the survivors began to take action. Everyone headed towards the rooftop. This included the original residents of the apartment. The wind on the rooftop was strong. Everyone was thinking of various ways to try to attract the attention of the helicopter. The chosen one, Luo Yi, directly arranged firewood to form a large SOS. He believed that once the helicopter saw it, it would descend. Many strange experts from various countries saw Luo Yi's method. They all started to learn, sending out hints. Copying Luo Yi's homework might fail. But the chosen one has the ability to foresee the future. Imitating her words should not go wrong. Unfortunately, the chances for hints are only 3 in total. Many countries have already used them up. Countries like the Dragon Country, which used it just once during the parrot phase, were almost never seen. Lang Feng also chose a clever method. He found many lights and combined them to form patterns. He now possessed the ammunition depot that Luo Yi had searched previously, and he was not at all anxious. As long as there were no large-scale zombie waves, there shouldn't be any problems. Ninja Okamoto could no longer hide at this time. His method was very simple. He made a huge megaphone out of plastic and cloth. When the time comes, he would just shout with his mouth. The Saintess of the Pyramid Nation used zombies to hold signs, forming a fixed pattern. She could now control almost 10 zombies. She stood out among all the contestants. Park Duan, with ruthless methods, actually conquered all the original residents of the apartment. These residents were now extremely afraid of him. They had no idea what method he used. He commanded these people to go east, and they did not dare to go west. Soon, a sound of wind came from afar on the rooftop. The sound of a spinning propeller appeared. And over on Luo Yi's side. As soon as he stepped out, he was surrounded by a large number of zombies. Among them were many mutants. Crawlers. Zombie dogs. Fat zombies. Exploding zombies. And there were even quite a few second-tier zombies among them. They were densely packed, seemingly attracted by the cold peaks lights and the noise of the helicopter. The viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. These zombies added up to nearly 100, all surging towards the apartment. Other countries saw Luo Yi's situation and were all curious. They wanted to see how Luo Yi would die. General Mikeash from the United States narrowed his eyes, watching Luo Yi's livestream. Ever since the last mission, Luo Yi had been a thorn in his side. Last time, he even caused him to lose a Nightingale squad. If Luo Yi didn't die this time, it would be impolite. This was a full 100 zombies. He believed no one could survive this wave of corpses. Moreover, Luo Yi didn't even have a weapon. Relying solely on bare hands? Movies wouldn't even dare to film that. There probably wasn't anyone in the world who could do it. The audience in the bullet screen was growing. It seemed that the Dragon Kingdom viewers had also given up hope. Luo Yi loved to court death, and they had no way to stop him. Just act as if there was no Luo Yi. This Luo Yi really knows how to stir trouble. How long do you think he can last? I estimate he won't last 3 minutes. IP, United States. What a joke, this is over 100 zombies, many of which are mutated. If he lasts 10 seconds, I'll do a handstand and poop. IP, Pickled Vegetable Country. The one above is just teasing, don't say 10 seconds, I bet he won't last even a second. Look at those zombie mounds, they're probably 2 stories tall, one slap and he's mush. IP, Cherry Blossom Country. Sigh, this guy really doesn't know what he's thinking. As a dragon citizen I can hardly bear to watch. He should admit his mistake and go home. Why act tough? IP, Dragon Kingdom. Can't you see this guy is not normal? Doesn't care about saving face, just go back and honestly apologize to Cold Peak. Now look, he can't even run away. IP, Dragon Kingdom. Sure, Yemin saw that Luo Yi not only didn't turn back to the apartment, but instead kept moving forward towards the tide of corpses. His mouth twisted into a grin. This isn't a madman. It's completely a fool. Nya Yun, you really know how to pick people? You chose someone with a problem in intelligence. I want to see how he survives this time. Nya Yun was equally astonished. What on earth did Luo Yi want to do? He couldn't be planning to face the corpse tide head-on, could he? Chapter 79, One Person Against the Corpse Tide. Nighttime Sea City appeared especially devastated. Through the segmented buildings, one could see how prosperous this city used to be. But now, the streets were filled with wrecked vehicles, flames shooting into the sky. The whole city was steeped in a bleak atmosphere. The audience watched in sighs. If the strange events were to descend, everything would no longer be a strange world. It would all unfold again in the real world. Groups of zombies surged through the streets like tides, heading towards the helicopter and that apartment building. The survivors in the city were stunned. They dreaded to avoid it. Yet there was a figure who not only did not avoid this terrifying tide of zombies. Instead, he moved forward. It's hard to understand. This person showed no panic on his face, but rather a hint of excitement. Those who didn't know might think there was something wrong with his brain. This figure was none other than Luo Yi. It was indeed Luo Yi. Luo Yi stood on top of a tall building, looking down. It was not only a confrontation between nations and a bizarre world. It was also a battle between two species. Zombies and corpses. Two species that only existed in movies before. Now they appeared in the live broadcast of the bizarre world. The higher-ups of Dragon Nation, who knew the ins and outs, felt shocked but a glimmer of anticipation. Which is stronger, zombies or corpses? Experts had never understood Luo Yi's true strength. They hoped this battle would allow them to fully understand the mysterious existence of zombies. They also hoped to learn the behaviors of corpses through this fight. The next second, Luo Yi moved like a monarch of the night. The fastest were the green agile zombies. They charged forward first, so fast that they were only a blur. The hearts of Dragon Nation's audience tightened. Luo Yi became a black arc of shadow. The agile zombies were fast, but he was faster. Arriving later but striking first, black energy condensed into a black greatsword. At the moment of contact with the agile zombie. Instant kill. The agile zombie's eyes were filled with surprise, but its body was clearly pierced. Strong. All the audience felt a surge of emotion from their hearts. But these few zombies were insignificant compared to the tide of corpses below. They still did not believe Luo Yi could compete with them. Zhao Changcheng from the military couldn't help but exclaim. What a pity, he is a talent, but too arrogant. Nie Yun also felt a tightness in his chest. Don't rush to conclusions, arrogance requires capital. Rich dark energy continuously extracted from the zombies. Luo Yi felt his strength growing stronger. He was not far from the third stage of the green corpse. The third stage zombies had almost no weaknesses. They were not afraid of sunlight, and their physical abilities would increase sharply. The dark energy could also change shapes freely. Truly exciting. Luo Yi ruthlessly reaped the lives of ordinary zombies. In less than 3 minutes, over 10 zombies perished. But for the horde behind, it was insignificant. Especially the few deep-colored second-stage corpses at the back. Each possessed an imposing presence. They were incredibly arrogant, swatting down ordinary zombies in their path without a care. The audience in Dragon Nation watched, drenched in sweat. Luo Yi's figure darted out again. Several titan zombies, resembling small hills, were ruthlessly reaped by his black greatsword. Disgusting slime splattered everywhere. These titan zombies, simply by falling, could take a few ordinary zombies with them. This showed how terrifying they were. At Luo Yi's hands, they were still instant kills. The audience in Dragon Nation saw Luo Yi triumph over a few strong zombies again. They couldn't help but cheer. Many foreign viewers saw the unusual scene with Luo Yi. Driven by curiosity, they all came in to watch. Their reactions varied, some were amazed, others mocked. Oh my, when did Dragon Nation have such a strong warrior? Is he still human? Zombies seem like toys in his hands. Are you crazy? A single person challenging the zombie tide, movies wouldn't dare to film this, is he out of his mind? What arrogance! I don't believe he can handle so many zombies, this is just the beginning, just wait, the real show is yet to come. He's somewhat impressive, but it's arrogant to challenge hundreds of zombies. I don't know whether to praise him for being amazing or criticize him for being foolish. People from Dragon Nation are always like this, they never know their place unless they are shown some real challenges. This kid from Dragon Nation is so strong, I seriously suspect he has the excellent genes of our great cold republic? Stop boasting, what genes do you pickled cabbage nation have besides bragging? I see he must often eat curry, that's why he's so extraordinary. Unlike the onlookers. Many strange experts from various countries also gathered in Luo Yi's livestream. Their goals are different. They want to understand this scenario better to clear the levels. But Luo Yi's performance quickly shocked them. This guy seemed like a god of war, able to ignore and crush anything he faced. But after a few scenarios, the experts figured out a little rule. Those who do not follow the rules of the strange world will be targeted. Just like in Luo Yi's last scenario. The final wave of strangeness was likely caused by him. The more rules violated, the more severe the backlash would be. It's as if the whole strange world was targeting him. Most people would strictly adhere to the rules to clear the levels. Luo Yi's type, who doesn't even glance at the rules, is something they've never seen before. And they dare not imitate. Who would dare to imitate? Unless they don't value their lives. It's like a maze game. Almost everyone has to solve the maze to get through. Luo Yi's method is like tearing down the walls of the maze. He turns it into Tetris, setting his own rules. Such behavior will definitely lead to backlash from the developers. But Luo Yi's brutal strength to clear the levels also brings certain benefits. The final evaluation score is extremely high, and the rewards are jaw-dropping. In the scene, Luo Yi turns into a ruthless killing machine. Each sweep results in countless zombies being ruthlessly harvested. These outwardly fierce zombies, even the mutated ones, seem like toys in his hands. They are wantonly crushed. Soon, the Dragon Kingdom team members waiting for the helicopter on the rooftop also discover this strange scene. The programmer stands at the edge of the rooftop. He intended to familiarize himself with the surroundings, but when he saw the strange figure below slaughtering zombies, he was instantly dumbfounded. Damn, Captain, come quick. What is that thing? It's actually slaughtering zombies. The high-achieving student was also drawn over. That figure looks a bit familiar, could it be Luo Yi? Upon hearing Luo Yi's name, Lung Feng rushed over, frowning. What's going on with Luo Yi? He's already left the team, yet still lingers like a ghost. After seeing that figure, his eyes are filled with shock. But more than that, it's dissatisfaction. Impossible, Luo Yi can't be that strong, it must be some powerful strange being fighting the zombies. Chapter 80, Battling Second-Tier Zombies. Lang Feng rejected Luo Yi from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want to admit that Luo Yi was stronger than him. The programmer found Lang Feng's words reasonable. True, how could a human possibly fight so many zombies? It's probably a special plot in the strange world. The high-achieving student was incredibly shocked. How terrifying. If such a powerful being were our teammate, how wonderful that would be. Even in an S-level scenario, it should be easily cleared. Lang Feng poured a bucket of cold water. Stop dreaming, such strangeness is mostly bad, if we invite them over, we can only wait to die. They didn't know that the invincible killing god below was their despised teammate, Luo Yi. The Dragon Kingdom audience showed strange expressions at their dialogue. Wow, weren't you just wishing for Luo Yi to leave? Zhao Changqing felt a bit angry seeing Lung Feng's performance. Lang Feng was someone he recommended, a top special forces member. Usually, he represents steadiness and strength. He thought appointing him as the Dragon Kingdom captain was a sure win. But Luo Yi's presence is just too dazzling. Lang Feng's flaws are quite obvious, he hasn't endured any setbacks, and is arrogant. Facing someone stronger like Luo Yi, he instinctively rejects him. But Zhao Changcheng, as a high-ranking person, holds his own stance. Like Shi Yamin representing the political department, he represents the military. It's impossible to smash one's own reputation. However, he still has the spirit of a soldier and won't blindly cause trouble like Shi Yamin. Luo Yi is indeed strong, but it's also true that he often takes actions that are not beneficial for unity. If he can survive this time, perhaps he can indeed represent our China in battle. Maybe he has his own thoughts, being independent might actually be a good thing for Dragon Country. Nie Yun looked at Zhao Changcheng with some surprise. It's not easy for Luo Yi to gain the recognition of the military bigwigs. Zhao Changcheng has his own stance. Yet, saying such supportive words for Luo Yi shows how much he acknowledges him. On the side, Shi Yamin sneered and said, Old Zhao, that's if he can survive. Look at that group of zombies behind. Is there a chance he can live? Nie Yun also worried whether Luo Yi could hold on. The commentator, Su Xiaoyu, was shocked but also worried. She never thought that her roommate, Luo Yi, who had spent 2.5 years with her, could be so fierce. Now we can see, Luo Yi's astonishing performance is like the Lord of the Night, harvesting the lives of these zombies, but the horde of zombies behind is eyeing him, we don't know if he can hold on. In the footage, Luo Yi seemed tireless, every time he dashed out, 5 or 6 zombies would be cut down. It created an illusion. These zombies seemed a bit too easy to kill. But everyone knew that the ones ahead were just appetizers. The strange-looking zombies behind were the real challenge. Indeed, Luo Yi's fierce actions soon attracted the attention of a second-tier zombie. The green-skinned skeleton zombie roared as it rushed towards him. It spewed out green mucus from its mouth. Visible to the naked eye, anything contaminated by the mucus. Whether it was a zombie or a building, it would instantly smoke and soon corrode a huge hole. With the appearance of the second-tier zombie, the hearts of the Dragon Country audience tightened. Shi Yamin looked at the zombie and was delighted inside. You fool, think you're all that? This can't stop you? Luo Yi also noticed this zombie. Instead of retreating, he raised his giant sword and charged forward. The two were 10 meters apart. The poisonous zombie spat out a green round blob of mucus. The blob of mucus was about the size of a fist. When it hit a normal zombie, that zombie instantly screamed, its bones vaporized. Even a mutated titan couldn't dodge in time and was pierced through. Such a brutal attack method made the foreign audience foresee the end in an instant. Oh my god, this zombie is so terrifying. If it hits, it would probably owe it 2 lives. Can Luo Yi block it? Ugh, why did you provoke something unnecessary? Why go fight the boss? Isn't that courting death? You should have just stopped. Enough of showing off, hurry up and run. Do you really think you're a god? What a pity, all my joy came from this Dragon Country kid, but it seems he can't hold on this time. It's over, although he held on for 10 minutes, the outcome is already set. If he survives, I'll eat shit on livestream. Bro, let's be honest, you still owe a meal, now you're trying to mooch again? The Dragon Country audience also didn't expect much from Luo Yi. The corrosive ability of this poisonous zombie was simply too shocking. In their hearts, there was only one thought. That was to escape. If Luo Yi ran now, he should still make it. In fact, Luo Yi had no intention of fleeing at all, instead, he moved forward. And in the next second, all the spectators were stunned. Luo Yi crossed his giant sword in front of his chest, perfectly blocking the green poison. What surprised everyone was that he actually blocked it. However, Luo Yi's giant sword was hissing, and the swirling black gas became dimmer. Though he was unhurt, he must have weakened some. Luo Yi frowned, this poison was indeed tricky. Such strong corrosiveness.